Hello and welcome here, everyone. We are excited to be underway with yet another Play versus Championship in the Scholastic field. This time around, we are going over to the Arizona side of things. Primarily, it is going to be the Arizona Interscholastic Association. We got a ton of games on the docket here today to cover, so let's go ahead and dive on into it. Starting with League of Legends, my name is Orbital. With me is Llama77. We will be your casters for the opening matches. Llama, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I mean, esports on a weekend, nothing better than that, and especially one of our personal favorites, League of Legends. We get to watch two semifinals earlier on the day today, and then the grand finals later today. Yeah, to crown ourselves a champion for AIA. I'm doing good though. How about yourself, Orbital?
I'm doing great because a lot of these players are very excited to not only play on a main stage in the semifinals to aim for the playoffs and get a chance at the crown, but also show their stuff. Because when it comes to high school competitive, there's always another step forward, which is collegiate, which Play Versus is very happy about trying to connect those throughout. So, still trying to figure out what's next after high school. What if gaming takes you there? Some of these players might be looking at Play Versus Recruit, which is a free platform that connects you directly with college esports programs across the US and Canada. Go ahead, get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path. Sign up at playversus.com/recruit. Once again, that is playversus.com/recruit.
I mean, that's huge, right? Getting found, making sure you can find that next step. It's not just, okay, are you a good player? It's do you have that kind of resume and kind of all the clips in history built around you to prove to all these different colleges that you've got what it takes to do that. So make sure to check that out today. Orbital, of course, we're going to be talking about a lot of the different pathways for these high school students across the day today. But for these League of Legends teams, their paths were kind of different. They were kind of split into two different groups. They played a regular season, and at the end of the day, now we've got a couple teams that have earned themselves spots in the semifinals. Orbital, tell me a little bit about this first semifinal we're going to watch today.
Yeah, we got Hamilton High School, the #1 seed coming out of their division. They were undefeated in series and undefeated in game score. 11-0 across their 11 matches, and then 22-0 in game score. This means they did not drop a single game, whether by close or by far. They will be going up against Amphitheater High School. The squad of Legends is coming in as the 5th seed, so Legends have fallen a little bit, but are looking to make their run towards the finals. A squad that is currently sitting at 8-3 in the record from the regular season, and a 16-7 record in game score. That will not deter them, though, from looking to taking down the Giants of Hamilton High School.
Yeah, they've already had to upset once, right? They're the #5 seed, so coming into this one, they already beat the #4 seed. They actually beat them in a 2-0 sweep. So you talk about already having that kind of pressure off of your shoulders, right? You're kind of playing with house money at this point, just trying to go as far as possible. Again, taking down an undefeated squad is not going to be easy. Obviously, they haven't lost a single one this entire season, and I think that goes to some of their different players. When you talk about the ranks and looking at what these players want to do going to the next level, they've got some diamond level players, which is really what you want to see at the top of the top for the high school level.
100%, because it's not just for League of Legends, but this is across all the different major titles that we'll be seeing here today. There are so many amazing talents that have made it here to the semifinals that we'll also see play in the grand finals later today. There are so many amazing talents on those battlefields, whether it be the pitch, whether it be the field, whether it be on Sumner's Rift. There's so many different ways for these students to go ahead and showcase their stuff on their way to the road for the Play versus Cup, which has already begun here. If you are interested, the Play versus Cup has begun looking for the best high school teams across the US and Canada, who will once again gather to determine who is the best of the best and crown an ultimate champion. That is, of course, something to very much look forward to if you're in the Scholastic field. So we want to give a big shout out to those that make this all possible. One of those being Play versus Cup sponsor Zenny, who is awesome. Thank you so much to Zenny. If you are interested, please go ahead and use the code PLAYVersus at checkout for 10% off your order site-wide at zenny.com.
And as that Play versus Cup continues, don't be sure to not only check out Play Versus and Zenny and what they have to offer, but also Respawn. You guys can also check out them. You can use code PlayVersusTeam over at Respawn for an extra 10% off at respawnproducts.com. Would not be possible for all we have today and all of the road to the Play vs. Cup without all of those amazing sponsors. And Orbital, so many to back up. It's really cool to see the growth inside of Scholastic Esports, not only from the collegiate level, but down here towards the high school level as well. So many growth opportunities. Make sure to take advantages of those codes.
But when we talk about growth, we have to talk about the players themselves who make it all possible. Those that have only played online now grow into their offline personas, which we are going to send it on in towards, because we have an amazing venue with some amazing players and amazing cameras to give us all the actions live. So let's go ahead and turn it on over to introduce the teams. I mean, this is a treat and a half, and I should say that as we do get a look inside the venue, though. Awesome stuff for some of these players, and an idea, of course, for the Scholastic side, which you were just mentioning, right, coming into this, Alama. The fact that now we do get in-person events for a lot of these high school groups, where normally it was almost reserved solely for the collegiate level.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think that experience specifically, like getting stage experience is so hard, especially down at that high school level. So for these kids, not only is it going to be an unforgettable moment today, but also a real chance for them to carry that momentum into a collegiate program. Obviously, got to give a huge shout out to our hosts of Grand Canyon University Esports. Their facility, very beautiful. Love the purple hues highlighting everything going on around. But obviously a great chance for these kids and a great chance to kind of meet their competition in person and gather some new friendships as well.
Well, and just know that they're competitors right across the board. I think that's also a very fun thing to talk about. Some of these kids may not have played as often, and, you know, giving them a chance to actually see their competitors across the field may also amp up, you know, pun intended, of the fact that, hey, they actually get to play against these competitors. They get to see, you know, if they beat their opponent, some of their reactions. I know I had a chance to play in a LAN once, and it was very fun actually watching, you know, it's a different sense of wonder when you actually play against someone and you see them almost lose their spirit because of how you played, of how well you played, and everything of the sort, which is very interesting when it comes to a team aspect, because that can bolster you to play even better at points.
And I think it's kind of interesting you mentioned kind of those in-person factors, the noise that we always like to talk about. Not only the literal noise of, okay, there's parents, there's crowds there supporting on and cheering on each of these two teams, but also the noise between your own team. When maybe you're playing back at the lab at home, maybe when they were playing the regular season matches, they had complete silence, or they had this kind of nice environment. Now they get to this LAN environment where, okay, it's completely different. Not only do you have maybe different chairs, maybe a different monitor setup than usual, but also those comms need to be more clean than ever just because of all those emotional feelings on the day of.
Yeah, talking about setups, though, I have to mention this. I saw a couple kids doing it earlier. You saw the monitor adjustments and everything like that, which, again, very, very important. I remember seeing, I think it was, I think it's Counter-Strike primarily, where you'll see some of these guys whip out a tape measure and, like, fully measure how far their distance is, how tall the desk is, you know, where their mouse pad is. It's so important to some of these players, and it is important when it comes to LAN as well, because, as you said, different equipment, but whatever you can get to be comfortable for yourself is extremely important to play at your best in any of these high pressure scenarios.
I was more a guy just like plug in a controller and let me run in Apex, but yeah, no, I get that. Especially
that is true as well. That is true as well. Just run it, good luck, and, you know, have fun with it, huh?
Oh yeah, but you know, for especially those players as well, taking it very seriously and getting to showcase what they have and showcase their skills. Obviously, it is a single elimination bracket, so no real chance to bounce back if you do lose this one. But I mean, Orbital, even some credit has to be garnered to these two teams already. I mean, to make it to the semifinals of this state championship, to be literally one step away from a trophy lift here later today is already an accomplishment that these kids should hold their head high of.
100%. So let's give them their due rewards here. They have made it here to LAN, and they deserve to play with all the weight behind them. Let's send it down to the venue for introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Grand Canyon University. My name is Tyler Galvin. I'm going to be your host for the weekend. We are here excited to announce the AIA Arizona State Championships for esports today. Getting started with League of Legends. We've got two schools here. Am I good? All right, we've got two different schools over here, you guys. Over here on this side, we've got, what's your guys' school name? We've got Hamilton over here, and then we also have Amphitheater High School. These guys are excited to play some extremely intense League of Legends today. We are here in Arizona Grand Canyon University Esports Arena, home of the Lopes. If you guys haven't been here before, it's an amazing 4,000 square foot space. We're excited to host AIA this summer, and we cannot wait to continue and watch some amazing esports. Thank you all for being here. Let's have a great game today.
With that being said, now the players are ready to go. As you could hear, in the venue, it's a little bit different, but very specifically, this is the semifinals. I think it's important to note that for these players, this is the first series of many. We'll have the grand finals played a little bit later, but there might be breaks. So specifically, take a little less time in the semifinals, give yourself a break, and then get ready for the finals later on in the evening.
And it's kind of interesting the way things are scheduled up. Obviously, the winner of this one will get to kind of watch that next matchup, see what the team is picking, and if the other team that supposedly wins that next semifinal, they can be watching now. So they can kind of look into the future, get a lot of that pre-prep planning. Again, we're just playing a regular old best of three. Nothing like Fearless.
Yep.
Things are going to be available multiple over time. So we're going to be interested to see those bans and how they come out at the start, how much prep these two teams have been doing, but also how they adapt from game to game in this one.
I think it's important that you didn't mention that, which we do need to mention to a lot of people as well. The fact that it is not Fearless, meaning these signature champions that we are going to see, I think, will be in the meta standard, but there is such an understanding of the fact that some of these players have very good individual champions, especially in the new current season, which quite literally dropped, I think, only 2 days ago. New patch came in, a new set of champions that have really taken over, the new season, of course. There's a lot of things that have changed recently. Namely, there have been some changes with some of the rune capabilities. Namely, there have been some crazy stuff with Deathfire Touch. I know a lot of people have been kind of messing with that a little bit, and it's very, very scary. Some of the powerful champions that can utilize that ability, utilize that keystone, and take advantage of lane states. So, some of these champions that we don't normally see might have to be permanently banned on top of it.
I think it's interesting. I mean, you talk about that kind of fine line between comfortability, meta, kind of where you want to play across it. And I think when you're playing on LAN, especially when you go into game number one, I'm locking in pure comfortability. Unless it gets banned away, I'm trying to lock in, the thing that's been most successful to me, even if the other team knows about it per se. And then as the series goes on, that's what's going to show the experience of these two teams to be able to recognize what is going well, what is not going well. And then those bans, as you mentioned, for not only targeting, okay, something that could be good in the hands of the opponent, but maybe kind of something that could be good in their playstyle and how well they played in game number one instead of just individual champions taken off the board.
Yeah, I will be very, very interested to see how this goes down and to see what exactly they focus on. Eyes also on how well this is going to play into the timing factor. Some of these champions are very curious. We don't know how the teams actually won their matches. So are they going to play a little bit slower? Are they going to play a little bit faster? Are they playing for the early game? Are they playing for the mid to late? Where do their particulars kind of lie in there? I think is the best way to put it, right? I'm very, very curious if we are going to see a team play for a little bit more late game, play for that 40-minute mark, play for that extended period, or if they recognize, hey, we fought a team like this before. We can take advantage of some of the early game power. Bring out some of those early game champions. Play maybe a Lucian Nami in the bot lane, which is notorious for running the early game show. There are so many ways to play this league, and the semifinals is just a window into, obviously, one of the grand finalists here.
Somebody's got to make it. Obviously, you've got to win two before losing two if you want to win this series as a whole. But it'd be kind of interesting to see how, obviously, they go for in that draft, what the winning lanes want to look like for these two teams. But obviously, we talk about for Amphi, they've been kind of there in terms of already beating that number 4 seed. Orbital, how much does that mean for them already kind of having a win under their belt over a higher seed?
I think it's pretty dang good. This is a squad that has a lot of awesome players here. Within their school, within their own rank system. I believe Lincoln, their captain, has been around for about 2 years. So, really being here, really working with the program so far. And so for Amphi, it's nice being able to see a lot of these players get the best of what they wish at the very end. Some of these players are also seniors moving in. So the fact that a 5th seed is able to kind of make some dreams come true here in the final steps running forward. towards the end of their school year, because remember, a lot of these kids are going off into college, into some of these other areas. It's awesome that you get to kind of overcome the odds, and I think kind of giving that storyline to the end of your season is, even if it's a 4th seed, you know, some people say that it's just a 4th seed, it's not that big, you still got the 1st seed in front of you. I think it's a story of trials and tribulations that you are still here playing in these playoff standards and keeping your postseason alive.
I think that's huge. Obviously, getting to win earlier on, getting some wins under your belt. Obviously, it's not like they got a free ticket here by any means. Still, for Amphi, 8-3 on their overall record coming into today. They find an upset earlier on in the bracket, but for Hamilton, I think it's an interesting story. Obviously, they are the number 1 seed. They've yet to drop a single map of League of Legends across their entire spring season. But Orbital, is that maybe a detriment to them? Because if you haven't lost yet throughout the entire season, maybe you find something a chink in the armor that was never patched because you never knew it was there.
Yeah, but it really does go both ways. Either you are so dominant, you don't have to worry about anything, and you're golden. Like, that is one of those sight lines where you are just, like, the best in the world, right? Like, we win no matter what, even in trials and tribulations, we are good. The other side is correct, though. If you have a playstyle that has never truly been tested and you run up against a squad that is willing to try anything, it does become a problem, because on a main stage, you don't really have great ways to adjust. There are very few teams that have the infrastructure, the experience, and the knowledge on how to actively, I want to say, adjust on the fly, I think is the best way to put it. Normally, when a team runs into a loss, you sit there, you go, okay, we can take 3 to 4 days and get an adjustment, but in situations like this, you don't get that chance. So I want to see a good game 1 out of both these squads. We'll see what they can do. Amphi on that blue side to start, Hamilton on that red.
This will be really interesting to see. Obviously, we're getting some of the first bands coming through, the Jin, the Vigar, we get the Kali, and the Dr. Mundo. So, again, some of these may not be the most top of the meta, but when you look at the op.gg pages, you see, okay, these are champions that these kids have been playing all throughout their careers over the past year or so. So, no super surprises, and I'm excited to see what Hamilton does with some of these counter picks on the red side.
Yeah, right now, Hamilton are very focused on the primary carries. Taking out a Nikali and Yunara specifically means that you're already targeting that mid-bot. Excuse me, in terms of being so overly aggressive, right? These are champions that are hyperscalers that can really snowball a game if you are not careful. So it's the fact that you just don't want to let it through. However, you do let a high prio through of the Seraphine buffed up with the Deathfire Touch, can spam spells like crazy, can be very, very annoying if you wish to go more aggressive. But an answer back with Hamilton going the Yasuo round. My God, we are going deep in there.
I like it. I mean, you've got different options to really block spells. I think the Seraphine is an interesting one because it can kind of be a flex pick right now, depending on where you want to put it. Kaisa is the lock-in on the other side. I like this kind of dive composition that Kaisa can allow. You land the Void Seeker, you can jump to the backline, you can kind of dice up a fight a lot of different ways, and Kaisa does very, very good with a lot of different supports, so it kind of opens up the door for Hamilton to maybe save that support pick until a little bit later on. Amphi, I think they want to lock in this Ornn just to give them a little bit of top lane presence. Obviously, you get those ornaments later on that can upgrade some of your different items around the board, and it's a good little chunky front line for you as well.
It is, and I think it's also recognizing that Hamilton are definitely moving towards more a spearhead dive composition. And Yasuo Kaisa, well known as a dive setup, and with an Ornn, you do have some bluster to back it up. The Ashe is a little bit surprising as well. It pairs well with the Seraphine in a natural lane setting, but I am scared that they're very immobile. That's my main fear. If you are able to play the lane, that's great, no problems. But I would expect them to start banning out a lot of the engaged champions, Nautilus, Thresh, you know, a lot of these, like the Blitzcrank as well, that can draw the Ashe and Seraphine out of position. Nice Lilia pickup at the end.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Amphi has a ton of CC right now, especially with that Ornn and Ashe ultimate composition. That being said, Hamilton, they are just going completely in your face. The Lilia, you've got that lilting lullaby. You can put the pressure in. You can land those sleeps and then just land the dive with the Kaisa and Yasuo as well. As we get into that second round of bans, Rise taken off the board, Nautilus is the hover, and it's like you said, trying to take down some of those engaged supports to deny them even less. Also for Nautilus, I mean, you talk about having a front line, he's just a really tanky guy, so you can allow that to get off the board, and it looks like the Echo is going to be the second ban from Hamilton.
I like this focus. You can see with what I like to call a staggered ban, or staggered pick phase, where you don't pick lane to lane across. Sometimes we see a matching, top, mid, and, ADC picked up. These are focuses a lot of the time. So for Hamilton, you're saying, okay, we want to make sure that Yasuo has a really good matchup in this mid lane to carry the game for us. In the bot side, Amphi, they went exactly like we said. Hey, that Kai'Sa can be a problem. We need to delete a lot of those hook champions. So what you're doing is with the Nautilus and Leona banned away, you drop down to second best, which is Braum, a very utility heavy support that can also bring that CC chain.
Yeah, it's less of like those big hooks, but can still provide some over time. CC has that big shield for the front line as well, and that's one of the big things. Like Lilia is kind of more of one of those mid-range jungle picks. You're not going to get as much frontline from it, so being able to provide some frontline there is huge, but we just might have the duel. Yone versus Yasuo, the duel of Wise in the mid lane is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, that's brother v brother action. That is the coldest way you can play a game right there, and I like it. However, if this is a spicy pick, it's one that really needs to show off. Remember, in game number 1, this is not fearless. If you lose out in this matchup, you don't really get to ban out the Yasuo again, or you don't get to ban the Yone. For either side, this is a litmus test for the semi-finals. With eyes on the prize, though, with a Vex locked in, that does showcase that the Yone and Yasuo will be headed in different directions. Yone will be in the mid against a Vex instead, with the Yasuo actually going top lane.
It's an interesting one, but I also think when you look at especially what the Windwall can do against the Ornn, that top lane matchup, and what you want to do in the aggression to shut down the gold that the Ornn can have and the ability to play around that top side, it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, again, when you look at this composition, you talk about very heavy dive, very heavy damage-based composition from Hamilton. The one thing is, if the dive doesn't work, if their initial engagement doesn't work, this composition can fall flat if they don't land some of those bigger spells.
Yeah, it is going to be dangerous, and I think this is going to rely very heavily on the early game for Hamilton. And while their record makes me very excited, which means that they probably know exactly how to run a comp and everything like that, I am still a little bit worried. Right, there are situations where you just look there and did a team overextend? Did a team get a little bit too brazen with their draft here, right? Like, there are so many questions that we can ask. For Amphi, I love that it's a very neutral composition. You have your power points, you have your support utility in the bot lane, and you have the strength in the mid lane. Like, this is a very solid composition. The only question that remains is, are you going to be able to play the composition well against the number 1 seed? That's really your only fear. Like, your draft was immaculate, I gotta say.
Yeah, I think Amphi really drafting for this team fight composition. I think the Jarvan is going to be really fun to watch against the Lilia and its kind of early dueling potential. The information that you can get with the flag and drag from all these different team fights. But I also think that for Hamilton, this composition kind of screams to me maybe what they've been doing all season long, where they're just saying, okay, we're just going to hand stiff you. We're going to play more higher skill ceiling champions. We're just going to try and play these 1v1s. And Orbital, eventually there is a point where you'll play a team where you won't be able to hand stiff them. It might not be here in the semifinal, but there will be a point where you run into that.
I mean, for Hamilton, you're also kind of thinking of something else, right? One of the big things about it is you're sitting in a position where you're looking across the board, literally maybe across the stage, and seeing in the audience the other semifinalist teams, right? Yeah. And remember, in the semifinals, we haven't really talked about them, but I do want to give a little bit of insight. Arizona College Prep High School and Gilbert High School will be the next match. One of those two teams is the other undefeated team in this division. So, like, for Hamilton, you might be looking a bit further. You might be sending a message further than your current semifinals opponent, and that might be a little bit dangerous to do if you're not super focused on this match.
Yeah, you've got to be obviously looking forward to the championship. It's tough to not look forward and say, okay, we literally have a championship later today. But at the same time, right now, you have a semifinal that's single elimination. So if you get caught looking too far forward, all of a sudden then your drafts can start to fail. And, you know, for both these two teams, it's kind of interesting as well. We got some background information that Amphi is about a 2-hour drive away. They were kind of flying in here at the last moment. Maybe did Hamilton warm up and practice and get some of their draft going in before, like, Amphi was even able to arrive. All that timing and all those extra things, even the driving distance comes into account when you're talking about a LAN environment.
Yeah, every little thing can come in there. I mean, the food. I've heard of people saying the food can make a difference if you aren't able to get your favorites in there. So it's a rough one. You know, there's a lot of things going on that can cause a lot of effects in there. But I know some of these players they played in tense situations. I know a couple of these players are seniors in here, so you know, I'm sure they have a lot going on. Big Eyes, though, a big shout out once again to this entire competition. Again, the Arizona Interscholastic Association, the AIA, making it happen for League of Legends. For those that are interested, though, we had 2 semifinals back to back, and then after this will be Rocket League as well. We have Rocket League semifinals for your viewing pleasure, and later on it will be the grand finals for League of Legends. So those 2 titles will be on the docket here today.
Lots of fun stuff. Obviously, again, not possible without Grand Canyon University, the great hosts of this one, and using their 4,000 square foot playing arena. Lots and lots of fun for them, and lots of fun for us as well. Of course, everybody, you and I both know that Playversus is not only here for the AIA, but we've got some extra college stuff across the weekend as well. So many different leagues operating inside of Playversus, and so many chances for kids to take it to the next level. I'm excited to see who can take this first one because, again, Orbital only a best of 3, so this first matchup, although it's kind of a feeler out game, although you don't really know what your opponents are going to bring to the table, it almost feels like the most important single game of this entire series.
Yeah, it sets a baseline, and momentum is something that is very, very important when it comes to situations like this. So exactly like you said, first game is very important for so many different reasons. I mean, if you win game 1 in a solid position, you get up, you look across the aisle, you see your opponent a little bit downtrodden, amps you up for the next game. If it was a close game, maybe you're a little bit shaky, you look across the aisle, you see your opponent's looking real happy, problems abound. There are so many different things that can go into this, and I'm very excited to see what happens here for the future. I take a look at the compositions, though. I do want to ask you, Llama, if we're looking at this composition from Hamilton, do we expect them to be able to fight in the late game? I know some champions, you know, we've seen Yasuo's play late game, we've seen him do this. Do we expect them to go late, going the distance at 35, 40 minutes?
I think realistically, the only thing that you can do is, if you get the Kaisa amped up, that's how you go late. But I think this composition does not by any means want to go late. Like you said, they want to play the early game. They want to smash. They want to be up like 5,000 or 6,000 gold by that 20-minute marker so they can deliver. They want to have dragon stacking. They want to have control of all these neutral objectives. So if they can control their CC and control these early fights, that's where they want to win. If this game goes late, it's either a Kaisa carry or a really, really tough scenario.
Okay, I like that. So, if we're getting the gold lead, where would you want it to be? Because we know Vex can dive from just about anywhere. We know things like the Lilia can carry late. We've seen Lilias do amazing work when it comes to late game setup. Lilting Lullabies can be powerful and instantaneous if a team decides to group up, especially one as team fight, I want to say team fight reliant, like a J4, Seraphine, Ashe, Orin, and all these. Are we going to look for like a Vex carry? Do we want the Yasuo early? Where would you like to see Hamilton put a lot of their resources into this game 1?
I think you leave the top lane on an island. I think that one should be fine, especially when you've got the Yasuo.
Give the Yasuo a chance. Give the Yasuo a chance.
Give the Yasuo a little chance. I think you want the Lilia definitely powering towards mid lane. That's where a lot of your gold wants to be funneled. You want to get down towards bottom lane, control all those dragons. But I also think it's important that, like we said, the Lilia does scale nicely into the late game composition, but J4 is very, very good at dueling you. As soon as that level 6 hits, if you can get a Cataclysm landed on the Lilia, what is the deer gonna do? Can't hop over that one. So being able to try and fight around the mid lane, funnel some gold there, but also landing those sleeps and playing a good positioning, I think the counter jungling is going to be important from the Jarvan to see how much they can take away from this Lilia and how much they can limit their information on the map.
So if we're talking about counter jungling though, and asking a J4 to do that, I feel that kind of takes away from what a J4 would normally want. Normally when we see a J4, it's not truly counter jungling, whereas a J4 can counter jungle, do not get me wrong. Normally we see J4s in a very aggressive lane gank scenario. So are you saying forego the lane ganking, or are you saying invade to get routes into the lane ganking?
Yeah, I think it's that option too. I think you've got to find
Okay,
different
I like it.
angles. You need to control, not necessarily go in, take camps, but it's that vision game that Jarvan plays so well, especially with that flag. Being able to get in from the top side and cutting in into that mid lane and being able to hit that level 6, land an ultimate, but also disguising your own position. We talk about the vision game. You can't be able to get in and get those routes if you don't control the vision, and part of that does become out of your control. If you're a jungler and you don't control the mid waves, all of a sudden you're probably not diving mid because you don't have that forward push, and you're going to be in trouble if you walk too far forward. Same thing if you try and go down to bottom lane. So it's all these different factors that come with it, and I think the junglers are going to have to be smart about where the game currently is for them and where they go from their routes.
I 100% agree with you. It's such a dangerous game to play, and anyone that plays League of Legends kind of knows that. It's such a fine line that you have to ride, and it's why it's a 5v5 game. I love that aspect of it, where you do have to rely on your teammates as well. You mentioned in that mid lane, it's going to be very important for mid control, for the J4 to help out, but that also lands on the Yone versus Vex, and we do need to talk about that a little bit as well. Very, very nice flex position coming in from Hamilton. They draft the Yasuo first, bait out the Yone immediately in the R5 where there is no contest, bring out the Vex, say, hey, now we get a slight counter matchup. How does this work for the Yone? Do we think on the side of Amphi that the Yone will be able to deal with this situation?
I think it's interesting how you play, because you think like, okay, Vex has got a little bit more range. Yone's this kind of melee-based champion that wants to get forward in these large bursts of damage on you. And that's what really decides the matchup, is can Yone get forward and land those really big bursts and combos? And if the Vex knows what they're doing, if they can play towards a more secretive approach, control the wave, and force the Yone under tower, the Vex needs to win early though, because the Yone does scale very, very well. So the Vex needs to find a couple of kills. That's aided by the jungle position. I think Vex wins early, but if Yone can find a way to get those bursts of combos, can definitely be effective late.
All right, well, we'll see if they can do it for right now, though. We are going to go to a very short break. We are working on some technical issues. We will make sure to get those fixed as soon as possible, and we will dive in to see if our predictions are correct in the reality. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We are back and ready to go. Actually, very shortly. We have gone ahead and figured out some of those pesky issues that some on-stage players have. But we're diving on into the game here, as you can go ahead and take a look onto the Rift for game number 1 here in our first semifinals of the AIA. And already we are getting some cheekiness. Hamilton High School, we mentioned this before, getting real cheeky about this early invade, forcing the rest of Amphi out.
I'll be interested to see, okay, they're just going to place a ward kind of mid-jungle here to grab some information, and we talked about that jungle duel. It is going to come down to who has more information, who can fight better, and obviously as these resets do come through, everybody just going to get back to lane. I want to see what Hamilton does early again with this Vex matchup, but for Amphi, I think just playing a little bit safe, waiting for those big team fight moments, and especially waiting for that Jarvan to hit level 6 is going to be their early breakpoints.
Yeah, 100%. Now, here's the deal I do want to mention for those that might be a little bit newer to League, but also those that are older to League. There were a couple items that are added into the game, very specifically Doran's Bow, as well as Doran's Helm. These are 2 new items that you're probably seeing on your screen right now. I want to mention what they do. Doran's Bow, giving attack speed, as well as attack damage, and Omnivamp. So these are big build-outs for a lot of these auto-attack-based champions. Doran's Helm, though, giving a little bit more resistances for the tanks than just Doran's Shield, I believe. So a little bit of a mix and match here for some of these players.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, obviously, you know, we're playing on live patch, right? So it's these players had to adapt just 3 days ago to all these kind of brand new changes and learning what's going to go on. And that's the show of some real experienced players, that they already know how to kind of adapt around these items, that they know how to play around them, and you're already getting to see this kind of counter-jungling that we thought the other way was going to happen, for Skull to try and control some of their own bottom side. They're going to lose all of their top side setup, and that's the Lilia just coming in, yoinking things away, and they're even on farm, but the Jarvan is soon going to realize it's not an even that they want to be at.
Yeah, it's a rough one. You lose out on your entire top side of the jungle, and that counter-jungling is huge right now. You're taking a look as Kanui might be the one in a rough spot. Skull has been roaming in and around, but this fight is a whole different story. Manbear Pig down to about 200 HP. Kanui's got some very nice lined up tornadoes and is going to jump forward straight into the auto attacks and gets the last stab. Is now looking for a 2v1 here as they try and swap it around, and they will! A last dash through will give a double kill to Kanui as Hamilton take first blood and more.
Kanui uses everything in terms of their summoner spells, but that is a massive 2-kill advantage their way. And this is what we talked about, that Yasuo is so good at just building up some of those tornadoes, using the mobility, and really putting the pressure on some of this top lane setup. So Manbear Pig has to utilize the teleport to get back to lane, and all of a sudden this game is wide open, 1,000 gold lead to Hamilton.
Huge dub, and the big thing as well, that gold lead is not in everyone's pockets. It's not like everyone only gets a component. That is a full-on secondary component. It's a major one. Recurve bow already built in for Canoe, which means this top side is even rougher because the Manbear Pig only went back, bought boots. That's all they could get. Rest of the lanes, though, a little bit slower. Everything's taken their time. We can go ahead and see Youngbom as well as Fallen Empire. These two just trying to farm up to level 6 as soon as level 6 hits and the lead decides to join. You can see a lot of those dives coming through. Skull, though, getting some revenge. Thanks to that top side, said, okay, I got a blue buff. Now I can go where I please.
Yeah, interesting enough, it's kind of like we talked about with that counter jungling. Jarvan does end up getting to 20 farms, stealing away that bottom side Scuttle Crab. And that does help with the vision game, especially around that first Drake that'll be spawning here in just about 40 seconds. But I'm excited to see how much forward this kind of bot lane from Amphi can continue to push. They got the health bar advantages. They have these kind of slowing natures, especially from the Ashe. But they need to find ways to jump onto this team fight and possibly earn themselves an early kill because the Kaisa is up 10 CS right now.
They're already starting off in a really strong position. Now, granted, it looks like they sacrificed a little bit of their HP to do so. On the other side, Ashe, who I believe is, I want to double check the name before I do. I believe it's One Above All. It's currently sitting with all their pots available, so it means that they really haven't taken too much damage. They've been sitting a little bit further back, willing to poke. Fallen Empire went with the Doran's Blade, so a little bit more raw on-hit damage. But there's that recall that you were talking about. Huge axe to come through and a couple extra pots to play with. Massive buy coming in for that Kaisa.
Yeah, and again, getting some of those delayed recalls. For the Ashe on the other side, you didn't get to really get back and get your full buy yet. Now you're recalling, and you're seeing how much forward Gangbum wants to play to try and put that pressure on, deny some of those recalls. They won't get it, but because they just had to go recalling back on their bot lane, they give up so much pressure and so much space towards this dragon. It looks like this first Ocean Drake is going to be uncontested and going to Hamilton High.
And an early Ocean is one of the best, I would say. Getting that extra regen so early on means the laning phase really is hampered down on the other side. So Amphi, a lot of this poke that you're trying to throw down, whether it's poke from the Ashe, the Seraphine, or even the Ornn on the top side, just isn't going to stick. You're going to have to commit a lot more, just like right now, who Jan is recognizing that, hey, I can't really be here right now. Does have flash available, but there's the ult. In goes the Vex. The shadows have caught your life. Shadow reduction, though, as Moby has to walk away. That's the Fate Seal being jumped, though, as Jan is able to take away a kill in the mid. They're trying to turn around with the last auto attacks from the Braum, but the Winter's Bite is not going to be enough. Jan is still up and alive in more ways than one, and the deer has been hunted as Jan, the other brother of the wind, takes two for themselves as well.
I mean, it's a double flash play through mid to try and get Hamilton some space, but they've left this Kaisa all alone down towards bot, and their initial setup just doesn't get there. We talked about this Lilia is much more utility-focused, especially against this Jarvan and a Yone early on. You look at the level advantage as well. Jan hits level 7 before, and Fallen Empire wants to go.
Going on in is big, and you're in a 1v2 position, though, and I don't think you actually thought this through, because that's a rough one. You get the kill, but it's traded out 1 for 1. Worth at the end of the day, that is going to be the question. Looks like Jan also stuck around a little bit too long, as Moby came back and was able to pick up the rebuttal.
Just trying to get the jump on him. You saw Vex with no flash. You're like, oh, a juicy target, but forgot to look at the own health bar and did not fall their way. After some of these early skirmishes, Hamilton's still up just around 600 gold. Again, we talk about that early and initial Ocean Drake towards their name. That's going to provide a lot of sustained healing for them in these team fights, especially against this kind of Ashe Seraphine composition that just wants to poke you out at the start of the fight as we go again dueling in topside.
This duel, I just don't think is going in Manbear Pig's favor. Even with that Bramble Vest, it's an early pickup. You don't have any sustain, and the Dorn's Helm, it's a nice in between, but it doesn't have as much sustain as Dorn's Shield anymore. It brings a little bit more armor to the table, so you really are hampering yourself, and you just know Canoe is going to have so much freedom in this top side of the map, scaling up. Like I said before, though, allow the Yasuo to play alone. And you just scale up from there.
Just try and build up and funnel the gold in the right places. Oh man.
Oh boy.
It's a solo kill. It's the third up in this top side, and a 25 CS differential plus 3 kills is not necessarily what you'd want to give over to this Yasuo.
Not at all. It's a very dangerous spot. Not only that, it's scary beyond, because that tower is going to fall very, very quickly. Out comes the roam to cover up on those global objectives as well. Quick Grub's grab means that Hamilton will have even more freedom to push down these towers with the crystallization plus the grubs. You can shred towers instantaneously. Big pickup by them.
And it's all these small things. I mean, every single team fight that they've won has kind of contributed to their neutral team fight winning. And it also contributes to the neutral team fight objectives that they're able to take. Looks like Jan, again, just slided away from the wave. They're going to try and go in here, but Hirono,
I like it. All right, Jan making a statement here saying, if you try and gank me, I will kill you. Canoe is also in a little bit of a weird spot. Flash for Flash coming out as the final pillar comes to a close. It looks like Canoe also stuck around a little bit too long, but in the mid lane, we're seeing that focus. Skull really getting a good angle here as Moby cannot do anything. That will be a dive that is worth diving. Amphi punishing this mid lane.
And we said it. As soon as this Jarvan hits level 6, as soon as that Cataclysm comes up every single time, you want to be roaming. You want to find a team fight, and you want to find those inner side angles. because you know of some of this kind of vision game, that deep blue ward inside of the red side jungle actually got the positioning of Hirono and saw that the jungler wasn't there. So Skull was able to wrap around and get there. And the bottom lane continues to duel. Still no kind of bottom lane skirmishes other than that 1v2 that got both a kill for the Seraphine and the Kai'Sa.
Yep. It's a good little pickup there, and we'll see if it changes anytime soon. 10 minutes into the game, though, Moby is in a little bit of a struggle bus situation here. Jan is starting to get really, really comfortable with that Kraken Slayer in belt. Will be extremely frustrating to deal with in the future. Looking at this next dragon, though, will be the big call. 15 seconds on that one. Thankfully, Hirono, as well as Yongbom, they both will be able to set themselves up to cover this Cloud. Although it's Cloud, it's not really the most highly coveted dragon out there.
Yeah, but it will. I mean, Hamilton, this was the goal, right? Get yourself onto 2 Drakes, try and force that in the later game. If you can have 2 Drakes at 11 minutes, you possibly have your soul point by 19 minutes at time in this game. And you already see for Moby, they've got the Luden's Echo completed. They've got the wave push going forward. Skull is going to try and roam late to try and get this one.
I mean, I like the idea. Arrow goes out, lands on a support. Big collapse coming in from Amphi, and they will use that Fate Shield on one Hirono. Can't really do much as they flash away from that Encore, but it's a tough spot to be in. There's not much to play as Fallen will fall. Big dub coming out from the side of Amphi as they control the pace of this game. Massive wipe of 4 and a dragon to boot.
Insane stuff. I mean, honestly, an incredible job from Jan, who, by the way, has 8 of the 9 kills from this team. I think if there's anybody you'd like to have 8 kills, it would definitely be the Yone. Just strikes straight into the backline, isolates the target, and takes down the Kai'Sa before the Braum really has anything to do about it. Now, while all that was happening, Kenya did put some pressure up in the top side. There's only 2 plates left on that upper side turret. They did get another solo kill. So it's going to kind of come down to this Yone versus Yasuo. He said it was going to be brother be brother. And even though they're in opposite lanes, they're both still having such an effect on this game.
Yeah, it is going to be very scary moving into that mid game where you see kind of the carry v carry situation occur. Right now, they're isolated. They're in different positions. They don't have to worry too much. So they won't meet. They'll keep fighting until one or the other feels drawn away for the rest of the game. And that's what I'm going to be watching for. However, at this point, the Yone is getting so much more value. This Vex pickup is not working. And I know we are curious about it. Is it going to work? Is it going to have that value? Well, in the straight up 1v1, no. In the 2v2, no. So far, Jan and Skull have had an amazing synergy of dealing with this mid lane pick, punishing it, and now allows Jan to roam. Take a look at this. They will walk over a pink ward, but I don't think Canoe is in any good position to actually get away. The first test of the brother v brother. There's some anger inside this world. Let's see if they can do it. Canoe trying to dance around. It has a little bit of XP on their arms. They will look to dance it out. Tornado is going to miss, and a little bit of a snap back with the wind wall up, but there's just too much damage. The auto attacks from Jan is too dang good. That'll be the Yone to grab a massive shutdown here.
I mean, it's huge. The game plan is working. And we said it for Amphi. Their team composition just felt straight up better. And for this Vex, you don't really have a ton of help. There's not a lot of specific lockdown tools from Hamilton. They want to dive. They want to get to the backline. But the problem is, their game plan is being executed on them. They're getting dove on. They have no real backline tools to cleanse things away. And although the Vex has some damage, you're just completely out of this game and completely zoned away from any wave you want to get to. For Hamilton, they've got to refocus on their outs to win this game. And specifically, I think in 2.5 minutes, they have to be ready for this next Mountain Drake.
With a mountain, it can bring a lot, but there's another kill. Jan is just going legendary right now, but our eyes are on the spot side as Amphi is running through the rest of Hamilton. Hamilton might be watching their undefeated record crumble here in front of them.
Gold lane is about 2,000 gold. It's not out of hand just yet, but I mean, this mid lane is out of hand. I think if there is one point in which you want to attack, I know it feels bad right now for Hamilton, but this is the moment where you have to kill the Yone, where the flash is down, where its tools of mobility are a little bit limited, where there's a 700 gold shutdown bounty on top of its head. This is the moment where you've got to try and force something through mid, get a good rotation from your Lilia, and try and set up for this Drake by killing the Yone before it gets that flashback online.
Yeah, but the problem is Jan isn't even giving a chance anywhere. In comes the Ornhorn, very nice block, but Canoe also recognizes that things are going sideways. Jan is here to play. You can't flash away from the soul linked to your brother. You will go up, though, and you will be able to get away. Fallen Empire, in the meantime, was able to dive back in, thanks to Youngbom. So a little bit of exchange being made. Good job by Kanui to stay alive, and for Hamilton to at least get something on the map.
Yeah, they took a fight down bot side. It was both a support, both summoner spells used, and Flag is going to miss right there.
Yep, big jump in, but Moby's getting a little bit of spice here. Looks like Yan went a little bit too far. One more Q could do it. Snipes out, misses. Skull's going to run you down. Body blocked by the minion, so Moby will fall. Feels a little bit bad at the end of the day. Rough times ahead, but good attempt nonetheless.
Yeah, if you get that kill, it is so worth it. I mean, the shutdown is massive. The ability to take it down just a peg here, and especially for Jan, who is down to literally maybe 30 seconds left to go on that flash timer, which is going to be up for this next Drake fight. It's going to be important once again that Hamilton gets in, gets vision, and clears some of these waves before the fight actually happens. So you're going to see Canoe up in this top side once again trying to clear things out. The problem is they have only the teleport to really work off of and a very small wave pushing on that top side.
Get that wave going, start to take, I can't talk today. Start to apply pressure, that's what I meant to say. Apply pressure around the rest of the map, make a very large note of where Jan currently is, and start punishing the rest of the lanes. This is a way to do it. Moby might be looking for an angle, but that's an arrow from downtown yet again! Amphi showing their strengths, but against a Man-Bear Pig, it's a little bit too much weight to carry. Now it's Hamilton's turn to sing them a song as Amphi are taken for a ride. And a snipe with the ball at the end. Moby brings it to a close.
I mean, what a team fight there. Obviously, for Moby, staying in this game, even when they're down so many solo kills, they get the quest complete on the Spellslingers. They get another kill around the Drake.
Yep, that's just freedom. Amphi, I give you credit. You were doing so well in the early game, backed by Jan. But Hamilton, as soon as they started to smell that things were not going their way, they grouped up, they started fighting very cohesively. And I give them credit. Their team fight so far in this game that we've seen past 14 minutes looked incredible.
I mean, and that was the perfect setup, too, because they have the Lilia from long range, they land the Drowsy, and Man-Bear Pig, as much as the Vex has been kind of taken out of this game, so has the Ord, and just trying to throw their body on the line, trying to throw that big old ultimate at their opponents, and really just didn't land any of their CC combos and just betted on Jan to try and 1v4 that fight, but just didn't have enough pressure or damage. And what I was talking about before that extra kill came through, the Vex is truly online. Completed that quest for the mid lane, upgraded into the Spellslinger's shoes, which gives you those extra magic penetration, and you saw the damage there at that fight.
The fact that Moby was having such a struggle in the mid lane as well, really having a bounce back here in the mid, it's something that you really like to see from any player, right? Especially on a big stage, that you know the mentals are strong for this team. For Hamilton, I feel like they're saying, guys, we got this, no big deal, we will fight. Youngbom getting jumped on here, but Jan might not recognize that there are multiple members here. For the first time, it feels like the arrow has missed, and now the Ornhorn is denied as well. Call the Forge God has not landed 3 times as of recent memory. It's a really good rebuttal from Hamilton saying, we have answers to all your tricks.
We're going to go for this cleanup on the Rift Herald. It does feel like Skull needs to get back to farming this Lilia up by a few camps at this point and should be able to clear out this Rift Herald. I think the question will honestly be, where do they want to use it? Because there's 2 tier 2s open if they want to hit those, or they could try and fully clear out that bottom side. All are very, very good options. I do think trying to pressure away what protection this Yone has left in the mid lane might be the eventual choice. But Hamilton, again, they're winning every single one of these neutral objectives. Every single one except that second Drake has gone their way.
Yeah, it's been very, very comfortable for them. Maybe not in the kill record, but have kind of stepped up the game. I'm curious where they're going to apply the next amount of pressure as Moby, once again, getting jumped on here. Doesn't like the fact that the auto attacks are so dang strong. What a flash forward! But I think Moby is going to live by the skin of their chinny chin chin. Jaren invested a lot into that kill, didn't get it. one of the few times that Moby gets away with that.
Flash for flash. You got the teleport advantage now, especially with that Drake coming up in 2.5 minutes. And now that we've hit 20 minutes, the big old Baron has spawned away as well. So if somebody loses, even a simple team fight, that can start to spiral this game out of control. You're getting to see a lot of the big carries come online. I mean, Canoe is massive right now, but a 3v2.
This 3v2 is going to be so dang strong with the Wombo combo that has been built up. Youngbom, though, with a beautiful wall plus fissure, is able to keep Fallen Empire alive. But the pressure is secondary here. It looks like Amphi were looking for something else on the map. Unfortunately, no global objectives available at the current moment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Looking for it.
No, I know you're looking for it, but you're on a ward, buddy. Okay, recognize that you were on a ward. Couldn't really fight that. I respect it at the end of the day. That's going to be a wind wall plus a little bit of a brick wall, but there's a jump forward. Skull might have gone too far. Exhaust going out. Fallen Empire is going to send out that pepper spray, the Cathian Rain. However, this fight in the mid lane is more just a stall tactic. Moby on the bot side trying to push for that tower.
I'll get it. All three of those outers now taken down, and kind of just this face check. On that previous fight, they did get the flash out of Fallen Empire. That's the really big win. You can take down this Kaisa, you can take down that consistent damage. That's how you start to win these team fights. At the same time, you just are wasting a lot of time for a lot of nothing. So many turrets now taken down. The gold lead up to 1.5k. After Hamilton, this game looked very bleak after they lost that second Drake. They are right back in this thing.
I think you and I both spoke about the fact that you needed a really good early game coming in from this team composition, and I still believe it because you can see it right here. Some big difficulties coming abound in terms of just how you fight this battle. It is tough, but I do think they bounce back in a lot of those global macro movements. In the micro, it's still hard. Jan still kind of rules at a 12-2-1. Very powerful player here who has been doing everything so well. I don't know if there's going to be a change, right? If there is going to be a good way to catch this Yone out.
Yeah, it feels like you've got to, again, vision control is number one. They have another trinket watching or another ward watching this kind of blue buff take, so they know exactly where Skull is. The problem is they need to find an opportunity where this Yone has flashed down, which is currently right now, where you have the team fight numbers up. When we got to see that gold differential, we saw that Yone is literally up 2.5k gold in hand versus the Vex, even though the Vex has the Shadow Flame completed.
Yep. And these catches with those third strikes are so big. What a cataclysm to go on in, but Skull might have gone a little bit too far too quickly. Encore lands on so many though, but in goes the last breath. Does Kanui have the damage? I really don't think so. Jan deleted the backline already. Amphi said, you did what to us? We will do it 10 times more to you. A 4-for-1 wombo by Amphi will seal the deal on the Drake.
I mean, what a clean fight, though, as well. You talk about from Jan, they are so far ahead. 15 kills in this game. But it's not just that. Skull had a really good setup. Catches 2 with that Cataclysm and forces some very early flashes, especially from Hirono. That puts them too far away from the fight to land some of those big sleeping spells. They are going to get the Drake. They are not going to be able to set up for the Baron. So maybe Hamilton, this is the win you wanted. It's even count on Dragons 2-2. If you can get back out on this map and try and fight for that Baron, all of a sudden that could be a game changer.
It really could, but you got to be careful. For Hamilton, you're starting to see your windows kind of dial back a little bit. And remember, when we talk about Fearless or no Fearless, you might have to face the same team composition. Jan has already kind of labeled themselves as a dominant force here in the battlefield. Yomtol, Wild Arrows, Lord Doms, as well as the Kraken Slayer. 0 healing, by the way. Normally, we see some sort of healing in the back pocket. 0 ability there. This is going to be a quick charge, quick run into the tower, and Youngbom will sacrifice their life for the cause of getting a little bit more gold for the rest of the team. Was it worth it? You be the decider on that one.
I would say if they give over Baron for it, no. But if not, I think yes. The question is, can you force that later on in the game and use that pathway through mid to try and force the issue? So for Hamilton, that does give them a little bit more gold. But again, for Amphi, that means you can basically just try and pull the trigger without one of those big frontline carries. We'll see what the answer is here for Hamilton.
Just a rip of the Baron, no vision down for Hamilton. Number one squad is currently lost in the sauce a little bit. Good scout coming out with that soul. And it will be M5. Full control. 5 Baron strong.
See if they can close the game here. Obviously, still the lead is not massive. It's still only about 2,000 gold, 2.1, 2.2, whatever you want to call it. It is Moby that does have to be careful. Another Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide, but that's just for a little bit of wave clear overall. Hamilton still has ways to get back in this game, but ideally you have to shut down this Baron. You've got to still get that shutdown onto Jan, and they're going to be a problem for the rest of this game, and even more of a problem that they've got their flash back up to not only make plays.
Yep. Big scary moment. Good pick off on the side. Man Bear Pig getting some revenge onto poor Youngbom, who is just trying to ward, be a good support, and you're repaid with death. The weight of all support problems right there. Moby, though, taking a little bit of a peek. It might be in the wrong spot. Has to flash away. That is one of the roughest ways to lose a summoner spell.
That's tough. And especially with this Baron up minions just bowling straight through mid. Look at this wraparound setup. It's 5 players strong, just trying to send this death ball. And there's nothing you can do about the damage that comes with it.
Oh, what a nice sidestep from the Fate Seal, though, and Jan might be out of position. However, Big Eyes are on the backside as Cataclysm will rip them apart. And Fi saying, hello, buddies. This is how you tower dive. Fallen was able to get one snipe on the Jan, but the damage has already been done. They will turn it back and around, though, as the big carry is actually gone. Moby coming in for the flash, saying, guys, you lost your big carry, and Fi are on the run. They overstep. They lose Jan. They lose the carry, and now they lose 3 total. Hamilton getting a bit of revenge right there.
I will also say that's a pretty unfortunate time to die, especially because of the levels of some of these players. 40-second respawn timer coming out from Man Bear Pig. We'll see what Fallen Empire can take. We talked about them cracking through mid. They have cut that down, the gold lead, to 1,000 in total, and they're looking to steal away, especially this red buff is so strong at a point like this because it's much different than a red buff previous was. It's not just a one-person red buff. Orbital, this is an entire team red buff.
That is one of the catches in there. So, a little bit of a chance. Fallen will hang on to that one. Nice little gather at the end. Big Eyes, though, tuning in to what can happen next. Dragon is up in about a minute. It will be the 5th of the game, but a big change has been made in terms of, you know, who has control over this position. At the current moment, nobody truly does. Moby might be walking into just a scary position. Oh, yeah. Skull, though.
Yeah.
Skull not happy about this one. That is going to be tough. Arrow to the face doesn't stop the death. And Fi are now in very much less control from where they were before, and they catch up on the other side as well. McTie is gone. That's 2 for the price of 1. Big pickup for Hamilton.
And I know this looks like a chance where Jan could try and go for the hero play, but Voidseeker lands. We'll see if they want to take it. Doesn't look like it. It's going to be just a teleport up to top side. We're going to trade a turret for the opportunity to get to Soul Point for Hamilton. And I think that's smart. Again, if you lose these other 3 players at a point like this, you probably just lose the game with mid opened as far as it was. Instead, it looks like maybe 2 turrets is going to be the trade away. They're going to send Canoe up towards that mid lane to clear out the wave, and some others to follow as well. But 2 Mountain Drakes now in the back pocket of Hamilton, 1 away from that soul.
And not only that, as a mountain and an ocean, these 2 dragons combined can be very, very difficult. It's the ultimate defense position, I feel, is like the way to think about it, right? You get so much armor and magic resist, you're able to kind of just stay alive and kind of fight your way out. Is it perfect? No. But it doesn't make a lot of these extra engages take longer? Yes. The wombo combo that we saw earlier is not perfect. Jan is going to have a much harder time kind of cutting through a lot of these opponents, and there's a higher risk of you just straight up dying. Remember, Jan hasn't gotten any lifesteal, hasn't gotten any omnivamp, has been stuck in this position to just high damage only. You are making yourself a very wide target for CC for that damage aspect that is extremely scary if you do not land your ultimate, if you don't follow up, or if you're the opener and your team doesn't follow.
And as this kind of Vex gets more and more online, even though, again, the Vex really struggled early on, now has the Zhonya's Hourglass completed. So you can jump in, you can land those fears, you can deal all that damage, and then find a way to pop that Hourglass and survive until the late portions of the fight. So Amphi are going to have to be very, very careful about who they target. That enchanted crystal arrow has to be on point to land on one of those backline members and force out those abilities early. And again, when you talk about summoner timing, look, Fallen Empire and Moby, neither of them have their flash right now, but it doesn't feel like Amphi wants to try and engage on it because there's no neutral objective up, but this might be the critical time to try and team fight.
I would agree with that one. Get that fight going, be able to bring a lot of this game to a close. We're 30 minutes into it, a lot of death can occur. Shadows will not be gathered, so Moby does miss that ultimate. However, a fight on the other side could be a big, scary point. Jan forcing a Fate Seal, trying to catch Shirono, who just isn't really worried about that one. Nice seedling on the back then, though, as McTie is just in a mountain of pain. We mentioned the Lily as well. If you get one nice little team lullaby, things go south. Battle line's drawn, though, with a little bit more weight over to Amphi, who are leaning towards that Baron at the current moment.
I mean, they've got the Scuttle Crab now for the extra vision. They've got full control of vision of this pit, and they've got ultimates aplenty. 3 of them up and available. And boy, with as much CDR as this Ashe does have in their back pocket, that Enchanted Crystal Arrow might just be back up in time for the next team fight as well. So again, critical team fight. Neither team has a lot of structure left on the map, and this one could decide things as we are exactly dead even in the gold.
See if they can do so. Young Bum watching as they jump a little bit forward, but what a fear on the back end. Good body block coming in with the Orenhorn once again. Stop. Man-Bear Pig cannot start with that battle. It's a tough one, as that completely nullifies any sort of aggression either side was going to take. Now the Shadow goes out, misses anyone important. Namely, though, for Hamilton, they get a good push on the bot side tower. The wave was able to collapse on in. So what they do, send the Ashe actually go forward, and they know it's a 5v4. This is dangerous. Skull went way too far forward. Glacial Fissure catches too. Man-Bear Pig tried to help. They got to slide their way out, but that's a dive forward. Fallen Empire says thank you very much. Good arrow, but his body block. Fate Seal tries to turn around. Jan, do you have it? Quadruple knockup into the fight. It's a quadra for the likes of Jan. Your dying breath sealed the fate as it's an ace for Amphi on the rebuttal.
I mean, what a re-engage. Hamilton, they started the fight off so beautifully. They end up getting 2 kills and the shutdown on Jan. But Jan is at 22 kills for a reason. With 20 seconds left to go, Fallen Empire should be up in time to at least mount some sort of defense. But boy, oh boy, what a knock-up, what a jungle takedown, and the full wombo combo lands for them as Amphi puts themselves on blast.
I mean, there's no other way to put it. I nearly blew my voice out on that one. And it's game 1 of the first semifinals. A ridiculous showing here from the 5th seed themselves, Amphi, coming into this matchup saying, we got the magic in us. Now for Jan, 22-4. A hard carry, if I've ever seen one before. Has had an amazing time finding these ultimates, finding these wombo combos. The question is, are you going to find it again? Do we think Amphi can do it once more?
Well, we're going to do it again, because neither neutral objectives were taken, so it is still sole point, by the way, for Hamilton. If they win this next fight, they get Mountain Soul, and they may just be able to end the game off of it. And this time around, it's going to be an isolation of Moby, who needs to get back to their team.
For Moby's always a little bit out and about. Always looking for that side angle flank. The last 3 ultimate attempts have been missed, just like Man-Bear Pig. And I like that Man-Bear Pig is still sitting in the front line. Even if the ult isn't available, you're always looking for that battle. Dragon is started up here, and it's a mountain. I don't think they're going to force it. Amphi just chilling off on the wings and saying, we'll run you out of town, even on top of a ward. There is no chance for Hamilton to come back. So we are sitting at a 3-dragon versus 3-dragon setup. It is now looking ever so dangerous in that turn of events. 3K in favor for Amphi as well, as the team is gathered for the mid lane to Baron push.
Oh no.
That's dangerous. That's not where you want to be. Hirono getting ulted in more ways than one. Has to drop the Zanyas, but that's a little body block with the Encore, but that's just your death. A usage of the Cataclysm plus Call of the Forge God to ensure there will be no Smite contest.
Now, interestingly enough, Canoe is down bottom side. If there's a chance to try and end the game on a race, this might be the one to do it. If you can delay them on the backs and just try and take an extra turret towards your favor, you've got to get something, because Amphi is going to get the Baron for absolutely free off the jungle take. That is it, and it's just going to be a wave push from Canoe. They're not even going to be able to clean up that tower, just trying to grab some extra vision for some extra mobility in the jungle side.
You got to do what you got to do. I think for Hamilton, you really are digging at this point. You have reached a point where your composition does not function as well. We mentioned that the early mid game is where they spike, and they never really got off the ground on that one. Hirono 2, 7, and 6. Yes, you're building up at this point in the game. The gold isn't going to matter as much. You've already hit your, 3 item power spike and stuff like that, so you're not overly worried. But I mean, you're still up against a very difficult battle at the end of the day. I mean, your composition just does not function diving on in. I mean, when's the last time we saw Fallen Empire with a really good killer instinct?
And it feels like it's just so hard to land it on the back line, especially when there's just so much damage. It feels like you're jumping into a horror show if you do, and here's the 1v1.
Big little fight, and honestly for Jan, it's nothing more than a walk in the park. Kanui actually gets the assist, as I believe we saw one-man army just snipe away one. Moby will take out the support, but a support for an ADC. It's a whole different story, as right now the base is under wraps. Moby needs to get back with the rest of the team very, very quickly, but the tower will fall if you're not careful. Manberry Pig looking in the middle. That's going to be a great jump in. Multi Lullaby being used on 4, but is it too little too late? They sleep for a moment, but it's just a power nap as Amphi run through yet another. Big dubs around as Amphi take the Nexus out, and will finish the Nexus in Game 1.
I mean, Jan had a century-wide historical performance. I don't know if it's repeatable, if we're going to be able to see that again, or even if we're going to be able to see the Yone ever again in this series, but boy oh boy, a solo effort. The melee versus ranged matchup wins it through mid, earns themselves solo kills, and every single team fight, it felt like, was decided by their ultimates. They find the end game, they find the cleanup, and although it was a quick back and forth, all of a sudden, the undefeated are defeated.
And it's scary, because that's step number 1 in taking down the Titans, one of 2 undefeated record holders. I wonder if Amphi is able to do it. They are on a warpath, though, giving some of the seniors a best chance and opportunity. Let's see if they can continue, though, as they go back to the drawing room, and we will go to a very short break. Time is of the essence, so for the AIA, we'll be back in just a bit. Wild stuff here from the 5th seed themselves, upsetting number 1 seed Hamilton. And I mean, Jan, I wish I had a Jan in all of my solo queue games, because that was an incredible performance on the Yone pickup. I did not respect it, and I was proven wrong.
I mean, clearly, Hamilton, the same boat as you as well, because I think the Yone, one of the tough things about the gameplay you have to recognize, you think of it as like, okay, it's this solo monster, you want to win 1v1s, and then later on you can battle through the team fights, sure, but you also have to be very, very good in the team fights. And I think for Jan, that's something that they did really well on both fronts. They very much won the 1v1, they dominated the mid game, they allowed this kind of jungle matchup to give themselves more vision, and then the team fights were even more crisp, landing those 3-4-man setups with the ultimates, and then getting to the backline that had no protection. Just really, really good work. And the question is, Arbital, can you find a way to repeat that performance going into games number 2 and 3 if necessary?
I think you can, but very specifically, it won't be on the Yone. I have a sneaking suspicion we are going to see a ban come through here, as we have heard that Amphi will be on the red side for this game number 2. That does mean Hamilton have opted for the blue side, wanting a little bit more of that counter pick situation, which I do respect at the same time. Having that first pick scenario of, okay, we get to decide what we draft in, what we want to go for first. I can see it. Now, we do have to respect as well that they picked Yone. Not Yone, they picked Yasuo the first time. And I think for Kanui, in an isolated matchup, like you said, it actually did quite well for themselves.
Yeah, that was their one kind of winning lane all throughout that early stage. They were able to set up on a lot of those topside kills. It just feels like that Yasuo, unless you land a really, really good wind wall, is almost less effective than the Yone in those team fights as an overall whole. And because it wasn't able to split push, because all of that gold was on the Yasuo, you needed to be able to team fight with it instead of going for that 4-1 split play. So I think trying to delve into that first game and realizing where you won, yes, was through top lane, but also I think drafting a little bit better towards the bot side will help them out more. I mean, when you're battling against an Ashe Seraphine, you're just not going to have the tools to win that lane.
You can see it right there, all the Hamilton crew crowded around that one screen saying, okay, let's get this draft underway and let's see what we got to do. Keeping eyes on that game number 1, yeah, it is 100% fair. The Akali, the Mundo, and more being banned out. That third ban, though, will be the big question. A Jhin? On the flip side, we are taking a look at exactly who they will ban out second. Last time, it was the Veigar that they focused on. Same with the Blitzcrank. Will that happen again for Amphi here on the red?
Obviously, switching sides here, Hamilton wanting to go towards the blue side. They're the ones that kind of get the choice on where to be. This means that not only they'll have that first pick, but also they get some of these rounds of bans to lock in before Amphi does. So it's those answers back, and it's actually the Ornn. I mean, yes, they did destroy the Ornn in top lane, but I will say that Call of the Forge God did give them a lot of problems with the free CC engage every time it came up.
Yeah, I guess also forcing out a wind wall in a way that maybe you didn't really like at the end of the day. You know, it's another CC chain where you're just like, okay, that kind of sucks that we have to burn the wind wall. We have to burn the Braum wall at the same time. So I do respect it. I get scared of that Yone once again, right? And now Hamilton pivot from an early game dive composition to a mega late game scaling with the Smolder, which is wild. And it's an immediate Yone pickup. I fully agree with this from Amphi.
Yeah, I mean, if it worked in game number 1, getting you what was it, 25 kills, something like that, 23 kills, go with it again. You've already got confidence, as we've mentioned from all throughout the day today, and it's going to be the Nautilus pickup, so securing some of their bot lane action and some engage, but we are going some off meta if the Swain is going to be locked in.
I mean, I think the Swain makes some sense in there. This might be a very unique pick, but so there's 2 ways it can go. If this goes top lane, I've seen top lane Swain be able to farm up very well.
Yeah.
In certain matchups. It can be very difficult to play against, but if it's mid lane, you're in the situation where obviously it's a little bit of a rough matchup. I think Moby themselves have a very limited champ pool in terms of against aggressive champions. Like, if you have a Syndra, I think it's usually great against a Yone, but At the current moment, I mean, it's looking like a very squishy composition coming out from Hamilton. The Lux, either as a support or mid, will be making an appearance as well.
Yeah, they've got a couple flex picks that they can kind of move around. Amphi is going to steal away the Kaisa this time.
Yes!
So instead of Hamilton getting it, they'll play Kaisa Nautilus. They'll get the Yone on top of it. They've got a ton of dive already, but this is a massive team fighting composition already, and they've still yet to lock in a lot of those other pieces. I like that both of these two teams, though, are waiting for those jungle setups. They're waiting to see what the other team wants to ban away, and it'll be interesting to see what junglers eventually do get locked in here.
I will have to say I fully respect the grab up. I will say for Amphi's bot lane, they actually had a lot of winning moments. Even with the Ashe Seraphine, they were able to take wins. So they definitely feel like, hey, we have the ability to dive into them. We will take that fight all day long. Couple bans coming out here, though. What worked in the previous is being taken out. Obviously, the Yone was picked, so you can't ban it. But the J4 can be banned out as well. I think Skull had a very good time on that jungle champion, did very well for themselves, so banning it out makes sense. Fiora and Yasuo targeting the top side, Kanui will not have that freedom, which leads me to believe this is going to be a Lux support swaying mid. Heavy focus on where Kanui is going to get that possible counter pick, depending what the R4 is for Amphi.
It'll be interesting to see, though, what Amphi does go with for their jungler and top side, as both J4 and the Cassante taken off the board. So, again, there is no chance to play with either of that other Yasuo as well. It's taken off the board from Hamilton, so they've got a choice to make as well. And I think a lot will be decided on this round 4 pick. The Garen would be so much fun, but the bait is there. Tahm Kench also an option. That's a flex pick as well.
Yeah, it is. It's also one that has been hotfixed very, very quickly, I think. Now, I might be mistaken on that one, but I believe there's some weird interactions with Static Shiv and a couple on-hit items that just rocked the meta for a while. And I think it was hotfixed because Static Shiv wasn't supposed to proc some of the specific on-hits. But if that's still true, it can be a very brutal top lane matchup if you're not used to it. Hamilton, though, going with a little bit more safety, very heavy on that need for CC chaining, and they also needed a pretty hefty engage tool to keep the opponent away. Amumu will be locked in, which is not exactly a counter jungler for the likes of the jungle, but it can do some work in there if you know what to look for.
Yeah, if you can land those bandage tosses and start off the fight with the engagements, can definitely provide some stability, but it's like I like to say, it's not one of the most tanky junglers, so get yourself some frontline, get yourself an Aatrox. It's the self-healer himself, and we'll see if that's enough to provide them some frontline to be able to keep the Swain, the Aatrox alive. You're looking for this kind of engagement on the other side, but it's going to be Jax, and I think this Jax is going to be flexed over towards jungle. You talked about that Tahm Kench, just such a beast in that top side.
Yep, times are alive as it's a Jax at the end. Oh boy, Jax jungle, baby. Let's go. This is Amphi amping it up in more ways than one. Very heavy on the damage composition, which I definitely think is the right call here.
Yeah, I think, again, playing around this Yone, being able to engage with the Nautilus, and then the setup with the Kaisa is really beautiful. And for Hamilton, I think a lot of this game is going to hinge on whether or not the top side can get ahead with this Aatrox. If this Aatrox falls behind, it can almost become very useless in that team fight, and then if it becomes useless, you have no front line, and then you can't protect Smolder. It's kind of an avalanche effect, but it can go the other way. If Hamilton can start to get a couple of these first bloods, build up off the Aatrox, build up off the Smolder, then you can scale into what was a very late game, like game number 1.
Yep, big times ahead. This is going to be very interesting to watch for because, again, not only has Amphi drafted so well, but Hamilton also going for a little bit of a very different kind of spearhead formation, much more late game focusing. If we're going to go 35, we better make it worth it. But the idea that for Amphi, they also had this momentum riding behind them. Llama, do you foresee Amphi taking this game number 2, or do you think Hamilton have the right stuff and the right draft to bring us to a game 3?
I think it's tough, but I think I think their composition looks a little bit better on the surface. I think they've got
Okay.
the Yone once again, which succeeded from that game number 1. Is it hard to replicate a 20 plus kill performance? Yes, absolutely it is. But at the same time, if they can force that issue, I think they've got it in their bag. I think, don't get me
Okay.
wrong, on the other side, Hamilton played a good game number 1. It was very, very close, but they need to find their team fights. They've got to find their ways to win.
All right, well, let's see if they can do so. Right now, we are going to go to a short break to make sure that all the players are ready to go, make sure they have their runes and all set. And then we'll be back with game number 2 to see if Amphitheater are able to close it out or if Hamilton will force us to a game 3. Don't go anywhere. The AIA Scholastic Grand Finals and Championships here at Play Versus will continue in just a bit. Roughshod, Amphi looking to try and take this series over Hamilton. If they can do so, it'd be a huge dub and a massive upset, as they would have toppled the first of possibly two undefeated teams here in the AIA. That would be a treat to watch. But Jan, we are taking a look, is comfortably back on that Yone, the champion that went to, what was it, 22, 23 kills at the end.
Yeah, I mean, a crazy setup, obviously, in terms of the godlike performance. Had so many solo kills, transition that to the mid game. But Orbital, we've got to talk about something. This is a mid-Lux, not a support Lux. The Swain is actually going down to the bottom side.
Yeah, and this is going to be a little bit different as well. Both the Lux and Swain tend to have about the same generic style, which is poke, 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 throw out the CC and all that stuff. It's relatively the same. The main thing is who's stacking what. A Swain in the mid lane could have, I think, stacked some of those extra HP shards much faster, and a Lux is, in my opinion, a little bit squishier. It's scary, right? If you're not careful, you will lose your life very quickly to the Yone. So I think for Amphi, you're actually really okay with this one. I'm going to be keeping eyes on Jan, one above all, and McTie to see how they do here.
I'm excited to see how kind of the different engagements go, and obviously, how this top side goes. A little earlier route, good damage trade there on support for support health bar. This Nautilus very, very good and very tanky at fighting early on. But Jan, as you can see, especially early on in this melee versus range matchup, putting in the pressure, stealing away a bunch of CS.
Of course, in that same respect, looking at that mid, looking at that bot, we have to take eyes on the top side as well. Kanui on a much more aggressive but less gambly champion. We know an Aatrox can scale very well and become a menace, but also doesn't need kills as much. If you power farm, you get the plates, you are good to go. So we watch and see how it goes. Jan, though, looking to interfere with Hirono. And actually got away with it. I think stole a camp away right there. Was able to get the big chicken. What a big win at the end for Jan, who is looking like a brutal menace in the mid lane. Oh, that binding, though, just outside of tower range could have been a kill if Moby was able to get that tower shot off.
Both mid laners still have flash. That's what's important, but some damage coming down here to bot side. I'm glad we focus on it. The Ignite was popped from Young Bum and wasn't able to get the finish, so early summoner spell exhaustion. That means McTie has the upwards advantage, especially if they can get back, or especially if this gank can come through from mid.
That's going to be close, but Jan, what a call. Oh, no. You know what, Hirono? I would do the same if I had to play against Jan from before. Like, I'd 100% do the same. However, in that top side, we're seeing a flash-for-flash situation. Tongue Lash will land into the strike, into the counter-strike as well, into the knock-up. First blood in the top lane, but in the opposite direction. Skull picks that one up.
And it's kind of interesting. This is actually Skull's first semester playing League of Legends with his team, but being the valedictorian of the school, definitely quick on the study, quick on the first blood. It does go over to that Jax instead of the Tahm Kench, which I think is the preferred spot.
Yes, I would agree. I mean, this is a much more aggressive jungler as well for Skull. You know, we see the J4, we see the Jax. Both of them can apply a lot of that gank pressure, but when you get a kill on J4, it always feels kind of bad because you're like, okay, J4 won't scale really well into the late game. It's going to be a CC champ at the end of the day. Skull is like, gimme Jax, and if I get the kills, it's okay. It's another carry threat, so really good spot to be in. However, on the bot side, we are seeing a drift on in. Multiple members coming in, one above all, and McTie, though, recognizing that something is a little bit off, and rightfully back away. Extremely good heads-up understanding, knowing Moby and Hirono are both missing on the map.
And that map knowledge, I think Amphi, give them a lot of credit from that game number one. How they controlled the vision, how they controlled those team fights was a lot from their understanding of where and when these different champions are moving. Nice little root and pullback there. It is that Swain that has some different ability, and landing the binding here through mid. Jan not able to get the full finish, and it's pretty even on CS early here. Not that first blood that they've found quite yet through this Yone, but still is a problem in trying to walk up.
And I think for Jan, you're okay with this. You know that this is going to happen multiple times. For Moby, obviously you have a multiple warded out, so Jan is kind of stifled in this mid lane matchup in a position where you kind of had to do the same thing like before. A big reason why I think game 1 spiraled out of control is, number one, Moby and Hirono were actively kind of chasing on in. They were constantly trying to actually get the fight off and everything like that, right? They were always looking to try to bully their way into a matchup. And in this situation, that doesn't really happen. They're sitting in a position where they say, okay, Moby, we just can't give Jan kills. Play safe, play smart, and we don't let that player scale to infinity.
Instead, they are going to give over that first Drake. Just like last time, it is an Infernal Drake added towards Amphi's collection. Hamilton was the ones to start at the neutral object scaling last time, but this time it's going to be much, much different. Hirono with some of that counter juggling, trying to engage in some of the stealing factor, and is actually a camp ahead of that Jax. And we talk about for this Curse of the Sad Mummy activation, as soon as you hit level 6, you want to be using it as same as the J4. Gank towards wherever you can, utilize that ultimate, and it feels like that's what they're trying to scale to.
Yeah, get up there, get ready for the battle ahead. Both teams kind of building up their armories for themselves. Fallen Empire still farming up their own 50 on their bank. It's not a bad spot to be in, but could definitely be more, I think, for their own. See Yongbom trying to do their best to help them out in the CS department. Good pickups at the end. The final split will bring it to 55. On the other side, one above all, saying, we're going to farm. Well, it's a coal pickup at 7 minutes into the game, which is kind of wild, I think. Saying, okay, I'm really going to get the gold here. Laser out in the mid lane. Moby just trying to clear the wave.
You look at the timings, obviously 3 minutes and some change away from that next Drake. Everybody's just farming up. A much more calm game than the first one. And I think Hamilton's starting to realize that, you know, their outs is not just, okay, hands checking, we're going to win every single lane and we'll work from there. Their win is finding their team fights. And we saw towards the end of that game number 1, they were never out of that game number 1. I think the biggest lead was only like 2, maybe 2,500 gold until the actual Nexus was imploded. So for Amphi to be able to control this game early, it's good, but they've got to know in the back of their mind that Hamilton is not just going to be pushed over easily.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Hamilton are in this number 1 seed for a reason. They're here because they know how to play and they know how to adjust as well. We mentioned that for a team that has been undefeated in so many areas, how do you take a loss? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad? Are you going to let it ruin you, or are you not? If you remember our discussion in the early stages of the pregame, this is that big test. Are you going to be able to bounce back? Now, of course, the top side kill is big, but it's not the end of the world, right? Losing in a first blood scenario, it's not going to be the all-encompassing difference that will cost you the game. What does matter is if you can transition on it once again, which we actually might see here. Kanui trying to lay some extra damage down, but gets devoured and then spit back out. No extra fight behind as Jan is looking to start up this stack on the Grubs. Was looking with a knock-up and ult, maybe was trying to get a bit cheeky with the gank.
I like the idea. You maybe bait out Moby to walk too far forward, get the setup. Skull is seen on a ward here, and there is a late rotation coming from the Mummy up top, but it looks like neither want to invest fully into it. McTie is about half HP, so that could change things, but there's no wave really on either side to fight it. And honestly, I don't even know how McTie has time to train for this League of Legends game. They go to JROTC every morning before classes, so still definitely a skilled player. They've got their work cut out for them.
I love the fact that they're in the JROTCs just saying, hey guys, I know how to follow orders. You tell me to go in, I go in, much like this mid-fight. But what? Oh. A binding on 2! Jan and Skull both running for the hills, but the HP bars cannot keep up. Fate sealed to keep Jan away, but Skull goes down in a great counter gank initiative by Hamilton.
They'll get the Grubs for it as their reward. This will give them about a 700 gold lead, but they did get a summoner spell off of Fallen Empire. They get that exhaust, so a good start, and Jan is going to die under tower to Moby, who's getting some revenge for that game number 1.
I mean, I love it. Now Grubs being gathered up by Hirono. Hamilton starting to fast track their way to a good early game start, which will help to alleviate some of this early to mid game pains that a Smolder is going to have. Hirono also becoming a little bit larger menace, obviously going for the Leandri's build early. We see this a lot with the Mumus. It's very standard for them. It's a lot of AP though. They do have to be worried about a lot of these Merc treads coming out from the opponents. It's a scary opportunity when you run double AP where you might not do as much damage as you think.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, finding the damage build while also finding the team fight kind of middle ground is very important, and interesting to see where things will go. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see once we get to look at Amfi's full kind of 5-man team fight. They've got a lot of frontline. They've got this Jax with the Counter-Strike, Flash forced out there from Kanui, and Skull doesn't even need to go for the dive.
No, you just walk over a ward and it's more than enough information. I think Hamilton have shown a lot of growth in terms of being willing to expend these summoner spells in situations that might not favor them very quickly. I mean, before we saw one of the earlier flashes from Hirono just getting away from Jan, being like, I can't even take that risk. Yeah. Same with Kanui, right? Recognizing that I really shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be in this position. Not even wanting to lose out on the HP trades as well. This is going to be a dance, though, on the bot side. CS numbers scaling up quite nicely as One Above All has finished that one. Jan, though, in the mid lane, getting tagged out. Fate sealed out to safety again. Feels like Hamilton have the numbers so far, but haven't been able to convert the kill.
Drake is up here. I'm interested to see what kind of resources Amphi is able to put towards this one, because they don't have push in either bot or mid. So realistically, Jan needs to win this 1v1 or just sack a couple turret plates, and that's not going to be the option they want to do. So that's going to be space given, space taken on this under turret dive.
Yep, big eyes here. Hirono, though, in the stat wings check. That is going to be a level 7 versus level 8. Skull doesn't want to follow through, so instead it's to back away. Hirono has control over Dragon, and it will be granted their way, but that's a laser. No shield. Moby solo kills Jan. And that is revenge, I feel like, for everything that happened in Game 1.
I mean, it's just been on point. 3 kills for the price of nothing. This little tongue lash landing here as they go for the 1v1.
Oh, and the Devour as well. Another sweep on that Q, and a nice little quest to be finished at the very end. But for Manbear Pig, if you're a Tom Kench, you're not exactly the big brute that you hope you are, so Kanui's able to survive.
They do have to give the Drake, though. So Hamilton will even up 1-1 is exactly how we were in the first game. It's exactly how we are now in the second. It is going to be Chemtech Soul, so a little bit lesser of the ones that could be your Drake Soul overall. But as we like to say, Orbital, a Drake Soul is still a Drake Soul nonetheless.
Yes, it is huge for yourself. Getting that dragon and being able to run your way forward, it is big. I will also say I actually really, really like Chemtechs. Chemtechs are a little bit silly at the same time.
Okay.
So are Hextechs. Everything can be a little bit silly. Main reason is because having those resistances at lower levels really enables a lot of these bruisers and these fighters to fight for a much longer period of time. It is deceptive and yet very destructive for something like an Aatrox to have, you know, under 50% HP, extra resistances. You're a champion that thrives in the heat of combat. So things like that are always really, really fun to kind of watch and think about when you see some of these more not so direct Dragon Souls.
Yeah, it's not just like, okay, you get a billion damage amp and get gates that'll travel you all across the map, but you do have to find ways to play around it. For Amphi, to be interesting to see how they play out of this deficit. Just around 2,000 gold is the deficit right now, and using that laser right as soon as they get it, you get to see the quest complete coming through from Moby. Gets to upgrade their boots here, and has already got their first item online with that Luden's Echo, but we might have a fight up top side.
Yeah, there's so much going on this top side. Skull has been around the area for a while. Hirono has been the same. That's going to be a very nice Counter-Strike, but it doesn't stop the Curse of Sad Money. Good Devour coming in from Manbear Pig, trying to save their jungler, but the last few auto attacks will take them down. Not only one, but Skull as well. Singularity at the end will snipe it out as Moby has a chance to go on a rampage now. Moby looking a lot like Jan back in game number 1.
I mean, it is a complete flip on its head where Hamilton has got so many winning lanes. They are fighting everywhere. And the difference this time is Hamilton at least had something to work for them, where that top side was kind of their winning lane out of the 3 last time. It doesn't feel like Amphi has any winning lanes here. They're getting pushed down bottom side. They're losing down mid. Jan hasn't had the game they wanted. They're going to need a real comeback performance and some serious shutdowns if they want to fight back.
Yeah, I think they're going to be really looking towards that, Jan once more, but with Jan being shut down, eyes turn to Skull. Skull has not had that extra relief that they really wish they did, and we're seeing the strength of Hamilton now. Hamilton, in game number 1, had a lot of questions, they had a good start to the early game, a lot of powerful lanes, and then it just kind of crumbled in the mid to late. And then now we're seeing Moby really step up to the plate, 4-0-1 on this Lux, much more safe, being that annoyance that we know Luxes are, and then transitioning that into a first tower as well for the team. Massive gold swing for them, 4K in the bank. It's Hamilton's turn to kind of take advantage of all this power that they have and pressure in for this series. At the same time, we see another catch potential as Jan is just going straight for the tower dive and will get it in more ways than one. Angry ults out as now they got even more killer pressure, forcing the flash out of Youngboom. And I was just talking to Moby, that is the Castle Curse in full effect.
I mean, you get some really big summoners as well. Jan did not use their flash and got both flashes from the support and the mid laner on the other side. And with no teleport from Obi, this one is going to hurt with the damage it can provide.
On the bot side, one above all, saying I can play it just as well. Quick counter-strike, but doesn't want to dive the tower. Fallen Empire, saying you can't beat me with the champion that I picked in game number 1. No, 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 sir. 164 on the count. I wonder what the dragon stacking count is as well. I'm guessing it's about around this time. I think you're supposed to be at like 125, 150, I want to say. Breakpoint is 225 for the big one, but that's closer to like 25, 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, where you get those full crits and are able to hit the true damage on the sneeze. Oh, it feels so good.
Yeah, the execute as well. It's brutal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a fun champion, I'll say, especially if you can deal with the kind of squishiness of this early game.
142. I will take my math knowledge to very, very deep effects there. I'm pretty proud of that one.
That's good. I mean, I think for Hamilton, though, giving credit to them that they haven't let this Smolder get in trouble, they're going to get a turret here.
Oh, they will, but they might lose their life in return. Good damage come out. No killer instinct to follow. When Jan is here for a rebuttal, I don't know if you have the fly away. Yes, you do. Okay, good. Jan has ult and will look to snipe, flash forward, last auto, and you're good. Jan able to clean up and is starting to scale back in towards this mid game. You know your time is numbered when Jan is able to sneak away too. Harold is taking on the top side, so Hamilton trying to make a move in the global, but Amphi are looking at the dragon stacking instead. It will be the Kentek, as we mentioned. Quick snap up for their own. And the game of cat and mouse will continue. Who's the cat and who's the mouse, though? Is the big question.
It's interesting. Hamilton's going to immediately pop this Rift here looking for this top side. Only the Kaisa is here.
I wonder, because one above all, still struggling, I think, a little bit in this matchup. We'll dive in, though, as Manbear Pig says, hey, now we get some revenge. There is no flash, so Hirono is just getting run down the lane. Really nice shutdown for one above all, who gets their first kill of the game.
I mean, that's nice. Funnel some gold back into the Kaisa. You've already got Kraken Slayer on both of your mid lane and AD carry. It'll be interesting to see, I think, for Amphi, what they want to do now with this kind of lead cut. They've got a lot of divisiveness all across the map. But as we said last time in game number 1, we're approaching that 20-minute marker, where these team fights become all so much more important. And you look at, again, all the work that Amphi was able to do in ripping down those summoner spells. Still, no flash on Fallen Empire, no flash on Young Bum, no flash on Moby, and a flash that's just about to come up on Hirono. This is a time where they could fight, and if they win it, all of a sudden that transfers into a Baron.
100%. That Baron can be terrifying to deal with as well. So we really got to keep eyes. Summoner spells, movements, and more. Or maybe just a straight up 1v1s. Chan is looking for yet another fight. And this time, again, no extra safety. Good little Faith out. You had the Faith sealed. Easy catch with no extra flash. Oh. Jan is on a sniping spree once again. Those Merc Treads upgraded with the mini Kanek Rukern is one of the most brutal to deal with. Jan is right back in carry position. That's another really good catch on the Fallen Empire who has to fly away.
I mean, just taking their 1v1s where they can. Jan's movement has been phenomenal all across the map. And there is nobody to defend this outer turret down on bot side. So should be a free one depending on how fast they can get back to it. At least some plates as another wave is going to be rolling on through and in. I think for Jan, again, building back up to that flash timer, you realize, obviously, Baron is up. You've got Dragon in 2.5 minutes. That is your big win condition. You're already up to 2 Drakes here, 2 more, and you get that soul.
That soul comes your way. It is huge. But for Hamilton, you're more focused on taking down an opponent whenever you get the chance. Amber Pig. Oh, bandit shots just out of range. And because of that, you will walk your way away. Hirono grabs in and says, okay, can't really do much, and Bear Pig says, that's 2 bandit tosses. I can easily dive away.
Is this a pull of the trigger, though, on the Baron? It's a walk away. It's not going to be a steal. They had the vision game, and I thought might have been a sneaky time to do it, but instead they're going to look for this mid-fight, but Skull is on this wraparound.
Yeah, a big part about the Baron as well, I don't think Hamilton will ever pull that trigger unless they get a 2 or 3 man team fight where they're able to wipe out the jungler plus more. Big reason for that is the whole difference as, hold up, we're watching a fight on the bot side. Skull gets sniped from afar thanks to Fallen Empire, who sneaks one away. And that is most comfortable for them at the end. So Fallen Empire now having to execute nearly online will be very happy. Just another 34 stacks to have that run.
I mean, some nice stuff too from the play from Moby. You talk about mentally bouncing back from that game number 1 and how dominant Jan played all throughout that early game laning phase, and then especially in the team fights was much, much more effective. This time around, it is far different. The Shadow Flame online, already buying into some of those extra rods, could be looking for this extra damage build coming through. And boy, if you can land a big ultimate now for Moby in these team fights, you could just poke them down and chunk them down even before they get a chance to look your direction.
Yep. Massive poke options are so real and annoying. Fallen Empire, though, want a little bit more. Essence Reaver plus Spear Sojin is completed. McTide does have Flash, so you know for a fact if Fallen Empire steps out of position, huge dive threat could come in. But with Dragon coming up at 35, that's what you don't want to happen. If Amphi is able to collect on this 3rd Drake for themselves, they'll be in prime position to force a fight at about 30 minutes into this game. Quick laser across, though, as Moby just tries to get some poking information. We'll collect onto McTide's HP bar, but that's a support. You're willing to risk your life.
It's going to be interesting to see, too. Amphi's got really good setup, including their vision control around this Drake pit. For Hamilton, they're still kind of focused on this 1v1 fight up top. Both top laners do have teleport to join the fight later, but a quick rotation out is going to be the buy from Fallen Empire completed. They have a little bit better look, and Moby's caught.
Moby caught out in the bot lane. For Hamilton, that's one of the worst things that can occur right now. You lose one of your best sniping skills, one of your most poke skills as well. Really nice job by Amphi, though, as they collect on their 3rd and now look like a strong positional fighter for the Baron that you talked about before, Llama.
Oh, good hook. They're not going to set up any further. I was thinking they were going to try and target down this mid turret, but instead they're going to lose a top side tier 2. Canoe was able to set up that 1v1, but might be in trouble with this wraparound.
Bear Pig, I don't think can duel out on 1. Decided for the experimental, I think, health belt, which is a chaotic one to go first. It's a massive healing process, but it's funny. Yeah, they're going to take this one slow. Bear Pig now realizing you're on the wrong side of the map. I don't think Jan wants anything to do with this one. It's a multi-TP advantage, so you lose your top laner, not the worst in the world, and you drew a TP. So for Amp, for Amphi, you're not upset. It's this Baron that's really worrisome.
Still got everyone in the area. I think Skull is a little bit further than you would like, but Jan is going to have to find a really good entry here very soon. I think you just want to try and push him off it, but Jan can't even get close to the Baron pit.
Nope, and you're going to give it. I think this is a respectful one on both ends. Hamilton gave away the Dragon after losing their mid laner. Amphi gives away the Baron when they lost their top laner. And things just, kind of shake out in either direction. The Dragon is permanent. Baron is temporary, but lives are forever. Until the Nexus falls, of course.
And I think when you talk about the kind of life of this game, Hamilton, you've got to do a lot off this Baron push. You've got already that top side cracked. I'd love to see them crack even into the inhibitor for a chance at a backside steal. But they have a lot of these turrets open and a lot of structure left to break outside of the base. If they can crack into everything outside of just those inner turrets, that's going to make it really easy to just finish off the game off of a single team fight. You look for Amphi. They have a single fight win, and this Baron would have been insane for them. There's so many structures standing from Hamilton, which does mean a lot of gold to catch up if Amphi can win a few of these upcoming team fights.
Yep, let's see if they can do so, though, as Amphi are now taking their sweet time. They're holding off a little bit on the back end. I am super curious. You can see the gold right now in both directions. Everyone getting their kind of piece of the pie. Man, Bear, Pig circling on a lower end of the scale, but against an Aatrox that makes sense. Jungle is split with a 1.2k diff against Skull. I mean, Hirono has been doing amazing work. Mid lane, though, surprisingly fairly even. Only about 400 separating the two.
It's interesting where the gold is, because obviously that mid lane duel is going to be fun to watch. For both these two, they've got a ton in their back pockets. But I think getting to see a lot of the gold advantage being on the Amumu isn't as effective as it was as something like a Lux or a Smolder. So getting to see how they kind of build into this end game with Hirono, with all these flashes still available and how much tankiness they have. But Janna's coming in.
All right, they're going to look for a snipe flash in a weird direction, but it goes into the binding as well. Laser from the back end will catch, but the assassination does not work. Fallen Empire will fall, but the damage has already been done on the back end. Hamilton collapse appropriately. The Swain ult covers, and Hamilton are on the rise forward. They will look for a game win with Baron and more for themselves. Kanui going over the wall to fight a little bit further, as poor Jan really doesn't have a good answer for that one. Smart play by Hamilton on the sacrifice and looking for the inhibitor tower.
Now it is going to be a Man Bear Pig. Very, very tanky. Has the thick skin here to continue to put in some pressure. I'm intrigued to see how fast Amphi can get out. And it is going to be the Spark to clear off the wave. Kanui trying to clear here through, and they will get the turret.
I mean, this is just pressure upon pressure. Hamilton High School getting antsy and a little bit angry for what happened back in game number 1, are ready to take charge of this series. Split fight, remember, as Amphi are putting everything into this mid lane, but losing the bot side inhibitor tower as well. It was a great play. A lot of gold granted back to Hamilton's favor, as things are looking better and better for the number 1 seed.
Just about 6,000 gold is the advantage. Now I will note, Amphi did a good job on that last fight, even though they died, to bring out some of the summoner spells. The only 2 players with flash are Hirono and Moby, and the Drake is up in 15 seconds. If Amphi can get out fast enough, if they can fight, if they can earn this one, that is Chemtech's soul. That is a possible game-winning advantage for them.
Could be a big change for themselves, but they got to get over that hump of maybe not having Jan be as strong as you wish. Taking a look at the CEC, taking a look at the damage that Hamilton currently have. They're ready to fight as well. Skull's in the corner. He's getting around the side, but the dragon went down way too quickly. Oh my god, he flashed the wall! Skull! What a disgusting play! And sends Hamilton packing. They get the soul, but at what cost, though, as they've lost 1 member. That's a massive CC chain. Skull was able to get it, and now they have to walk away. It's going to be a 45 on the base defense.
They've got the recalls, though. They've got to get back in time here. The Nautilus is going to slow walk it. But that, I mean, that's Drake's soul. What an incredible steal. Just a flash moment.
I love it, but you can't die. Man Bear Pig goes in. Fate sealed on the back end.
Ooh.
You're able to catch out Fallen. Fallen goes down. Bomb is called, but the damage isn't enough. This is still Amphi looking at the knockups and more. One above all, able to bring out the Acathian Rain. Jan trying to dance around them, and they will get yet another. But one for all decides to almost go down. Great Devour to keep the ADC alive, and they'll dance on the Moby's head. Amphi fighting back in more ways than one. One above all stands all above one as down goes Kanui, and it's an ace for Amphi Theater High School.
And Fi never die, baby. What a fight there, especially from Man Bear Pig. The frontlining, the devour, and the takedown at the end. Perfect tongue lashes to get their way through. Just a snowball turned into an avalanche. Now, they won't be able to end the game. We talked about how many structures are up, though. This is going to massively cut the gold deficit. It is already down to 3,000 gold. They're pushing everywhere else on the map, and I think their big goal should be to get vision. You look up in the top right of the screen, Baron is back up in 20 seconds.
And that Baron now is a little bit of a coin flip. Hamilton, so far, they've been running the map. They'd had a lot of control over where these fights went, over where Jan decided to fight, over where Man Bear Pig decided to fight. With that loss, though, a lot of the reductions come into play, meaning the CC doesn't land as well. The HP department will stay a little bit healthier. CC against you will still be difficult to play against. So things like that are difficult. As Skull steals away another little objective, is one of the most annoying junglers I've ever seen so far.
Still only the flash coming up on Fallen Empire. Nobody else has got it from Hamilton. I mean, this is an interesting fight to say the least, because Elder is on the table in 3.5 minutes. The true ender of a game. But Amphi, we've got to remember, they're up 1-0 in the series. They win this game, the series is over.
That'll be a first seed out. Fate sealed onto 2. What a great catch! And they delete Moby. Moby is gone. So is Falling. Killer Instinct straight to the back lane. One above all. Living up to the name. A catch on the back end as well. Hamilton are on the run, but they can't get away fast enough. Counter-strike onto 2. That will be Youngbom. The support falling. Kanui falling. And only Hirono left alive. Baron is pinged out, but Jan will stay mid. Amphi yet again defying the odds and bringing it back here in the late game.
We said it in game number 1. As tumultuous as it was, their team fight is insane. They were down as much as 7,000 gold in this one, but they get the Baron, they delete that lead and flip it back towards their side. Jan is playing phenomenal, and Hirono, this is not where you want to be.
No, the staggered deaths is absolutely a problem. That will be the ace at the end of the day. But that pretty much secures an inhibitor for yourself. Are they going to look to end the game? They can absolutely try and do this. They don't care about the bot side. They say the wave doesn't matter. But because every tower outside is still alive, I think the recalls are necessary. Minion wave powers through an inhibitor. Bot side is now exposed. And Llama, this is one of the most lopsided map states I have ever seen in a game of League of Legends, while still ending in the fact that either team could end the game on the next team fight.
Well, now you've got to watch for those back doors. I mean, supers through 2 on the Hamilton side, but Amphi does have supers through 1 in mid. The question is, can they clean up some of these other turrets? They need to be able to get control of those outer side and inner side turrets just for the vision game, because right now Hamilton has so much safety in those side lanes. Those solo kills can really transfer into a team fight. But Orbital, I mean, the biggest timer on the board is Elder in 90 seconds is available.
And honestly, if I'm looking at Hamilton, you have been outsmited by Skull not once but twice. Once on a major objective, once on a Scuttle, which Scuttle lovers will say is a major objective. I say, take your pick. We are looking for a little bit more as Fate sealed over the wall, though, as Jan is looking for it. Really can't afford to get caught here, though, and is able to snap back to that soul point. This is dangerous, though. The entirety of this game kind of relies on who catches who gets deleted first. Amphi has been the major contributor to finding those picks, finding Moby, finding Fallen. They themselves are also very squishy. If they are out of position, they will die very quickly.
They're still trying to use the time that they have left in this Baron to get the full push. They get that top side outer turret. They get that extra gold onto Man Bear Pig before this fight is going to start, and has 2 belts purchased up, so it'll be even tankier than before. 30 seconds left to go, and you look at the vision line, though, from Hamilton. They have got wards all the way to guarantee a safe route all through the jungle. They know now where one above all is as well.
Amphi looking around now, as you mentioned. Elder is available to play. They're going to look for the kills, though. Jan doesn't have ult ready. Has the damage source available. They're going to find a hook, but I don't know if you want to go that far. Oh, boy, this is dangerous. Tie getting a little bit low. Very nice step charts to knock them all back. Big catch on the back end. Counter strike on the front as well. But Youngbom is going to be sold out. One above all is fighting for his back line. Fallen Empire has to run. There is no damage from Hamilton now as the chickens got in on the action. Even chickens can peck at a low HP target as one above all snipes Moby again. Prey Seeker upon Prey Seeker. These are dangerous on the backs of your bodies. But Llama, Amphi have done it. The number 5 seed against the undefeated. The gods have fallen and legends will rise once more. Amphi have done it. They've toppled the 1 seed and will move on to the grand finals.
From 7,000 down to 7,000 up, the Drake stacking works out in their favor. And man, they should have banned that Yone. Boy, the damage was just insane. One above all, though, that final team fight, the positioning was incredible. You land that first Seeker, you go in with the killer instinct, but you're safe on that backside with all that extra tankiness from not only the Tahm Kench, but also your backline as well. So I think it's kind of interesting to see how well they played from the team fight, especially when some of the early games didn't go their way. I think that breeds me a lot of confidence, Orbital. If I'm looking at the grand finals, you want a team that can team fight on LAN. Well, there you go. You've got one now.
Yeah, this is a squad that decided to show up and also punish a lot of the mistakes. You mentioned that Yone wasn't banned away, and I think it was a little bit disrespectful, but it's an idea of understanding, like, hey, what's strong and what's not. And I realize and understand where Hamilton was coming from, but that Yone really was such a key playmaker, and I think any team, either team, I should say, facing off against Amphi in the future will have to recognize that dangerous position that will be in their way. But Llama, I mean, that was a thriller to the very end. And I want to ask you, obviously, I think I know who, but if you had to crown an MVP of that series, who would it be and why?
I mean, I think I have to pick Jan. I think obviously the game number 1 performance was well enough to be able to push them over the top, but I think it's kind of interesting how they played on individual pieces. If I had to look on just that game number 2, I actually might give it to one above all because the performance in surviving down that bottom lane, the team fights were honestly so impressive to see the Kai'Sa kind of dip and dodge around. But I think at the end of the day, Jan coming back from a really bad start in game number 2 to replicate the performance of game number 1 has to be my choice.
I would stand there and say the same as well. Jan is our MVP for this series here for the AIA Play versus High School Championship, at least in the semifinals. Let's see if they can do it in the second, as unfortunately Hamilton will fall and possibly play for a third place matchup. At the same time, we got another series on our hands coming up shortly. The semifinals will be appearing round number 2, though, to figure out who will face off against Amphi in the Grands. Don't go anywhere. Play versus will be back in just a bit.
Still plenty of action here as we go round robin with 6 teams inside of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutchkey alongside with Henry here for your entire weekend as we get set to play for the surfboard, the trophy, unlike any other here at HEI.
One could be Michigan State, bringing us to 5.
Michigan
Is that
State
one going to land?
almost had it. Needed to get it through the pocket, doesn't do so. Boise State will have a response now. Woozy on the 1-on-3. Can you get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Oh no, Marcus have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
Double
first
tap.
ball. Dumps it in. Here in overtime, it's an infinite clock till we have a winner. Somebody needs to blink. It's a staring contest. Nobody blinking. Going on the edge. Wide open.
It's open!
Signal Bears! Baylor takes the victory and a new school. Yes, there he is, Mr. Zippies himself right there. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much. Zippies, our presenting sponsor, 3rd year in a row. Of course, big thanks to GG Circuits, Prodigy Chain, as well as Southwest Airlines. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors here for HEI. They come out of the tunnel, they come out of the soundstage, champions of HEI, the Baylor Bears do. There you go. trophy ceremony on the other side, but let's check in on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Room.
Man's aggressive.
That's cool. But it's not the. It wasn't the beginner hitbox, so. Ah, the classic air check.
So Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the third year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number
Wow.
of.
Today is a huge day, not just because it's a state championship, because it's the first one ever for Kansas. So we'd love to bring home a state title for the first time ever.
I've seen students absolutely come alive in this environment. And these are students that I feel are not represented within school very much, and this is a place for them to call home. They get to come in every single day in a very competitive atmosphere and just continue to do what they love and get better and better and better at it, and hopefully earn some kind of a scholarship to go to school for it. It's really, really important.
This program got started at Andover High School specifically because students wanted it to happen. There was an esports club without an official sponsor for the first year. They just did their thing and found colleges to compete that were already doing esports. They went out and did that and got publicly recognized. And then the year later, I heard about that and was like, let's do this, let's make it official. So I sponsored that for 5 years, and then Keisha picked it up this year, making us an official activity, and it's just blown up since then.
So the Activities Association in Kansas sanctioned esports because we recognized an activity that was gaining popularity from a grassroots approach, and we saw kids were interested in it. The number one thing that we have to remember is if kids are interested in something, we have to be plugged in and give them opportunities in the school, because when we know kids are plugged in school, they become better students.
Students, parents, faculty, gamers, welcome to the Play versus Upgrade Arena featuring Marvel Rivals. We have the best high schools in America, guys, joining us.
The 4 teams you're going to be witnessing today in front of your eyeballs.
Yes, we have our regional finals of the East and the West.
Let's talk quickly about the prizing as well. Our prizing here is distributed for schools and their esports programs. It's given over by our partners. And this is really good for so many of our schools and their programs to make sure that their athletes can perform at the highest level.
We are ready to start our first semifinal between Fury Royal and Suncoast. Well, just the impact of the kills of Fury Royal. First to take out the Bucky. The Jeff ult from Suncoast gets nothing. Fury Royal are getting so much value out of these strategist plays, and they may just go all the way to force a round 3.
Letting the devil out, going in with Shinatato. You can see already the Thor's trying to make moves towards the back. Pepperlock's down, even more so. Mason just tearing through them. And while it may be an attempted escape here for the Star-Lord, the chase down is going to be brutal, and it's going to be immediate. SPHS are wiped off the map. Fury Royal are back in control, and they will claim the series and the Eastern Seaboard. Their Science Academy, they just utilize their raw talent to mechanically outduel.
What a wall from Dude Guy, bro. At least you got the stagger on Jarvis. You're gonna need everyone involved in this final push for point B, because these fights are gonna get extended. Science Academy need a nice group up.
And he combines for damage with the Magneto to make sure the survivability is going to be on the table. Ivy Dragon's down, Zombie round the back, and it's Chef Eat to remember as they take one of the Vanguards off of the point. Plushy Slushy can return to a fight, but there will be no such mercy for Magneto. Science Academy are running low on friends, low on time, and low on hope as Leemore High School, with a flawless record 3-0, should be able to get themselves into the winner's position and the inter-regional finals.
And that just simply wasn't enough. The wires get crossed. Leemore High School get crossed up. Fury Royal, they win this fight. They could go all the way to win the map. This could be what dictates if Leemore High School are going to be your champions.
Right now, it's do or die. Shideteda goes through the wrong portal, ends up in a fiery grave below. Plushy Slush has already taken out their counterpart. Mason is stunned as they attempt to release the devil. And Leemore High School, they rise above it all. They rise up as your champions, region versus region, after dominating their own. Leemore High School take away Fury Royal's signature map and the series as well.
Winter Soldier or Star-Lord? Which mains have better aim? We'll be putting these 2 Winter Soldier mains and these 2 Star-Lord mains through 5 head-to-head competitions that are designed to push the limits of their aiming skills. Let's jump into the first competition, 1v1 sniper duels. Each team will have one person set up in a 1v1 sniper duel, Black Widow versus Black Widow to even the playing field. And they'll be dueling at 10 meters, 50 meters, and 100 meters. And go!
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
I've like never.
There we go. All right, first round goes for Jester. Ready, go.
Oh my. I don't like Widow. This is why I don't play her. That's so fair.
All right. So first round goes to Team Star-Lord.
Yeah.
Accuracy. Okay, now that we've gotten through one match, let's actually meet our competitors.
Hi, my name's Roland, aka Jester, and go by either or. I'm from Adairsville High School in North Georgia. We are currently 3rd place in the state, and we are hoping that our actual first year actually playing goes well, and we hope to be state champions as well.
Y'all can just call me Riot. I go by Riot in like everything. I go to Lotus High School. I'm from Michigan. This is my first year doing competitive like play versus and my stuff, so it's been pretty fun.
Hi, my name is Madeline, aka Captain Rex. I am with Elizabethtown Area High School, and I main Bucky for our team, and we're hoping to be state champions this year because right now we're on a winning streak.
Hi, I'm Riker or Reiki. I also go to Mona Shores High School. I've been playing pretty much since the game came out.
Next up is a 1v2 hit scan competition. Now in this 1v2 event, we'll be testing their tracking skills. The team of 2 will try to stay alive as long as possible without using any abilities, only movement. And the other team will have one player that's either playing a hit scan or beam character, trying to eliminate both those 2 as fast as possible. Whichever team can do it faster, wins.
I think you bumped the shift button.
2, 1, go!
Oh wow, I suck it.
So how long do we have this survive for? As long as possible?
Yep.
Who's got better guns now?
Doing it. Hit scan.
No, no, no!
Justice, pure and simple.
3, 2, 1, go!
You made your last mistake.
Okay.
Well, we lost.
Alright, 13 seconds, that was pretty quick. Going to game 3 is 2v2 Squirrel Dodgeball. And Star-Lords could win it all right here, right now. In this 2v2, we're basically playing backyard dodgeball. Whichever team wins 2 rounds, wins it all. 3, 2, 1, go!
Got him.
Nice. 26.
Alright.
I got beamed just a little bit.
3, 2, 1, go!
The one near the door, the one near the section is almost dead.
My back hurt.
Team Star-Lord did in fact 3-0 this competition, but we're gonna make this last round triple the points so the Winter Soldiers can save face and possibly tie it up with a win here. So with this last battle, we're going to go to a 2v2 Hawkeye challenge. This challenge tests long distance aiming and projectile skills. One team will select 2 Hawkeyes and the other team can select whatever heroes they want. The Hawkeyes must stay on top of this building, while the Vanguards must stay on this road. The goal is to eliminate both enemies as fast as possible, and you can only use piercing arrows. 3, 2, 1, go.
Me. Oh no.
Got him.
No! You were purposely targeting me.
Another one for the good guy.
I just the person and then went for him. Oh, if it was you or not.
Oh, the
Ow.
hitbox manipulation did not help.
Yeah, I earned that one.
3, 2, 1, go.
Nice.
I am too good at this.
Nice shot. Nice.
There we go.
Star Wars for the win again.
There we go.
Alright. Oh, Star-Lords it is. With a 4-0 sweep, Star-Lords have proven that they have the better aim. If you're Winter Soldier main, go off in the comments and let us know if you think there should be a rematch. Thanks to all the Play vs students who participated, and let us know what we should do next.
This high school Valorant team has a problem. They've never made it to the playoffs. So we thought, what if we bring a pro Valorant coach to carry them?
Are you down to try to coach this Valorant team to playoffs?
Oh, I'm down. Will he be able to turn them into crack demons?
Nice. Beautiful shots.
Or are they destined to stay hard stuck?
Unlucky guys, you know what they say. We're fine.
Find out and coach me up. Powered by JBL. So I'm here at Mountain Vista High School in Colorado. I'm about to meet the Valorant team. They're trying to level up their program. Yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go, but it's game day. We should go get inside. Should I call you Mr. Lee? I guess I'll call you Mr. Lee for this.
Mr. Lee's fine.
Yeah,
Mr. Lee's fine.
Man, how many computers do you have here? You know?
Oh, I don't know the total number actually, now that at the top of my head. But we would just have 2 computers over here that we would plug in some of our consoles to, and we had 3 kids that just wanted a club to play video games, and I was like, sweet. I play some of these games, and I'd love to play against you guys, and so over the years we grew a little bit. Now we're at 20 kids roughly. So Valorant was a game that wasn't on my radar personally. Some of the games that we have here I was comfortable with. I played myself. I'd never played Valorant, but I had kids come up to me, hey, can we do a Valorant team? Play versus added the game, and I tried to say yes to my players and figure it out and let them play the games they love to play. And
So last year we missed playoffs.
yeah.
This
yeah,
year, playoffs? What's it looking?
I hope so. I hope so. We all hope so. The team seems to think that they're capable of doing it, and I think if they keep working hard, I don't see why not. Mr. Lee, what's this for again? Is that a wireless adapter? I think so.
You might have missed.
What year are you, and what do you main?
I'm a sophomore here at Mountain Vista, and right now I'm maining Chamber and KO.
Oh, Chamber and KO. They're really different.
Yes.
You have an Initiator, and then what is Chamber?
Sentinel.
Sentinel? How's that?
It's interesting. I started maybe 8 months ago.
Oh,
Into Valorant, and I've so far gotten myself into Bronze 3.
Nice, nice, nice.
I play Duelist.
So who are your favorite agents?
I play Phoenix, Reyna, Jet, and Raze mostly.
What is your thing that you bring to the team?
I think I bring like a kind of energy, and I also believe that I bring I think I bring the kills a lot of the time. Can't lie. That's why I play Duelist. You know, I think I bring a lot of like the entries and that kind of thing. I think I do a decent job at it at least. You know, I could probably get 1 or 2 on the entry depending on what team we're playing. But,
Sure.
Yeah.
I am a junior and I play Clove.
What do you bring to the team?
I personally bring a lot of energy. I am also the team captain, and I do scouting reports. So I love looking ahead at teams we're playing, and so I bring a lot of that outsider, almost analyst energy.
I'm sophomore and I play Reyna and a Duelist.
Okay. The other Duelists or just one trick Reyna?
Just one trick Reyna.
Wow, that's scary, man. Playoffs yes, playoffs no, playoffs maybe.
I think Yes.
You got it? Okay, all right. I love the confidence.
I am a junior, and I am most of the time our Sentinel player.
How's the season going, and do you think the team will make playoffs?
I think we should make playoffs.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Arizona Interscholastic Association Play versus High School Championships. We are excited to bring you the second semifinals of the League of Legends Division matchups to figure out who will be facing off against Amphi High School. That was a 2-0 series with a big topple, and now we got another series on our hands with an undefeated squad, the number 2 seed of Arizona College Prep High School, going up against Gilbert High School, the number 3 seed. My name is still Orbital. With me is still Llama. We will still be casting here for the final matchup. Llama, are you excited for what is going to be maybe a little closer matchup?
Oh yeah, I'm always excited. We get another setup of League of Legends, another best of 3 to decide who's going to be that second team in the championship. And I think this one's an interesting one. Like you talked about for that Arizona College Prep School, they've got a pretty interesting undefeated record as well, but undefeated teams so far today are not undefeated as that game number 1 did go. So we'll have to see how that second one goes. I think for Gilbert, they've got a tough situation on their hands. They came off a 2-1 W though, so not too unfamiliar in the case of going all 3 games.
Well, you know what? It is important to know that for them, especially with that development, with that endurance run, a lot of these players are still developing in their own. Very specifically, I believe they mentioned that their entire team has no seniors, so they're not really looking at that forward momentum, but building their stable foundation for a possible college career, which for a lot of these players, or maybe you at home, are also looking at right now. And if you are looking for a way to get into a high school to college transition, Play versus Recruit is definitely the way to go. It's a free platform that connects you directly with college esports programs across the US and Canada. Make sure to get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path at playversus.com/recruit. Once again, that is playversus.com/recruit.
Like we said before, can't be found unless you send out some feelers. So make sure colleges know about you and how good you are and how good all your work has been to put in that effort. I know lots of growth coming through here, not only from the high school level, but up to the collegiate level. And getting to say that, all these kids getting to spend a LAN day at Grand Canyon University, the host college of our tournament today. It's a pretty cool facility, 4,000 square feet. They get to play right across from each other and have seating for parents and spectators as well. So super cool to see all of that connection.
Oh, of course. And for the new teams as well, as you mentioned, right across from each other, but also in front of the big screen. Let's go ahead and toss it down to the venue to go ahead and introduce our teams.
What's up, GCU, and welcome back to our arena. Today we will be having our Esports AIA 2026 Championships League of Legends game. It's your favorite cousins here, Shanoa and
Xander.
And we will be getting into another match.
So after last game between Amphitheater and Hamilton, it was a high energy game. Lots of good plays. The teams were doing what they needed to do, and Amphitheater ended up coming out on top with a win. And I can't wait to see what our next competitors have for us.
Now I'll be introducing our next teams. We have ACP over here, and we have Gilbert over here. Will it be a slow burn or a roaring fire? Stay tuned and see, and best of luck to both teams.
Time is of the essence for a lot of these players because they're getting ready for draft as well. I think a big part about that one, and big shout out to the on the ground host there. Big shout out to the venue, as you mentioned, Llama. But big note here again for these squads, we'll be very interested to see not only who they field, but how they are going to play around this. We've seen a lot of individual performances so far, namely, of course, from Jan, who I know everyone on the college recruiting side is probably like, I should probably keep an eye on this guy, but very specifically, eyes on the fact that for Arizona College Prep High School, you got Kimmy. She's going to be trying to lead the charge. We got Fjord as well as David, Tuki, Winter, and Mega Taco. All these players specifically will be looking to hone their skills in this matchup against Gilbert High School, who will be starting on the blue side.
And it's kind of interesting for this crew of Gilbert. They've got some pressure that runs in the family. Not only do we have a brother-sister duo on the team from I Know You're Upset and Always Miss, but also the coaching staff is a husband and wife duo. So, that adds just an extra, not only competitiveness between each other, but also a familial bond that helps with that synergy.
And I mean, you can see the synergy there in terms of taking control of the game. Arizona Prep losing so many of those high impact solo carry champions. Same on the other side, Gilbert High School losing out on the Shyvana, Mordekaiser, and Rex side. Vastly different bans than we saw back in the previous series. So very, very targeted, I think, at the end of the day. We got a rel, though, for Gilbert High School, going back to one of the tried and true methods of supports with Arizona College Prep doing the exact same in an Alistar. These are not so, I want to say, long range to short range engagements. These are short range to short range engagements. These are, we are on your face and we will run at you whether our HP bar depletes or not.
Yeah, I think the Kai'Sa is a really good combo to build with it. Obviously, very easy to land up the stacking damage. I think for Rel, it's kind of interesting, just like the Alistar. We've seen some tickles of it in pro play, and it could be a flex towards jungle, but I think at the very basic, you want it to go down towards the support. You want to give yourself some basics, and getting it this early lets you kind of build around that for the rest of your composition, knowing not only you have some frontline, but you have some engage as well. So we're going to get the Swain. We saw it rotated back towards mid in our second game of our first series. We'll see if it goes there again.
And most interesting as well is the fact that the Swain that we saw last time was in the support role. This one definitely feels like it's aiming more towards that mid lane, obviously, with the Rel already on the table. And a Zac. Okay, interesting. Gilbert really going for an unorthodox gank position and saying we have the ability to kind of neutralize you as a warning scenario. Keep in mind, Alistar directly counters a Zac with a headbutt, so it's very annoying. But also a Zen Zhao, another great way to stop a Zac engage. Arizona College Prep lining up that defensive board.
And this adds to the front to back. I mean, Xin Zhao is just one of those classic fighters. You get the Crescent Guard going from that jungle position, and you're able to really fight whichever way you want. Now that we're through this kind of first set of phases, now we get to this second set of bans. And Arizona College still going for some of those targeted bans, looking at the profiles and seeing what they're playing, and my personal favorite champion in Kiana is taken off the board.
Kiana is such an interesting one. I think always brings about either a lot of happiness or despair, depending on which side of the field it's on and who's playing it. Mega focus on the top side of the map, though. Garen as well as Tom Kench. These are two champions that obviously we saw floated and played in the previous series, so maybe a little bit of a target focus in the current meta shift there. And a set. This is very specifically because I believe one of the players on the side of... well, I guess on Gilbert High School is kind of funny because one of their players is I Know You're Upset, which is a great name, by the way. But recognizing that on the flip, we could see one of the Arizona College Prep players play that champion as well. So triple target towards the top side. Let's see what this R4 is going to be. Blind is here. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Who knows?
Yeah, we will figure that out. So normally that means it's a random champion locked in if we're on client side, and we do need to kind of adjust to figure out who or what is being picked here. This is probably going to be quickly relayed between the two teams as well, so we'll see what they decide. So it's a Malphite. I'm guessing it was a little bit of a fighter slash bruiser in the top lane if a Malphite's being picked in the top side. So Arizona College Prep probably went for a little bit more DPS focused up there. Never mind, that's an ADC? Yeah. I just heard Caitlyn in our ear as that R4 position.
Yeah, it looks like Caitlyn is going to be the lock-in, so maybe doing something funky with like a top lane Caitlyn and or bringing it down to the support and rotating the Alistar to the jungle, doing something like that. But it is going to be the Akshan and Malphite locked in, so a ton of mobility, a ton of engage here, and from Gilbert, kind of a non-linear composition that wants to kind of beat the brakes off you in all these different lanes and then just really confuse you in the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about that as well, is the fact that they don't have a true ADC. Akshan is an ADC, but not exactly primary in the bottom side, so that might be a Swain Rel bottom side action instead. York to tailor things out, but I think that's a Caitlyn mid, is what they're actually angling for. They said, okay, if we're going to play annoying, we're going to play super annoying, and it's something that we don't often see here. It's a double AD in the mid lane just to try and get some buffered out damage. Now, granted, in the mid lane quest line, they did change out the Empowered Recall to a boon of, I believe, about 9% AD and AP, so ADs do get a little bit of a buffer, but, I mean, this is very unorthodox here.
I also think if this is a Kate mid, this is going to be a really tough life to play. I mean, sure, you have those traps, but there's a reason Caitlyn is down in the bot side with some extra help, because you're a very, very squishy target. And with this Zac, with the Malphite, with the Akshan, even the Rel, you could put in a ton of pressure towards that mid lane matchup and try and ruin their day. But as we say, you've made your bed. Now you've got to lane it for these two teams.
Yeah.
It is a best of 3, so both will have a chance to bounce back in game number 2.
I 100% agree with you, and I'm very curious. Honestly, I'm still trying to make heads or tails of it, but this is the number 2 seed versus number 3. You know, for a fact, they got some spice headed our way, so let's go to a short break. When we come back, it will be game 1 for your viewing pleasure. Don't go anywhere. The AIA 4-play versus high school championship. We'll be back in just a bit. Off we go. We are set for game number 1 between the second semifinalists here, Gilbert High School and Arizona College Prep. Both squads coming into this and looking like a pretty fun force, but namely with some oddball shenanigans. We got Cardinals fan, we got I Know You're Upset, Catastrophe, Always Miss, and Burple on the side of Gilbert High School.
Yeah, and on the other side, Kimmy, Fjord, Tucci, Mega Taco, and Nakaisa from mid lane. It's going to be an interesting level 1. They're going to find Fjord right out here.
Yeah, Fjord maybe not really keeping eyes in there, but only takes a little bit of damage, nothing too crazy at the end there. So it's a gentle read. At the same time, though, big eyes on this interesting mid lane matchup. Akshan being drafted in for this mid position, but recognize the Kaisa in the middle as well. And with Tuki now on the bottom side, it's a very interesting point as well. I am very, very curious to see how this kind of double ADC primer works for them.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of damage, especially with the Xin Zhao. You've got the Yora coming from top lane. It's a lot of just kind of fight you up front, face up, and try and beat you in a front-to-back team fight. I will say, though, for these two teams, kind of watching where the backline supports go. You've got this Alistar versus Rel matchup, but you've also got this jungle matchup, which both have engage tools, so watching to see which one of those get ahead first is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, 100%. You get to see a little situation occur as we do get another pause as the spectator likes to kind of bug us about. It should go ahead and snap back here shortly. There we go. Diving on in, big question marks about how it's going to work. As he said, watching out for these mid lanes, watching out for these supports specifically, it will be quite fun to kind of keep eyes on and see exactly how this is going to go and, you know, where they decide to engage if they're going to be successful in their engages as well. Top side, though, a little bit different. Kimmy on the York going up against Cardinal Sand, who opted for a blind Malphite. Now, by the way, that is always very dangerous, I think, but if that Unstoppable Force is able to make waves, hey, things can shift into Gilbert High School's favor.
And I think it's going to be a lot on this Malphite to survive and fight against this Yorick in different ways. Obviously, you're not just going to win this straight up 1v1 matchup. For a large portion of this 1v1 lane, you're going to be doing exactly what Cardinals fan is doing now. Just trying to farm under turret, getting as much as you can. But you know, even if you drop a few kills or even drop a couple tens of CS, you're still going to be effective in those late game team fights. The opposite is not true from the Yorick. If the Yorick does not get ahead early, it can be a nuisance in the way that you don't really have a fifth teammate flying up in that top side if it can't get ahead fast.
Yeah, at the same time, late game I think will always favor the York either way. Once you get items under you, great split push action in there, so it can be very brutal. In that sense, there's a lot to be thinking about here as we watch the jungles be cleared. Recall came in from Fjord as they have opted to go ahead and pick up that longsword in the mid lane, though. I Know You're Upset is looking for a little bit of a gank. Looks to get a good catch on there as you see the Kaisa having to roam up towards the top side. Really doesn't want to have to use that flash or barrier, but a very nice ward grab will go ahead and force the barrier out top side. Cardinals fan, that's got to beat their way out of that ring. So far, Gilbert High School getting the first initiative.
And you didn't get to see the bot side play while all that was happening. Burpee goes in with their flash and actually gets the flash out of Tuki. So they've got a really good setup down on this bot side. They're able to push that issue, take the Scuttle Crab from it, and really play off of this zoning issue that gives them so much space in this river.
Yeah, this is very nice coverage overall. Catastrophe looking for a little bit of a mark, but wondering exactly if this is going to be a problem. Fjord walking in from out of Fog of War, but again, it's an easy out for an Akshan. I don't think an Akshan will ever be actually in a worried state unless we get to see those level 6s and the Akshan out of that tether.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see, obviously, the Akshan and the team fight. Oh, team fight.
I like this on the bot side. Tuki trying to get some extra damage down. Misses the trap underneath, but is still able to bring a lot of damage down. Very nice double knockup onto the Swain and the Rel. So you can see the damage coming through. But for Gilbert High School, you're saying this is fine. You're going to try and bait this out and maybe look for another engagement. Always miss though, and Purple are playing a little bit too far forward. I know you're upset only has level 2 slingshot, which is a little bit shorter distance, so forced to recall here.
And it also is kind of interesting for Gilbert. They've had some of these summoner advantages, and their macro looks pretty good. But Arizona College Prep has been winning in lane, especially from this Kaisa, who's going to go back and buy as many swords as can fit inside of her backpack and bring it right back to lane to try and keep on forcing it. I mean, we talked about how big this mid lane is going to become, especially from a dual AD carry setup. If you win both of those two lanes, this game is going to be really hard to play from Gilbert's defensive side.
Yeah, not just that, it's also the fact that we are seeing situations occur where the laning phase itself is becoming much more apparent. You can see in the CS discrepancy, Kaisa is already up about 2 waves and some. Top side, we're already seeing about 2-wave discrepancy. So for Gilbert High School, the fact that I know you're upset has been making moves is actually more necessary than anything else, I think. You're sitting there going, okay, in lane pressure, Arizona College Prep are going to be winning out like you were calling, so it's going to be a little bit problematic if you don't have an answer quickly. At the current moment, though, building up their experience, building up their leads. Tuki waiting off on the wings. I'm wondering where the Sinzao goes first. Fjord opted for the mid lane gank. Didn't really work, so I do wonder if you are hoping to ply your way down to this bot side and get a gank off. Well, you know, I might have answered my own question here. Eyes abound as we are going to look at Fjord, who looks at a good stab. Catches, always miss. That's an easy dive on in. Not only that, quick slap on the back of the head. Doesn't catch Purple, so Purple is able to live. But that's a great first gank and first blood for Arizona College Prep.
I know you're upset. Might try and go in for the steal here. Has Purple, but not a ton of damage, so it's probably a one-way trip unless Catastrophe can really help them out. Drag is down to 2K.
I like it, but now you see Eyes on Catastrophe. In they go with the slingshot. Nice smite by the support, but the damage is even better. Gilbert High School making the dragon very, very pricey. Tuki is here to try and help out, but it's only a Caitlyn who might not have as much damage as you wish. Good body block coming in with the Akshan shot, but Mega Taco trying to stay alive, but the arms are a little bit long on this Zach, and I know you're upset. We'll swing onto one as well. Gilbert High School might lose a dragon, but they take the kills instead.
Oh, almost a solo kill up top. Hovering over with the level 7 from Kimmy. They'll burn Ignite, but they will get the flash out of Cardinals fan. But just to take stock there at the end of that fight, obviously 3 kills going to Gilbert, but they get a kill on Akshan, Zach, and the Rel. None on their AD carry on Always Miss because they died first. But also for Arizona College Prep, even though they lose that fight in terms of the kills, they start the Drake stacking, and this is what they want to do early. Put the pressure out in some of those dual lanes, and Kaisa the entire time was just the ability to free farm, the ability to keep on going, and is now up 20 CS.
I mean, you're just really happy about that state. You mentioned it before, wondering about the static Shiv. I think we mentioned it in the green room a little bit with the Kaisa build in the mid lane. I'm curious to see if we are going to run that very, very quickly. Usually it's first item. I know they tweaked it a little bit, so if you do opt for it, it drastically lowers, I think, your firepower in terms of active trading damage, but the wave clear is the main portion of the kit. Of course, it is going to be a quick smite. I know you're upset, looking for those grubs for themselves.
I mean, I like it. You've got push actually right now from Cardinals fan going through top side now. It's going to be a chance for Kimmy to try and push their way out, try and fight this wave, and also for the mid lane Kaisa to be able to get some extra farm for themselves. All the while, you're going to get to see a counter jungle. Fjord is going to go down. They realize the grubs are gone. It's my time. I need to either steal some camps, get some vision, or both.
The vision right now is actually in Fjord's favor. Seeing them kind of say, okay, look, we gave up 3 kills, but we got the dragon, so we're not overly worried. We're still in power in terms of keeping the lane stays for ourselves. Everywhere is a lane CS advantage, so, you know, don't worry about the kills themselves. Keep with counter jungling, keep the Zac down, make the Zac have to gank, and keep them lower on the levels. We're seeing this little fight here. No, you're upset, wandering over, but drops a ward, rightly so, to make sure to keep track of Fjord. In the corner, the Kaisa's looking as well. This is going to be a 2v1 for the current moment. I know you're upset, might not enjoy this as well. Has to go ahead into the bounce house. Comes the rest of the team with the Mega Taco. Killer Instinct to stay away, but a nice little headbutt is going to knock everyone up. It will be a smite down on the red buff, but it's a little bit dangerous. Exhaust goes down. Really nice collapse in by Gilbert as they start to force the rest of Arizona College Prep out. Arizona might have realized they bit off too much before they can chew. However, that's a kill back, and now a fight in as Fjord is going to use that Conqueror to great effect. 2 back in favor of Arizona College Prep as they also take the red buff.
Lots of good re-engage coming off of that exhaust from the mid lane of the Kaisa, but I love the patience in this team fight. Arizona College Prep actually get the Zac killed, but because of the passive, he's got those blobs and that secondary life. Instead of trying to force there, which they would have probably lost the team fight had they overextended to try and get that single kill, they back off, they bait them in, they get the perfect exhaust, and then they get that re-engage. The Kaisa is already starting to become very, very fed, and although the Akshan from Catastrophe succeeded early, they're going to be playing a catch-up game.
I think the catch-up will be a little bit rough in there. I mean, Gilbert, you take a look down the line, you don't see any really good sustained damage overall, and actually it's a Catastrophe who went for the Voltaic sword. Wanted a little bit more extra punch, but I mean, you look at that late game scaling on Gilbert High School side. They got their tank value, don't get me wrong, but in the damage shred, they don't have much. So, I mean, for Arizona, you've already caught up, you've surpassed them, you're 3K up, and it's just very solid defensive play. I'm excited to see where this is very much going to go in the next coming minutes. I feel like Arizona College Prep, you can look for the Dragons, you can look for the top lane gank as well. It's actually Gilbert that are looking to try and nullify some of the aggression that we've seen on Cardinal so far. That'll be a dance on in. Ensemble Force is being used, but that's Cardinal just almost going down here. That's another pill to swallow, as at least you get 1 for 1. Catastrophe going to ult their way to victory to bring the revive around for Cardinal. But that's still a 1 for 1 at the end of the day. Arizona, Kimmy specifically, I think she's going to be real happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, you not only get the 1 for 1, but also look at what ACP is actually going to get. They get 3 plates finished off on that mid turret. They get first start on this Drake. They get everything from this counter side play. They're so far ahead here in this early game stage, and they're just going to get this for free. There's no jungler in sight.
And they call the TP down as well, which is a little bit awkward. So Gilbert expending a lot more for nothing right there. Just got a kill on the top side, and now they got to run. Arizona, I gotta agree, they started kind of running the show here. They lost their top laner, but still got to trade out. Then they took the Dragon, then they drew a TP, and now it's a TP advantage. I should say, might be an advantage soon for Kimmy once that quest is completed. A lot of things going Arizona's way, if not at a slow and steady rate. However, we're in that lull period where there's no global objectives, nothing really to play for. So you're just going to play for your life, your HP, and those CS numbers.
And boy, looking at those CS numbers, I mean, the Yorick is ahead almost double in terms of the CS, almost 50 up on their opponent on the other side. The Kaisa is up 30, the Caitlyn is up about 25, so again, winning everywhere, and on the surface, this is a 4-4 kill game. But it's just been this macro play that whenever Gilbert goes to commit someplace, it feels like Arizona College's answer has been so much better on the mirror side of the map. They're okay with giving over losing lanes, and this one is just a missed dive as well.
I don't even think that was a dive. I think Purple tried to jump on in, didn't really catch 2D where they wanted, and then it just went sideways. So very nice out by Tuki. Jump back in, though, as Burple wants some revenge. Mega Taco has a great headbutt back and is forcing a flash out of Burple, who has to walk around the trap. Now an ace in the hole will come on out. Went a land, but a flash forward to get the pulverize. Knocks him down an inch. Arizona College Prep really strong in this re-engagement and keeping Tuki alive.
Everybody's got a kill now. 5 different kills. 5 different players actually here from Arizona College Prep. They have really split the wealth around. And they continue their Drake stacking, they continue their control, and we get to look at the gold graphs. I mean, winning in every single lane at this point, the biggest of which being through that 80 carry roll, and every single while the fights have been going on, the Caitlyn has just been free farming, getting fed, and up about 1,000 gold over the Swain counterpart.
Yep, difficult in terms of priority. I mean, this is Gilbert kind of going, okay, there's like a multi-threat discussion here. You got top side, that is a problem that you need to fix. Yeah, mid lane, that's becoming a threat as well. Granted, I think Catastrophe has a decent handle on that matchup at the current moment. might be a problem later. Bot side is rapidly devolving there. And I know you're upset is getting counter jungled. You take a look at the CS discrepancies, you still have 3 camps to go. There are problems abound everywhere. So all of these things are coming to a head here as that's just a huge poke out by Kaisa once more. Really, really strong job, and now affords opportunities to steal away the red buff. So I know you're upset is in a problem. Kimmy on the top side is like, yo, what's up? And that is Arizona to snap our focus back down to this jungle. What a tumultuous play all around as it's a cross-map stylizer by Arizona College Prep.
And their counter jungling timing has been so flawless. I mean, for Fjord, every single time they enter, look at the level discrepancy. Last time it worked, and Burple needs to get out of here. They're just going to have to give the turret. And same for Catastrophe. You don't win this duel anymore. That's half of the health bar gone off of one combo set.
Well, at least you got a little bit of help from your teammate. I know you're upset. Swings on in to help. But again, it's only one. Shutdown to Catastrophe is great, but you'll still lose the bot lane tower. And again, for Arizona, that's all you really care about. Yes, you lose one player, but you take something else on the map instead.
Objective bounties are up for Gilbert High School. They are a little bit further behind than they would want to be, but they got the grubs early on. So if they can fight for this Rift Herald, it could be pretty powerful to start to snowball themselves onto some of these turrets. And it looks like right now going to be uncontested, especially with the death of their mid laner, ACP not wanting to try and overextend their hand and give any sort of way to come back through. That also being said, there's 50 seconds away from the next Drake that could put Arizona College Prep on Soul Point.
I do wonder if I'm looking here, I wonder where that Soul Point, is it going to be able to be enough to kind of spiral this game out of control? Well, that's just another kill opportunity. Catastrophe having to flash over the wall. Oh! We got that on camera, buddy. I'm so sorry. Kaisa face plants a little bit too harshly.
Happens to the best of us, especially on land.
Yeah.
For the College Prep, they'll take their vision control with what they got, but with this kind of setup from Always Miss, has to flash early and not much left on that turret, so the wave is coming to take it.
Yeah, it's an easy finish here. Burple's around the corner to at least protect a life, but the finish of the HP is there. And now it's a 3-on-3, make it a 4-on-3. Kaisa's here to play. Catastrophe's roaming around. It's a 5v4, make it a 5v5 if Fjord gets there in time. But it's very rare. 5 members of the team on either side, collectively on the bot side of the map. Yes, Dragon is available, but they were fighting for the bot lane itself. However, that's not what we're focused on. As you said, the Dragon started up here. 4k HP. Burple has a chance. I know you're upset has a chance as well. Dragon ticking down very, very quickly. They're going to dive on in. Do you get the smite? Yes, you do. It's a great steal. Opportunity for Gilbert High School as they turn the tables around. However, the damage is much more up front this time around. Arizona College Prep say, you stole the Dragon. We take the kills instead. Magnustorm on the back end, but it only slows him down for a moment. You're standing inside of the Swain, but the Swain is not powerful enough. Everyone walks away. HP bar is bleeding. Yes, you get one back, but Always Miss is running out of HP. That will be a double for Kimmy from the top side and an ace for Arizona College Prep.
I mean, what a team fight from Kimmy as well. Just pumping out the damage there in between everything. You get really big flashes out of big targets from I Know You're Upset before the fight basically even starts. I mean, the mid lane Kai'Sa was insane too. We talk about the positioning, just free firing from that backside of the jungle. And now all of a sudden, sure, you lose the Drake, you don't get onto Soul Point, but you take all of those bodies with you. I think Gilbert is thanking their lucky stars that the Baron was not up and available.
I mean, we're not even that late into the game, right? It's just like, oh gosh, thanks. It's only early game. And then you turn around on the other side and go, crap, it's still early game. You're still in this position of, hey, we don't have Baron, yet we're losing some of these team fights like this. And I have to congratulate Arizona. We mentioned Gilbert having that solid team fight after losing that Dragon early, that first Dragon of the game. And it was turned on its head. Gilbert had a solid defensive plan in place. They were able to bring the damage down and really capture a lot of that value and actually brought themselves 3 kills up. Arizona did the same thing, but even better. The battle lines were drawn. They buffered through a lot of the ultimate cycling, and there just wasn't much for Gilbert High School to do. You know it's going to be repeated unless Always Miss and some of the other players on Gilbert High School have a response like Catastrophe if they're able to get more kills in their belt.
Ooh.
Oh, I didn't even see this one. It's another fight inside the jungle. I was wondering what's going on. Mega Taco, triple knockup behind the belt. Purple, not liking where they're currently at. That will be the Peacemaker not rounding the corner well, but a final stab with the Talon will strike true. Instead of the little bounce house, Mega Taco brings them closer to the team. Always Miss trying to run interference, but the interference is not enough. As Always Miss will go down to the Killer Instinct on the back end. Kathia Rain, though, not having enough damage as Always Miss had that Ascension under Raps Fjord. Running in an awkward direction. I'm not sure what that was going on, so a revive comes through for Purple. Still, though, all control coming in on the back end. Another Cactus Catastrophe. You are locked into the pits as mistake upon mistake grants Arizona College Prep control of the top side lane.
I mean, this Yorick is just unfair. Triforce, Black Cleaver, already 2 items online, and I mean, from Cardinals fan, you just seem like you're just getting chopped down so easily. And they've got a diamond pickaxe or something, playing an entirely different game at this point. The one good news is you took down the jungler, so no Baron quite yet for Arizona College Prep.
That is true, but that also gives time for the recalls to come on in. And you were talking about that diamond shovel. Remember, there's another level above that. Now, we're talking about Netherite. I think they got that armor and weaponry intact. 2 items and a lot of banks. Kimmy on 2.5. This Yorick speeding down the lane. I mean, Kimmy has been amazing. She will continue to be a threat, whether Gilbert likes it or not. Herald being charged in, but it's only to drop some damage down on the back end as Megataka will go ahead and run interference once more. Headbutt Pulverize will bring Always Miss into damage threats. And it's yet another pick. Arizona College Prep are slowly prepping this game for a victory.
I mean, they are up, what is it, 7,000 gold now at 20 minutes. They have split lane push. They've got control over everything, and they've got pings coming down towards the Baron. I know you're upset, has no flash, and is all the way down on bot side trying to find a pick on Kimmy. But we've seen this story before, and it's going to mean a free purple worm going the way of Arizona College Prep.
0 contest. I mean, upset is like, dude, I can't try this. And I give credit, Arizona College Prep, this entire squad has been so on top of it. Every single time that they play, outside of the Dragon Steel, right? Like, it's... As long as the Zac is up, there's always a chance of a steal. No matter how hard you prep against it, the only prep against it is to kill him. But, again, the Zac is always off screen, right? So, for Arizona College Prep, outside of that one Dragon Steal, I think they play this game almost perfectly. They've done very well in their team fights when they do group up. Even in some of their player losses, the player losses have been just that, like gold sent over. It's never really amounted to any other global objectives. Kimmy here, as well, is about to showcase some skill, but flashes away instead and says no dice.
And this can just egg them onto the dragon. I mean, I know your upset is in a good position. They've got wards in the pit, but they need to find a way to win this team fight without losing more than 3 members.
Yep. Fjord is also making the way, so that's why the dragon is stalled out here. Tuki really stepping into no man's land, trying to keep that tri-brush rewarded. They will drop a couple of those traps. 4 and 1 is the position that we're looking at. Catastrophe looking for a sneak peek in. Oh no, Cardinals fan! Oh no, you're locked in the tower. You have to ult out! Oh, that is so painful! There's no more Malphite engagement, so this is just going to be a head-on fight. Slingshot in, snipes away with the auto attack, and it will be a full-on brawl. Arizona were able to grab the dragon, but will they kill the kills afterwards? Yes, they will. Catastrophe is down. Magnustorm to slow everyone in the midst, but it's all about the headbutt, baby. It's all about the Kaisa, baby. It's all about the prep. At the end of the day, Arizona College Prep had all their summoner spells available, had all their smites available, and will continue to be the bullies at the end as they do not lose a single player and will ace Gilbert once more.
I mean, don't get me wrong, had Gilbert had a better wallet, that fight might have looked a little bit better. The rel engage was nice with the knockup, but boy, Arizona College Prep with just their setback on the damage and their ability to control that objective early. By the way, the Drake fell down to a single HP, so it came down to an auto attack, I believe, from the Kaisa to finish it off. But they get it. They get their third Drake, they get their Baron activated, and they are just going to crumble the rest of the structures. They are up 11,000 gold at this point.
Yeah, call Kaisa Rey Mysterio with a 619 scoreline looking like a beast in the ring. I doubted it. I will say it again. I doubted the Kaisa and the Caitlyn matchup. I doubted seeing it on the same squad. I was wondering how it was going to work. but placing that Caitlyn in the bot lane with Hex Optics, you know, really empowering those auto attacks. And then the Kaisa being able to dance with the Dusk and Dawn along with the Kraken Slayer and the Gwynsus. This damage output from the Kaisa is immense and disgustingly powerful. This isn't Fearless. Remember that, Llama. We could see this Kaisa again for Arizona.
And that's a real possibility. I also think, this setup is good. Fjord needs to be careful, but they've got reinforcements if they go too far forward, which they already have.
Yeah, also at the same time, I don't think Fjords even cares. Look at that. It's the peel off, and now Burple is sectioned off. The rest of Gilbert High School did not want to follow. A flash over the wall is not going to be enough. Fjord grabs that kill. The rest of the team is here to play, and it's a 3v4, but it's slowly melting to a 3v2. Melting because Fjord destroys with a double kill. And is looking like the king of the jungle in more ways than one. With a recall coming in from Poor Catastrophe. It's a catastrophe of their own base. Inhibitor tower will go down. Inhibitor will fall us shortly as well. In a 25-minute opener of the base.
Kaisa's bringing away from bot lane too. They might look to end here with, I know you're upset, still down for 15 seconds.
Don't know about ending, but they might want to stagger the kills once more. You can see the pressure of a 1-3-1. A little bit awkward from Arizona College. You can see they drop both ADCs around, but they don't have the front line to help out, so instead it's a play on where can we drag everyone. Tuki is able to drag them towards the top side, but it's on a full court press, so instead it's yet finding another, but it's 5 places on the top side, so this 1-3-1 is actually working. Guess who's on the bot side? Kimmy decided to join up with Kaisa, and they chew through this tower like butter. That draws 3 more down to the bot side, and then Arizona apply pressure with 3 on the top. It's a push and pull. It's a tug of war that Gilbert has no way of winning.
And there's supers through mid now. I mean, if they delay long enough, they can just wait for those supers to build up, push through these outer 2, and then use their 15,000 gold advantage to try and end it.
Yep, there's the pinch that you wanted. Maybe it wasn't earlier a minute ago. Llama, you said they wanted to end it, but this should be the closer. Quick. Catherine Rain on the back end. Poor Catastrophe has to be forced to base, but the Nexus towers are primed and ready. In they go for one more chaotic battle, but it's a backline. That is the care. Look at Kaisa raining death beyond and more. Burple forced to the base. And Kaisa wants that last kill, but it's the Nexus towers and the Nexus to fall. Arizona College Prep will take game number 1.
They don't dive the fountain, but they'll dive their way to a first game victory. And it was never really in question. I think their ability to manage the map, especially when you look at the starter 5 minutes and you're like, hands on your head, you're like, they went down a 1-3 kill count. They gave away 3 kills to probably the 3 targets you don't want to give over to. And then they found a way to work back from that. To be able to win on every single part of the map, they started their Drake stacking, gave up the Herald early, and found their ways to really snowball this game. Every single lane won, no notes, and they get to take their advantage into game number 2.
And the scary part as well, you can't find a weak point. I mean, Gilbert, they tried their best, nothing really worked, and now they got to go back to the drawing board. Do we go for a more aggressive team composition, or do we stick with the same? Only time will tell. So we'll go to a short break, and when we come back, it will be the continuation of the League of Legends semi-finals here with the AIA Play versus High School Championship. Don't go anywhere. We get an upset in Series 1, but this series seems to be all by the book. Arizona College Prep said we will not be upset defeated again or ever. Still keeping their undefeated record alive and well. And for Gilbert High School, they tried their hardest, but they got to come up with some other sort of magic if they want to push the series to Game 3.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. The composition they drafted was very intricate. They had a Zach, which I haven't seen in a super long time, that provided them some engage. But when we talk about just winning at a basic level, what ACP did so well was fighting through all these solo lanes and then bringing all that goal generation into a really good team fight. So I'll be excited to see what the changes are going to be going into this game number 2, because as we mentioned, Orbital, it's only a best of 3. You don't have really any footing to stand on now. If you are Gilbert, you've got to play through your win conditions, and it's only a single elimination playoff bracket, so no real second chances if you drop this next game.
Yeah, you got to go ahead and go hard in the paint as best you can. Leave it all on Summoner's Rift, or else you will go home with regrets. Granted, these teams have fought very hard to get here. At the same time, you know they played through their own bracket side and through the regular season as well. The scorelines say the same. 11 matches in the regular season plus a postseason run. So no matter who comes out on top, I do want to say they should be very proud of how far they have come. They have proven themselves, as well as many of their viewers and fans alike, that they deserve to be here. And I think it shows that, you know, you don't lose track of the fact that these are the best of their division and the best of their conference at the end of the day.
And, you know, we were kind of talking to it at the end of that Series 1 that although Hamilton, you know, made all the way here, they got upset, it's still an incredible achievement to be a part of today and to make it to where they are, to go through the regular season, and even to say, okay, they're a 5 seed or they're a 3 seed. They still picked up, like you mentioned, 8 wins in the regular season to make it towards this point and be as good as they are. And that just goes to prove that it's not just one person that is even getting them to this point. It's not even the 5 players that are just playing on the screens in front of you. It's the entire support staff around them, and from the parents to all of the coaching staff that's provided for them. It's really great that these kids get this opportunity to do so that's helped out by all the support systems around it.
Of course. I mean, you know, I love talking about this, and I'll say it to my dying breath. When I was back in college, I didn't have this, you know, sort of opportunity. There weren't a lot of these spaces for kids to be able to show their craft. It was very much looked down upon, and the fact that more parents are also getting into it a little bit more makes me very, very excited to see, and for the kids to also prove their own stuff. So diving into this game number 2, we do see Gilbert High School on the red side this time around, Arizona College Prep on the blue, immediately banning out that Zach, which I think is a high respect handed on over. The Zach wasn't exactly instrumental in bringing a lot of fights to a close, but it was very strategically powerful, if that makes sense. Very much a great gank tool that you just don't want to deal with again, even if it's unnecessary or anything like that.
Yeah, I think it provided them a lot of space, like you said, a lot of vision control as well. So Gilbert on the other side, they're going to go with their first 2 setup bans. I think they hate the Viego and the Irelia based on the pages and the prep that they've done on Arizona College Prep. They get one more ban. I'd have to assume they're going to try and target away the Kaisa. The Caitlyn really wasn't the problem. It was that duo, like you mentioned, of what they can provide from that wave clear of the Kaisa and then that overall damage. So we'll see what this final ban is. It is going to be the Mordekaiser, and it is going to be the Akali locked away. So we're basically just running it back other than the Zach.
Yep, beautiful work here so far, and understanding that some of these power picks are still too powerful for Gilbert High School. For Arizona, you got your pick of the litter. The Kaisa in the mid can once again come on out to swing, but they opt for the Alistar instead. And I have to give credit. That Alistar looked amazing if they do decide to lock it in and flash over the Tahm Kench for the top lane if they wish as well. And it looks like they will go for it. Okay. Instead of going for the engage, they go for the safety value this time.
Yeah, I mean, it provides a lot, especially, I think Tahm Kench, not only a tanky bruiser, but I think that tongue lash is something that people underrate about him, where you can just get that slight slow, it can start off a fight, you can save your AD carry, you can do a lot of really, really good things, and you can flex this pick to multiple places. It's going to be the Rel locked in from Gilbert once again, so they're going to steal away the Kaisa this time, so no little mid-game shenanigans for Arizona College Prep with the double AD carry, at least from the Kaisa side.
But at the same time, I feel like Arizona know exactly how to play against it at the same time. Yeah. If it's in mid, though. Keep in mind, for Gilbert High School, your mid laner might not be so prevalent on it, so you are looking for a little difference as we are seeing the hover of the Vayne. which would make sense for the Tom Kench pickup, as this is a very safe lane duo and allows you to kind of power farm this Vayne to oblivion. Arizona College Prep, vastly different style coming in here.
I like the lock into the Amumu too. We talk about they don't really need tankiness because they've got this Tom Kench. So give yourself some really good, consistent engage with that bandage toss into the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and that is what it is going to be. So a very strong setup across the map. I think the ability to duel is less there from Amumu, so some of that counter jungling that we saw isn't going to be as prevalent in this game. But boy, their team fight, which is what they prided themselves on, already looks so devastating.
If that Vayne gets away from you, you are in trouble. So for Gilbert High School, you need a little bit more CC specifically. However, something that was changed out from before, Gilbert had their Shyvana locked away in the opening ban phase. Arizona College Prep this time left the Shyvana open in favor of the Zac ban, and so they will go ahead and lock it away. I like that idea from Gilbert. Pick it up very early. You see the Amumu. This is a very farm-heavy Shyvana, but now we go ahead and take a look at the rest, which is the Kiana and the Garen once again.
Yeah, get away those junglers, get away some of those top-sided picks as well. And for Gilbert, they're going to actually get their Shyvana, so getting to see this kind of new rework champion. I know my brother's a fan favorite of it, but they'll quickly lock in their bans, and they go rapid fire, set off the board. They did not like the Akshan, so the two big changes are those Zac and the Akshan. Arizona College Prep kind of recognizes, even though they won on that previous game number 1, they want to improve on what they set up with.
And the main way for that is recognize what the Akshan and the Zac specifically do. Number one is they both engage from very disorienting locations. Akshan being invisible, Zac from Fog of War. You deny both of those and you bring Gilbert High School's team fight much more apparent. If that will work. It's a very much more understandable and much more concise where they're going to come from. The Rel, the Kai'Sa, the Shyvana, and the Shen. Yes, Kai'Sa and Shen can enter from outside of the Fog of or enter from Fog of War, but
yeah,
it's still a little bit more obvious where they're going to dive in from or where they pop up on your screen. So I like what they've done here, and oh boy, Llama. Oh boy, we get the Yone once more. A little bit of Jan coming out in Arizona's favor.
Oh, interesting. The Hui as well. So they've got a lot of different flex picks here that they can move around. The Yone so far, though, has yet to lose a game of League of Legends here on our short sample size of the day, 2-0. The Hui provides a ton of damage, but this is a very, very upfront damage composition, but no real disengage tools. This is kind of an all or nothing, go or die type composition, which I think works well for ACP.
I mean, same with GHS. These squads are fighting it out tooth and nail with the Jaces locked in. It's up front, it's burst, it's siege. But they opt for the Zed! Let's go! Alright, Gilbert High School throwing down and saying, you want a skill matchup? Let's go skill.
This is also a lot of just random potency that can hit you like a truck on a blind side from Gilbert. That they can bring you in with the Shen, they can attack you with the Zed. I do wonder how the team fight breaks down because, again, the Kai'Sa kind of feels out of place in this entire composition. I know you can dive with it, but it's a large chunk of your damage. And if the Kai'Sa doesn't have any protection, if everybody else is diving forward, and if the Vayne or the Amumu or the Yone finds a pick onto that Kai'Sa, it can really topple the team fight in Arizona College Prep's favor.
Yes, 100%. It is a very scary composition to run, but at the same time, I hope, I'm thinking Gilbert High School are saying, we don't even want a team fight. This is a pick and run composition. Get the Hui, get out. Get the Vayne, get out. Get the Yone, get out. Never give a moment where the Amumu gets a big ult or you're ever bottlenecked in a 3 or 4 man position. So I like the idea from Gilbert. We did ask them to go a little bit more hardcore and to bring something out and to call for a hands diff situation. I have no idea if it's going to work, but I love the glove that they have thrown in the face of Arizona College Prep. We'll see if the challenge is answered or if we get a little bit of a long haul game. Either way, it will be a surprising one to watch. Second seed versus third seed, all on the line here. Let's go ahead and go to a short break, and when we come back, Game 2 on Summoner's Rift. For your viewing pleasure. Don't go anywhere. Off they go one more time. If Arizona College Prep are able to take the victory, if not, Gilbert High School will force us to a game number 3, and things will be vastly different. However, I want to say much more toxic composition coming out of Arizona College Prep, much more aggressive here in some of the laning phase states, and then Gilbert High School, all aggression, a catastrophe of a Zed in the mid lane.
And on the other side, for Arizona College Prep, it is locked in. They're going to go Hui mid lane, which is the usual. Tom Catch down towards the bottom, and then the Yone up towards the top side. So getting to see the duel between Kimmy and Cardinals fan once again, this time of a different stature, but still of the utmost importance. These are two players that don't want to sit in their lane for all game. They want to win this 1v1, and then they want to roam to other places in the map.
Yeah, they want to go ahead and make a little bit of an emphasis, but specifically for Cardinals fan, one of the big things that you have to balance is if you lose your life one too many times, all of a sudden those stand united that you're going to be throwing down, it's actually going to backfire more often than not, because yeah, you're saving a teammate, but you're giving up so much gold and tower pressure that it might not even be worth it. So that's one of the scary factors that you have to watch for and just be very aware. So for Cardinals fan, it's a very delicate balance between how much do I trade out and how much do how much do I give over at the end here. Bot side though for 2D and Mega Taco, it's kind of understandable what we're watching here. It's a nice little buffer by Mega Taco to run interference with the Vayne. We are watching Tuki just do their best at keeping up on the CS numbers. We saw Always Miss before do okay in the CS department up till that mid game. We'll see if it changes anytime soon.
I don't know what happened on this one, but it looks like I Know You're Upset used their flash. Maybe to get over a
I just realized that as
wall?
well. Maybe a misclick, because I think the smite's still up. Maybe that's what they were looking at, but that is...
Yeah.
I mean, nobody saw it, so nobody has a really good idea of it. So, hey, Fat Finger in the jungle, not as bad as Fat Finger inside of the, inside of the laning state where everyone sees you do it.
Or even in like if this was later in a dragon fight and you accidentally pressed your flash instead of your smite, that would have been the reverse of a bad one. But we'll see if that does affect anything, if maybe there's a team fight that can go. And look at this, Kimmy's already the target of a gank.
Well, guess what? You're going to go ahead and roll on in. The problem is there's not much CC in the pocket for Upset. Even Flash wouldn't have really done anything, but it's a nice little showcase of strength. Upset saying, I can join on this top side if I really wish. So you better be a little bit more careful. For Kibby, though, you're chilling. No big deal on back end. Fjord, though, on the bot side of the map, trying to clear the scuttle as soon as possible. And then a wraparound with the gang. Oh, dear. Gilbert High School. A little bit late to the party, and now they are seeing, but Tuki and Mega Taco are very far away, and because of that, it's a very large gap opened up in the jungle route. Very nice pick and movement from Gilbert High School, and now we move to the mid lane, where Hui is wondering what they can do. Nice little AoE damage come out, plus some extra on the back end, as that's a good fear on the back. And you will keep yourself safe. Ignite will tick down, and you will just barely survive. Hui, able to live on one.
It's important, though. I mean, still flash on Catastrophe here and no flash on the Hui. Very, very immobile. So, working the pressure here early, but it's the same story. Gilbert, they're getting all these great macro plays, but Arizona College Prep is beating them out in the CS department. Already up about 500 gold from their advantages in top and mid.
Slow roll of the eyes as we move from top, mid, and bot. Kimmy, though, getting a little bit dicey with it. I love it. Kimmy's playstyle, she's been so aggressive at just the right times as well. Even on the York, we watched her just be a deadly menace that drew attention wherever she played. And so I love the fact that we are seeing her on the Yone as well, which is another example of just over-aggression at the right times. But keeping tabs, I wonder how much value you're going to get out of this champion as well.
I do honestly wonder, too. I mean, some of these early summoner spells invested, you obviously see the flash away from the Hui, but you also, again, no flash on this Shyvana from that early jungle excursion. You've got kind of this bottom side that's kind of very isolated, that hasn't really seen any ganks quite yet, and you have a roam up from Burple. So you leave your Kai'Sa isolated, but you know they have those extra summoners. Arizona College Prep still forcing the issue down there, and what is, like you mentioned, a very, very safe lane with the Vayne and the Tom Catch.
It is, but it can also be very explosive. If we see Burple or Always Miss go in at the wrong time, you know, the Vayne can go into that final hour, decimate your HP bar with some of those extra on hits. It's a very scary proposition. So for Gilbert High School, you're sitting there going, where do we take those risks? And here's the other side of it. Remember back in game 1 in the early stages of the game where we just saw that buildup of the CS numbers? For Gilbert High School, there's no real late-game scaling for you. The Kaisa and the Zed, these are not late-game champions. They are mid-game champions at best, so you have to be aware of that one. And you have to be very conscious of the fact that you might not be in a comfortable position if you allow this game to kind of go on a long way without any sort of aggression on your end, I guess is the best way to put it, as we're seeing it here on the bot side. Quick trades at HP bar. Megataco now having to jump away for their HP for their own life, but a quick dive in as Tuki eats it up as well. Nice knock on the back end, though. We'll give him more than enough. Final tower shot will take Always Misses life, but it's still a 2-for-1. You'll take that all day long for Gilbert High School.
And that kill goes to Tom Kent. You get both the flashes out. You still have flash available from Rel, so it's an overall win. Fjord is going to try and go in here, maybe look for a steal, but setting up the channel. I know you're upset, has the Zonoa here and is just going to give it for free. So a really good start here from Gilbert. They kind of equalize out on these neutral objectives. They find the first Drake, but it is going to once again punish them on the rest of the map.
Dragon in their hands, but yes, it is important that, yes, they got the lead here. They need to expand upon that lead, and unfortunately, all that lead is on the bot side of the map. Keep that in mind. Always Misses the only one with the kills, but in terms of evening up the situation, you need to make sure Burple has the same level of HP and the same level of consistency in terms of how they want to aggress. You need to find a way to build this gold lead into more than just a gold lead. You need to build it into, you know, towers and the plates and everything of the sort. So for Gilbert High School, that's where we're looking next. So if it takes too long, you know Arizona College Prep going to be well on their way to very comfortably taking over the laning stage just on CS numbers alone.
I mean, look at the top lane differential. Cardinals fan hasn't had a chance to back yet. Has been sitting on a Doran shield for 8 minutes, man. Arizona College Prep and Kimmy has never given him a chance. It's an 800 gold differential, but we'll finally be able to spend some of that money as we've got to fight in mid.
Mid lane, yep. A little bit of eyes out. Hui getting a nice little root down. Can they get more? Yes, they will. Burple over the wall, but a very nice paint in distress. There ain't no way out as Burple will burp their last. Ain't no Stand United to save you there. Rough spot to be in. Tuki, though, rolled on into Always Miss, who, again, the 1v1 is actually technically stronger at this moment. But a nice little pickup for Arizona College Prep as they look for the grubs as well. Upset, doesn't really want to take that chance. They've been power farming their way to a decent lead, but not enough at the end. Fjord, on top of a ward, taking their time to recall here. Overall, well done. Arizona College Prep even things out in the kill department and keep that 1K lead.
Yeah, they're really putting the pressure on, especially in a lot of different places. Cardinals fan has to be careful. Fjord's in the area, we're just going to 2v2 it.
That's what they're hoping for. At the same time, it feels like Arizona College, they really don't want to force it. That's going to be the jump on in. Very nice Curse of Sad Mummy, and Kimmy starts to step away. Fjord with a beautiful ult slows them all down, and it's none the wiser at the end. That's the other side of the coin. Fjord on this Amumu is like, I can't really do too much. I'll ult and walk away.
It does save them for this bottom side push that now gets to regurgitate after Tucci has been down a level kind of this entire game, and we'll jump in.
I like the jump more than enough because Always Miss has no out, no flash barrier was all they had, and unfortunately, that will be your doom. Still no Stand United either. Which I do wonder if that would have been enough to keep him safe, but even if you stand united, Kimmy would have taken you down. So, yeah, well done by Arizona College Prep, getting some control back on the bot lane.
Oh, okay. We'll have to snap back here, but yeah, I mean, even the lane that they were losing down on that bot side, they find ways to get control back. They are down a Drake, but they're now up about 1.5, 1.7k lead, and this top lane turret is not going to be long for the world if Kimmy keeps playing as they are. They've still got Flash, they've still got Ignite, and they are spinning for the win.
I love that. Just, you know, kind of showcasing that, yeah, I see you over there upset. I know that you're on the ward, and I will continue to pressure because I keep that advantage up. But also take a look at Gilbert's warding. The ward's entirely covering the upper, or the bottom side of the upper jungle here. It's such a weird difference. It splits the map in this weird way where You know Kimmy's safe, but any traversal between there and mid is wholly undefended. So Arizona College Prep, you can see the play still having some issues on the back end. No big deal, though, because again, for upset, you aren't getting much. Gilbert stalled out and trying to accelerate this game.
A lot of pressure coming through now on Gilbert, who have to win this game and the next one if they want to stay alive in the series. And once again, for Arizona College Prep, undefeated so far, yet to drop a single map of League of Legends throughout their regular season. Gilbert trying to change that, but right now, it feels like a couple of their stronger lanes are starting to fall behind, and Catastrophe has not been able to do enough from their early advantage lead on this way. And we know how good this way can be. Even if it has 1 or 2 deaths, its stack up is good, and this snapback may be coming quick.
We did see it kind of collapse. It was, what, 3K in a matter of about 2 to 3 minutes of fighting for Arizona College. They also ended game number 1 in 27 minutes. Yeah. Might take a little bit longer to accelerate in this one, but we can see it happening, especially for a Vayne. You're able to tumble and roll your way out. It is still quiet, though. 15 seconds on Dragon. It is a cloud to play for. No one's really in position to take it. There is a pink ward inside, but for Gilbert, you warded out the entire outside, so it's a very difficult ask for either end of the team comps.
And I think it's going to be important that you go back to the win condition as Cardinals fans extends. Catastrophe's here.
Oh, and that's such a clean body block here. Cardinals fan will stay alive throughout it entirely, and Catastrophe picks up that kill. However, with momentum shifting and now 2 on the top side, Gilbert High School are kind of run out of this jungle bot side. Dragon started up by 4. Arizona College, a little bit slow to the take, though, so keep in mind, Stand United is still available. Zed's running in as quickly as possible. They're going to try and turn things around. Good root on the back end, plus a Paintress strike into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. A slow but steady wombo combo deletes Gilbert High School's chances of getting that Drake and more. But what a shuriken! Catastrophe steals away the Drake because Fjord went too far away.
I mean, it ends up being a 1 for a Drake. I mean, you will take that trade all day if you're Gilbert. You now got 2 on the board, and you get really set up for victory. I will say that the fight on top side was good, but Arizona College Prep just a little bit split there. They couldn't decide whether or not they wanted to dive the turret or take the Drake. If they choose either one of those, they win either one of those game plans. But Gilbert find a way to sneak it away. They've got 2 Drakes. They've still got a lead disadvantage, but it does mean Arizona College Prep is on a timer with this Drake stacking.
Yeah. I mean, also Hextech is one of the best in terms of, you know, not having any other dragons in the bank, but still it feels bad that you are on this opposite side of the coin. They are pressuring, though, and in the next few moments we should start seeing, Fjord bouncing over to the other side of the wall. I think you were hoping for a little bit more help. Nice little body block with the paint. Hui saying thank you very much. Tries a Severing Bolt on the back of Catastrophe's head, but it's not going to work. It is a smite away with the scuttle. Going back to my point, though, we are going to see those towers come down a little bit faster here in a little while. Arizona College Prep, they haven't had the freedom to push with those grubs as they had before because of some of their lane states, but it will be coming to a point. As you mentioned, topside will be 1. I think Hui is up about 35 CS in there, so really looking to get some more plates down for themselves. The map will expand at just the right time for this high school squad.
Well, it's also pretty interesting, too. I mean, for as much as losing those 2 Drakes does suck for Arizona College Prep, you're still up a nice little gold advantage. You still got winning ways everywhere. And if we go back to kind of what we talked about in the draft as the snapback comes through from Kimmy, the win condition for Gilbert is to not let this thing get late where you don't have a lead. You need to be able to find these side lane picks, and they're doing a good job finding a couple, but Arizona College Prep is still mirroring them, on the other side of the map very, very well. We'll see if Hui does try and get out of this one.
Oh, and that's a beautiful fear as well. You can really see some of the strength, but that's a flash forward, and that's an easy catch on the back end. He will go ahead and paint Catastrophe one more with a Severing Bolt Fry. But a good flash will keep the Zed alive. However, that was a 3-man commit here in the mid lane, and Arizona College Prep get away with Hui's life.
And it's the Summoner spell game as well. 2 flashes gone from both the mid laner and that support from Gilbert. With 2.5 minutes left to go, those are not going to be up by the time that next Drake is there. And Purple has got to be very careful. All of these turrets coming under threat. Not only that upper outer, but that mid-outer turret. They are not having much health left to go on them.
No, but it is a little bit slower. So for Gilbert, you're kind of saying, okay, well, at least we did something better than last game. They haven't spiraled a lead out of control. Megataco doesn't want to be eaten up, so has to back away from the Herald themselves. Doesn't want this global objective take. Kimmy coming down for the help. And it will be reset, Shelly. Some of the fastest legs in the West whenever it comes to repositioning inside the pit.
Shen is not here. The interesting thing is both bot laners still kind of playing through the bot side as well. Neither of them have any sort of teleport. So this is just going to be a basic 4v4 with a teleport in from Kimmy off the buy.
I think for Kimmy, it's also just eyes out. Herald, pull to the side. Megataco going to run interference and give their life, I think, for the team here. Kimmy will go and help. Looks like it's a 2v3, but Fate Sealed is going to miss, so it's a big pickup for Catastrophe. Kills on the back end, though, as Gilbert High School are saying, you overstepped your bounds, you have no extra to play with. Very nice Curse of Sad Mummy, but there's no one else to help, so instead Fjord will be run down by Upset. Big wallops to the back of the head. Very nice bandage toss over towards the Wolves. Fjord and Hui will be able to survive. Ooh. However, the Herald did go their way, so kills, 2 kills in exchange for the Herald. It's a little bit pricey exchange.
Especially because you lost down on bot side as well. Always miss going for the solo kill. Doesn't have enough with the shielding that comes out, but they've got the dive.
And I like this call. Tuki cannot respond. And a nice out of reach from the tower threat resets, and Catastrophe gets out safely. Not sure about this. Megataco trying to run interference and get in the way, but the spot side for Gilbert really paying dividends. Always miss. Happy about the current position they're in, as they're at 2-2-1 with Catastrophe 3-0-1.
Uh-oh.
Not too bad on the top side, though. Cardinals fan.
Nice timing.
Has a lot of armor with the Sunfire cape, but still burning that flash just to make sure. Kimmy is very scary to deal with.
I mean, double your CS right now. It's a smart decision to make, and especially because you have that ultimate that can kind of get you in and around the map. I think for Gilbert, though, you talk about what was a 2,500 gold disadvantage. They've cut it down to maybe 500. The next Drake is up, and if Gilbert can secure this one, they are on Soul Point, and Hextech Soul Point at that. You look at the setup, it is very good, but Kimmy is going to fly in.
Not only that for Kimmy, chilling up on the side, recalls and now takes those Hex Gates, which, by the way, are so important for getting back to the team fight. I love that call, but the Dragon down to about 4K. This is going to be a big objective once more as Hui is caught off on the far end, and you need a lot of help. Good fear and a turnaround. Catastrophe in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Fate Sealed is going to be danced away, but the Dragon is the main calling card. Gilbert now on Soul Point, but will they survive the fight afterwards? Kill 1, kill 2. Fjord out and safe on the far end. Tuki trying to cut through Upset, but there's no extra damage. That's the chop of more than one. Curse of Sad Mummy to slow down. Always Upset, and Kimmy came in with a finisher. That will be a 4 for 2, but the Dragon lost. As Gilbert say worth, at least in their eyes.
I would say so as well. Sure, the gold differential is going to flop on its head, but it gives Gilbert so many chances to work out on this game. You take a single more Dragon, you're on Hexil, you've got a way to win it. You are going to lose a lot of gold on the map, including that outer mid. And Cardinals fan, again, no real recourse, is just kind of a tank for this frontline setup. But, I mean, you go back to that team fight, that was kind of 2 fights on two different looks, and a good look from Catastrophe to initialize that fight and secure them the Drake, even though it cost them their life.
I think I'm also watching this this kind of point of contact, this idea of, I mentioned before, where Arizona, they just need to open up the map. That's where we really get to see some of this experience fly, where we get to see Arizona really show their skill, and they might be doing it here once more. This is the part of the game, once the towers fell, where we started to see their composition really rise to the top. We started to see them get very aggressive, very all-encompassingly strong, and they were able to take a lot of these fights. Granted, they don't have that extensive gold lead from before. 3K is nice, but it's not as much as they had before. I wonder where it's going to play, as right now you can see over the wall, a little bit of a wait from Fjord. Baron has spawned, though. Tuki trying to play within the realm of fire. I don't know if that's what they wanted to do, but here they call Magnustorm around the side, and Megataco's already dead, and that's just not a good spot to be in. Good barrier at the end by Always Miss. Gilbert High School call Arizona's bluff and check 2 out.
You cannot overextend here. I mean, you've got Baron available. I understand that you've got some lower health bars, but the respawn timer is 20 seconds, so not going to try and pull the trigger immediately. It is past that 20-minute marker, and still the lead continues to fluctuate hands. I also like that they kind of put the pressure on avoiding the bait to Megataco. Megataco is kind of like, oh, just kind of attack me and don't worry about my teammates. But it was a great setup from, I know you're upset, a good jungle re-engage that has put Gilbert only 1.5 thousand gold behind. And with those dragon stats, I think that lead is a little bit disguised. I think it's more towards even and almost in Gilbert's favor.
I'd actually agree with that one. I think Shyvana still has the buff as well. When you get the dragons, you get a little bit of a bonus to a lot of your skills and a lot of your abilities. So the scaling for the Shyvana is also going to increase. This new champion that was recently reworked, a lot of people had questions about it. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be a little bit of a, a wreck from the previous Shyvana skill set? At the current moment, doing quite well. Dusk and Dawn plus Kraken Slayer is a brutal combination. We will see how it fares in about 2 minutes here. But we're looking at the rest of the map as Tuki is trying to find some area where they can get some sort of advantage. They're currently sitting on a 1-4-2. Arizona College Prep ready to roll here with a charge onto the tower. They really want to break through, open up the rest of the map. Looks like they will do so. Good crash into the tower. Another charge to work their magic. Spin to win. Chase on in. Knock up one. Crash into the tower. And now it looks like Kimmy's on the wrong side of the map. Might pay with her life fate sealed around the way. Good stun, though, as Burple is around the corner. In goes a good Devour, though, from Megataco, who will sacrifice her life. However, you devoured a sold-up Kimmy. So Kimmy just snaps back to the original position and will lose their life. Megataco can't flash away far enough. So it's 2 handed over to Gilbert High School.
I mean, they get the turret, they get the double charge, but a little bit too aggressive there on the follow-up, and it's going to cost them near almost everything. They'll lose that top outer turret. Fjord doesn't have the damage to try and defend, and realistically, they probably should have lost the Baron too. Gilbert not pulling the trigger on that. They know there's a Drake up in 30 seconds that they could trade Drake for that Baron Nashor and keep themselves on soul point if they really choose.
Yeah, it's such a difficult call, and at the same time for Gilbert, you're like, this is a great call. Arizona, they have to play into us, they have to play safe. None of their players can really aggress against us. You look at the gold difference right now, 3K almost between the two ADCs, nearly a 100 between the two mids, but for a Zed, that's amazing. In the jungle, it's about 800. Like, a lot of these things are just going in the way of Gilbert High School. They're accelerating the pace of the game, and they're trying to force us to a game number 3.
All the gold right now is in Kimmy, and Kimmy needs to have a superstar play here, especially in this team fight to get it done. But you don't have vision on the entirety of the river, so entering it just blind is not ideal. There is no Shen, could come with the Stand United, but they've got to find their team fight.
At this point, it's a whole different question. Kimmy just getting deleted, who flashes over the wall, but the damage has already been done. Catastrophe brought the Zed to a head, and is pulling ahead and more. Zed is 5-1-2 and just destructive on the map.
I mean, they're going to get the Drake for free. I think you have to try and set up, if you're Arizona College Prep, for that Baron. Try and at least deny some of the losses that you're going to be given here. And there's so many structures standing, they'll catch Megataco.
And Megataco, that was a very greedy spot to recall. You will be able to get out, but still, it is dangerous. Hextech Soul in your favor means a lot of these slowing abilities will allow the catches to come through much, much quicker. With that in mind, that gives Catastrophe a massive boon to their kill threat. If you're able to slow down your opponent, you get that kill threat, that death mark is easy amplification of damage. Death Brush, currently set by Gilbert High School, and Fjord doesn't really have a choice. You have to walk on in. And unfortunately, you are going to stay safe, but First side Mummy slows him down for a moment. Is there any follow-through damage? Not really. So it is going to be Gilbert High School taking the jungler and running.
See if they start a Baron. Those health bars are no good. I would try and back off it here, but they want more. They want these kills. No flash, and I know you're upset. Catastrophe still full HP at this point as they clean up the blue buff.
I think for Hui, that's really important. You are a spell reeler by trade, obviously, and you are going to try and keep yourself safe. And with mana to spare, you can go ahead and bring that AoE down. For Arizona College Prep, though, you're struggling right now. You had an idea. You weren't worried about some of the earlier kills. You weren't worried about some of the earlier trades. But you are worried about that soul that is now in your opponent's favor. 3K down is where you currently sat. For Gilbert High School, that third game is looking much, much closer to your grasp.
I mean, just look at the 80 carry inventory as a differential. Always Miss, Static Shiv, Rage Blade, and Kraken Slayer versus a blade and a pickaxe and maybe a bow on top of that. I mean, they need to funnel some money back into this vein, and right now all of their damage is on Kimmy and on Hui, and they just are very, very squishy, immobile targets that they don't have enough protection for right now. They have to find either the perfect team fight or something very good soon, because not only is Baron Nashor up, now Elder is up on the board.
This dragon, I mean, if Arizona College Prep can seal this one away that we've seen what, like 3 steals, I think, so far in the series today. If we do see another steal, that's Arizona College. That's their ticket back in, right? This big dragon that can bring the executes, that can bring the extra damage, could see a very heavy difference. At the same time, though, it's a rough call. Do you sacrifice Fjord for that fight? Who, by the way, Fjord didn't go to the Leandri's build that we normally see. It's a much heftier, you know, Sunfire plus Thornmail. It's all that 80 bulk at the end. Is it going to be enough? Arizona College, I mean, we're really just waiting on those timers. It feels like we're just playing around these global objectives. Everything else is kind of dead time for the teams. Fjord, though, going a very dangerous route and getting everyone kind of pincered in. Curse's Sad Mummy catches on multiple, and they will look to burn through one. They do. And then a pinch against the wall. Do they find Always Miss? They do. That's a tag as well, and it's a shutdown over. Suddenly, there is life in the eyes for Arizona College Prep as they're looking for a little bit more. Hextech Gates being used to bring a couple members closer to Purple and Cardinals' hands. Those kills are huge, but it's not the main one. Catastrophe is on their way.
I mean, this should be Baron. There is no jungler on the other side. There's a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, from Catastrophe, but this is really a 5v2. Come on.
Let's see if they can play a Catastrophe, looking for a big window of opportunity. Level 15, doesn't have the level 3 ultimate, doesn't have the main skills up and available. But can easily snipe 1 or 2. You can see Ford waiting off of the wings. Needs to keep the HP bar alive. Baron down to about 6k, and I don't know if that's what you want, but they have on in. Cardinals fan, though, goes a little bit too far, getting spit on. Catastrophe straight to the back line, snipes out 1, gets the support. Will they get more? They land back on some of that rubble. A final snipe of the HP bars means Catastrophe burns down to 200, but you've done the job. You backed him off of Baron.
And honestly, if they recall this, Gilbert, you could just start it. You've got Always Miss coming in. They're going to choose to recall and make sure they can get the health back on Catastrophe. But Arizona College Prep, they do get the kills. They turn the fight, and they cut the lead down to just about 1.5k. But they do not get the Purple Worm. And now it is becoming apparent for Gilbert. They have that great decision again. They either could go Baron, they could go Elder, they could fight on either one.
I think really what you're looking at is Gilbert can do whatever the heck they want as long as it's as a team, right? Like that's the main calling card for them. They do everything that they wish as a team, and as long as you're as a team, you will stay safe. If Catastrophe is able to enter the back line, it causes enough chaos to just take over the rest of the map. But if you fight a little bit splintered, Arizona College do have enough hands diff moments to be able to kind of break out in song and dance for themselves. 1 minute till the Elder, which could be a huge point of provision, as that's going to be a catch on the back end. Good fear on the back end as well. Play having to run, but the flash might not be enough. Cardinal Sand is going to miss, though, as that's Curse's Sad Mummy to slow down the back line. Tukey tries to fight on their own, but it doesn't work. Catastrophe brings the damage. Everyone's burning on the back end, though. And look at the size of the damage. Catastrophe once again jumps onto Kimmy's life, who might not get the safety, and they will burn away. But the backline, Fjord and Mega Taco with the snipe and the bolt from Hui. It's an unexpected ace for Arizona College Prep as they will look to get more.
Always Miss will die on the backside of the fight as well, and it is 5-0-8 from this way. They want a couple extra turrets, and they will get them. Now, Fjord, I don't know that he can solo this Elder Dragon, but is going to be getting some help as they revert. But what a team fight. Staying alive after Catastrophe jumped on that mid laner. You just free fire. The Painter's ultimate hits 4 in a massive explosion. And then how about Tuki from the backside disguises the entry, gets the damage. It'll give him the Elder. It'll give him the kills. They've got Execute buff.
I mean, we say that, but it's getting a little bit low. Good smite away, and now it's the execution on the other side. Set tried to snipe, but you went a little bit too far. Despair being wrought in Gilbert's eyes as this late game has turned on its head.
We'll see if they rush out to Baron in time. It looks like Gilbert wants to start it up, and this could be the team fight that ends everything. With Elder, you have the Execute. You've got the Hex Gates to get out there very quickly. It is no flash on a couple of key members, but they are ready to fight again.
There we go. Catastrophe looking in, but only finds that support, and all of a sudden things are wrong. Catastrophe has to jump away. Shadows out to the gate, able to stay safe. Burple in the wrong position. Was able to run away to safety as well. Quick TP, or not TP, recall came in for Kimmy. And they'll look 10 seconds on that jungler as you called. This is going to be a little bit of fight. Catastrophe last time pulled them off, but the Baron is melting much faster. This time around, will a Shuriken steal it away? That will be the question. Megataco has to run interference. Smite fight doesn't really be needed.
Ugh.
Good steal away. Nobody on Gilbert's side wants to test this out. Baron plus Elder is a disastrous combo to walk into.
And you've got no flashes left on any of the Gilbert members. You have no real outplay potential. It's just going to come down to these waves. And Arizona College Prep, they had the early game they wanted. The mid game was pretty shaky, but they want to look to end it off this double buff setup. But, you know, giving away this mid wave, they're actually trying to push away, but they don't have towers to protect themselves.
No, they don't. They have to play a little bit on their haunches, so this is something that we call a stall Baron. A Baron that you just grab to kind of take away from the opponent and you wait. Same with the Elder. It's not great in your hands, but it's enough to give at least a big split pusher a chance to fight. And at least for Kimmy, you're able to make great use of that one. It's up under reality, though, as that's going to be Cardinals fan who eats a lot of that damage. But the topside tower will fall. Catastrophe looking for a pinch on the side, though. This could be the big one. If you catch out Tuki, it's a big blow to the plan. Topside, though, melting very, very quickly. Gilbert High School, they're starting to scramble a little bit. This is a big split section that they have. Catastrophe rounding around the back corner.
Oh.
Can they find it? Tuki is a little bit alone. Fjord body blocking for Tuki's sake. And honestly, Gilbert High School, they were a little bit caught unawares. They were trying to get a nice little pincer, but instead, they get full-on swept in terms of the rotation, and Arizona College Prep busts through the front doors.
I mean, they still had Elder. It was such a tough angle to try and flip it right there, but now you've given up literally everything. The gold lead is 5K, and you might just try and destroy the minions and hold off this Baron push, but Gilbert need to make a stand.
I mean, they're going to go in. That's going to be a bandage toss. It lands. 3 are caught. Can they get more damage? Catastrophe on the back line, though. And it might be a little bit too far into the battle zone. Catastrophe looking into that Zhonya's perspective. Deathmark doesn't get too much damage. And they turn it back on its head. Magnustorm only catches one. Fjord running interference. And the carries are still very much alive. Way says, get out of my face. You will burn in the wake of my power. Arizona College Prep still very much alive, upset, trying to run interference as well. But the dragon can do nothing against the Elder of its parents. Your fate has been sealed the moment you tried to collapse. Severing Bolt will strike once more. Arizona College Prep. The depths of the Angles' hope rises, and Arizona College Prep maintain their undefeated record to enter the grand finals.
What a gritty game. I mean, coming back from a really tough triple dragon deficit, a quadruple dragon deficit, but all that kind of played into their cards, right into the Elder fight that they wanted, and then the team fight selection from the Hui that only dies there at the end. I mean, an incredible back-to-back-to-back team fight performance, and they're well earned into the championship spot.
It's such a scary moment, but of course, with that being said, we know which teams are locked in for the grand finals. Arizona College Prep going against and Phi in the future. That'll be a little bit later on as we got Rocket League coming up behind. So we'll go to a short break, get Rocket League on here. New set of casters as well. Thank you so much for tuning in to the semifinals of the League of Legends side of the AIA Play versus High School Championship. Enjoy Rocket League in just a bit.
I think our match is ready to go. I think our casters are as well. At least I hope one of them are. So I'm gonna send it over to them. Me and other guy. You and I cast challengers, you cast VCT.
Yeah.
But we're getting down to the high school level where this is the next generation of talent. Maybe you're gonna see these guys in VCT one day.
Should be an easy plan actually towards the end for Spanish Fork. They have all players stacked up inside this area. The retake's gonna be very difficult. Look at them push towards the waterfall. I love this.
Oh my god, we're gonna have a flawless pistol for Spanish Fork? Wait a minute, this is insane. This defense is gonna have to play for retake. Leading that charge is Panda with no util, not even having a paranoia is gonna be tough. And the paranoia coming out from the post plant is gonna make things even harder. As Rila makes first contact, Panda steps up and it's surprised with the teamwork from Spanish Fork. Simply too much, and they carry 4 rifles over.
Both of them are so low, so it is actually doable if he finds the correct timing.
Oh, Kimchi could save this round. You gotta hunt down this Omen. Okay, be able to get with a plant and all the reads! Oh, that was next level. Kimchi for the clutch for Lane Tech champions. But here's the retake. The Omen, the duelist, stepping in from the top site. Initial contact is Coke with that first blood for the defense. Starting off on a good foot, but Rebo and Kimchi against the wall. Oh, this Omen is insane. A 3K in that round. Lane Tech really want to have a flawless game 1, but there's that rolling thunder coming through the B side. Catches that backline of Lane Tech as Coke hits him with the showstopper. Winnie's involved too. This is an equation that is only subtracting Lane Tech 1 by 1, and the defuse will go through unless this last Viper has something to say about it. So no more flawless Lane Tech after all. Well, at least the defense are re-established. Lane Tech have to peek the spike. Make sure to defend it. 1-2. Rila is insane. This is a duelist you want on your team, and I don't even know if Kimchi has died yet.
You know, the pulse in this first half, it seems like it's Lane Tech's map pick.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, this Judge. I love me a Judge. Coke, I don't think has lost a duel. They've lost rounds, but not duels. And you know, Coke's got his one, maybe 2 sometimes. And that
Spike
alone is causing problems, yeah, for Lane Tech.
Yeah, it's huge because that, oh, wait, that killed through smoke because of I think they heard a drop into the water, just break the smoke, and that's Judge down, rifle down. I was just about to say, getting the Judge kills allows weapon upgrades, and with 10 seconds left, though, might be still doable. Oh my god, no, it is. It's doable.
Oh no, winnable, 1v1, 5 seconds, hearing the plant, Chong. Oh, the jump, the react, you stopped them from planting! You got in their brains, you didn't even have to shoot a bullet, but you still waved at the body afterwards. What the heck was that round, Bam? Because Lane Tech like to hide at the very back of the site, throw paranoias, throw util, and force Spanish Fork to approach, and it's hard to check all these angles. You got a bit of a flank too, because you got all the time in the world. Why not go out exploring into Narnia? And Spanish Fork, they could only just kind of sit there at the front door and hope someone was gonna let them in. Oh no, the Fade util is always vibe checking this chamber. Lane Tech now have a red carpet and that big red old bubble. Yeah, that's a Viper's pit. Paranoia from the defense is gonna cause issues, and that gives an opening for Panda with the Stinger. But you have to look from the outside in. You got people charging at you with knives. Lane Tech happy to close out that half 10-2. Ideally, controllers need to have this site on lock, and well, Echo coming in from behind, and there's just no escaping when you're up against Lane Tech. Rebu almost got an ace on stream, y'all. I knew I hyped this guy up for the right reason. And applied to the head. Rila about to face check this flash out teleport. Getting out of dodge, all up to Nukes. Wait a minute. A flashy round coming out of the initiator. And Lane Tech just holds Spanish Fork at bay. Those sheriffs could not make a dent. 1 round away before Lane Tech take the map.
And now map point for the side of the defense. Gamble towards C, and it's getting denied.
Wait, Echo, wait. What is this, the practice range? Oh my god, and Nukes gives them all the info. Echo, go get him. He's on the hunt. It's the last round for Lane Tech. Wait a minute, Witty's not done with you until now. He couldn't take them all down. 13-2. Lane Tech, take Lotus. We're cooking. In high school, this is all about education and coming up with good ideas and questioning the status quo. And this is exactly what we're doing with some Jet ISO. Usually ISO's sidekick is Yoru. I'm so used to that. And Phoenix, I don't think I've seen Phoenix since the dawn of time. So I'm so excited.
Force that rotate before you start lurking here.
All right, Lane Tech took their time with it. Now they get met by a fault line. Great rotations from Spanish Fork to keep this spike at bay. And Coke has already gotten his 2nd kill. But Kimchi just turns and burns, but it does not matter. Spanish Fork get to take their first pistol. All right, Panda and the Cypher have to swing, and they did it at the right time. And Panda holding this back pillar, and reinforcements need to come soon. And Chong is good for 1. But what can Feral do now on this ISO? The Bulldog hit hard. Oh, he just spotted the arm of Rila. Now the spike is planted, the fire is dissipated, and Beryl is waiting for the re-peek and gets lucky, not lucky enough to actually frag against Rila. And he'll take an alternate route. No, market has been closed off, man. You were talking about how good this Sage, the Sova, the Phoenix. I like these choices. Rila just extending past the smoke, just really full scented. Beryl trying to work up towards the ult, gets reboot on the last leg. Kimchi's like, I don't want to toss this round. I don't want to give Beryl a 1v3. The spike gets tapped, and Kimchi gets the last laugh. It's time for the Gulag. Beryl versus Echo. Oh, the Sova wins it for Lane Tech. The round's not over. Post plant for the red team, and equal numbers. Witty makes his appearance, and you got the defense stepping up, but Rila and friends just surround them, and it's all left to the Sentinel, and Rila picks up 3 that round. Already used the run it back. Just clear through the site, but Coke is looking around, even going on top of the Sage. Kimchi, you cannot catch him lacking. This Sage is something else. Sages are supposed to be healing, supportive, nice. No, this is violent. But wait, the Clove also gets another life, but can only re-emerge into the round if they kill, and that is an ace from Panda. But wait, there's more. It's Reboot in a 1 versus 2.
Oh no.
Oh wait, Clove is back in action. Forgot about the most important person. You forgot about our MVP of Lotus. Now Barrow's gonna tap Spike at low health. Wait, okay, Reboot adjusts and clutches it for Lane Tech. Different Sage walls, knowing when to press their advantage, what Nukes is able to do. And now it's all up to the 2 remaining defenders, and against the fire and the flames, Chong is still alive, rising from the ashes. And the fault line, expecting a 1v1, expecting a reaction out of Lane Tech, still tries to be steady, but Reboot is just better. Oh my god, just all 3 that round. There's too many obstacles and hoops to jump through, and Lane Tech have bought themselves enough time, and Reboot has a second life, but Coke is going for the ace, but Rila is something else. Chong at least trades. You have Reboot continuing to hold the spike, flashed up and nowhere to go, and it's Spanish Fork. They'll be able to defuse purely with time.
Here's a crossfire, set him now to fight towards B main.
Pushing through this, Coke catches as soon as the arrow is shot, sneaks up against Echo. But then Witty, when he wanted to join Coke, he gets fragged, and now Lane Tech want to chase down this duelist, and they were successful at taking down Coke. Just holding the market side, at least watching over it as Beryl tries to cross through all these Sage walls. It's a little bit annoying, but Kimchi, as soon as they swing out, they get swung in the face, and now it's Chong that searches for where this Echo player is, and Nukes, oh, with the actual ace this time, for Lane Tech. Flank re-clear through their backside. Where did that Phoenix
Five in
go?
the
It
smoke.
rejoins, and they just all 5-person flood right through the gate. And Panda went for a knife kill. I'm so dead. Well, so is Panda. He only got one ISO left. It's Barrel. Wow, what a shot, though. Spotted the backside of Echo. Double digits, though, for Lane Tech champions. The finish line on the horizon.
For 4 players to try to fight into B main right where Spanish Fork are about to engage.
I love this. Wait. And in the smoke, too. So wait a minute, Panda triples the spike and drops it at the feet of your Valorant champions. Congratulations to Lane Tech. What a way to go out.
Lane Tech was the real deal, and congratulations to them on earning the first of 4 Play versus Cup championships today. When you put champions in your name, Lemon Kiwi, you are making a statement, and boy, did they ever. We look to crown the Esports Team of the Year. To be recognized for Team of the Year, we look beyond just skills and competitive edge to showcase those teams that showed commitment, compassion, leadership, and of course, teamwork, both while competing and within their communities. Our 2025 finalists for Team of the Year. First, the Crimson Tide Splatoon 3 team from DuPont Manual High School in Kentucky. Then the Sand Lizards Rocket League squad from Dardanelle High School in Arkansas. Tidal Surge Splatoon 3 team, their Play vs. Cup team from Devon Prep in Pennsylvania. KFC Squids Varsity, they're a Splatoon 3 team from Klein Forest High School in Texas. And our lone Mario Kart 8 team, Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi.
The voting was really close, but at the end, only one team stood out. Your 2025 Team of the Year is Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi. Check out our video as we share the news with the coach and the team.
Coach Chatfield and the Van Cleve Unified Mario Kart team, you all have made and are officially our winners of the 2025 Play vs. Awards Team of the Year.
Yes, thank you. Super exciting. They'll be glad to hear it once they wake up from their slumber this summer.
This year's recipients are a shining example of what makes esports so powerful. As a unified Special Olympics team, they show us how inclusion and collaboration and shared passion can create something truly extraordinary. They build a culture that goes beyond the game, and that's what makes them so special. They don't just race to win, they race together. Congratulations, team, and you inspire us all.
Just listening to Aaron describe what y'all are doing as a unified team and the success and dedication you've had to esports in Mississippi, it's why we do what we do, and it inspires us to get up every day and support coaches and teams like yours. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Just a special thanks to you, just a great member of our Discord community. Really, the product and engineering teams get so much great feedback from you, and helping out with your teams, getting feedback from them or other coaches, and then specifically in coach office hours.
Coach Chatfield, Brian Cooley, Chief Marketing Officer. I know we met in New Orleans at the
Yes,
Super
sir.
Bowl. It was great to connect with you and your wife and hear all about your passion and how you're really helping to shape lives in a really, really meaningful way. And so we kudos to your team for their great achievement.
Thank you very much. They definitely pushed me to be better. Well, the great thing about it was that I did not nominate the team. I don't know who nominated the team. So somebody thought enough of our team that's been around us and all that to nominate us. And so it was a surprise to be when I got the email saying we were a finalist. It was a true community affair to support this great team.
Dax, we have Esports Coach of the Year, the most important award when it comes to amateur esports. It's such a high honor, and for this award, we looked for nominees who showed the most commitment and most passion for their program, who left it all on the line for their students. So our 2025 finalists are Jonathan Ferranta from Omaha Central High School, Nebraska. We have Rachel Espinosa from STEM School Highlands Ranch in Colorado. We have Stefan Yuncha from Detroit Catholic Central High School in Michigan. We have Amanda Dillard from Pop High School in Georgia, and Marta Anderson from Del Norte High School in Mexico.
Yeah, and our 2025 Coach of the Year is. Can we get like a drum roll or anything? There we go. There we go. The winner is Rachel Espinoza from STEM Schools in Highlands Ranch. And we spoke to Rachel recently and shared the good news with her. Check it out.
Wanted to share and announce that you are officially our Play Versus 2025 Coach of the Year.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
This year's recipient, Rachel Espinoza, stepped up into her coaching role after challenging circumstances, taking over the program mid-season when they were suddenly without a coach. And in just 1 year, she's been able to more than double the size of her program, including launching a brand new middle school program.
I want to say thank you to you guys. This has just been such an amazing experience for me taking this program over. I don't know anything about video games much, but my son was passionate and they needed a coach. And you guys have made this.
And welcome in, everybody, to some more esports action, because this is the Play versus Spring 26 High School Championships. This time it's Rocket League on the docket. I'm Dater Taco on the call, along with Llama77 on the tag. Wait, no, that is actually going to be Sleeper on my side, so we'll change that out, don't worry. But for right now, we do indeed have some more Rocket League. Sleeper. There it is. We'll nail it down. How you doing today? Yeah, so being able to get into this, obviously it's so important to be able to focus on the interscholastic aspect of esports, both in collegiate and high school. But of course, there is a transition that goes in there from high school to collegiate. So we want to shout out Play versus Recruit for something that everybody should be knowing about, because as Sleeper and I know, sometimes you are still figuring out what's next after high school. What if gaming could take you there? Believe it or not, Play versus Recruit is a free platform that connects you directly with college esports programs across the U.S. and Canada. You can get discovered, you can get recruited, and you can turn your passion into your path. If you are interested, sign up at playversus.com/recruit. I mean, Sleeper, we both know like how important it is to be able to say that you are completely locked in with a college. You can get some scholarship money on the side, and it really does help you down the line. And you can do that through gaming. Like, that reality is not just like some fiction that has it like 3 universities involved. Very much everybody is locked in on that.
gather to determine who is the best of the best and crown an ultimate champion. Thank you to our Play vs. Cup sponsor, Zenny. You can use code PLAYVERSUS at checkout for 10% off your order site-wise at zenny.com. That is PLAYVS at checkout at zenny.com. Thank you, Zenny, for the sponsor.
Yeah, we do like Zenny here at the Play vs. Cup, the road to it with all these high school championships. Actually, I was rocking my Zennies the other day. Don't have them right now. I just cleaned them off. They're over on my counter, unfortunately. But maybe we'll grab them a little bit later for our second semifinal because, of course, just one more time. I mean, there's a lot of things to thank here before we get into the action here. But we also do want to shout out to Respawn, another one of our partners here for these spring high school championships. Because, as we'd mentioned, the best high school teams across the U.S. and Canada are going to be gathered here, determining who is the best of the best, and we're going to crown an ultimate champion a little bit later off in the summer. So thank you so much to our Play vs. Cup sponsor, Respawn. And of course, just like all of our partners, if you want to get involved, you can use code PlayVersusTeam to get an extra 10% off the sale price at the RespawnProducts.com store. Because Sleeper, we all know your skill means nothing in esports. It's all about the swag you got on your setup. How good are your peripherals? How good's your monitor? How good's your mouse? How good's your controller? All that stuff is really what matters. So that is exactly how you can get involved. Of course, use Play vs. Team at the Respawn store.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors here for Play Versus. And Danger Taco, I'm getting excited. I'm ready to see what we got for the Rocket League docket here today.
Yeah, and we got 4 teams remaining. We got our semifinals to play, of course, before we get our final 2. But we also want to be able to get those teams their introduction. We can throw over to our venue live to see what those teams are up with.
I'm ready to see what we got for the Rocket League docket here today.
Yeah, and we got 4 teams remaining. We got our semifinals to play, of course, before we get our final 2. But we also want to be able to get those teams their introduction. Throw over to our venue live to see what those teams are up with.
Welcome back to the esports arena. After the last game of League, I really enjoyed the spirit, the energy that the teams gave, and I hope to see that continue in our next game of Rocket League.
For this game of Rocket League, we have Valley Christian on this side, and we have Campo Verde on the other. I can't wait to see this game. It's very fast-paced and very interesting. Best of luck.
Shout out GCU, one of the my more favorite universities within Arizona, to be able to bring a lot of the collegiate action, get some nice formal esports space. And yeah, we do have our 2 first teams that we're going to be faced off, Campo Verde and Valley Christian. I mean, big deal, obviously fighting through a decent amount of the brackets to be able to get here, be one of our top 4 teams. So obviously, Sleeper, we know like this is where the stress comes in because a lot of players, they play casually or competitive online, but once you're actually in a LAN environment, the hands get sweaty. It's a little bit more nerve-wracking. So I wonder how these players are actually going to be able to handle that pace. I mean, they're literally under the bright lights of the stage.
Yeah, I played a couple LANs when I was at college back in the day, so I can't even imagine being in high school and having to play on this kind of LAN setting and being able to kind of perform for your school and try and put on a show. But Danger Taco, we're ready. We're in the game. I'm excited.
Yeah, and being able to get into this one, we do know that we have a decent amount of experience, at least competitively. We have actually some SSL level players here within the lobby. Valley Christian High School actually are defending Play vs. Cup national champions. Specifically, I want to be able to look out for them to see how much damage they really can do. But ultimately, with a best of 7, we have a lot of real estate to navigate with. Even if the team starts to fall behind, just got to be able to figure out how they want to counter. Because honestly, as you know, Sleeper, it's game by game sometimes in some of these deep playoff runs.
Yeah, for sure. And especially with the best of 7, like you said, Taco, as Surreal Dog will start us off here and get the first goal. Got to look out for Valley Christian High. But as I was saying, with those couple extra games in the series, you really have a little bit more wiggle room to be able to download how your opponent is playing and really try and figure out a game plan to take into those upcoming games that you have.
And being able to take that momentum, as you mentioned, and be able to capitalize on it is so important. And obviously for Surreal Dog as well, very high-ranked player within the ranked ladder. I've run into him a couple times. Not a fun player to play against, but you know what? Great teammate to have. So I'm sure Valley Christian feels the exact same way. However, Campo Verde, they're not helpless either, just trying to get these shots off. I like the coordination, especially off the sidewall. Nearly getting the redirect, but can't reach with only so much boost.
Now, taking it upfield, Valley Christian, Surreal Dog specifically, wrapping it around the corner and into the net, getting that second goal here for Valley Christian High School, and really showing why they are a contender to look out for here in the semifinals and the finals as well, if they go that far.
And being able to capitalize on any of these openings is, I would say, the paramount concern that a lot of teams have on land, because right there, that can be a brutal mistake, but it's even worse if you don't get it. Luckily, Special able to get right on top of that one. And that's with another lead in goal to be able to kind of extend the advantage here for Valley Christian. With Campo Verde, I mean, this is where things can get a little weird. Usually game one, you're like, all right, let's just feel things out. Let's see how it goes. And then suddenly it's like, uh-oh, this is so much offense. It is so hard to contest with. Surreal Dog adding another.
Valley Christian High School continuing to roll along here. Sorry about that. Something happened with my microphone. I was hearing a little bit too much echo, but I mean, Surreal Dog just being the standout player on Valley Christian High School. Obviously, Special and Air Fryer being a good support system for him to be able to show out and kind of prove why Valley Christian High School is that team to look out for in this bracket.
Yeah, particularly when you come in as a favorite, I think it puts a kind of target on your back, but also gives the teams a lot of confidence knowing that, yeah, we are the team that is so highly seeded. We have put in so much work to be able to get here. Obviously, you don't play for state championship by accident, especially on the back of kind of your main striker and Surreal Dog. But of course, it is a team game. Campo Verde trying to prove that, kind of gang up on the sideline, but not quite getting those reads off. A little bit of kind of a medium tempo in the midfield as they're trying to get on forward, but again, Valley Christian, I mean, they're just fearless in any one of these challenges, and especially when they notice an opportunity. Goal line stop. Only reason this is not 5.
Still Valley Christian looking to attack here. That one, Special able to slot it through and is able to get the first goal that is not Surreal Dog. And I mean, that's why you have the support system around him. His teammates can show up when they're needed as well and score some goals, put some score on the board.
Yeah, and luckily, sometimes you don't even actually need any more of a goal, because you can just get the assist, 100% goal participation, and then off the demo with a little camera glitch, we do have Campo Verde, unfortunately not being able to see it, but nice little deflection, tough read to be able to get one through, so sometimes you just got to crash the boards, and it's exactly what Coda does.
Yeah, the waterfall down as well. Campo Verde, they're also no stranger to this setting. This is their 3rd time reaching land with their coach Gage behind them. And I mean, last time as well, they were the runner-ups with Phoebes on the roster, who we all know, especially you, Danger Taco. He's currently on Ball State, and they were balling out this semester as well. So they're definitely no stranger either.
No, not at all. And being able to see those kind of fun facts. I mean, that's a kind of funny thing about the high schools. We're so fixated on collegiate, where some of these star players end up committing to go to college and play at the higher level. But then at the end of the day, you also remember, oh, right, yeah, they did have a high school career, and they were balling out on a lot of these kind of state championships. So trying to live up to that legacy, always something you want to aspire to. Campo Verde trying to get back on the board and get a second one, boost the morale a bit, and obviously the comeback potential, but they're going to have to wait a little bit longer. This dive in, just not fast enough to beat out Surreal.
Back for Valley Christian High School. Special is going to get another one on the board, popping out center for him, and he's able to get it through. Surreal Dog just being a presence through that backboard. One last little knock right to the center of the box, and he gets it in.
And we do like to see that, again, just trying to play for speed. A lot of players make the very classic mistake of just saying, okay, well, I have to go through the defender, I have to go flick over them. But sometimes Surreal knows, like, I don't need to score this, I just need to get it around that last defender and then trust in my teammates to rotate up. They're in comms, after all, they're going to be on the same page, or at least you would hope they are. So goal number 6 here in a fairly one-sided game number 1, but again, you'd expect that out of a pretty high-seeded team like that. A little bit of fake on the near side, and fortunately the defender just did not know how to stop that one.
Valley Christian High School just continuing to roll along here in game number 1, 7-1 A minute 13 still left on the clock. Kind of outpacing Campo Verde here in game number 1. But again, Danger Taco, it is a long series, so they're able to wipe their brow after this game and kind of go into the next one a little bit more fervor, a little bit more fire, and try and figure out something with a fresh scoreboard ahead of them.
I actually do like that redirect attempt. That was on target. Problem is just didn't get past that first layer of the defense. Who even knows about the second? That's at least 2 players taken out right there with a nice flick middle. Problem is you need someone to follow up. Surreal gets a clear reset into the extension as well. Airfryer trying to plow on through, but not going to get too much. I mean, honestly, I think from Campo Verde, you just take the rest of this game. Of course, play it out, try to get your goal, boost up a little bit of momentum, but ultimately just try to realize that, yeah, this game kind of got away from you, but it's not really a situation where, you know, you have like an SSL within the likes of the Valley Christian, and then you're playing with like a gold roster. Like, this is still players that are taking decent 50s, they're playing with a decent amount of pace, just about choosing when to use that pace that I feel like is really the hard equation to be able to solve right now.
And that's what's so nice about having the fresh scoreboard as well, is because you're not already down 5 goals, 6 goals, whatever it may be, and you instantly are right back in it and have that fresh 5-minute scoreboard to try and do something. And they are coming up with some great plays here towards the end. I mean, like you mentioned that redirect a little bit earlier, they're starting to find a little bit more challenges to go through the end, but just already we're down by that much, and Valley Christian, they're starting off the day strong.
I mean, it's the reason why they are #1 seed within this playoff bracket. I mean, we've been doing a lot here on the Play Versus Spring High School Championships, and I've seen a decent amount of these brackets across multiple esports. There's a decent amount of upsets, like first seeds go out like second, third round maybe, and they're struggling a little bit. But no, Valley Christian's like, no, there's a reason why we have this seeding. We're going to be able to take on whoever. And I think when you see a game like that, you understand a lot about what goes into seeding a team that highly.
Yeah, throughout the entirety of this previous season, or this season for Play Versus as well, they only dropped 1 game throughout the entirety of group play, and then so far in the bracket up to the semifinals, they've only dropped 1 game as well. So they really know how to take these series and get firm control of them, even before they get too far out of their control, let alone even dropping a game.
Yeah, we were watching some Rocket League yesterday within the Arkansas Association for all of their Interscholastic esports, and the biggest thing for a lot of those teams was trying to overcommit. They were trying to be like, okay, let's be way too aggressive, and I feel like the one thing I'm seeing out of our Valley Christian High School is that they are knowing their strengths, they're playing to them, but they're not trying to try too hard, which I think actually makes things a little bit more difficult for our relative 4th seed in Campo Verde as we kick off a game number 2, is whether or not they can push up with some confidence, get these saves, and at least that one is a nice way to be able to make sure you're not falling behind early.
And trying to find some demos as well, maybe open up a little bit of space to work in that offensive half. That one pops out. Airfryer's able to beat him to it, but still able to get it. That shot's going to be close, just able to be saved on the goal line. Campo Verde right off the kickoff here, coming out with a little bit of offensive firepower here. Just aren't able to get to that one, unfortunately. Maybe a little bit too committed in the offensive half, just ran out of boost to get back in the recovery, and unluckily, that's a long lobber downfield that Valley Christian High School will take right away.
And Darks, I mean, they were going back, and I think they wanted to go to that corner boost because the mid boost was already taken, and then halfway through, it's one of those moments where you're thinking, oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to reach this in time. Cyril can reach this one in time. That's an excellent setup for a double tap for 2.
This is kind of why he's the standout player here on Valley Christian High School, able to make these shots look so easy as well. Just the nice little taking it off the sidewall, sending it to the backboard, and doubling it down through the defender as well. Nice 2-0 lead here for Valley Christian High School.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny to watch this. I mean, Valley Christian, we also got news that, in fact, obviously, Cyril Dog really popping off a very high-level SSL, highest rank in the game, of course, in the ranked ladder. But even beyond that, his teammates, Airfryer and Special, I mean, they are both 3-sport athletes going across all of these different sports that they do offer at Valley Christian, some of which actually holding multiple records across the football and track and field teams. So, obviously, they can really do it all. I'm going to count esport as a 4th, if you want to count that, unless they're already counting that. Hopefully, it's already in that sports calculation. Either way, Definitely talented folks, but so are the Campo Verde squad. The problem is they're just trying to make sure they're connecting on some of these more complicated setups. That pass middle just cannot connect.
Surreal Dog able to get a couple flip resets, take it deep into the offensive half here. Campo Verde is able to keep this one away for now. Also now through the couple defenders, Sample is able to get one back here for Campo Verde and bring it back within one here, Taco.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there. I think Surreal's a player you want to feed the ball, but I think right there he was trying to catch that one, trying to call off his teammate, but sometimes those calls come in a little late. Maybe you're just in your flow state, you're not really paying attention, you're like, it's okay, I'll catch that, no one's around me, and then suddenly it's a team bump, and you're thinking, what's the worst going to happen? Well, Sample is the answer to that. Gets that right on target, and then the follow-through as well, nearly faking out Surreal Dog. Was being able to get that shot off, but instead it's going to be Sample again, pinched down, near side, really good pass, unfortunately. Just a little off on the read, now the half flip and recovery has to come in. Oof, just a little bit past.
Special is able to get that one through, takes it from his own goalie box all the way upfield, and the defense from Campo Verde just can't recover in time, and he's able to get the final shot through and stretch this lead back to a 2-goal lead here with 3 minutes left on the clock.
And being able to get their lead there, I think the one thing Campo Verde can hang their hat on is that it's a bit more competitive, at least on the offense for them. They've been able to get forward, get obviously a goal on board, but they have other opportunities. But again, it's just about making sure you're getting that solid contact. I think they're trying to play for the read sometimes, and that takes you away from that direct contact you're looking for. At least right now, they'd settle for getting out of this corner. It's just playing a ring around the rosy right now situation. They're running out of boost and still getting the saves, but still need that ultimate touch away. That one into open space might give them a chance.
Yeah, Sample is able to get the clear downfield, but unfortunately into the hands of Valley Christian. Still able to come up with some offensive pressure here. That one's past center. Sample there off of the backboard, just a little bit too high of that crossbar. Now we'll be having to try from the midfield line again. Surreal Dog is back to send the clear up, but again, Sample waiting in that midfield, really trying to stop the line at that midfield presence and try and force some consecutive offense here. But Valley Christian High School finally able to get some space, almost come away with a transition goal, but are able to break down that offense of Campo Verde.
I do like the quick thinking from Campo Verde on that last aerial that we just saw. Surreal Dog went to the sky, and you're thinking, okay, he's just going to set up a double tab, maybe going for a flip reset, and then immediately just gets bonked out of the air. If you go early and you can't, you know you're not going to be able to get to that touch, if you just full send it for the car body, it's a great way of disrupting play. It really throws off really everyone involved in that counter. The thing is, you need to be all on the same page on defense, though. Everybody creeping up, and yet the recovery. I didn't think he'd get there, but there's another save, keeping it only at a 2-goal margin.
Yeah, using that post as well to bounce it out of the goal and keep it within 2 here. Still got to try and find the transition back to offense. Couple close chances here for Valley Christian to kind of put the game on ice, but Hoda is able to bring this one upfield, try and find a way through. Centered for Sample, and he's able to get it through. Back within 1.
And I do like celebrations like that, in that there's no celebration. You can tell they're flipping out with each other, getting the fist bumps in, because that is such a well-worked play. Cut past one, simple lob, and it looks like there's nothing really on it. I mean, it's not even on target, but because it's trying to go right across the box to that back post runner. Game back in striking distance. Coda has a chance with a flick, but he can't quite get the height he's looking for.
Surreal Dog back downfield here for Valley Christian. Campo Verde looking to break out of their own half. Coda will do so there. Airfryer trying to drop it out, but Sample is already there. Leaves it for Darks, but it's going to be able to be saved away by Surreal Dog. Campo Verde again from the midfield line. Up once more. Now Darks has a chance to go upfield here. Airfryer going to stop it. Sample already in the air for that one. Looking to go back into offense. Campo Verde keeping this one in the blue half. Trying to make it so they can't break out. Get the tying goal, and Coda does.
And really well done in the clutch, and you said it all. Coda's able to get it done, but really he has been in and around the box. I like how he spikes this one across the goal. A lot of players would just try to go right down the middle of the ball, try to force that on the near side through a 50, but instead understands, hey, if they're not going to be able to shut down the entirety of the goal, I'm going to use the entirety of the goal. Thing is, still not job done. This only ties us up, and with 11 seconds, there's a chance for someone to steal the ball back here, especially if you're Surreal Dog to the sky with a reset. Can't quite get back to it in the 50. Just gonna ricochet out to the corner and now into the ground for an OT in game 2.
First overtime of the day here for Rocket League. It's between Valley Christian High School and Campo Verde in game 2 of the series. Campo Verde trying to tie up the series, but Valley Christian looking to continue to roll along. Campo Verde been doing a lot better job on that offensive half and really shutting down the chances that Valley Christian have had here in game 2. And this is why it's a long series ahead of you, no matter if one game looks completely out of control, because the next one, the other team could be right back in it like we see here.
And we might get an extension touch. I love that idea there from Campo Verde, just going for the soft one. But instead, they're just going to go to the skies for this one, test out the backboard. Surreal Dog, of course, going to pass that test, get a reset back down. But look at Campo Verde. I mean, they're not trying to aggress on any read they don't have to. And I really do like that maturation of play.
Yeah, I mean, we saw earlier in the game even, they were just really trying to read the plays a lot more and try and extend before they really knew what was happening, but now they're taking their time and being a lot more controlled with the challenges and the upfield pressures. And now Campo Verde, they got a defensive stop, still looking to try and get it into offense. Surreal Dog will take control, not a lot of boost in the tank. Sample's able to take it off of his hood, just sends it towards the net, and Campo Verde, just like that, will tie up the series.
Oh, just like an open net sometimes is the hardest shot. Sometimes that light loft, it makes you panic. Low boost defense jumps up for this thinking they got to get there before the next aerial, but there wasn't anything. They just couldn't make the contact. Second layer wasn't anticipating. And Campo Verde, I mean, I'm tempted to say steals this one, but no, they really grinded back on the comeback to be able to earn this one in OT. Excellently done to be able to tie up the series.
Yeah, that first minute of the game was a little bit reminiscent of what we saw in game 1, but really throughout those next couple minutes, they really understood and took to heart what kind of was happening with them, and they were able to take that and transition it into a lot more offense and a lot more very quality chances on the offensive half than what we saw in game 1. And I mean, it proved out in the scoreline, winning 4-3 after just over a minute of overtime.
And being able to also get those shots off. I do also like the modulation of how much they're able to get direct shots on. They're taking 50s close, but then as you saw, just lobbing it on the backboard, which sometimes it's like can be a little bit of a giveaway, but if you know that you're starting to boost starve, you've had a couple shots in a row, I do like how that did change things up, especially down the stretch. That last goal, it looks like just a blatant error, and in some ways it can be construed as that, but also it's just understanding like, hey, this defense is a little disheveled. I don't have much of a touch. I'm just going to chuck it deep and see how they deal with it. And sometimes, even at this level, they will not be able to. So very well done, again, by Campo Verde to be able to get this goal, particularly because, as we all know, Valley Christian defending Play versus Cup champions, where they have a lot of momentum. They have a lot going their way in a lot of different series, but there's a reason you're at the semis. It's that coordination from Campo Verde, and they leaned into it this game. Now they'll have to see if they can double up and maybe do it 2 straight times.
Yeah, like you mentioned as well earlier, Danger Taco, it's that LAN environment is a different beast from being able to just play online from the comfort of your own setup and what you're really used to, and it's that getting everybody relatively on the same playing field. And I mean, Campo Verde is taking as much as they can, soaking it all in, pass off of the backboard, just not quite connecting there. Could have gone up 1-0 early to start game 3 here, but instead we will stay even.
And be able to potentially go a little bit deeper into these plays as we have, let's say, Campo Verde starting to accelerate their pace more so out of just confidence, saying, okay, yeah, we got this win, now let's maybe try to express ourselves a bit. But I think they need to hold on to that confidence and maybe channel it constructively. I think it can be a little rough when teams say, okay, we fixed everything, it's fine, and then we go back to seeing some of the traits that made them fall behind in game 1. I think sticking together as a team and maybe shutting down these plays early on, maybe not too much of a need there. Surreal Dog trying to go for a light touch and just barely misses out on it.
Up field from Campo Verde. A little bit of space, double commit there. Leaves Surreal Dog some open space, and well, you can't give him that much space to work with because all it took was one simple shot, one simple aerial to send it on target, and the level of player that he is, he's not going to miss that any time.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a rough one, but it's also one of those situations that a lot of teams find themselves. And it's why I say, like, it's good to play fast, but it's also good to play controlled. And in that moment, I think it's a play that seems so dire that you have to get to, that you have two players make a decision simultaneously. They don't comment correctly, and then you have kind of a brutal double commit, leaving the open goal. But in a LAN environment with a good coaching staff behind him, usually it is a mistake you only make twice. Sample trying to amend for it, trying to put that one forward. Unfortunately, the combo does not work. Here comes Special trying to pinch that one right in the near post. It's there for the taking, but no one from Valley Christian ready to seize it.
Yeah, ball just got a little bit ahead of him there. Nothing else he could do than try and pass it center, but now all the way back downfield for Coda. Nice little air dribble here to tie up this game. Gets control of the ball. A couple of bumps in front of him as well. Opens up a little bit more space, and he's able to get it through the defense.
Yeah, and everyone has these ideas that air dribbles need to come from the sidewall, they need to be really high flying, they need to have a reset in them, but sometimes it's just about waiting for someone to challenge and then poking it over. Coda knows that, just taps it right over that first challenger. You have Surreal Dog getting cyberbullied and shoved into a locker by the lead blocker trying to disrupt his path, and all of that culminates in a nice goal. Again, it's just more team play from Campo Verde that I love to see, and Sample's going to try to double up on this one. How about a demo to lead the way? Unfortunately, coming from the sides is another save.
Yeah, rest of the defense from Valley Christian High School able to get back, but that was a good idea. Again, trying to just completely eliminate the defense out of the way, but Air Fryer will sneak it through the defense here. Just a challenge in the midfield, wild pinch over the last defender of Sample. Tried getting back to it, but just off of the crossbar and down in the net.
It's a little bit of a rough one, kind of the dunk that you just don't expect. Sometimes you're rotating up and you're saying, it's okay, I got to go to the side, I got to go to the ceiling, and then something goes right at you and you have a slight moment of where your brain buffers, and I think in that loading's time didn't quite lock in an appropriate manner, but that's fine because it's still very much a narrow scoreline. Could get even slimmer if they can get up for this one. However, Special nearly pre-jumping that one, did not want anything through the air approaching their goal.
And again, Valley Christian High School back on offense here, but Campo Verde, again, doing a great job of not really allowing any sort of possession for Valley Christian in the offensive half. That one, wild touch off of the backboard from the defender there into the offensive half. Trying to get Valley Christian some consecutive offense, but again, nothing will come up their way in the possession game as Campo Verde will turn it instantly back into the blue half.
And being able to see really how they handle this one. Everybody congregating on that near side, and yet still getting a clear out. Tries to cut, but Dark's only going to go as far as Air Fryer. 90 seconds, not necessarily the crunch time quite yet, but something where Campo Verde might be leaning a little bit more forward in their chairs, trying to lock in some form of offense. And of course, being acutely aware that as much as they can demo, so can Valley Christian. A lot of aggression in this corner.
Yeah, Valley Christian starting to able to get some possession battles in that offensive half and trying to keep it to the orange side of the field, and Special gets a free floater inside of that goalie box and he puts it through to kind of put this game on ice a little bit. Just over a minute left, only 2 goals, so it's still within reach for Campo Verde, but now they got to start getting a little bit more pressured in that offensive half.
Yeah, they're definitely going for lead blockers a lot. The thing is, if you rely so much on one of those attacks, it kind of shows your hand a little bit when you're trying to get forward. So maybe they just got to rely on good old-fashioned pressure. That's 2 players sent, unfortunately, not the third to get the shot. And as you mentioned, clock's starting to dwindle, so counterattacks like this mean everything, which is exactly why Serial Dog is going to half cut that rotation and immediately shove it right back in the corner.
Campo Verde able to break out a little bit here. That one just off target. Follow-up isn't going to be there as Surreal Dog is back for it. Dark's not able to make contact there. It'll be Sample to take it at the midline. But again, Surreal Dog still being a presence on the ball, sending it to the backboard. It does end up wide of the net, and now Campo Verde going to look to try and find that transition one more time into offense, but Valley Christian High School locking down their own half. Could get one more here. Still wild, but is able to be kept away from the net by Campo Verde. With 10 seconds on the clock, a 2-goal lead, Valley Christian High School have all but secured this 3rd game.
Yeah, just going to be Tampa that one down in the corner. Only so much you can do with Campo Verde. That was just going to be maybe a goal for the road headed into game number 3, or rather 4. But I mean, when we see this play again, this is not necessarily Valley Christian being like, all right, we're right back in the driver's seat. It's still a lot of gain that we do see from Campo Verde. We do see a lot of the improvements and kind of the notes that they have been taking from the prior ones. The issue is that you have to discuss, and of course, right on time, Venue's going to be able to give us a little perspective, and this is exactly what you need to be doing as a coaching staff. Start to sit these players down and say, hey, like, this is not a time to freak out. We have to strategize, get things right, because we only have a minute between these games to really think about what we need to do to approach it next.
Yeah, like you said, Danger Taco, it was a good point where they aren't entirely back in that driver's seat like we saw in game one, because they had 13 shots in that first game, 10 in the second, and only 7 in this third one here for Valley Christian High School. So that high flying offense that they had in game one and early on in game two isn't quite as there as much, but they're being a little bit more controlled on their own defensive half and kind of just giving out feelers to the offensive half, and then when they see that they have a lane, they start to take it a little bit more. So it's a different approach to the attack than what we saw in game one, but still they are able to take advantage here in game three. And I mean, we'll see what Campo Verde has in store for us here in game four and going forward, because they were able to come back in that second game after a devastating loss. So like you were saying, that coaching staff behind them really talking to the players, understanding what's happening, and being able to change it up and go forward through the rest of the series, wipe off what just happened, and try and take it through the rest of the way.
And obviously, so much easier said than done. They're playing a really experienced tournament team within the high school scene, but at the end of the day, every team can eventually be toppled through just a conscientious play and, of course, a decent amount of strategy and execution. Maybe not the best touch there, back post shot, though. It looks like that is all covered up. Sample trying to keep that possession. I like it. Drawn in 2 players, and now a little bit of space for Coda, setting up a flick, back post, decent power. And yes, Surreal Dog will just escort that one away with a double tap.
A good play there by Coda. Great possession as well, and control on the ball. Really trying to start it off for Campo Verde, but again, the defense from Valley Christian High School not going to be toppled that easily. Going to take a little bit more effort from Campo Verde in the offensive half, as Sample is able to get a save there. Some demos coming up from Valley Christian, being a little bit more aggressive in that offensive half and trying to force Campo Verde out of position. Now it's a demo, but Sample accidentally gets in the way, trying to recover back off of the backboard. Still dangerous here, and Surreal Dog will slot it through top right corner.
Oh, so it's a rough one. Lead demo into a deflection, into the clear, into the counter. That's how fast-paced Rocket League can be. It feels like you're guaranteed for success, and then you blink, and suddenly it's in the top corner of your own net. So Valley Christian showing that you got to be careful. Maybe you got to also be aware of people on the comeback. Off the kickoff, rattles off 2/3 of the goal, and then is dunked home out of nowhere.
Sample trying to get to that one before Surreal Dog had any chance, but he did get to it. But so did Sample half a second later, and took that ball directly into the back of the net, and were able to tie it up just like that for Campo Verde.
Yeah, I really do like that one, making sure they understand that, yes, it might not be in. Maybe you can play off the clear, but you can also just play for the hard read on the angle. Really do like that one from Sleeper, getting that one all the way forward. So now we can see how they're going to deal with that near post. And I got a little nervous as they let one then go, but clear's still in, and maybe second player is as well. Coda late challenge, but does get a tag. Backboard read is really well read by Darks, littered as ever. A guaranteed high school student being able to make that one through, and now they're able to maybe mount something down the sideline as another pops middle is going to be a little bit past Surreal, but still gets a tag as it goes out to the corner.
And Darks just trying to take a shot directly towards net there. Will be able to be pushed away by Special and Air Fryer. Now Special one more time upfield here into the hands of Coda, taking some control, trying to get around Surreal Dog, but he will not be fooled out. This time Campo Verde going back upfield. Coda is going to get a shot towards net, saved again by Valley Christian High School, not being any sort of frugal on the defensive end, just still being in position when needed.
Yeah, when needed, I think is a great way to phrase it, because sometimes as a defender, you always want to be involved. You want to be able to have your marks hit, but sometimes you just got to wait your turn. You got to fake challenge. You got to kind of shadow these plays and then eventually leap on through. That was the first challenge, and that's why you have 2 layers clear down the line right into Surreal, trying to get back to this one. Excellent touch up and over, but his job is done. It's up for the rebound now. Unfortunately, not going to be sent through, and another roller back to our blue side.
Surreal Dog will be first on it, able to get the first challenge. Through the second one as well, but was left awkward, so now Coda comes in quickly here for Campo Verde, trying to get their offense through that blue half of the field. But again, a tall mountain to summit, trying to get through to that blue goal. One more time going through, able to get past the first defender, but Surreal Dog back one more time to send it all the way upfield.
But wow, everybody playing that shot as it just deflects past everybody, and now we're going to see something a bit more finesse. How about a back pass? Air Fryer looking for the low 50. Not going to find it. Way too high of a shot, but maybe it's just a setup into then the demoed third man. Trying to wrap around at Campo Verde with a counterattack. Decent amount of power going forward. That's why Special was waiting and lurking in the midfield to knock that one away. Valley Christian not letting this one go, but they just do not have the angles.
Yeah, we always see the demos on the goal lines, but sometimes those defensive demos just as important, taking out the only shooting option, allowing your defense to kind of get a breather to be able to take the space to transition to offense. And now Campo Verde trying to do so here with a little bit of open air. And it'll be off the sidewall from Coda, but Surreal Dog is on the backboard to send it up past the midfield line. Campo Verde going to start from their own back half again. 30 seconds left here in this 4th game. Campo Verde trying to tie up the series once again, and we may see an overtime. I don't want to curse anything here as Surreal Dog will take a shot, but it's going to be easily saved away as they look to go back up one more time.
Surreal, excellent touch. Problem is, only 40 boots. Got to make this pop reset worth it. One more tap. He went for a double, and he won't get it. But wait a minute. Turning around, though, is another touch for Campo Verde. Right into the middle. It's a shot from Sample with 4 ticks to go.
Sample putting this game on ice with only 4 seconds on the clock. Just like that, quickly, how quickly it can change from looking to put the game on ice yourself to instantly being down with only a couple seconds left. This one needs to be immediate for Valley Christian, but they're not able to get anything off of the kickoff. And Campo Verde are going to be able to tie up the series, not requiring an overtime this time.
And that is punch for punch, blow for Campo Verde. Another win for them in the clutch. Again, this team just loves to be able to pull things out late in the game. See them getting hydrated, getting stretched out. I'll say a lot of different liquids. I don't even know what that red one is right in the middle. But regardless, it's working for them. So I would like some as well if they can spare. Getting some stretching in as well. Man, the calisthenics, I mean, they're doing everything possible, Sleeper. But, you know, I'm going to not mind it at all if they're able to tie up the #1 seed. Really showing that they deserve that 4th seed because this is neck and neck. I really do love this development.
Yeah, it's blow for blow, like you said, Danger Taco. Anytime Valley Christian High School starts to get a little bit of momentum and swing towards their way, Campo Verde is there every step of the way to bring that much back for themselves and are just there to tie up the series every time. Now, they do have to try and rattle off a couple wins in a row if they want to be able to take the series, but right now they're in a good position to where they just keep staying the course, if not trying to continue to improve in just some slight aspects here and there. They could start to rattle off some consecutive wins here.
And I think a lot of it is just due to organization. I think Valley Christian, especially with a man like Surreal Dog, being able to get, this is a 2100 SSL player. I mean, insanely high rank within usually early season kind of top 100 type of situation. But regardless, that was really just like, okay, let's facilitate him, get on the read, get these shots off, and then we can follow from there. But Campo Verde has responded, not necessarily by beating them with speed, but usually through organization. Problem is, sometimes you just run out of boosts and you don't have anything to jump for. Special K can interrupt my point with an opener.
Yeah, I mean, you try and facilitate Surreal Dog all you can, but at the same time, you can't keep your eyes off of Air Fryer and Special K. They're every step of the way as well, being in support for Surreal Dog and being able to take that front center stage when they are called upon to. Special doing a great job there off of the kickoff sample, trying to get it right back here for Campo Verde, but it will be able to be saved away by Valley Christian High School.
Not going to get that touch on the side, so instead they're just going to go back to the old classic Das Boot, just all the way downfield, coming up from the backfield, trying to lob one up and over. It's a real nice dunk and a soft touch from a sample. Doesn't mean it's out quite yet, but another 50 will solidify that effort. Unfortunately, a back touch will make that clear go even further.
Real Dog, no boost in the tank, just has to try and do all he can to get any sort of clear air fryer from nearly the same position, trying to clear it up as well, but Campo Verde doing a good job shutting down that midfield line and just kind of setting up shop in the blue half here, trying to create some space, some openings in the offensive half, take some control, wait for the opportunities to present themselves. Sample will send a shot there, but it will be saved by air fryer. Trying to get Valley Christian High School some offense again, and is able to just slot it through his special. I mean, just the right position to get it through the defense where none of them can really reach it.
Yeah, I want to see this one again because I see the back post, but yeah, I don't really think either of them had a shot at that one, so I don't really blame it. It looks kind of like an own goal, but I think that was just placed really well. Threaded the needle between two players, and ultimately, no matter who actually gets that touch, probably going to be destined to be 2-0. And this is a great 90 seconds from Valley Christian, just understanding that, yes, we got to score our goals, but more importantly, when we do get open shots like that, they have to be buried, because clearly Campo Verde has proven that they need to be put away. You cannot just get a one-goal lead and be content with that.
Yeah, Campo Verde there to match punch for punch every time as well, but still struggling a little bit in this offensive half. The defense of Valley Christian High School really shored up in these first couple minutes, but again, still trying to pressure the net and force the defense to make those saves. Campo Verde just hasn't gotten anything to go their way quite yet in that offensive third.
Another high lob. Unfortunately, going to have to play off the shot. Not going to get this one. Where have we seen this before? Near side into the rebound. Surreal Dog buries number 3.
Yeah, sole defender there, just trying to make his car as big as possible to stop any sort of shot, but instead it was the pass that came through, and he was just not in position for that. Valley Christian High School starting to get back to that game 1 form and starting to take firm control of the series here.
Yeah, it's good to also see a return to form from Valley Christian. Oftentimes, we've seen this in many different competitions. I've interviewed players even with this mentality, where you come in, you're a top seed, you're expected to run through, and then you start losing games to a team that you feel like you should be beating pretty handily, and then you kind of tilt yourself out of the game because it's almost like playing a ranked opponent you don't really respect. You start losing games and you start getting down on yourself, and you start maybe making mistakes. Though I was going to say they're maybe immune, but hey, Coda able to still find a gap through here as all the commotion was not dealt with.
Yeah, Dark's causing another bump as well. Special, the one rotating through back post there, and he just got taken out completely from the play. Everybody following with him. All the shot had to do is come in near post, and it indeed did, and able to get one back at least through halftime here of game number 5. Again, Campo Verde trying to come back from now a 2-goal deficit, but Valley Christian High School are looking pretty dominant once again here.
Yeah, just being able to play for these soft touches, try to keep their attacks going is one thing, but everybody diving in is another. Who's middle? Who's lurking? Both going for bumps, unfortunately. I think maybe everyone is just a bit too eager to get at that aggression.
Yeah, sometimes those bump plays, you like playing them, but sometimes you like playing them a little bit too much, and everybody trying to get involved in those. That's a little miscue there from Campo Verde. Had a chance at a free air ball to send it towards the net, but instead, it'll be Valley Christian High School putting pressure on that back line of Campo Verde. Special looking to get another lobber towards the net. It'll be Surreal Dog with a screamer off of the crossbar. Air fryer dropping it down one more time off of the backboard, and this time Surreal Dog will send it through the center.
They're just playing wall ball here from Valley Christian. They understand, yeah, I don't have a shot, but I actually really like this from Air Fryer. Understanding that, yes, I probably could go really, really light on this one and tap it straight down, but that's exactly what Campo Verde is waiting for. So I'm just going to tap it a little heavier, get out of the way, and let my follow through get that play. So it's close angle half rotations to make that offense work, but it's also based on comms. Like, you have to be able to comm that because Campo Verde was dealing with everything else.
Campo Verde off for the kickoff here. Trying to find that offensive pressure once again that they have been having the past few games, but started to slip a little bit more here as Valley Christian are able to play a little bit more possession in their own half and try and force the issue upfield into Campo Verde's back foot. Now Darks trying to send one through, but again, into the hands of Surreal Dog, and he gets past a couple, but last defender is there to push it away for now.
Ooh, dunked up and over, but Air Fryer trying to get back into the play, and not much need to, as Coda can't really get too much power. 30 seconds is where you kind of basically have to pull the Hail Mary. You have to send everybody up with reckless abandon, because ultimately that's really all you have here. High lob, but only going to get past one player. Another long clear for Valley Christian. Honestly, I think they're content with not worrying too much about possession and just draining down this clock, as now Campo Verde more or less just staring at it, having to have a deep sigh, and then kind of readying up for the next game, as Valley Christian is hopefully locking down a match point here, as they have marched back yet again after a game loss, and they're looking to book their ticket into that grand final.
Yeah, game 5 will indeed be in favor of Valley Christian High School. 4-1 will be the final score line, and I mean, they take control again, but at the same time, Taki, you still can't count out Campo Verde. You cannot count them out, because they've been there to punch back every step of the way. Valley Christian High School, they take match point, but you got to be wary of what Campo Verde will have here in game 6.
Yeah, I think you can see it. Valley Christian, I mean, they're not really getting too high up on themselves. They're not really just laughing and fist bumping and just kind of chatting casually. They're pretty locked. I think they understand, like, this has not been an easy series. This is not something they want to be able to lean back and be like, okay, it's fine, we've recovered. Because I think if they have done that, they've already gone through this cycle of saying, see, game 1, that's pretty straightforward. Oh, we lost. Okay, well, game 3, yeah, it's pretty standard. Oh, game 4, we lost. Suddenly it's like this cycle of like, okay, how about we just don't relax and just try to play a little bit conservative, but at the same time keep that razor's edge on offense. Again, finding all those passes. Been a huge fan of how they've been able to manipulate the backboard, use their speed in the air to their advantage, because Campo Verde might have a lot of chemistry that they're working through and getting these goals, but as long as I feel like Valley Christian are favorites based on seeding, at least within this bracket, can rely on what has gotten them here, then surely they can march on forward. But clearly Campo Verde, they've got the grit to keep series like this extended.
Yeah, I mean, Valley Christian just finding a way to kind of feed Surreal Dog. We saw a couple of those passes just find the hood of his car, and he found that final finishing shot for the goal, but at the same time, being able to take the limelight when they are called upon. Now Campo Verde trying to get it right back here and open the scoring within 10 seconds, but that offensive chance will be pushed away by Valley Christian High School. But Campo Verde, they'll have a little bit of possession and try to go upfield one more time.
Really actually like that last play by Sample, faking out on the sidewall, which then leads to this on the back post. I love that rotation. Fortunately, the defense was able to sniff it out in time, and now there's just so many demos across the midfield now, so clearly a lot of aggression being vented through the gameplay here, but either way, we can go back to finesse eventually. Sample tried to do it on the pre-flick, but can't get it past that first layer.
Just taking this one across the goal line, not always the smartest strategy, but I mean, sometimes when you have a little bit of space, it's really the only lane to push forwards and out of your own half. We're able to do so here, but only to the midfield line as it's turned instantly back. Nobody centered for that shot from Valley Christian High School, so a little bit of a sigh of relief from Campo Verde, but they still are not out of the woods yet. Got to try and find the clear upfield, but the pressure being put on by Valley Christian High School.
Yeah, now Campo Verde also trying to make sure they don't just throw the ball away. They had a path on a clear, but they knew it was weak, so they took it on back. Thing is, you need boost to be able to sustain that defense. That's a miss, open shot, back post, and not going to go. Long clear. Surreal should have this one, but I don't even know. There was a little bit of commotion in the back. Still getting out, at least temporarily, as a ricochet into the middle will eventually be subletted out to the clear on the far side, but possession changing hands so quickly. Both teams so locked, trying to get that opener.
And again, a demo coming out on that second man there. Surreal is there to be able to make the save. Again, on the goal line to push that one up towards the midline, but Campo Verde trying to continue this pressure in offense. Special will get that. Coda miss on the backboard will open up just enough space for Surreal Dog to get the goal opener here after 2 minutes in game 6.
That's so heartbreaking too, because Koda's not even taking a bad angle on that. That was just one of those plays where you know you're going to get there on time. It's just, okay, do I lean up a little bit? Do I land on the wall first and then clear? Do I hit the ball first and then land? And then they mistime it by like a millisecond. And so it goes right past him, which then leads to the goal. Maybe they can get it right back off this, but apparently Surreal Dog is not interested in that eventuality. Gets the first clear. The follow-up is getting deflected as decent aerial, unfortunately just not good enough.
Campo Verde has been doing a great job of finding offensive pressure right off of kickoffs, but unfortunately for them, Valley Christian High School, their defense has also been there every step of the way to meet them as this series has progressed. But now playing from 1-goal deficit. Surreal Dog flip reset, trying to sneak it under the defense, but will be stopped for now. Special redirect off the sidewall will not be able to go through. Now it's a counterattack here for Campo Verde. Demo from Darkst in front of him, and all Coda has to do is just bring it to the net, and he ties this game up.
And I love this from Darkest, being able to go on forward. And again, this has kind of been a bread and butter of Campo Verde. I'm not a huge fan of sending a lead blocker every time, but that was exactly when you want to send it. It's a 2v1, you have the advantage. The last defender is not at a great angle because he's straight lined between all three players, so eventually Campo Verde will be able to find the back of the net, and ultimately they have been decisive on that. There's not a lot of kind of hemming and hawing on who wants to go. They just full send it, and that is the result, tying things up with 2 minutes to go, again threatening to potentially extend the series out one more game. As another beat actually goes up over the top. Wait a minute. How about the recovery? Good enough, and even better if they can follow it up with another flick. Air Fryer trying to get past that last defender, but can't quite.
Yeah, I mean, a do or die send on that last defender as well, but luckily he was able to meet the challenge, and Surreal Dog's aerial play will be sent away as well. Campo Verde doing a good job keeping up on their defensive end. Now it's going to be special with a 1v1 situation. Will be stopped easily, and now able to be cleared away before anybody else from Valley Christian High School can get involved in the play as well. Well, they are doing a good job of keeping this in the orange half. Another save coming out from Darkest, but Valley Christian High School not letting them breathe easy. Air Fryer, another chance through the air. That one almost a dunk read, but just off of the post and out as well. Valley Christian High School really putting the pressure on right now.
A nice little clear. Thing is, not quite into possession. How about on this 50? Going low is Surreal. Not a clean clear, but also not the best finish either. It's going to go off the crossbar. Air Fryer thinking a rush to make sure they get that shot off. They were not paying attention to how light that touch has to be. Maybe Surreal can teach a lesson. Flip reset, stopped in its tracks. Clear up and over, and eventually to the side.
Special in the air, off of the backboard, will be cleared out. Surreal Dog is going to be there, looking to go off of the backboard, but Kodo will shut it down. Real Dog picking up that corner boost, not letting the defense get their reserves recovered. Although Sample is able to get the clear upfield, alleviate that pressure, allow his teammates some time to get the boost back in the tanks and start putting some pressure on the offense here. Surreal Dog being called upon there in the last waning seconds for the save. That one left for Air Fryer! And on 0 seconds, he will end this series 2-1 in Game 6.
Oh, poor Sample. The thing is, that looks like an error, but I almost guarantee he was playing for the clock. He thought it was 0, so he tried to kill it. And unfortunately, the clock, it was able to bounce at basically like 0.5 seconds, and it stays up for a win for Valley Christian. You can't say this team is going to be an upset by any means, though. That was highly back and forth. I gasped because just seconds earlier on the very last attack that they had, there was a chance to bump Surreal Dog out of the way, get an open net goal to be able to secure it, but they could not do it. Excellently done by Campo Verde High School, being able to get to the semifinal, but unfortunately, that is as far as their journey goes.
Yeah, I mean, Campo Verde doing their best to really try and, I mean, frankly, find an upset win here against the #1 seed for Rocket League here in Valley Christian High School, but just couldn't meet them that final step of the way. Still a great performance, but Valley Christian High School will be the ones moving on to the grand finals here.
Yeah, and you can see, I really do like that. You can see kind of the admin coaching staff on the other side, just giving the players a hug, little like pat on the back, being like, hey, it's all right, you know, not a big deal. I think the players need to be able to take the silver lining. As a competitor, you hate to lose, especially in the semifinals, and especially in that manner, just like a brutal miscalculation that just doesn't quite clock in. But at the end of the day, you get to the semifinals. That's something to hang your hat on. And you went toe-to-toe against Valley Christian. That's a Play versus Cup winner. That is an incredibly high-ranked high school team within your state. So, of course, maybe they can just enjoy their time there at GCU. Thank you so much for them for hosting this one. And hopefully we can see maybe Campo Verde here next year competing again within the AIA.
Yeah, I mean, they've been to this, this is their third time reaching the LAN, so they've definitely are no strangers to being at the LAN environment, but always being able to get more LAN experience under your belt and continuing to do so. And put yourselves in the position to try and find these upset wins and these succeeds, and succeeding is important.
Yes, and of course, Valley Christian, that is just step one of a journey that they're on. Fortunately, it's not too long of one if you just count series, because it's the grand final. They are our first grand finalist. To find the second one, we're going to have to ready up for semifinal number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for some more high school championships here for the AIA after this.
Event that is known as the Hawaii Esports Invitational. There's still plenty of action here as we go round robin with 6 teams inside of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutchkey alongside with Henry here for your entire weekend as we get set to play for the surfboard, the trophy, unlike any other here at HEI.
One could be Michigan State, bringing us to 5.
Michigan
Is that
State
one going to land?
Almost had it. Needed to get it through the pocket, doesn't do so. Boise State will have a response now. Woozy on the 1-on-3. Can he get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Oh no, Preston's have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
double
first
tap.
Dumps it in. Here in overtime, it's an infinite clock till we have a winner. Somebody needs to blink. It's a staring contest. Nobody blinking. Going on the edge of the seat. Wide open.
It's open!
Signal Bears! Baylor takes the victory and a new school. Yes, there he is, Mr. Zippy's himself right there. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much. Zippy's our presenting sponsor, 3rd year in a row. Of course, big thanks to GG Circuits, Prodigy Chain, as well as Southwest Airlines. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors here for HEI. They come out of the tunnel, they come out of the soundstage, champions of HEI, the Baylor Bears do.
Trophy ceremony on the other side, but let's check in on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Room.
Man's aggressive.
That's cool. But it's not the. It wasn't the inner hitbox, so. Classic air check.
So Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the 3rd year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number of surfboards.
Today is a huge day, not just because it's a state championship, because it's the first one ever for Kansas. So we'd love to bring home a state title for the first time ever.
I've seen students absolutely come alive in this environment. And these are students that I feel are not represented within school very much, and this is a place for them to call home. They get to come in every single day in a very competitive atmosphere and just continue to do what they love and get better and better and better at it, and hopefully earn some kind of a scholarship to go to school for it. It's really, really important.
This program got started at Andover High School specifically because students wanted it to happen. There was an esports club without an official sponsor for the first year. They just did their thing and found colleges to compete that were already doing esports. they went out and did that and got publicly recognized. And then the year later, I heard about that and was like, let's do this, let's make it official. So I sponsored that for 5 years, and then Keisha picked it up this year, making us an official activity, and it's just blown up since then.
So the Activities Association in Kansas sanctioned esports because we recognized an activity that was gaining popularity from a grassroots approach, and we saw kids were interested in it. The number one thing that we have to remember is if kids are interested in something, we have to be plugged in and give them opportunities in the school, because when we know kids are plugged in school, they become better students.
Students, parents, faculty, gamers, welcome to the Play versus Upgrade Arena featuring Marvel Rivals. We have the best high schools in America, guys, joining us.
The 4 teams you're going to be witnessing today in front of your eyeballs.
Yes, we have our regional finals of the East and the West.
Let's talk quickly about like the pricing as well. Our pricing here is distributed for schools and their esports programs. It's given over by our partners. And this is really good for so many of our schools and their programs to make sure that their athletes can perform at the highest level.
We are ready to start our first semifinal between Fury Royal and Suncoast. Well, just the impact of the kills of Fury Royal. First to take out the Bucky. The Jeff ult from Suncoast gets nothing. Fury Royal are getting so much value out of these strategist plays, and they may just go all the way to force a round 3.
Letting the devil out, going in with Shinateda. You can see already the Thor's trying to make moves towards the back. Pepperlock's down, even more so. Mason just tearing through them. And while it may be an attempted escape here for the Star-Lord, the chase down is going to be brutal, and it's going to be immediate. SPHS are wiped off the map. Fury Royal are back in control, and they will claim the series and the Eastern Seaboard. Their Science Academy, they just utilize their raw talent to mechanically outduel.
What a wall from Dude Guy, bro. At least you got the stagger on Jarvis. You're going to need everyone involved in this final push for point B, because these fights are going to get extended. Science Academy need a nice group up.
And he combines the damage with the Magneto to make sure the survivability is going to be on the table. Ivy Dragon's down, Zombie round the back, and it's Chef Eat to remember as they take one of the Vanguards off of the point. Plushy Slushy can return to a fight, but there will be no such mercy for Magneto. Science Academy are running low on friends, low on time, and low on hope as Leemore High School, with a flawless record 3-0, should be able to get themselves into the winner's position and the inter-regional finals.
And that just simply wasn't enough. The wires get crossed. Leemore High School get crossed up. Fury Royal, they win this fight. They could go all the way to win the map. This could be what dictates if Leemore High School are going to be your champions.
Right now, we're still or die. Shinateda goes through the wrong portal, ends up in a fiery grave below. Plushy Slush has really taken out their counterpart. Mason is stunned as they attempt to release the devil. And Leemore High School, they rise above it all. They rise up as your champions, region versus region, after dominating their own. Leemore High School take away Fury Royal's signature map and the series as well.
Winter Soldier or Star-Lord? Which mains have better aim? We'll be putting these 2 Winter Soldier mains and these 2 Star-Lord mains through 5 head-to-head competitions that are designed to push the limits of their aiming skills. Let's jump into the first competition, 1v1 sniper duels. Each team will have one person set up in a 1v1 sniper duel, Black Widow versus Black Widow to even the playing field. And they'll be dueling at 10 meters, 50 meters, and 100 meters. And go.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I'm like, yes.
There we go. All right, first round goes to Jester. Ready, go.
Oh my, I don't like Widow. This is why I don't play her. That's so fair.
All right, so first round goes to Team Star-Lord.
Yeah.
Accuracy. Okay, now that we've gotten through one match, let's actually meet our competitors.
Hi, my name's Roland, aka Jester, and go by either or. I'm from Adairsville High School in North Georgia. We are currently 3rd place in the state, and we are hoping that our actual first year actually playing goes well, and we hope to be state champions as well.
Y'all can just call me Riot. I go by Riot in like everything. I go to Motorsports High School. I'm from Michigan. This is my first year doing competitive like play versus and my stuff, so it's been pretty fun.
Hi, my name is Madeline, aka Captain Rex. I am with Elizabethtown Area High School, and I main Bucky for our team, and we're hoping to be state champions this year because right now we're on a winning streak.
Hi, I'm Riker or Reiki. I also go to Mount Shores High School. I've been playing pretty much since the game came out.
Next up is a 1v2 hit scan competition. Now in this 1v2 event, we'll be testing their tracking skills. The team of 2 will try to stay alive as long as possible without using any abilities, only movement. And the other team will have one player that's either playing a hit scan or being character, trying to eliminate both those two as fast as possible. Whichever team can do it faster, wins.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh wow, I suck at it.
So how long do we have to survive for? As long as possible?
Yep.
Who's got better guns now?
Doing it. Hit scan.
No, no, no!
Justice, pure and simple.
3, 2, 1, go!
You made your last mistake.
Okay.
Well, we lost.
Alright, 13 seconds. That was pretty quick.
Going to game 3 is 2v2 Squirrel Dodgeball. And Star-Lords could win it all right here, right now. In this 2v2, we're basically playing backyard dodgeball. Whichever team wins 2 rounds, wins it all.
3, 2, 1, go! Got him. GG.
Nice. 26 out.
Alright.
I got beamed just a little bit.
3, 2, 1, go!
The one near the door, the one near the section is almost dead.
My back hurt.
Team Star-Lord did in fact 3-0 this competition, but we're gonna make this last round triple the points so the Winter Soldiers can save face and possibly tie it up with a win here. So with this last battle, we're going to go to a 2v2 Hawkeye challenge. This challenge tests long distance aiming and projectile skills. One team will select 2 Hawkeyes and the other team can select whatever heroes they want. The Hawkeyes must stay on top of this building, while the Vanguards must stay on this road. The goal is to eliminate both enemies as fast as possible, and you can only use piercing arrows.
3, 2, 1, go!
It's me.
Oh. Oh no.
Got him.
No! You were purposely targeting me.
And hello and welcome back. See, I told you guys we would be back with some more Arizona Interscholastic Association Esports High School Championship for Rocket League, hosted over at Grand Canyon University. I'm still Data Taco. That is still Sleeper. We got the correct name tag this time. And exciting first semifinal, but of course, we're back for even more to find out who the second member of the grand final is going to be.
Yeah, we got one more team that we need to get there, and but we got some more sponsors that we gotta, or not more sponsors, but we got some sponsors that we gotta shout out here, DT.
Yeah, a little bit. Of course, we got to shout out also all these players thinking about what comes next. And notably, Play Versus is very much in that space. So if you're still figuring out what's next after high school, got to wonder, what if gaming could take you there? Play Versus Recruit is a free platform. It connects you directly with college esports program across the U.S. and also Canada and the Great White North. You can get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path. You can sign up at playversus.com/recruit. Really important to know, especially since there's so many programs. Everyone thinks, no, and I have to be like an SSL, I have to be an insanely high rank. No, you can find teams, you can find players, programs that are looking to collaborate and be able to find out if you can get that degree and make sure gaming is a part of it. But at least for right now, we would like to be a part of the esports here, and therefore we're going to throw it over to the venue to introduce our two semifinalists.
Hey guys, welcome back to GCU Esports. It's your favorite duo here, Noah and Xander, and Valley Christian blew out the last competitors. And honestly, Rocket League is just a fun game, so let's go.
Thank you for that, Noah. I'm really excited for our next batch of players. Today we're going to have Liberty going versus San. I'm really excited to see what's going on with these teams. They all look like they have some promise, and I'm just really excited to see what happens.
Man, thank you so much. And of course, as we're taking a look at these two teams, I mean, Sleeper, you and I were talking in the green room a little bit earlier, but it is kind of ridiculous, the upset run that both of these teams are on, because last game we had the first seed and the fourth seed. This time it is the 7th and the 19th seed in the semifinal.
Yeah, and that 19th seed, Sandra Day O'Connor High School, I mean, they were on an insane run. They took down the 3 seed 4-0, and then they took down the 6 seed 4-1. So they are on an insane run right now. And I mean, looking at our extra notes that we have, they're just happy and excited to be here. I mean, technically, seeding wise, they aren't supposed to be here, but they've made those games and they've made the upsets, and they are here and they are excited to be able to play in front of a crowd at a LAN environment.
Oh, and you can tell because Lutara able to start things off, ripping and roaring with a double tap. That is so beautiful, off the ceiling as well. So I think I understand why they're here, Sleeper, if they're pulling out mechanics like that on the very first touches of the game.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this. So, I mean, like you said, we just saw the 1 and 4 seed, but now we're getting into some teams that maybe won't necessarily have the limelight shown on them as much as those other very high-seeded teams, such as, I mean, the teams that we just saw, Valley Christian, especially with their star player, Surreal Dog, on the pitch. But, I mean, we're here, and we are excited.
Yeah, I think the big thing from both these teams is that you're going to start to notice, okay, well, they have a little bit lower seed, but after a while in a bracket, seeding doesn't really mean much. This is more so just to kind of give a glimpse of how these teams came into this tournament, maybe where they were playing for their group stage leading into this final single elim bracket. But when we take a look at this, I mean, clearly I can see some trends coming out, but mainly the one consistency across all 4 of our semifinalists today here in person at GCU is really just the fact that the chemistry is on. They're playing these reads fast, but also playing off each other really cleanly. Maybe not on that one, though, as I think there was a little bit of a bail there from Sandra Day O'Connor, but ultimately they'll still be able to recover somewhat and keep this one kind of in a slower pace ever since our opener goal.
Yeah, they're finding a way to play with each other and try and open up some of those passes rather than just trying to force their way through a opening that might not entirely be there. But just being able to find those passes and play with each other rather than trying to be the breakout star player on a team, just really controlling that ego and playing as a collective unit is sometimes the better way to go, because, I mean, as we've seen, sometimes the the egocentrism isn't always entirely what you want, but the collective unit will be able to show out and kind of take the day. We'll have to see how these teams are able to play against each other. I'm excited to see these teams, as I said, get some lowdown on how they play and how they're going to play against each other.
Yeah, especially how they're going to play with each other, as right now it seems a little bit disconnected. You mentioned don't want to see that egocentrism, and I would like to see some more solo plays. Right now I think they're trying to get their bearings, and right now they're going to be completely lost in the Shadow Realm. That's a demo leading into a nice little counter for Badger.
Yeah, just the demo, taking out that really only defender on the orange half of the pitch, and when you come away with the possessive touch there in the midfield, you just have wide open area in front of you. And with just over half the game today to play, Liberty High School has a 2-0 lead and are looking to try and take game number 1 and give themselves an early advantage here in the series.
And we'll see Bad Gold going again on that near side, nearly getting a double tap. I mean, Liberty High School is certainly starting to lead forward and kind of lean forward into the offense here. Definitely showing off they're a little bit of relative higher seed with just sheer speed. But we've also seen this story before, most notably, about 20 minutes ago when we were taking a look at our last semifinal sleeper. I mean, this team on Sandra Day O'Connor High School, they're getting these touches forward. The thing is right now they're kind of getting shunted away at the midfield. They're just not able to get those final touches. And I think that's really killing their ability to really get forward and get a comfortable attack going.
Yeah, still being pushed on their back foot here. Able to find a way through. I mean, that we talked about it as well. Please don't be mean, just a lovely username. But he's trying to find a way forward. Will be pushed back. Liberty High School doing a great job of just keeping play in that orange half and not even really allowing Sandra Day O'Connor High School to be able to get anything in that blue half of play.
So we'll see if they can generate anything off the corner. That's a nice beat. Please don't be mean. Has a shot, and I think overthinks it a little bit, trying to go to that back post, but waits a bit too long. That one's going to go wide, but let's see about the counter. Backboard, follow-up read. Lutara can't get that one, and maybe a little bit of a space here. As a quick little pop into the delay flick. Dunked on the line. It's going to be kept down. What a save.
Follow-up, just a slow roller. Please don't be mean. Sending one more towards the net, bottom right corner. That far post, this time it was gonna be good and go through. Able to bring it back within 1 here. Still a minute on the clock, plenty of time, but I mean, it will start to slip away as you continue to play.
Ooh, a fake kickoff. I didn't see too much of that. Problem is, didn't get the height, so maybe Bad Gold is able to immediately shove that one right down the middle for the shot, but unfortunately doesn't quite go in. How about try number 2? High lob, but the clear isn't there. The follow-up certainly is, though. And there we had Bad Gold getting another one on the board for himself and his squad.
Yeah, shutting down any momentum that Sandra Day O'Connor was starting to really build up for themselves towards the end of the game. Getting, if nothing else, the final goal of the game. Still 45 seconds. Plenty of time for one of these teams to put one more on the scoreboard, but just to take control through the end of the game and bring a little bit of momentum into the next one.
See, please don't be mean from an angle, and that was an angle and a half, nearly being able to get that one at least past one player on that near side. 30 seconds remaining. I mean, at this point, going to need at least some kind of finish. Right now, they're really just battering that near side wall. Problem is they're just trying to get these harsh angles, try to bait out the defense, but Liberty seems more than comfortable just kind of sitting in their goal and absorbing this pressure in these final seconds.
Yeah, I mean, with the 2-goal lead, they definitely have the ability to do that. Even if one does go in, that would mean that it's just on late seconds for anything to happen. But Lutara sends one more through, able to get this ceiling read, and is able to really just kind of put the nail in the coffin here for game number 1 of this series.
Yeah, being able to get things done early and often, Liberty High School throughout game number 1, showing off that high seed. In fact, despite only having one series loss throughout the season, this is a team that's 7th. It really shows the depth at the top of these high schools here in Arizona. But Liberty High School also just showing out here. Utara with a goal of the day so far to start us off, and they really just did not let go of that control.
Yeah, Lutar kind of being the MVP there in Game 1 for Liberty. I mean, he's been stepping up every step of the way throughout his high school career. I mean, when he started, he was diamond, it says, and then he stepped up, hit champ, and then the next year he hit grand champ, and currently right now in his senior year, he's kind of at the peak of his gameplay, consistent in GC2 and really focusing on that 3v3 play and being able to work with his team and as one. So he's showing out, and the grind that he has been making to this game has been showing out wonderfully on the pitch here throughout Game 1.
Yeah, and being able to have those players play, because of course this might actually be one of their last events that they're able to play in, so you want to be able to show out, you want to be able to go as far as possible, obviously, and with the grand final right there, then why not have some fun while you're doing it? Lutara, again, great clip to start off, but of course everybody getting involved in that last play. Obviously Bad Gold getting a decent amount of goals with a brace, getting 2 to be able to boost the attack. I think the main thing I would say from the O'Connor Eagles that I'm looking for is being able to kind of take some notes from that last series with Campo Verde and being able to understand that you have a decent amount of speed, you are getting shots off, but I think quality shots are way better than trying to force something through. Wait for a better opportunity, get your boost right, and then maybe see what you can do with it, because it felt like they were getting to the ball first, but it was like from such a tight angle that it was kind of like, okay, yeah, we might get a shot, but what's it really going to accomplish? I feel like those questions need an answer.
Yeah, trying to create that lane through rather than just trying to force it through a brick wall is not always the best option. Here in Game 2, they'll have a fresh 5 minutes to try and find a way to do that here. And, I mean, they had a little bit of time to talk it over and understand what to do, but now they got to implement that into this next game ahead of them.
So we'll see how things fare after a full minute to be able to chat. Obviously, Rocket League, not much of a timeout in-game, so you're going to have to just take the one that you get between them to be able to figure things out, as maybe we'll see if the O'Connor Eagles can strike right back with some decent coordination. I do like that sidewall read. Problem is, you need a third to be able to truly put a bow on that last attack. Maybe not with Shock, though. That's a double tap. He's going to leave that one instead, and defense is going to get there first.
Sandra Day O'Connor High School trying to find a way into the offense. They have control of the ball here in the offensive half. Now they are finally able to get it. A little bit of an offensive push. Almost left that back line a little bit too open. And Liberty High School are able to continue to sneak their way through and get this first goal here.
God, this is so pretty by Shock. It's a nice little flip, steals the boost, touches it forward, and then does not hold it for any longer than they have to. Just chucks it right into the middle, and it's a wide open shot. The near post defender feels like they have everything covered, but if you flick that one early and especially flick it low enough, it's a very easy setup for your follow-through man, and that's just so well developed, and again, shows why they took control of that Game 1 and apparently still very much doing that in Game 2.
Sandra Day O'Connor trying to find something here in the offensive half for him. Please don't be mean. Getting the challenge there. Trying to open up some space for his teammates to get involved, but it will be able to be cleared back into that orange half. Now the O'Connor Eagles once more working on that offensive backboard, but Liberty High School not really affording them any possession in that blue half of the pitch. Just kind of playing around them and getting that upfield advancement when they feel they have an angle to do so. That one almost goes through off of the midfield challenge by Please Don't Be Mean, but Lutara is able to get back to it and now tries clearing it upfield for him.
Now again, just testing the defense on that one. Bad Gold tried to ricochet that one through, but instead it's going to go out to the sideline. Saucy, like a little musty setup, so showing some inventiveness, maybe generating some power that they didn't have before. Please Don't Be Mean. That's another way of doing it. Just dunking right past 2 players. Going for a bump, though. Was that second player? They couldn't find the shot, and that's going to be an opportunity gone by the wayside.
Yeah, just playing a skosh too much forward, and then really the only play they had was to try and get the defense out of the way so that third man could try and get involved, but I mean, by that point, it was a little too late. The rest of the defense had recovered. So just through half a game here of gameplay, it is currently a 1-0 lead for Liberty. Looking to try and find something else on the offense here. Sandra Day O'Connor, they've been starting to come up with a little bit more of creative plays, but still just haven't found their way to be able to break through that back line of Liberty.
Yeah, the thing is also is when they're getting these clears, I would like to see them keep it a little closer, especially right there. Oh my goodness, thought that was going to sneak right underneath, but instead they will be able to circumvent that first challenge and then Lob it forward to maybe kickstart something of their own. Sidewall, please don't be mean, over pursued, and unfortunately, it's right back into their half and onto the backboard for one more temporary clear. Shock double tap, not going to be able to fit that one, and the follow through going to meet a wall of O'Connor Eagles.
Again, just struggling to try and find a way to be able to transition into some offense here. That one will just bounce off cleanly off of the crossbar. Back into the hands of Bad Gold. He'll waterfall that one down. Nobody else from Liberty High School there to get a follow-up shot. Shock will take it through the air. Again, waterfall down just off of the goal line this time, but now Sandra Day O'Connor trying to find a way to come up with some offense as we head towards the last minute of gameplay here in game number 2 of the series. Sandra Day O'Connor still down 1-0. Their time is starting to run out a little bit.
And these are one of the more tilting games, at least in my opinion, when you have a decent amount of opportunity and it just barely, the other team has your lead, but you can't quite get the ball past the mid right here. A lot of good possession play and also good midfield defense there again from Liberty, shutting down that flick, but what can they do about the follow through? Play maybe the man, not the ball. A nice little bump, and that'll slow things down even further. Please don't be mean. Into a teammate, far side, bouncing down. Not the best clear, but that's where Lutara is able to get another little annoying touch, and we're back into the orange.
Please don't be mean again, trying to find it upfield, but Liberty High School doing a good job stopping the ball on the midfield line in the air, not allowing the upfield chances. Lutara, good read off the backboard there to try and keep it away from any Sandra Day O'Connor offensive shooter. Now it'll be Saucy off of that sidewall towards the goal, but pushed away again. 5 seconds. 1-0. This one's still hanging in the air, but it will hit the ground. And Liberty High School will take game number 2 here as well, Danger Taco.
Yeah, and you can see the adaptations in line for O'Connor Eagles is you have seen game 1 where it's mostly just Liberty kind of doing what they need to do. They're taking advantage, and you can tell, I mean, they look pretty comfortable right now, but I think also in the back of their minds, I think all of them are saying, okay, well, that one was, you know, still a lot of offensive pressure. We're getting our shots up, but there was definitely a little bit more of an answer back there. So I think definitely you can see that O'Connor can hang their hats on that one and say, all right, well, those shots didn't quite land, but we're getting pressure, and now we just got to build on that in game 3. So good to see that they're not completely helpless. You know, they know how to adapt like any good competitive team that's making it to a semifinal can.
Yeah, they definitely were able to bring this one a lot closer. Only lost 1-0, but at the same time, their offense not able to quite click how they probably had wanted it to. Only 6 shots on the offensive side, none of them being able to go through, but I mean, still a little bit better performance. They just got to be able to find more possession in that offensive half because, I mean, half the time they were able to get it into the blue half, but they weren't able to really keep possession for themselves when they got there.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is that a lot of people think, well, there's offense and defense, but ultimately in Rocket League, the game moves so fast that they kind of blend together. If you can play good defense, it can lead to decent offense, so long as you're not basically just taping your breakdown and sitting on your goal line. So I think going into this next game, the big focus for the O'Connor side is just making sure that you can get your saves, make sure you're not diving in, and then when you go forward on offense, make sure you move as a unit, follow through cleanly, and if it's not on, then abandon the play. There's no need to dive on in and kind of leave yourself in a rut. And at the very least, maybe don't fall for some fakes. Lutara had no more boost, but was detected until way down the line.
Yeah, Shock trying to continue this attack for Liberty, but will be stopped out by Sandra Day O'Connor for now. Lutara through the corner once again, trying to set up his teammate center, but cleared away by Sandra Day O'Connor, trying to get something to go on the offensive side, but still not able to find a way through to the net. It's going to have to restart from their own backboard.
Shock. Oh, I love that gentle touch. In fact, he might even just leave it off of the pass. Problem is, I think maybe they thought he was going for the solo play. Not going to work out, but hey, here comes the corner read again. Soft touch near side and going to be saved away by Saucy. Another ricochet right towards the middle as Saucy's going to half cut that one, but excellent read by Bad Gold. Not only that, but getting another pass to the back post. Shock able to make sure Liberty does not leave their half without a goal.
Yeah, sorry, just in an awkward spot there in the center of the net. Just trying to do all they could to get in front of the play, but it was developing just a little bit too fast And Liberty High School were able to sneak one through there right in front of the defenders. And now Sandra Day O'Connor down 1-0 here in game number 3, playing from a deficit yet again. We'll have to see if they're able to find a way to come back, get some offense going. Saucy, that's a good chance there. Going to be off the crossbar, but Lutara is already there to clear into the corner and upfield.
And temporary tap away. Unfortunately, no good D goes unpunished. Immediately going to get slapped into the afterlife by a nice little demo play. Leaves him short-handed, but the power play not necessarily taken advantage of, but maybe just a delayed action. First domino maybe have fallen, and an ambitious raid by Shock will temporarily leave his side a little short-handed. Whiff in the backfield, open shot up and over the bar, and they can't wrap around the rebound.
Just too wide of the net, couldn't quite get their car in position for it, and the boost total is not quite there, so the attack will be turned back into the orange half here for Liberty High School. Setting it up high off the backboard, but everybody is pushed kind of up. Sandra Day will have a chance to get a counterattack here. Liberty High School is able to recover from it, but now the possession battle for Sandra Day in the offensive half will start.
This is more the possession play I wanted to see. Don't dive in and try to get a dunk right on top of the ball. Sometimes if you know it's going to be a weak clear by Liberty out of their corner, just kind of sit back. Just kind of wait for them to do that, and exactly they do that, and almost gets a goal. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite catch up to it. Maybe on this one they can get it on target. It was close enough. The bad goal had to dive on in and get a save. No counter, though, as the rotation back facilitates maybe a 1-2, but that 2 was really trying to search for that one with a deeper pass than necessary. Backboard read, trying to go for the spectacular, but not able to connect.
Shock in the air. Doesn't have the boost to follow with it. Good team pinch out from Sandra Day O'Connor, although we'll leave the rotations a little bit off kilter for now. Gonna have to try and get back into those as they do. Now, please don't be mean. Past one, last man there, bad goal, just able to save it off of the post as well. Please don't be mean one more time. Taking the slow play, almost found a way through. I mean, it almost snuck its way in off of a defender as well, but luckily for Liberty High School, they were able to just keep it out after being halfway through that goal line.
I mean, honestly, I'm going to need a sideways view. That looked even more than halfway. That was a crazy deflection, and honestly, I'm sure Liberty High School just trying to take a deep breath and be able to move on from there. Another roller. Bad goal straight down, going to be saved away. And honestly, this is, again, a little bit more frustrating for O'Connor. This has been their best offensive performance yet again, kind of add up from Game 1 and Game 2. Thing is, they're being met with really steel curtain, at least on the back line from Liberty High School, as they're going to continue to parry away chances and take one back out to mid.
It's been nearly 10 straight minutes of gameplay that they have not allowed a goal to be on that scoreboard. Still trying to find their way through. Shock will not be the one to let it happen to them. Now looking to get back upfield. Liberty High School a 1-0 lead again. Looking to try and take another game with that final scoreline. But Sandra Day O'Connor looking to push upfield. Be stopped at the midfield line. That's where Liberty High School have really been showing out, rarely letting it get past there. And I mean, when they've been needed to, putting the stops on that goal line, as Saucy gets a goal line stop there. But now they have 5 seconds to try and get a counterattack. Please don't be mean. We'll get the ball stripped off of the roof of his car. And this one will hit the ground. Liberty High School up 3-0 in the series on match point now.
This is like the most narrow 3-0 in a series I've ever seen. And that really O'Connor's side, I mean, they're getting shots off. They're getting further forward. They're playing better defense, it looks like. And yet they give up one in like the mid-tier of the game. And you're saying, okay, you know, the mid-game is one thing. We still have time to develop. And then they get their best opportunity. And it gets past all 3 players only to be goal line saved off of crazy rebound and flick out. So all of that to say, I think, yeah, I keep saying in the back of my mind for O'Connor, you know, don't get tilted. You can build on this one, but it's got to be a little bit frustrating to know as we take a look over at O'Connor, like that, yeah, you're going to have to build from this, but eventually these shots need to start falling. It's great that you're playing better in the defense and midfield and getting shots, but, you know, if without conversion, all of that just kind of falls flat.
Yeah, you just got to keep trying to find a way to advance those shots. And, I mean, we saw them have more quality shots this last game than compared to the first couple, but now they got to find a way to turn that notch up even just slightly more to try and find a way to break down that like you said in the game, Taco, that iron curtain that Liberty High School have had on that goal line.
Yeah, we've been hearing that just to make sure everything is on the up and up. We're going to have a quick little server reset, make sure everyone is fully acclimated in, because, of course, don't want anything outside of just the gameplay to determine who's marching on to that grand final. Right now, it looks like Liberty because they do have that lead. But, I mean, with that said, to say that they have been absolutely dominating is a little bit misleading. I think they definitely have momentum. They're definitely leaning forward onto offense a bit more comfortably, but I think we're starting to see O'Connor adapt to it. I've noticed they've kind of turned down the aggression in a strategic way to get a bit more presence on offense, and I think I will anticipate that if they get shut out in this game, I would be shocked. I feel like every game they've kind of learned something and gotten closer and closer, so if Liberty's actually able to lock this one in, then it'll be a tough end to the Cinderella run, because, again, O'Connor is playing neck and neck with this team. Again, a 19th seed that has marched through this bracket to be able to beat so many teams ahead of them. So it'd be a shame if they get this close and then just can't quite get any goals to be able to propel them further.
Yeah, at the same time, it's being able to get that LAN experience under your belt and just be able to play in the LAN environment, understand kind of what it is, because at least compared for seeding, they weren't supposed to be here, but from the way that they played in the bracket, they showed why they got here to begin with, and the fact that they're now here getting that experience, understanding how to play in a different environment than they're comfortable with is important experience to be able to have at this stage in your career, and to be able to bring that forward, whether it's the next semester, school year at the same high school, or trying to bring that forward in college, whatever is the next step for these students here in their journey in Rocket League and as a student. But being able to get the experience and now try and start to find a way to march back and get those come from behind victories when you're already down 3-0 is another very important building value.
Yes, and being able to actually focus on in and play in the clutch is another aspect of playing competitively. So, of course, we do have some coaches on the flanks of these players, making sure they're dialed in, they're playing properly. And if you are on the side of Sandra Day O'Connor High School, then clearly that is what's required. A reverse sweep in the semifinals to be able to mark up into the grand final. Playoff against Valley Christian is awaiting. However, do they have what it takes? I suppose Liberty High School, they are very much the skill check here as we kick off for potentially the final game of this series.
Yeah, please don't be mean. Leaving that one for Saucy, but does end up right into the hoods of some Liberty High School cars. Bump on the back line there, but still being able to be saved away for now. Liberty High School coming out off of the kickoff with some great offensive pressure, forcing Sandra Day O'Connor to make these saves. Things will start to calm down a little bit here, you would hope, for Sandra Day O'Connor. That one's off of the crossbar, unfortunately, into the back of a defender and into the back of the net.
Now, that's a pain because, honestly, Shock hits that really well. Almost too well because it is high, but crossbar goes down in a dangerous area, and unfortunately for our orange side, they are in the exact wrong position. Not much even any reactions can do. Maybe a kickoff, though, to remedy, but not going to be able to get that one in immediately. How about the putback deflection right into the path of Lutar to send it right back?
Liberty High School looking to try and take control of Game 4, not let it be as close as the past couple have been. But now Sandra Day O'Connor looking to try and break out here. Past the midfield line, but Lutara will collect it there. Off at the backboard, has just enough boost, but got the double taken away from him before he could even attempt it.
And as you say that, before they can even attempt is such a key part of that pressure. Sometimes you want to set things up, but one of the most annoying things when you have a team that's right in your grill the entire game and you can't really kickstart anything. You can't take your time to think about your setup. You just have to act, and sometimes the precision is not there. The bumps certainly are. That goalie was getting slapped around into the goal, but doesn't culminate into anything. Please don't be mean. Tries to get, I think, underneath that. Unfortunately, roller straight into the defense, and the follow-up is going to have a likewise conclusion. Shock's able to send that one forward again.
Shock up high for Lutara. Trying to set it off the ceiling, keep it in this deep offensive third that they have tried to be establishing themselves in, and with some success, but Sandra Day O'Connor able to break out into the offensive half once again, although not able to really come away with any pressure towards that Liberty High School net.
Ooh, bad goal, beating out all three players. Now Lutara's trying to slot it, going back post to switch it up on the defender, and there's some insurance with 3 minutes to go.
able to find a second goal here, something they haven't been able to do since game number 1. Still been able to take the game victories, but now being able to build a multi-goal lead here for Liberty High School is important to continue to build that confidence going forward, whether it be the grand final or just through the rest of the series, lest Sandra Day O'Connor be able to come back. But being able to get a multi-goal lead is a fantastic step to being able to close out the series.
And being able to close things out is oh so important, because we've seen many a times teams right on the precipice of success and they let it slip through. Thing is, they're playing fast, they're playing mean, they're playing aggressive there. Lead block is not going to be able to demolish the last 2 players, but it will at least then be facilitated into potentially a counters. Scary trying to get one more touch off the corner. Where's the third? Not further enough forward, so O'Connor, I mean, I don't mind them not diving in all the time. Only 2 goals to be able to come back, but you got to get something on the board.
Lutara able to take that possession for himself. Bad goal, a good challenge there. Saucy's able to get back to it, force it back out to the corner. Now a field here for Sandra Day O'Connor, but Shock is having none of that, putting it right back in that orange half. More demos coming out on the field. It's just been a demo-heavy game here in game number 4 for both sides, in fact.
You know, what's funny is that we can't really say that about the rest of the series. It was actually a lot of just clean rotation, and everyone was occasionally bumping into each other, but not a lot of demos. Now it seems like everyone's anger is just starting to come out. I guess these are teenagers after all, so maybe that's only appropriate. You got to get it out somehow, Jay. You can't let that fester.
Sandra Day O'Connor trying to find a way into the offensive half. That one will do so. Please don't be mean. Trying to just keep this out of the hands from Liberty High School to clear it upfield. That one off the corner shot by Sari is saved out. Now one more chance here. That one's over the crossbar by Please Don't Be Mean's challenge. Although they do keep offensive possession. Another demo on the goal line, but Bad Gold on the backboard, able to stop it from even getting there. Now Please Don't Be Mean looking to set it up one more time, but Lutara will be the one to get the touch out.
They're circling the goal, but unfortunately the Eagles just can't get a shot off, and I would say even worse, they're going to get countered, but it looks like a deep third is exactly what they needed right there. Low angle 50 turns into a deflection that lobs high. Well, 40 seconds to go. This is where everybody's just got a full send at a certain point. Send a demo, send everything. Maybe start with an air dribble, though, from the corner. Heavy deflection. Bad goal. Excellent read. Where's the follow-through? Scary going to get demoed. It's open in the middle, but no one anticipates it. More seconds off the clock. How about Saucy? Double tap, straight down, can't read it. Weak follow-up, and it's going to be saved again. The third off the post. Another turnaround back post, finally. Please Don't Be Mean gives the O'Connor Eagles some hope.
It seemed like it was almost but destined to go in, but time after time, it just found a way around the goal. But finally, Please Don't Be Mean will send it in. 12 seconds left on the clock for Sandra Day O'Connor. They need a great kickoff here, but they don't get it. It goes into the corner that nobody is present in, and now they have very few remaining seconds to try and push upfield. It will be stopped by Liberty High School for now on 0 seconds. It'll just hit the ground before they're able to get to it, and Liberty High School will sweep their way through to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's really disappointing, I'm sure, for the O'Connor players. But I have to say, I mean, like I said after Game 3, this is the closest sweep I've seen in really high school esports in a while. Because, yes, it was the higher-seeded team being able to get in there with Liberty. They beat a number 2 seed, but number 19, O'Connor, they beat the number 3 and the number 6 on the way to get here. So clearly deserving of this spot. I just think sometimes it just doesn't come together when you need it to. Either way, we have our grand finalists. So better luck next time, O'Connor, but you're going to be facing off against Valley Christian in the grand finals. Hats off to Liberty here on the cameras, setting up and I guess logging out before they take a break before grands.
Yeah, definitely a good showing from Sandra Day O'Connor, but just a slightly better one from Liberty High School here, being able to go through to that grand finals. And I mean, they are trying to show out and try and show why they can have the chance to try and take down Valley Christian High School, the defending Play versus Cup national champions. So trying to dethrone them in the grand finals, but that will have to come just in a little bit.
Yeah, as we get the players off the PCs and getting back to each other, getting a quick little handshake. You know what you'd like to see? Nice, respectful sportsmanship. Not often something you see in esports. Typically, everyone just leaves afterwards sometimes. But hey, you know what? These players getting taught good principles. Shout out to the coaching staff of both the squads for Liberty and also Sandra Day O'Connor High School. So coming into this one, I mean, we get a good look, if nothing else, at the lot of GCU facilities here within their esports lab. But otherwise, we also get a good look at the teams that have been able to sacrifice so many kind of hours, blood, sweat, and tears, improving their game. And this is the payoff, being able to play in the AIA championship. And now we finally, Sleeper, have our 2 squads. Hats off to Liberty and also Valley Christian, which just in a little bit we'll be able to see kind of face off.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a very fun match to look forward to in just a little bit later today. But, I mean, next up, we got to get back to the League of Legends Grand Finals and find out the winner between those 2 teams there and see what happens later for Rocket League after that.
Absolutely. Sleeper, been a wonderful time sharing the booth with you. And, of course, everybody watching, if you guys are wondering, hey, how is this going to conclude? Well, you just heard them, man. You got to tune out just for a little bit, have some other esports on the tube, and then we'll be right back right here, same time, and be able, or rather, same place here for the Play vs. Spring 26 High School Championships. Don't go anywhere. More AIA action coming up.
Never made it to the playoffs. So we thought, what if we bring a pro Valorant coach to carry them? Are you down to try to coach this Valorant team to playoffs? Oh, I'm down. Will he be able to turn them into crack demons?
Nice. Beautiful shots.
Or are they destined to stay hard stuck?
Unlucky guys, you know what they say, we're fine.
Find out and coach me up, powered by JBL. So I'm here at Mountain Vista High School in Colorado. I'm about to meet the Valorant team. They're trying to level up their program. Yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go, but it's game day. We should go get inside. Should I call you Mr. Lee? I guess I'll call you Mr. Lee for this.
Mr. Lee's fine.
Yeah,
Mr. Lee's fine.
Man, how many computers do you have here? You know?
Oh, I don't know the total number actually, now at the top of my head. But we would just have 2 computers over here that we would plug in some of our consoles to, and we had 3 kids that just wanted a club to play video games, and I was like, sweet, I play some of these games, and I'd love to play against you guys, and so over the years we grew a little bit. Now we're at 20 kids roughly. So Valorant was a game that wasn't on my radar personally. Some of the games that we have here I was comfortable with. I played myself. I'd never played Valorant, but I had kids come up to me, hey, can we do a Valorant team? Play versus added the game, and I tried to say yes to my players and figure it out and let them play the games they love to play. And
So last year we missed playoffs.
Yeah.
This year, playoffs? What's it looking?
I hope so. I hope so. We all hope so. The team seems to think that they're capable of doing it, and I think if they keep working hard, I don't see why not. Mr. Lee, what's this for again? Is that a wireless adapter? No, I think so.
You might have missed. What year are you, and what do you mean?
I'm a sophomore here at Mountain Vista, and right now I'm maining Chamber and KO.
Oh, Chamber and KO. They're really different.
Yes.
You have an Initiator, and then what is Chamber?
Sentinel.
Sentinel? How's that?
It's interesting. I started maybe 8 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Into Valorant, and I've so far gotten myself into Bronze 3.
Nice, nice, nice.
I play Duelist.
So who are your favorite agents?
I play Phoenix, Reyna, Jet, and Raze mostly.
Oh. What is your thing that you bring to the team?
I think I bring like a kind of energy, and I also believe that I bring I think I bring the kills a lot of the time. Can't lie. That's why I play Duelist, you know. I think I bring a lot of like the entries and that kind of thing. I think I do a decent job at it at least. You know, I could probably get 1 or 2 on the entry depending on what team we're playing. But,
Sure.
Yeah.
I am a junior and I play Clove.
What do you bring to the team?
I personally bring a lot of energy. I am also the team captain, and I do scouting reports. So I love looking ahead at teams we're playing. And so I bring a lot of that outsider, almost analyst energy.
I'm sophomore and I play Reyna and a Duelist.
Okay. The other Duelists or just one trick Reyna?
Just one trick Reyna.
Wow, that's scary, man. Playoffs yes, playoffs no, playoffs maybe?
I think yes.
You got it? Okay, all right. I love the confidence.
I am a junior and I am most of the time our Sentinel player.
How's the season going, and do you think the team will make playoffs?
I think we should make playoffs. Even like right now, we could probably make playoffs. The only like game we've lost so far was to, in theory, the best team in the league. So I think we like yes did poorly, but we could have done better if we had like our full team. So I think it's very likely that we should make playoffs.
We're bringing in a professional coach for you guys. How are you feeling about that? What's going through your head about that?
I love that. I actually pretty sure I watched him play pro a few years ago under EG, and I seriously am so excited to have a coach that can make us a better team.
So my name is Mike. I go by Foe in game. I've been coaching Valorant now for 2 years, starting in 2024 with Evil Geniuses. And before that, I played professionally for Evil Geniuses and in the beginning of Valorant for a team called Built by Gamers.
Lockdown coming out. Foe's gonna toggle. It forces the peak and an ace from Foe to win the round.
Coaching experience over the last 2 years, it's been something that I've been really focused on because the transition from playing to coaching, and I've really enjoyed the whole process. Every chance I get, I really like to take these new opportunities.
And before we jump into the game, our friends at JBL wanted to make sure they helped the team even more. So before their match, they gifted the entire team brand new JBL Quantum 910 wireless headsets to make sure they have crispy, precise comms and high-res audio in-game.
All right, this is some high-quality packaging, bro. And it comes with a bag.
This is super high quality.
Thanks, JBL. Vista Esports.
With their new JBL headsets, Vista Valor cruised through a Week 3 win. They dominated Cumberland Esports 13-4 with good vibes all around.
That's what we call GG's.
How are we feeling now about our playoff chances? It's 2-1, right?
Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah.
Definitely better. At least a little bit. I mean, we still destroyed as we did our first match, so it works out pretty well.
And then you also had a PB, personal best today, right? Tell me about that.
Out of our 3 matches, I've performed the best that I ever did.
Nice. Congratulations. How are we feeling about going into coaching session now?
I think we need we still have a ton to work on, but I think we're feeling better. I think it'll be a great experience for all of us, and hopefully it will improve us all on some significant level, and hopefully our teamwork goes up,
Very excited to start this. Usually what I do is I will give 5 fundamentals for every person that I'm coaching. And basically the long term should just be, I want to get good at these 5 things. And am I working towards that every day? Very simple. Something very simple but tangible for you to focus on, because this is what will help keep you focused while you're playing and not lose sight of the fact that, yeah, I'm playing a game and having fun, but also I want to get better. Communication. You're going to have a way that you communicate with your teammates that can allow you to play at a level you're not going to get in ranked. And it's going to be something that you'll get used to the more we talk about it. It's like the number one thing that aspiring teams will need to learn how to do is how to talk to your team so that you can get those plays to happen. I'm going to use the VOD of week 1 that you guys had provided me. Honestly, NT.
Yeah, no, that was unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Now notice for the way that we're communicating with each other right now, we're not really giving each other direction here. The number one thing we want to do for communication is give each other direction. This is how we're going to peak with each other. This is how we're going to be able to actually, double peak off me, swing off me, things like that. This is how we're going to do that, is just constantly directing each other to do something. Keeping in mind that we should be directing each other at all points. What should we be doing before the barriers ever drop that we're not currently doing?
Discussing positioning.
Someone said it. Discussing positioning. Absolutely. Yeah. Everyone should be talking about what they want to do this round and how they want to make their teammates play so that they can accomplish their goal. For example, it starts usually with a duelist or an initiator or a sentinel. Those 3 agents, what's going to happen is duelist says, I really want to do this thing. I need this utility. Our sentinel says, I want to play retake on B. I want to play to hold B. I need this person with me. Constantly think about opportunities where you guys can talk to each other and just do anything. It doesn't matter if you do the wrong thing, as long as you do the wrong thing together. If you're constantly doing the wrong thing together, you will win. As the next exercise is we're going to do some training with peaking. I'm gonna show you guys roughly what it should look like from your perspective on peaking on some of these angles, and we're gonna go in. We're actually gonna drill it where you guys are gonna do this on your own, and we're going to talk about different styles of peeking. Who would like to have a 1v1 on a couple of angles with me? Who wants to do it?
Anyone.
Anyone. Okay, we can have a couple of
I think we all want to be fair.
Yeah. First, the whole on angle idea. So when you're peeking me here, I'm going to hold a different type of angle every time. And first I'm going to hold an on angle, and you just peek in normally, and I'm going to show you, based on how you peek, we're going to talk about how you should peek me on this angle versus how you do peek me. We'll see how you do it. For me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care. You can stream snipe me. Go ahead.
Okay. Ooh.
No, I'd prefer you stream snipe me, because when you know I'm holding this angle, okay? So if I'm holding an on angle like this, you don't want to just do a slow peek into it, because I'm holding the on angle. What's going to beat it is a wide swing. So if you think I'm holding an on angle like this, you want to swing wider than I am, and you want to go for me. And so I either have to go for the fight there and dodge out of the fight, or you're going to kill me. That's the way that this works. There you go. I wanted you to wide swing that. I was hoping. When you see me like that, that's instantaneously when you want to wide swing.
When I see you, I tuck back and like wide swing, right?
Yeah. So this is the whole rock, paper, scissors game of peeking. The rock, paper, scissors game is, if they're holding an on angle, you want to wide swing. If they're holding an off angle, you want to slow peek them and hard clear them. Because typically the thing about off angles is they're not as favorable angles. That's why they're off angles, because they're not quite as good of angles. They're meant for catching people off guard. Every time you're going to an angle where they could be sitting like that, you want to wide swing it, because you want to win that fight if they're there. And they're most likely to be there. And then all the other off angles, you want to slow clear on your way to the next on angle. So that's the way that you are building the progression. So the progression starts with, I'm finding all of the on angles going onto the site. I am off angling any angle leading up to the next one. Slow peeking and angling it out. That should be your idea every single time, methodically, when you approach each of these sites. This is the biggest thing for your guys' mechanics that's going to improve your ability to win these gunfights. This is what's going to win. 80 to 90% of your gunfights are going to come down to this mechanic.
All right, so that was a great coaching session. What do you think are the 3 main things this team needs to work on?
Yeah, so I think if they stick with the 3 things that we talked about in the coaching session, number 1 being their mechanics. If they're working on their mechanics day by day, they're going to see great improvements, and it's going to elevate them. 2, if they can work on their teamwork and communication with each other, it's going to be the most important thing that they can do to elevate each other as they're playing. And 3, it's their mental game. A lot of the students had concerns about how can they be focused and feeling good about these games. And hopefully with the tools we've given them to not only work on it within themselves, but to elevate each other in those hype moments, get each other gassed up and feeling ready to play. Hopefully they'll be able to use those 3 things and be the best team that they can be.
What concerns do you have about the team? And, the goal is, can this Valorant team make playoffs?
Yeah, I think the biggest, I wouldn't necessarily say concerns. I think I have a lot of faith in that group to implement the things that I'm saying. I guess my biggest concern would be, do we actually have enough time to make progress? Because it's very limited. We're almost 3/4 of the way, I think, through their season now. So I don't know if there's going to be enough time to make a gigantic impact, but given enough time, there will always be an impact.
Now it's time to see if we're able to do enough. With only a couple hours of pro coaching, will that be enough to get this team over their playoff hump? We're about to find out. It's now week 8 of the regular season, the final week. And if Vista wins, they make it to their first playoffs. But if they lose, well, then their playoffs is all up to tiebreaker. So let's hope for the win.
I do have a feeling they're gonna come B, but I wanna just be careful. I'm gonna play just for my boombot, and I'm not gonna swing off of it probably, like unless there's only one there. I doubt it.
I'll find you.
Boombot saw one. Okay. I'm not picking that. I'm backing off. Yeah.
All right. We got Cypher A.
Oh,
they're all
there's
good.
3 There's 4.
I'm playing back.
Yeah, run off.
Through a C's and
I'm rotating.
Gonna rotate these back.
Nice shot, dude.
Ooh, good pick. Good pick.
Nice.
Pick.
Here, peek up.
I can Prowler out too.
3, 2, 1.
Pick up, brother.
Quad right.
Elbow.
Close right, close right.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Crazy. Beautiful shots.
Yo,
Great
Torres,
prowler,
a
by
nice
the way.
shot,
That
bro.
so distracted them.
I think I actually hit the Cypher with it too. I can't tell.
Yeah, that blind is huge. I'm gonna see if I can get this gun.
Yeah, Darty today, Darty today.
It's over there. It's okay.
Flashing.
I'll rotate. I'm gonna prowler out here. None showers up behind.
Behind. Nice.
Oh, crazy.
Grab up.
Perfect.
Grab the op for you. Thank you.
Like multiple short.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm flashing. 3, 2, 1.
All four are on site.
Oh.
Great round.
Okay. Holy.
Great round.
Almost lit. Nice. Almost slow in the corner.
Close right, close right.
Almost
also
also
hit
I'm
64.
smoking balls for you.
From spawn.
Tapping.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Wait. He's on the bottom.
He's
row.
close.
Player standing.
No, just.
Oh.
I.
I can't get out, dude. You guys should be. There's 3 there, I think, or 2 there.
Oh, they got a Guardian holding that.
Spike down B.
There's a guardian and a bulldog.
Close. Just play.
And there's 3.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's bad. That sucks so bad.
Nice.
Not lucky,
104. No, it's a timeout.
That's a timeout.
So
We lost a lot of rounds in a row. I think what I think we're first of all, I think we need to be winning our gunfights more. Or like, I also think our teamwork is a little bit down right now, and I think it's because we're all like, I don't know. I can tell we're all getting short with each other a little bit. So let's think about this. How are we gonna push this aside or default or something, and figure out what we're gonna do? Because they're gonna have Cypher on B probably most rounds, but their Cypher is really bad. I'm not the default. I think sometimes we can probably abuse Cypher's sight because like their Cypher is not the greatest holding. He pushed up on me in hookah, like after placing a trip there. So I would just like remember that. But I think we should hit a default this round, feel out where they're playing, and try to just like let's get our
Welcome back, everybody, to the Arizona Interscholastic Association League of Legends State Finals. We had a long day of 4 teams duking it out through the semifinals, and now we have 2 remaining, Shibby. Arizona College Prep High School, ranked at number 2 in the state, 11-0 in matches, 22-0 in games coming into today against Amphi High School, number 5 in the state, 8-3 in matches, 16-7 in games. It's going to be a pretty interesting finals because it feels like Arizona College Prep High was a team that was groomed to take this title.
Yeah, you know what? I will say yesterday I did get to cast some Smash Brothers here for Play Versus, and we had the number 1 team go up against the number 7 team. And guess what, Yanni? The number 7 seed actually came out on top in a banger barn burner best of 5 final game, final stock situation. So, you know, as we talk about the seedings, as we talk about, you know, undefeated teams versus teams that have struggled, sometimes it's better to lose early on so that you know what's wrong with you and you know what you can work on, right? Arizona College Prep, maybe they've never actually been challenged. They've never lost, so they have no clue what's going to happen. How do they take a loss? That's going to be the big question here, if they even end up dropping a game, which they haven't whole season.
Speaking of people who may be lost at some points, if you're still figuring out what's next after high school, what if gaming could take you there? Play versus Recruit is a free platform that will connect you directly with college esports programs across the US and Canada. Get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path. Sign up at playversus.com/recruit. Turn your passion to your path. Listen, man, that's what I want to be doing. That's what I know you want to be doing, Shibby, and that's what I'm sure all of these players want to be doing here today. As you said, you know, if you don't take a loss, you don't necessarily know what to work on, but if you just don't take a loss, maybe you're just that good, Shibby.
Yeah, potentially. And I love the Play versus Recruiting initiative here. I mean, we both, me and you, know how important it is to get an education, but also maybe try to get some of that money paid for, buying some of these collegiate universities. I mean, if you're looking good, you know, if you're, you know, winning these matches, you're winning some of these tournaments, look, there are plenty of collegiate universities out there that will pay you to play League of Legends for them. Maybe not the full scholarship, partial scholarship, stuff like that. I think it's very important that if you are a high schooler with everything going on in your life, you should look into figuring out if your League of Legends addiction or your League of Legends gaming prowess can get you a scholarship and get you some money. I know your parents would be happy if they don't got to pay for your whole college. I know my parents would have been happy.
Absolutely. And I want to kind of take the microphone for a moment, the stream for a moment. If you are a student out there, a high school student that you're not quite sure what you want to do next, take it from me, as somebody who's now 31 years old who did not go and graduate college. My life path would have been much easier had I done so. So please go further your education, and, you know, you'll have a great time and you'll learn a lot and you'll meet a lot of really cool people. Please do that for me from the heart. Anyway, back to the series a little bit here. As mentioned before, Arizona College Prep's varsity team, they're stacked, to be quite honest with you. David, aka Kiana, leads the way in the mid lane. He's the highest ranked player at Diamond 2, but the cast around him, experienced players, Fjord and Emerald Peaker this season. Kimmy up in the top lane, she's been very close to getting Emerald too. And on the other side, Amphi High School, they've got some experienced laners, but the jungle and the support roles, bit of a question mark, Shibby.
Yeah, bit of a question mark here. I mean, some of these players just started playing League of Legends like this year, which is obviously great to hear. I'm very happy that high schoolers are still playing some League of Legends. We're still getting new players coming into the match and coming into the game here. But yeah, a bit of an uphill battle. I don't think, you know, I don't want to mince words here and say that, you know, these two teams are completely even. It's going to be, you know, back and forth, deadlock. Like, there is a lot of learning that they're going to have to do now. They've been doing a lot of learning this season, right? Coming in, playing what they need to do. But I mean, I'm sure they've got expert coaching staff understanding what to do. There's tons of resources out there. I mean, League of Legends is nearly 15 years old. Some of these players might have been born when League of Legends came out, which is absolutely mind-boggling to think about. But yeah, the amount of resources that's out there when doing what you need to do, I think, as like you said, right, the cast around can be somewhat different here, especially if you've got, lower ranked players or people that have just picked up the game. But I mean, you can really hardcore grind, you can really hardcore study and figure out what you need to do, especially if you're just focused on that one role, whether it's jungle, support, mid, top, or whatever. Plenty of resources out there. So I expect some really, really high level of play, despite some of these guys coming in and just picking up the game this season.
Wait, you mean to tell me some of these players might not have been born when the game came out? That makes me feel old. I need to go get my glasses. And, well, luckily, one of our sponsors, Zenny, might be able to help me out with that, because the road to the Play vs. Cup has begun. The best high school teams across the U.S. and Canada will once again gather to determine who is the best and crown an ultimate champion. Thank you to our Play vs. Cup sponsor, Zenny. Using the code PLAYVERSUS at checkout will get you 10% off your order site-wide at zenny.com. Shibby, uphill battle for Amphi, but I want to see them really come up huge here. And in order to figure out who's going to come out on top, let's go ahead and kick it to our awesome venue at GCU.
Yeah,
Hello everyone, welcome back to esports. And I don't know about you guys, but I am super excited for the final league game that we're going to be having today. Our two competitors are going to be ACP and Amphitheater. And I'm super excited to see how this game plays out, and I cannot wait to show you guys what's going on.
Once again, shout out to GCU for being a gracious host for this event. It's always a treat when you get to play on LAN. I never got an opportunity to play on LAN, Shibby. It makes me sad.
You know what? We get to the second best thing, right? We've had opportunities to cast on LAN, which has always been very fun here, and I'm sure the staff over there are providing some excellent services. It's always fun. LANs are exhilarating, right? Whether you're a player or caster, even if you're someone in the audience, the environment, the atmosphere, everything around it is fundamentally different. You're not at the comfort of your own home, right? Doing what you need to do. You have to perform right where your opponents are, right? Like, you can see them. You can see what is going on through their head. You can see the victories. You can see the losses. You can see everything that's happening. I think emotions run high at LAN, and that's a good thing, right? You want to have that experience, especially early on, because if, like we talked about earlier, get into that collegiate level, you are going to be most likely going to LANs more frequently, and you will be competing against better players, better teams that understand how to handle that pressure. So being exposed to it early is very, very good here. I remember, our first LAN cast, Yanni, we were nervous. We were nervous bricks, and we didn't know what to do. But once the lights come on, once everything happens, you kind of just lock in and hit that switch in your head.
I mean, it was a little easier. We did get to sit around for like 7 hours waiting. True, it wasn't the toughest experience for us, but it was an adjustment nonetheless. And as a player, I mean, the nerves hit you even harder. I played competitive back in the day. You know this. I never shut up about it. I remember buying hand warmers because it would be the middle of a New Jersey summer and my hands would be freezing cold because of the nerves. And, we're hoping that these teams don't run into that issue. You got to go in, put up or shut up time for the title. We are into the draft here for game 1 of this best of 3 series. Now, very notable is that this is not a fearless draft. For those who may not know, fearless means that once a champion is picked, you can no longer pick it. That is not the case. These teams will be able to repeat these champions as the series goes on.
Yeah, pretty much everywhere globally around the world, every other league is now swapped over to Fearless, but obviously this is the introductory level, this is high school level championship stuff, so not having Fearless enabled is actually probably really good for the development of a lot of these players. So you might see some of the same champions come out here and there, but the ones we aren't seeing, no Alistar, no Mundo, no Caitlyn, nothing like that. These are going to be, bans levied against some of these guys' most played champions, right? It's not really hard meta bans, nothing like that. It's like, hey, what do you play? What do you excel at the best? Let's take that off the board. Let's make you a little bit uncomfortable. And at this level of competition, that's exactly what you need to do. Sometimes that's more than enough to give you the edge in draft.
Apparently, there may be some changes to the roster over on the side of Arizona College Prep. From what I'm hearing is that Winter might be stepping in for Fjord, and then Kimmy moving to the jungle. We'll see if that is the case. We won't actually know 100% for sure until we get into the game. So we'll keep that in mind for the draft here as we get an immediate first pick lock-in of the Akali over on Amphi. I imagine that's going to go over to Zhao in the mid lane. It's one of his special champions, but being the highest ranked player on your team, put the ball in his hands.
Yeah, 100%. I believe he has hit Diamond 3 this season, which has been awesome to see a lot of these guys grind, especially, you know, with the new league season coming in and everything like that. But the Irelia and the Jhin coming in, some more comfort picks, obviously. Yeah, that roster swap is going to be interesting because Kimmy traditionally plays like Yorick, Mord, Zahan. I mean, some of these champions can't go in the jungle. I see the Malphite, I see the Zahan, you can play there. But Fjord coming out and Winter coming in, that's definitely an interesting roster swap, especially to do in the grand finals. It might be the reason they get an edge here, right? Because they've never played up against, they don't have any game footage, no tape against this guy. So there might be the edge there. But Jhin and Tahm Kench going into the bottom lane. Tahm Kench recently received some buffs, but I mean, this bot lane is just screaming very, very passive. Sure, you can pressure the Yunara and the Nautilus, but you've got to end this game before 30 minutes, or I feel like Amphitheater High is just going to run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a good counter to this Nautilus, right? I think this Nautilus pick is really smart by M5 because, you know, McTie, Rain down in the bottom lane, again, very new player. Him and Gage, the jungler, Skull, are the new players that we touched upon. So being on a bit of an easier to execute champion like Nautilus, where you have that point and click ultimate, is so important. So this Kench pick to just ensure that your Aurelia can't get locked down, because, you know, we'll leave the Jhin out to dry, you know, later on in the game. It just means so much for the carry potential of Arizona College Prep.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, Jhin should just never be in range, right? Like, he's curtain calling from half a screen away. He's, you know, setting up plays with his root. Like, realistically, if a Nautilus is getting onto you as Jhin, the Jhin did something wrong, right? The Jhin is, like, mispositioning and stuff like that. So, yeah, that Tahm Kench got to be ever crucial, especially into the burst of Akali as well. I mean, the moment you see them, you know, go into the Shroud, start popping the combo in, you immediately eat them, you negate a bunch of damage, plus they get that massive shield out once you spit them out, which allows them to duel potentially the Akali again here. Yeah, I mean, if that happens onto the Aurelia, it could be some trouble, but a lot of hinges on Amphitheater High's Yunara here, as we do see the Yorick being taken away, Yone as well, and no Jarvan, no Ornn. A lot of engage tools being removed from the table for Amphitheater High, when, you know, for me, I much prefer having double engage, especially at these lower levels. You need to be able to go in and have a buddy going in with you, and the Xin Zhao has been left open and on the board for Amphitheater.
I really like that, but I think you do have a big problem here, and it's going to be locking down this Lilia. Your point and click as Nautilus is going to have to go in too many different directions. You have to ult Lilia, but you have to ult Aurelia, but Tahm Kench is going to eat the target that you ult. It's going to be so hard. Now, Cassante does give you the ability to all out, but now I'm worried about a lack of damage at this point, Shibby, if you lock that in, which they do. If this Akali does not get rolling, you're going to have to wait until Yunara gets to be this insane late game carry, and even then you're gonna have to dance out of danger.
Yeah, 3-4 item Yunara is what they're gonna have to hinge on here. A lot of changes came in with the recent patch as well. I see, you know, 80 carries buying the Omnivamp boots now because, like, hey, who needs attack speed when you could just lifesteal away? I've seen Bloodthirster being built on. A lot of interesting builds. 80 carries got tankier as a result of this patch, or much harder to take down here. But the Volibear is going to be locked in. That's most likely going into the top lane. Now, Volibear into Cassante, very interesting matchup. Cassante has a hard time dueling the Volibear once those passive stacks start going, gets the attack speed, the lightning. Also, when you're trying to duel the Volibear, you can't really go for those extended trades because he's going to heal up a lot of that HP once he marks you with the bite, right? 2 Ws, and all that damage you did, at least half of that is getting healed away. So really, really interesting to see how this Cassante is going to navigate this Volibear lane post level 6 as well, where dives become very abundant. Like, Lilia and Volibear can just blow this game open in the top side if they want to.
What's really interesting is that Kimmy is a bit of a jungler by trade. as opposed to a top laner. So you get her in her preferred role. She plays a lot of Viego, but she's got a couple of games of that Lilia. It could be a huge problem to deal with over on the other side. It is going to be, like we said, an uphill battle for Amphi. Again, we talk about that this jungle support, two of the more important roles in League of Legends. You and I can attest to this, that you need to have the experience in those roles to be able to have a successful team. Even you and I struggle with that when we play our team games with the rest of the casters.
Yeah, I mean, at every level, right? Recreational leagues, high school leagues, collegiate leagues, every team has some sort of synergy issues, flowy issues, right? Some stuff you got to work out. But luckily, both of these teams have been competing for a whole season here, culminating in the Play versus High School Championship, which I think, both of these guys, that's always at the front of your mind, right? Even when you're down in the dumps, even when you take a loss, you go 0-2 or whatever, right? You're always thinking like, hey, I can make this land. We can have a run. We can do something crazy. We just got to make it to playoffs. And everybody starts 0-0 in playoffs. Doesn't matter what you came in as in the regular season. Once playoffs hit, a lot of things can change here. And obviously that's very apparent for both Arizona College Prep and Amphitheater High, right? I mean, we talked about Amphitheater being one of the lower seeded teams, making that run here, number 5. That means you had to, at minimum, face off against either the number 2 or number 3 seeds on your run during these playoffs, if not number 4. Like, you had to beat, on paper, better teams here. So this isn't something that's new to them, right? This number 2 seeded team here with Arizona College Prep, that's business has been taken care of by them before.
It's been a super impressive run to watch, and regardless if it ends in victory or defeat, the run will be celebrated for a long time to come. The drafts are set. The champions are set. And before we go ahead and take a break, before we get into game, we want to shout out one of our other sponsors, Respawn. The road to the Play versus Cup has begun, and the best high school teams across the U.S. and Canada once again gathered to determine who is the best of the best and crown an ultimate champion. Our Play versus Cup sponsor, Respawn, deserves a shout out for that. If you use the code PlayVersusTeam, get extra 10% off of the sale price at respawnproducts.com store. Just go ahead and cash in on that code and go get all the items that you need there. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a short break while we wait for the players to get into game. And when we return, it'll be game 1 of the best of 3 finals between the Arizona College Prep High School and Amphitheater High School. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. All right, everybody, welcome back as we're on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of this best-of-3 finals. The Arizona Interscholastic Association League of Legends State Finals. Amphitheater High School versus Arizona College Prep Shibby. And while we have a moment, let's kind of talk about how these teams got here today. Arizona College Prep defeated Gilbert High School. They 2-0'd them. Game 1, only 26.5 minutes, a 15K gold lead. Mid laner Kiana, which is the Korean accents you see over for this Aurelia, so we'll be calling him David, pulled out the Kaisa mid, did so good. Game 2 was close, but 6-0-12 on the way into a Zed. Phenomenal performance by the ACP mid laner.
Yeah, and we've been thrown for a little bit of a loop here. Everything I said about the Volibear top lane matchup, throw it out. It's gone because
oh my goodness.
It's Lilia top into Cassante, which is a horrendous matchup for the Cassante, by the way. It is not fun. A, because you have to atomize towards magic resist early on in the lane, which makes you less tankier in the mid game when going up against both the Jhin and the Irelia, but also because Winter on the Lilia can space you out horrendously, especially if she's hitting those soft spot Qs, which is exactly what we see here. The move speed can be really tough for a lot of these top laners to deal with. As I say that, though, ManBearPig, it'll get a decent trade in, but yeah, other than that, everything else is looking A-okay. Both mid laners taking Ignite. Nothing too crazy. Top lane might have a TP advantage early on with ManBearPig having the home guards coming out of TP because he opted for the summoner spell. Ghost and Flash for the Yanara. Barrier for the Jhin. I think that all is fine and dandy. I do like the exhaust, though, onto the Tahm Kench because that's going to allow you to exhaust the Akali when she comes in.
Yeah, very, very strong tech. And here in the mid lane, we already have Ignite. Drop down onto Zhao. He's burning away, but will barely survive. But he does not have teleport himself, which means David is just going to get to shove this in. Look at the CS disparity already.
Yeah, 17-5. I mean, we didn't really talk about it, but the Akali into Irelia matchup, very, very tough for the Akali. All those short bursty trades that you like to do. Oh yeah, Irelia is going to stack up her passive, and she's going to Q onto you, and you can't really do too much about it. Also, she's got a built-in damage reduction button, so that combo that you want to do is also getting reduced here. So rough matchup for the Akali. We'll see what happens, though. The Ignite going down early, though, obviously, like you said, thought we could force her out of lane. David's going to come back a little bit sooner, but ultimately the flash being burned from Akali might actually allow a revisit from Kimmy here on the Volibear. Like flash Q could be on the table.
And this really puts a lot of pressure on Skull. Again, one of the players that just started playing League of Legends this year. You know his mid laner is going to want this assistance because this Aurelia is going to get the push. So it's a matter of timing. Does he have the timings right to be able to turn this matchup for his star mid lane?
Yeah, Xin Zhao, Skull specifically.
Oh my goodness. Ooh. Oh, it's just so fluid. Listen, I'm a pretty decent player myself. I'm in low diamond, and I'd be afraid of what's going on in the mid lane. I'm afraid of what's going on in the top lane because Kimmy made it look easy with the flash and its first blood to Winter.
Yeah, flash on a ManBearPig, securing the stun. We talked about how some of those trades into top lane can be detrimental. Unfortunately, Cassante ate one too many sweet spot Qs. Skull, though, is going to get the crab, but realistically, there's going to be a fight in the mid lane. Yeah.
Oh, that is so huge to go 1-for-1 there. I worry that neither side is going to get the cannons and be so important for Zhao to get that one. We're going to see Skull take it back here. Meanwhile, Hook going down onto this Tahm Kench will burn the flash before the Gray Health shield.
Yeah, a little bit of panic. You did mention that I believe this Tahm Kench, or Mega Taco, is still learning the game, picking it up, and that's one of those skills that takes some time, right? Like being able to judge and assess, do I die here? Right?
Nice
I mean, me and you have nice hook,
How
though.
about McTy putting in some work here? The fresh support player from M5 doing a really nice job trying to burn all the resource out of this bottom lane.
Yeah, tough look. Good hooks, though, like you said, coming out from McTy, who also picked up the game recently. Like you said, having that, super simple hook champion. Hey, I press Q, and everything else kind of falls into order, right? You can root them with your passive, and then you can slow them down. You've also got a shield for yourself here, so it can be a little rough especially if you're in the Jin, Tom Kench lane.
Mega Taco turn it out, but this is a nice bait. Kimmy is here. One above all got exhausted, but it's a nice flash to try to continue this one. Dredge line to get away there. Nice job there by McTie, as one above all is just trying to kite this out. A good evasion on the gank, but they get so many summoners burnt.
No flash
here. No using the shroud. This is a good opportunity here. Stun is there, but job is done. Zhao gets the solo kill.
Good job from Zhao here. I'm really interested to see what happened to David, if he ate a tower shot or maybe he was potentially egoing the Akali, right? Potentially. Drowsy.
Uh-oh, flashes out. Night, all out is there, but that doesn't put you in the right direction. Winter in a little bit of trouble here is Man Bear Pig doing a nice job to be able to turn that play around. I thought he was dead.
Yeah, I thought, one more sweet spot Q or a flash W and it would have been lights out like you said for him, but K'Sante, pretty tanky guy. Doran's shield has the null magic mantle in place. Like we said, the issue is that you do have to itemize MR early on in these AP matchups, but it does allow you to survive a little bit. Picking up the Negatron cloak as well. I mean, like Winter is gonna have a hard time killing this K'Sante now, especially because level 6 has come in. He's picked up a couple more items, has the boots as well, which is gonna allow him to potentially dodge out some of these sweet spot Qs here. So the lane getting a little bit more even keel for K'Sante, but that mid kill, really, really important for Zhao, allows him to establish control in the lane. And with now both of these mid laners hitting level 6, it could get very volatile.
Skull spotted out down on the bot side, but looking to get a little aggressive here, just forcing them under the turret. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, we've got another duel, and there's the perfect execution, and it's another kill going over to Zhao, winning out on the 1v1.
Gotta be careful, especially if you're Irelia, right? You've indexed into that, lifesteal. So going for those burst trades is going to be tough. You've got to auto the wave. You've got to come back. You've got to take some of those short ones into the Akali so that you can come back into your next trade a lot healthier. You are playing into Zhao's game when you are just purposely trading into him, allowing him to reset his cooldowns. And that mid kill is going to allow Arizona Prep, Amphitheater High to pick up their first dragon of the game 7.5 minutes in. And that's an Infernal. That's a decent chunk of AP and AD coming into your lanes.
The star players are located in the mid lane, and Amphi's mid laner after a rough start is getting the better of ACPs, and it's going to be up to the supporting cast on either side to be the difference maker. Kimmy getting a bit of an invade on here off of that dragon. That's what this tempo allows you to do. So Skull's going to be without a blue buff for the moment. Up in this top lane, Winter got that kill, but is down in CS, which essentially nullifies that kill. So Amphi's laners doing a really good job in this game to keep their heads above water.
Yeah, big fundamentals, right, coming out from Amphi. Keeping even keel in CS, some of them even going up in CS, that matchups they shouldn't be in, which is a testament to just their skill and how good they are. And yeah,
got
you're
the
gonna have to
flash
flash
out,
there.
above all, once more, the Transcend oneself. Get some good damage in with that Arc of Ruin. Forces that flash out of 2C. Mega Taco trying to show up here near this mid lane, but 2C could find themselves in a lot of trouble. Turret shot going out, Hook not going to land, but they're going to be able to try and get this wave in. Tomcats is going to show up over the wall, but now it's a 3v1, and this Akali's running out of space. Flash forced out. That's a cooldown that they're going to have to take advantage of. Meanwhile, back up to the top lane, Skull, ready to make their first play of the game on a laner here. Flash Wind becomes lightning, forces the flash out of Winter. But not just Winter, the rest of ACP is coming. There will be no play to be had. It does mean that Grubs will go over to ACP. We'll see if we have a bit of a fight here. Sal is here, but it's a 3v1. They're going to have to execute on this pincer play. Winter is going to be tagged up first, and Winter gets bursted out, still getting the kill. They go to sleep, but here's Kimmy dropping down, doing damage, but it's too much to handle. But here comes Aurelia to pick up the pieces, finds a double kill for themselves, and ACP are right back in it.
Yeah, I did not love this fight, Yanni. You heard me wincing, groaning a little bit. I mean, I don't love the look unless you can get one and just get out. But the fact that they took that extended fight, you didn't move your Nautilus or your Yunara to this fight. So it's almost perpetually going to be a 4v3. You opted in to take the plate's bottom lane. You cannot have your cake and eat it. Trust me, I've tried, Yanni, and I've failed every single time.
Oh, I know you have. I've played too many 5v5s with you, my friend. And right now, ACP up nearly 1,000 gold. We have another engage coming out from this Kench. The knockup is on to McTie. One above all doesn't have a ton of damage. They're able to reasonably trade back. Knockup is going to go on to Tusi, but that Tom Kench presents a lot of problems. McTie frontlining, but can't frontline for too much longer. This Jin is going to be able to find the kill now. One above all finds themselves in a 2v1. They need to be able to get the job done. The auto attacks are rifling away, but the barrier coming out from Tusi. One above all flashes, but has to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, and can't dodge the last shot. It's Tusi with 2 kills, and now Kimmy is looking to make a play down onto Zhao, who's stuck and rooted and knocked up, and they're going to look to throw away the key, but in the Shroud, look at the burst damage onto Kimmy. Do they have anything back? No ultimate, tagged with the slow, but Skull is here to make sure there is no further danger.
That's not a kill onto Zhao, but the amount of pressure put on, you have to reset here, and David is going to pick up the double that he did at that grub fight, more plates for himself, more CS. That lead that Zhao had in that mid lane where he got that kill over him dissipated as we flash over to the gold. 5,200 gold in the pockets of this Irelia.
David, oh, dash for dash there. Tagged with the Ruby comes lightning, but we don't have a dash to follow up. There we go. Now we're getting this Akali damage in there, and Skull's the one who picks up the kill.
Much needed, right? I mean, you just cannot allow that to happen. You cannot be free hitting turret for 50 years without getting punished. So good look from Zhao and Skull, but still down about 1.5k gold lead. And I think it all just stemmed from that Grubs fight that honestly Amphi didn't need to take. I mean, looking at the gold across the board, yeah, sure, top lane's even, jungle's even, but the mid lane and bottom lane disparity for Arizona College Prep is massive. These two are going to be ones to carry as a fight in the bottom lane happens.
It was a good interrupt by McTie, but I believe they're going down with the ship. One above all will be able to walk out, but as a 3rd kill for this Jin, and now we're starting to run into some problems. Kimmy wants a little bit more, gets the stun off. Skull is here. This is not a 3v2 that you can win at this point of the game. ACP have a near 2,000 gold lead for the moment.
A lot of that sequestered onto the Irelia and the Jin. We saw it, right? 700 up and about 1,000 in the favor of David. Zhao's turret hanging on by a thread right now. Just a little bit of pressure. Yeah, down a level, and a little bit of pressure can be applied here. I mean, I don't know if they win this 2v1. I'm going to be honest.
Run becomes lightning, misses. No further play to be had, but now Mega Taco is looking to loop around, and David is already going in, and Zhao could find himself in a little bit of trouble. No knock up there, but this turret is low. You cannot let these minions get there. David will be able to knock down the turret in just 1 auto attack. Dragon is up and has been started up by ACP, so this will break the stacking of Amphi. Tusi just completed that 80 carry quest, so a large infusion of gold into their back pocket, along with the collector in the inventory.
So Yanni, when I see mid lane turret like that, if I'm playing Volibear jungle, I'm a maniac. I'm escorting the wave in, I'm ulting the turret to shut it down, and I'm saying, hey, we're going to get this first brick one way or another. I would have loved to see after that dragon, with that bottom lane already pushed in, Tusi and Mega just come to the mid lane and say, hey, let's knock this turret down. Let's get this gold infusion both into our mid laner and into our rest of our team, and allow David to push this wave in and start affecting the rest of the map. But I think ACP is just not there yet. They're not confident enough.
Tagging him up, going in, and this will be a kill. It's Skull picking that one up. The minions are getting this turret very low. That would be the perfect execution to finish that off. Ooh, God, the damage coming out from this Jin right now is a lot to handle.
Yeah, that's Collector. Well, that'll do it for you. First item Collector, gonna have a lot of burst into some of these targets who don't have a lick of armor. It's top lane paying a visit up here. It has been a while since we've seen these two duke it out, but regardless of the top lane matchup, it is just a wet noodle fight across the board here. Kimmy, though.
All right, Kimmy's ultimate does force the flash out of Man Bear Pig. Doesn't necessarily reveal Kimmy's position either. I have a good idea that play was on for the moment, so nothing further to be had. Herald is going to be coming up in about 40 seconds, Shibby. We're still waiting for the second item to come out here for Zhao. That's going to be the real big spike for this team. Skull getting a second item would be huge too. But look at the Aurelia plays. This is a well-practiced Aurelia. So well-practiced Akali, too. But this turret is going to go down. This now causes a problem here for Zhao. Well, he's gotten David Duo down about half HP. Does not have the perfect execution. Mega Taco is here, but the turret shot was taken. Flash is made, but it is not a good one. Tag is there for Skull, but the stun and the slows from Mega Taco means that David will be able to walk out without an issue.
Bork plus the Negatron cloak already building towards that wit's end. It's becoming tougher and tougher for Zhao to win these exchanges. And you got to realize, for half of that fight, David was hitting the wave as top lane. Another visit.
Everybody is up here. The Tom Kench looking to cut him off, but there is the all-out, and that means Winter's in trouble. And Winter's flash is not successful. Skull has his 4th kill of the game, just picking up the game this year. The valedictorian is just, his brain's too big.
Yeah, he's where he needs to be, exactly at the right time, right place here. And unfortunately for Winter bonks his head on the wall and that flash doesn't make it. I like the look from ACP, but a little too aggressive, especially if you don't know where everyone is. And on that angle against the Kazante, yeah, I mean, you're barbecue chicken. And now Tusi,
rip it.
Prime dive
There's
target.
No wave. There's no wave. This is the problem. McTie, though, doing a good job of tanking it all up. They get the flash. Both summoners out of the Jhin. It's a successful dive and a shutdown going over to Zhao.
Yeah, I think I just forfeit my life there if I'm Tusi. Hey, my flash and my barrier, I'm not going to use it. I'm going to save it for this next fight because now, right, and this is something that we see at all levels, the planning ahead, you don't have it for this dragon. So if this Akali jumps on you in this dragon fight, you're Tusi. You're like, guys, I don't have anything. I need my Tom Kench on me, ready to eat, ready to flash out potentially. And it's done if the Xin Zhao is there as well. So really interesting to see how ACP's bot lane is going to navigate this next dragon fight. Mountain Soul, the soul of choice here. Big for either team, right? A Tom Kench Mountain Soul, a Volibear Mountain Soul could be detrimental. On the other side, Xin Zhao, Kazante, good luck taking them down.
Stun, knock up, good tags here. Now, so we could be going in the turret shots, though. Something that is very difficult for David to deal with. Well, up in this top lane, could see another attempt onto the life of Man Bear Pig, but they are just so tanky right now. Zhao walking up, low on HP. Sorelli is doing so much healing. Vanguard's edge is out, and the damage is there. Down goes the Akali, one above all. Just doesn't have the damage right now. Meanwhile, up on the top side, Sleepy, but stuns are there. Can Man Bear Pig fight out of this? The knock up into the all-out, into the dodge, but it's just too much to handle. The numbers game is too much for Amphi, and ACP is starting to pull away.
Looks like they're going to forfeit this dragon here on the side of ACP, crash it into this turret, maybe the second one as well if they're feeling cheeky. But if I'm Amphi, I'm sprinting towards this dragon right now. Pings are going out at the moment. Xin Zhao's already there, Skull is there. I think you just trade potentially the tier 2 for the dragon. You've got to be okay with something, especially with the pressure that David is creating. You've got to take this down quickly. Skull, though, only one on this dragon. Nobody else is here. So this play that ACP did in that top side, I think is going to go unpunished.
And not only that, if you tried to fight now, guess who's waiting in the wings? It's Aurelia. Mega Taco with the elaborate bait, and Aurelia comes flying in, but is tagged by the Nautilus knockup. But I don't think it matters. There's the last shot coming through to tag one above all after picking up the kill on McTie. Zhao is now here, but they are on a ward. Mega Taco, a little low. Teleport coming in for Winter. Does not have that lilting lullaby, but will have plenty of poke to try to force away Amphi. Dragon's still not started yet, but recalls are going to be coming out from Amphi. They are giving this one up.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. They don't really have a lot of vision. Maybe there's a world where Skulls tries to steal it out of vision, but instead, nice pull coming out from ACP, and that kill in the bottom lane onto the Nautilus, resulting in this play. I mean, ACP essentially got to do 4 moves in a row with Amphi not able to answer, not able to punish anything.
Listen, sometimes you just play Ride the Wind and you move from one battlefield to the other and score 2 points and draw a bunch of cards. Luckily I haven't seen a Volibear get Ride the Wind yet. Volibear, a very imposing unit in Riftbound. A very imposing force in this game has Kimmy been, and really a little quiet despite being 2-0-4, right? Most of the action's been centered around this Aurelia and this Jhin.
Yeah, I think Kimmy's been in the right place, right time as well, right? Top lane gank coming in, securing that turn in the top side, you know, securing these dragons, just being, you know, the jungler that the team needs. Nothing more, nothing less. Doesn't need to play hero ball, as we would like to call it in the NBA. Just understanding what they need to do to support their team to that victory. I mean, David and Tusi are the ones that are going to ride you to this victory. All Kimmy has to do is pressure the right targets, get the right laner's head, and really just understand that, hey, my job as this Volibear, jump on this Yunara, jump on Skull, peel off, and let's fight in these 1v1s. Let's fight in these skirmishes. Because, I mean, this build is absolutely disgusting for these 1v1s. Just allows you to destroy people.
One above all who had a really nice game on Kaisa against Hamilton High has been largely shut down in this game. It's not been able to do much again. This is not where Yunara is strong on 1.5 items. You're going to have to wait a long time, though, to get online because of the sheer suppression that ACP has put up, because everybody has to eat. You have to give some CS over to your mid laner, who is really the linchpin of your composition. So Shibby, I think if Amphi really want to turn this game, we're going to have to wait a while.
We talked about it, right? If this Akali does not get going, which, I mean, in theory, she kind of is, kind of not. Early on, she was 5-4-3, now built that second item. If, you know, somebody else on the side of ACP who, you know, they have a 4,000 gold lead at the moment, really gets far ahead, in this case, the Irelia and the Jhin, you've got to wait for Yunara to come in as a fight in the jungle.
Everybody on top of Skull, and it's easy pickings there for the Aurelia. Nobody around to rejoin, so this bot tier 1 turret will fall. There are no minions here, so it will take a moment for the minions to come in them to get this. So this means that on the top side, one above all will look to trade turrets.
Yeah, I mean, try to juice as much gold as you can into your Yunara to put you in a position to carry these fights. I don't hate this.
If you
give
get
them as many waves. Yeah, get as many waves as you can, get as many turrets as you can, figure out what you can do. I mean, Yunara will eventually be a force to be reckoned with, and with Ghost and Flash, can dance around the battlefield, dance around a lot of these team fights, and just whittle you down. I mean, Kimmy's not the tankiest person. Realistically, your front line consists of Tom Kench and a Dream.
Skull really suffering on this play with the death and now having no jungle camps to take. Mid-tier 2 is going to fall with no defense. So the play ends up being a 2-for-2 in terms of turrets. The gold lead is 4,000 in favor of Arizona College Prep. But you did get gold onto your Akali, onto Zhao. You did get gold onto one above all. So it could be worse. This 4-in-1 Jhin has but 130 gold lead on one above all. That's a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, but you glaze over to mid lane, it's like a nearly 2,000 gold lead for David, unfortunately. That Aurelia, talk about force to be reckoned with. I mean, that is a hurricane, a thunderstorm knocking at your door if you're Amphi. And I don't think they have the answer. No shelter is going to be able to contain this Aurelia.
They're going to try. They're sending multiple members in here, and they just don't have the damage to take down Aurelia. The Ignite is there, but they will live. Here comes Kimmy on the backside. One above all has to flash away, but you are above nothing as Kimmy will close out on the kill, and now McTie is going to be the next target. They will burn away. Shields be damned. A double kill for Winter, and you might be unstoppable for the moment, man, Bear Pig, but you got 4 members of ACP who want to stop you and said they stop themselves and head to the Baron.
Love that. Not chasing for any kills here. Understanding that, hey, bot lane is down, jungler is down. There's an opportunity for us to do this Baron. And with a 3-item Irelia, it's going to go down relatively quickly. 2-item Jhin as well. The attack speed, dueling potential of Kimmy, which we saw, right, in that team fight. One above all was zoned away, because there was a giant Volibear running Mach speed at you, ulting upon your head. Unfortunately, if you're the Yunara, you kind of just toss your hands up and go, well, what do I do there?
You throw your hands up in the air sometimes saying, hey, oh, where's my peel? Oh. I mean, you just can't peel that. Dragon started up for Arizona College Prep. They're looking to make this their 3rd Dragon of the game, 2nd Mountain Dragon. As you mentioned earlier, The Mountain Dragon's going to do so much work, especially for Mega Taco, but even Kimmy is going to see a lot of benefit from these. I think the real question is, Shibby, will we see an additional dragon in this game? Because right now, ACP, a 6,000 gold lead. They have the Baron on them. It's just a matter of time before they look to push and end this game.
25 minutes in. Third dragon, like you said, secured. Mountain Soul coming in about 4.5 minutes. Don't know if we'll even get there, depending on how ACP utilizes this Baron. I mean, you just 4-1 and send it, right? You can't... Look, what does Amphi do? The last thing you want to do is, like, 1-3-1 here, try to side lane and, you know, get caught out because Amphi throws numbers at you, which they haven't done yet. And granted, Irelia and Lilia relatively slippery. But I kind of just want to see them force down this mid lane and send your Irelia split pushing. That's all you really need to do. Baron being somewhat wasted at the moment. Still got about 1.5 minutes left on it, though, so we'll see how they utilize it. A lot of these members of ACP cresting upon those third item power spikes. Right? We just saw Kimmy pick up the Spirit Visage. Jin probably sitting on a ton of gold right now. Maybe doesn't want to buy components, but very close to that third item, whether it's RFC or maybe it's a something else here. Yeah, 1,200 gold. Yeah, he's just waiting.
I'm a little surprised at the lack of cohesion with this Baron. We're just kind of running around the jungle here. I mean, Tusi is all the way up here. This might be a 3v1, now a 3v2, but you still can't walk up that far. But here comes Aurelia coming through on the side. Skull has to flash away. And Bear Pit gets eaten up and is going to be spat out in front of everybody. Curtain call not necessary, although this last shot is blocked by one above all, but Aurelia comes flying in to pick up the pieces. Now it's a 5v3. Nakapa's going to go down. This is your chance to shut down. Going over to your Kali, but blown up in the blink of an eye. One above all trying to make a hero play, but is unsuccessful. 4v1. McTie is the only one left, and like a good soldier who attends ROTC, will be giving the salute and going down in the base. ACP are gonna push and take game one.
Yeah, who needs the split push? Who needs the 4-1? We can force a fight right in their base here, slapping Amphitheater High with the wallet. I mean, 10,000 gold lead at the end of it. Realistically, I mean, David just took this game away. Looked rough in the beginning, but started to pull away once the solo kills started coming in. We talked about how volatile of a lane this can be. We saw it come into action, come into fruition here. And unfortunately, this time around, Amphi on the losing end of that volatility.
Tough one, Shibby. Honestly, I like the instability that this mid lane had, because you knew it was going to be a slugfest between these two star players. And you were just hoping that Zhao would have it in them to be able to carry this game, but it just felt like a bit of a champion diff, right? You got this large lead, but as a Kali, you can only blow up one target. You don't actually have any CC. If they're dead, they're controlled is really what you live by. And you don't have the survivability that this Aurelia does. And as it turns out, David was able to turn it and get a couple of kills and then became this unkillable force, or this force that could go in and soak all the damage because they're like, we need to kill Aurelia, and then just barely get out and have the rest of the team pick up the pieces. A very tough mountain to climb. Again, we talked about the skill differential coming out for the jungle and support. I want to shout out Skull and McTie. I think McTie had a lot of really good looks on the engages, had a lot of really good target selection with these Nautilus ultimates. It's just that darn Tom Kench.
Yeah, very, very good drafting coming out from ACP there, right? The Tom Kench and the Nautilus, going with the Jin, understanding that, hey, we just got to play a supportive role. We got to kick back, relax, help our team set them up for success. And boy, was David set up for success there. Kimmy as well on the volley bear. I think going flawless, no deaths at all as a jungler. I mean, just chef's kiss, very, very well played from ACP, and you know, really understanding their roles and understanding what they need to do here. Mind you, Yanni, we're not in a fearless format, so we could run back a very similar draft here, right? It could be in a situation where Now, what does Amphi do? Do they run the Akali Irelia matchup and go, hey, let's see what happens? We were solo killing each other. Maybe Zhao gets the better end of it. Maybe Zhao picks up a carry game himself. Are they going to allow the Tahm Kench to come through, even though your support wants to play these heavy engaged supports, right? Nautilus, Leona potentially, Alistar on the table, all these big hook champions that just get immediately denied. There's a lot to think about if you're Amphi, I believe.
Kimmy active on the map, not doing cardio. These teams might run back the drafts. You and I gonna run for a break. When we return, it could be the final game of the series. Amphi High School with their backs against the walls. Arizona College Prep with a championship in their sights. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to the Play versus Sing Spring 2026 High School Championship, the League of Legends State Finals between Arizona College Prep High and Amphi High School. Shibby, we saw ACP take the victory. It did not come easy. There were challenges that were presented by Amphi that ACP had to overcome. They showed they could do it in game one. Now the question is, can Amphitheater High School come back and force a game 3?
Tough road for them to force that game 3, especially because, like we mentioned, we're not in that fearless format. So a lot of those champions can come in here and wreak havoc like they did last time. As we get a nice little peek at the venue. Shout out to GCU there for setting everything up. Looks nice, man. I mean, the stage, you've got the nice seats over there. I'm sure maybe some of them provided by Respawn or whatever, but I love this setup, right? I mean, a lot of cool different sponsors here. I love the LAN setup. It's chaotic. It's hectic. It's a little funny here as we get a shot of both teams at the moment. ACP right now up 1-0. One more game to close it out. And the fact that you are just right across from them, I mean, you know, I'm not necessarily encouraging it, but there might be some smack talk being thrown people's ways.
Listen, sometimes you just got to get up and hit them with the blah, 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 you know, and just kind of throw them off their game and make them go like, what the heck are they doing over there? You know, the problem is you have to get a solo kill for that to happen. Looks like draft might be going on because we're seeing everybody huddled around our mid laner here over on the side of ACP. So we'll see what the result ends up being. Looks like everybody is locked in, Shibby. And I mean, for good reason. You are one win away from claiming the championship. League of Legends state champions for Arizona. You know, great state. They're bringing LCS there this year.
They are bringing LCS over there, right? I believe the final is going to be happening at ASU, which is going to be kind of cool. I don't know, Yanni, if you're going. Arizona, very hot state. I lived there for a couple months.
Yeah, bro. Large people like me don't do well in that environment typically.
The best way I can describe it, my partner said, it's like getting hit with a hairdryer from every angle known to man. So yeah, I mean, figure it out. Figure out what you're gonna need to do. And we're gonna get the Irelia band coming out from Amphitheater High School. Rightfully so. No Alistar available as well. If I'm ACP, I probably don't need to switch my bands up too much unless they fear that, like, they don't have a good matchup into the Akali. Maybe David doesn't have the champion pool necessary, but you've still got some picks in the bag here. But look, based off of their champ pool I'm looking at.
There's definitely some overlapping picks for either side. Now, the one thing that I am interested to see, if Zhao ends up pulling out that Darius, it's his most played champion. Recall that, you know, last month Faker was playing Darius mid a lot. The champion actually does have some winning matchups. I don't know what those winning matchups are. That's why I'm the play-by-play and you're the color caster. Shibby, do you think we'll see the Darius mid, and what matchups is it going to be favorable in?
Gotta be a response maybe into the Akali, right? If you decide to take that away, I think everything that Akali wants to do, I mean, you're going to go into his melee range, you're going to get hit with a bleed, you're going to get hit with the heal, a lot of different kill threats. I don't know if we're going to see a blind Darius, though, because that leads you to just get absolutely blasted in the mid lane. I mean, the Ahri, the Orianna in David's pocket here, although Amphitheater High be wanting the Akali away. So David has to play something else that we haven't seen him play this series. The Irelia banned out, the Akali taken by Amphitheater High. Arizona College, though, Yone is available. Mind you, that was banned out in the second rotation of bans from Amphitheater High. This could go top, this could go mid, still a flex pick for ACP.
I'm a little surprised they did not opt to ban it, but you take a look at those bot lane bans and you wonder if it's just the pressure that could be exuded by this ACP bot lane on to One Above All and McTie. Something's got to give with those bans, so it is going to be that Yone. I do wonder how ACP is going to follow this up. Typically with the Yone, we see some Sejuani. So will we have Kimmy just put the Sejuani in the bag here in game 2?
Potential Sedge angle here. I mean, I don't hate it, especially if you pick up another melee solo laner, whether that is going to be an AP threat or another AD threat. Aphelios being locked in here. Now the question is, does Amphitheater High take the Tom Kench away? Because surely that's going to be the pick. Tom Kench Aphelios, still pretty damn good. Could go Thresh Aphelios if you're feeling, frisky here. The Morgana, I think, is a early response to what they suspect is going to be a Thresh. But if I'm ACP, I just pick Tom Kench and I'm chilling. Because if I get Cataclysm, I can just eat up my Aphelios and spit him out of the Cataclysm and he's A-okay. Trading my life for a Kali Jarvan is fine because the re-engage from ACP could be absolutely deadly.
Really like this Morgana pickup. It allows one above all to get flexible with the AD carry picks. This is a really nice response. The Sylas coming through. Cataclysm, all right. The perfect execution, really good. The Soul Shackles against a Kali Jarvan, and then, of course, Morgana, who needs to get melee range for that, is going to be so deadly.
Yeah, especially because Sylas has a much better time keeping the shackles onto you, right? Morgana's biggest issue is that when she pops it, she's just kind of got to pick a champion here and go, hey, which person do I just run towards? Because everybody's going to be using their abilities to dash out. Whereas for Sylas, he can kind of dash in, keep the distance, keep the momentum, keep the chain onto multiple targets here, get the stun, and then if you're giving Sylas a free stun, your free eats here. I do love this Tom Kench ban, though. Now it's the question of, do you trust your Morgana enough to say, hey, I don't care about the Thresh matchup. I don't care if Aphelios has access to a lot of this safety. Or do you try to ban away some of these supports that are more Enchanter-based? Maybe a Lulu, a Janna, something like that here. I think taking the Lulu away might be the move because I'm just not worried about a Thresh.
See, this is where we differ. So Thresh into Morgana, it's a favorable matchup for Morgana. But the worries that I have is that Akali can get flayed. Jarvan specifically can really get locked up by Thresh. And, these flays will just make your Jarvan essentially useless, right? You're not landing that initial knockup. Now you're just kind of doing a dry Cataclysm, which usually doesn't end very well.
Oh.
Zilean is a support that has been played by the ACP support, mostly in Alistar OTP. But Mega Taco has practice on it, and it is such an insane champion here. I know you're fond of Silly Zilly. Tell me about how good this pick is right now.
I love me some Zilly Wonkers. I know you've seen me play it before and terrorize bottom lanes. Hey, listen. My Zillion's undefeated so far.
Terrorized me.
Yeah, it has terrorized you. The Ezreal is going to come in. I do like the Ezreal here. Put some distance in between what is essentially going to be most likely a triple melee setup. And Garen coming in as a pick. I much prefer this Malphite, but at the same time, you're picking it into Sylas.
What?
So...
Shibby, what? Why? Why did they do this? Amphi, this is crazy talk. I'm so shocked. This is, for those who do not know, Sylas is one of the hardest counters into Malphite in the game. I believe it is the second hardest counter. A near 90% win rate for Sylas. And we are actively picking Malphite into it. Is this... I
mean... Yeah,
I don't know. I'm legitimately speechless. I don't know the justification, but it looks like Amphi just want to go out on their terms if this is their last game.
I mean, hey, who's got to worry about the Sylas if everyone else is dead? Right? The engage potentially coming in. I mean, you've got to hit a 5-man engage, and you've got to pray that Sylas doesn't hijack your ult here off rip, off cooldown every single time.
But
if I'm David... If I'm David, I'm licking my lips. I'm salivating at the mouth, right? I'm just going, hey, you're gonna give me a free unstoppable force on.
Are we sure it's David's? Are we sure it's David's? It could be a top lane Sylas. It could be a lane Viego. I remember that was making the rumblings. I don't think it's gonna be a lane Viego. So I think it's more likely that we'll see the Sylas in the mid lane, but it's not impossible that we see it up in that top side.
I mean, also Sylas into Akali is a fine matchup, right?
Yeah.
Like it's we saw it a ton at Worlds. It always pops up every single Worlds that we've had for the past couple of years. Silas into Akali into Silas, TF into Silas. All like these are the three champions that come in that rear their ugly heads.
Trinity.
Yeah, the Holy Trinity, right? I mean, it is just disgusting. And Silas being the crux of it, being such a good matchup into both of those champions. Tough look. I mean, Amphi, I mean, I think we both agree making a pretty big draft blunder, but sometimes, Yanni, draft doesn't matter. If you just play better, draft doesn't matter. Winning solves all the problems. And Amphi is going to have to win here if they don't want to go be sent home 2-0 and be in the loser.
Amphi was unable to play better in game one, Shibby, with a draft that we dislike, with everything going against them, with one life left. They will have to overcome everybody's expectations for this game. We are going to go and take what could be our final break of the night with League of Legends. And when we return, we'll be on Summoner's Rift for what could be the final game of this best of 3 series between Arizona College Prep and Amphitheater High School. Don't go anywhere. We will see you soon. Thank you for sticking with us through that extended break. We are on Summoner's Rift for what might be the final game of this best of 3 series. Amphi High School versus Arizona College Prep. We've got the Silas in the mid lane. We've got Kimmy on her Viego, one of her most played champions. It looks like everything is lining up ACP Shibby with the draft going the way that it did. Did the pressure maybe finally get to Amphi?
Tough, right? I mean, there's always the age-old argument of like, do we pick what's best in slot? Do we pick what's comfort, right? Sometimes we lean on comfort, we can win. Sometimes if we don't pick best in slot, we get punished very hard here. That's going to be the tale of the game. And one thing that we didn't talk about, this Zilean, absolutely monstrous, right? If Mega Taco opts in for like a Shirelia's build, maxing the move speed, can you imagine a fully leveled Zilean E 90 bajillion% movement speed buff onto Yone, onto Viego, onto Silas? I don't care if you're playing Ezreal and you have 30 dashes. They're finding you if they get that move speed.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to escape. Now this mid lane might go a little bit different this time around with Zhao having the advantage on the Silas. It is a fine lane, but you must hit level 2 in order to get that Kingslayer. With the Ignite on the Akali, there is some worry that if you get tagged by that Ignite first, you're losing the trade. You can already see him look to go in here. Landed that blind abscond abduct, but taking that electrocute proc. Just getting lower and lower.
Yeah, David opting in for Conk here, so those extended trades are going to be coming a little bit better as the healing comes in with, like you said, abscond abduct, Kingslayer specifically. A lot of those auto resets, but we saw this lane go the reverse in the beginning, right? Zhao ended up going down early. David ended up picking up a kill, and then the lane started to reverse, and then went back and forth at ping pong. This is another relatively volatile lane. This is considered a skill matchup, right? Silas does good into Akali because essentially you are playing another version when you pick up that perfect execution with your hijack here. And all it becomes like, hey, do you know the matchup? Do you know where this Akali is going to land? Do you have the abduct ready? Do you have Kingslayer? Do you have your own perfect execution? This is where this lane becomes really volatile.
Flash, Ignite, First Blood going over to Zhao, but it's traded out. Remember, First Blood does give you that increased gold like it did back in the day, so it is a win for Zhao.
Yeah, net positive trade for Zhao as he's gonna pick up an amp tome.
He's down
for
a level
himself. Yeah, he is down on level. Wave coming in. TP taken from David. Remember, Zhao likes to go Ignite in the mid lane. Likes to play the Ignite on the Akali. Doesn't care for the TP being there at the right time, right place. I mean, he's just like, hey, as Skull is actually able to yoink away the crab. Very well played from him.
Nice play there by the new to League of Legends jungler. Again, very impressive the way that this jungler and support have played throughout the season. For this team to be successful, they have had to pull their weight too. I imagine that Amphi haven't really asked them to do too much, but you know, very clearly any coaching that's been imparted on them has been largely successful. They have done a really stellar job given the circumstances and really deserve a lot of credit for getting to this point.
100% agreed there. Skull on the Jarvan. Looking to make some plays once they hit level 6, maybe with this Cataclysm. Buddying up with Zhao here. David. Every time we pan over, this guy's unfortunately just getting pushed in. Tough
Just how the
matchup.
matchup goes.
Yeah, tough matchup early on. Doesn't really start to tilt your favor until you hit level 6, where you can really start getting flashy. CS lead in favor of Zhao because that early solo kill actually pushed that wave in. Was able to bounce back in his favor. Yone Malphite matchup. About as fun as watching paint dry for the Yone.
I mean, I don't know. You get a kind of a free lane to farm. I think that's pretty fun. I don't know about you, but you know I like to play AD carry, so farming is like one of my favorite activities. Deep ward gotten down by Skull here, but look at the rotation looking to come in. They don't know that they're on vision. Mega Taco going to be targeted out, going to be hit by a binding, down to half HP. Flash over the wall, goes Akali, dodges out on the stun, finishes off Mega Taco. 4v2, flag, drag, flash away from Kimmy, but another binding is going to land on the Aphelios. No trade out there. So a 1-0 for Amphi.
Nice route, nice follow-up from Zhao there, understanding that even though I don't have the perfect execution, Zilean, not the tankiest of members early on, especially if you're going to index into that Amp Tome glowing moat. You are very, very squishy. Didn't even need to burn the Ignite, which is really nice for Akali here. Down a level. Should be fine once they pick this wave up. David, though, not nearly having as much of a mid lane presence or pressure that he normally would have here. Has opted in for a roam on the bot side early on, is now looking top. There's a hijack available, by the way.
Yeah, and guess what? There's a Malphite ult available to hijack. Malphite ult going to be used to get away. Will abscond his way in to abscond the Malphite ult.
Run me your pockets, man. Bear Big. That's exactly what David is saying. He just came in and said, hey, I'm going to snatch this, and now your mid laner is going to hate me. Because what is he going to do? He's going to be like, why am I getting hit with a Malphite ult? Oh, wait, he went top, hijacked it like we said here. Kimmy around to clear some wardage.
Zhao is here, but the stealth means that Kimmy is going to be able to walk out. Skull a little slow to the play, so a look there from Amphi, but nothing to be had off of that. Shibby, we already saw Dragon take in this game, so now we're just waiting on a couple more objectives. Grubs are going to be coming up fairly soon. You know, these grubs are going to be really big for ACP, specifically for Winter. If he's able to get some time on a side lane, you know Yone is going to be able to shred some turns.
Yeah, that might be the name of the game for ACP. This is those situations where you can 1-3-1 because you have such dominant side laners in the Yone, in the Sylas, and if you get the matchups right, you throw the Sylas into the Malphite, you throw the Yone into the Akali later on. Uh-oh.
Oh, Fate Sealed Lanes, you don't have any mana! Flash over the wall, but you're tagged by Ignite. Winter is just going to flash over the wall and finish this one off. Throw off the okay emote as Winter gets a solo bolo.
I kind of like how they just, you know, was like, hey, we're just going to auto each other. No abilities, nothing. Let's just see who wins, right? Just cutting them down. Winter, HP lead, like you said, Man Bear Pig, no mana. Opted in for the Comet there, so not as tanky as we would possibly like. I feel like if you're going into the Yone, you just want the grasp and see what you can do, but Malphite with the Comet gives a little bit more trading power. Skull's here.
Well, Winter's going to have to snap back, and Skull very well aware of that. Knockup is there.
Oh.
There's the Lance. There's the Standard, but it's not enough to get the kill.
He's too tanky. He's too tanky, man.
He is too tanky. You know, you could have dropped him in your game of Lolix that you were playing when we were during the break. Would have been a pretty good option.
Yeah, then they would just take me to Reckless, though, and that's a whole nother can of worms here. Because now,
but
this
then you
bot
can
lane,
take them to T1.
True. ACP being taken to their tier 1 turret right now. They're stuck under pressure. This Ezreal got a little bit of AP ratios. I don't know if it's legit. Not sure if it's, you know, worth indexing in, but might be some shenanigans for One Above All here. Maybe a little bit extra burst as I say that.
My. One Above All doesn't need those AP ratios to put in that kind of work. Mega Taco went down with Ultimate too, so that is a bit of a flub there out of the ACP support.
Don't think he expected to go down. Maybe wasn't respecting the Sheen Ezreal damage and caught myself doing that a couple times. Here's now Amphitheater High working towards those grubs as David is going to be late onto this. Has taken one over. I don't love this 3v3, especially with the Malphite in your area.
Okay, Kimmy went in but is forced to flash out. Fate Sealed's going to land onto the Malphite, but Winter is no longer coming. He is down for the counts. Don't have an ultimate for the Sylas, just that hijack available. Not going to be able to steal away that Malphite ultimate either, so looks like the grubs will be picked up by Amphi. Up 4 kills to 2. Up about 1,600 gold. One Above All. Showing up on the top side. He's looking to make a play on the Kimmy as the Slamma-Jamma goes down. And it's another one going over to your Akali. 4-1, trying to right the wrongs of game 1.
Yeah, a little aggressive from Kimmy considering, you know, your top laner just went down. They're probably on the grubs. Like, making that play, the window for that is so small. And the fact that ManBearPig held on to the unstoppable allows him to say, hey, I'm actually, you know, completely fine. My team's going to come up. I'm going to lock you down for quite a while. Maybe reeked of a little bit of desperation. ACP maybe feeling the heat, saying, hey, we're down gold. We're down kills. We got to make something happen. And Yanni, as much as we didn't like the draft, remember what I said. Draft doesn't matter sometimes if you just play better. And Zhao proving that to a T right now.
Yeah, well, while we did disagree with the Malphite into the Silas, one thing that we didn't really talk about is ACP's comp is just kind of every man for themselves. You've got your late game scaling Aphelios, and you've got the Zillion that can really ult some good high priority targets on your own team. But I mean, where is your CC? We're looking at Abscond Abduct into a Viego stun. This is not exactly guaranteed CC. When you look on the other side, Skull's got that flag and drag, getting ready to use it. Not quite just the flag, you know, drag as Kimmy shows up, but
whoa,
we saw a solo kill in the mid lane. Okay, Zhao is putting the game in his hands.
Zhao said, without that Aurelia, how tough are you? Fortunately for David, he's going down 1 and 2. Honestly, played a fine laning phase, all things considered. He's not the reason the Sakali's fed. I'm gonna put it out here right now. This is not David's fault.
Oh,
but that is
Malphite ultimate, bring the pain, unstoppable force, ManBearPig.
I'm joking, guys. That wasn't David's fault either. I mean, unfortunately, Winter just in a really tough matchup into the Malphite. I mean, just look at the itemization from him. That's armor, some health. Oh, more armor. Yeah, good luck, Winter. I don't think you're going to be able to do anything. Frozen Heart already acquired. Thornmail as well. She's going to be up to Silas to take him out.
I have a question. Are we sure that the mid jungle of Amphi are not level 30? Like, they've been playing way above that. I'm so impressed by that. I mean, like, I know they weren't a part of that play in particular, but I'm just watching their map movements and their recall timings, and they're not perfect, but they're good for not being level 30.
They're much better than I was when I was level 24.
Bro, they might be better than we are now. We make some poor map rotations over on Hardstuck Casterlo.
Yeah, very, very true. Still learning the game. Always a student.
Kimmy up
right
on the
now.
top side. 2 physical damage dealers trying to get the job done, but the snap back is that ManBearPig will survive, and the rest of the squad is looking to come through. Short of the flag and drag, but you still have that Cataclysm right on top of Winter, forced the flash away. Kimmy took 1 Q. Look at all that damage. We have 8 stacks on a Dark Seal for Zhao.
Could be turning into another item very, very soon. Medjai's potentially on the table for Zhao if he picks up another kill here. 2 more stacks, and he's going to start getting that movement speed bonus. Would be a little cocky, but I wouldn't hate it. Game's in your hands. You got to try to put as much power onto yourself as early as possible, right? Roles have kind of swapped from game 1, where now ACP is like, hey, we've got the late game scaling AD carry. We have to kind of hold out and pray that they don't end it before 30 minutes. Even then, though, what do you do when ManBearPig just ults onto the Aphelios? Sure, you maybe have a revive, right? Zillion can throw down the ultimate. But out of revive, you're still a target. You're still a very, very killable person, especially with the Akali here as a bot lane play comes in.
Yeah, this could be the turnaround that they're looking for. McTy was unable to survive. It is a kill going over to Tusi, but a really good Jhin game last time out. You know, if you give an Aphelios resources, they can go and carry a game.
Yeah, completely flipping their style, right? Playing the more supportive bot lane. Now this is like, hey, a lot of our damage, a lot of our carry threat, how we win these fights is going to rest upon how well you play some of these fights.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. I think Kimmy's going to get cleaned up themselves. There's the perfect execution.
No!
Oh, Mega Taco, watch out, bud. Flashes away. Has that revive on them. Gets tagged up. Oh, you know you want to fly back into that one. They will elect not to do so. A 7-1 Akali. Tusi died as well to 1 above all. And Amphi is coming to fight in this game. Up 4,000 gold. Mid lane turret's going to go the way of Zhao as well. 430 extra gold in the pocket, Shibby. We might be looking at a game 3 real soon.
3,000 gold ahead of David right now. A massive, massive solo gold lead here. Is going to go back and just buy another legendary item, by
Just
the way.
buy a
So much in
Rabadon's.
his pocket. Buy the Medjai's. Do it. Never mind. He's going to be smart. He's saying, you know, guys, balls in my hands, game's in my hand. Let me be safe. Let me build towards that Shadow Flame.
Game
and once
5
that
Joel
comes
Embiid,
online,
honestly.
yeah,
Game 5
pretty much
Joel
here.
Embiid.
I don't love
Bear
these looks
Pig.
on the top line.
Yeah, multiple members going right after him, but again, they're all physical damage dealers except for the Silas. The Silas has the Malphite ultimate, finds the double knock up there. Cataclysm going down, but it's going to be a double kill going over to Kimmy with the flag and drag back. Disaster may have struck, but they're not able to close out of the kill on this Akali, and now one above all in a 1v3. Turns around, knocked up, trying to shift away, trying to survive, getting low on HP. Kimmy is tagged up. One above all will survive. Zhao wants to go back in, starting to recall, wants to protect a potential dive here. And ACP finally get their lick back, but Kimmy gets taken down. Recall canceled. All right. Let's see what David wants to do here. That recall's there. Abscond. There's the Kingslayer. There's the Abduct and a shutdown. Going over to the mid laner of ACP.
Brother got caught in the shop. One above all. Thought he was safe. Said surely Zhao has recalled. Surely he's not going to come and test the waters. But instead, perfect execution has been taken. Are we seeing another play? No, all right. We're good.
Oh, I'd love to see it, but might be a little bit too much at this time. You've just got a lot of gold back in your pocket, but have not spent it yet as a team. This gold deficit has been sliced in half, Shibby. This dragon is up, but has not been started yet. AM5, they get it, will put themselves on soul point. Tusi is moving over. They're committing
They're
a
moving.
teleport here from their mid laner as this dragon has been started up.
Ezreal's
but
not
nobody
here.
on AM5 is nearby to contest this play. So the dragon stacking will be broken. Will ACP be able to escape with their lives? They will walk out as a unit, and they will get their prize.
Nice little extended play on the top side. One above all, messing up the lane assignment, going back to top side for that wave instead of beelining it towards the dragon. Opens up a window for ACP to, like you said, break the dragon stacking, extend the game longer, which is going to be in their favor. Right now, it's 10 more minutes until Amfi is allowed to, even fight for this Dragon Soul, assuming they get the third dragon. That's 10 more minutes of scaling. That's 10 more minutes of farm, of items, potential kills. That's 10 more minutes of being locked in a cage with this Aphelios.
Uh-oh, and there's that Fate Sealed coming through onto the Malphite. Again, there's the Cataclysm play. The numbers game is starting to catch up. The interruption is there. The kill is there. A huge shutdown going over to the Silas. McTie is dead. Flag and drag. Skull can't escape. Winter. Third. Knock up. Not quite there. The snapback. Not enough. Skull will be able to live. But that is not what you are looking for if you're M5. ACP closing the gold gap even more.
Guys, it was not too long ago. It was about a almost 5,000 gold lead. 3 of that was on top of the Akali, and it's faltering. Amphi, act like you've been here. Act like you belong. You've thrown away heaps and heaps of gold over to ACP, and they're feeling a little confident. That's a 2-item Silas. It's equalized in the mid lane. You've got double amp over this Silas, when at one point you had Gunblade Shadow Flame over this guy. These fights are looking very hairy, and mind you, Yanni, that was a fight where Mega Taco used the ultimate on himself. Imagine that gets placed onto the Silas or the Viego. We're looking at a one-sided fight in that top side.
It's certainly looking a little hairy. These Malphite ultimates that are going to be stolen away by David are looking much scarier than they were before. It's still a 1,400 gold lead in the mid lane, but that's most of the gold lead at this point. The rest is in the bottom lane, and it's only 400. These are getting very scary here for Amphi. Herald was not taken this game. Baron will be spawning, so you don't have this tool to try to leverage into a dragon. The Silas does have this Malphite ultimate. You need to use it soon.
Gonna break that top lane,
dive here?
tier 1. I don't think they'll dive the Malphite. I don't
maybe
I
they
advise
would.
against it. I advise against it here. Maybe they thought, maybe they could have with the numbers advantage here, but they're just gonna pressure. They're giving up a lot on the map. This is a dive that can happen though.
Skull is on the way. We've seen 2C in these dives before. They do have flash and barrier. Barrier gets used. There's the ultimate going down, trying to survive. They hold the flash this time, and Skull will escape on a sliver. The turret will go down as ACP redeploys on the map. Malphite ultimate's up. Gotta use it at some point soon. You'll get the flash out of Akali, but the turnaround might be there. Mega Taco needs the space away from this Akali. Perfect execution is there, and it's gonna proc the chrono shift. Here comes Kimmy. The tag is there, and there's another kill going over to this Akali, but Kimmy will trade it out. Teleport coming in. Malphite surrounded by multiple members. They're not all particularly healthy. Winter snaps back to dodge the ultimate. Kimmy's the only one hit, but drops their ultimate, that Heartbreaker. Man Bear Pig will be forced to walk away and will do so without too many issues.
An extended fight, 1-for-1 overall, but you just see how strong Zhao is. Has the pieces to the Zanya here, the arm guard in the pocket. This next fight, most likely around this dragon, Yanni. Have to be careful if you're ACP. If you blow everything in the kitchen sink on this Akali, half of it gets Zanya, and then she's allowed to re-engage, re-enter this fight with the Cataclysm potentially on deck from their jungler. The fights that have been looking relatively close could go in the favor of Amphi here. I did like the Zillion usage here. Unfortunately, has to get better at landing those double bombs. You've got to land some of these stuns. That's going to be the difference maker in these fights. If you can't land any of them, you're kind of just throwing it to the wind and saying, hey, I'm gonna give you some move speed, and that's about it.
Drag it up in 20 seconds. Amphi spikes so hard right now, but the bot lane's up top. There, your Ezreal, who's on their 2-item spike, is not around. Recall's gonna get started up here. This dragon's gonna be up in 8 seconds.
Where's Borg?
You don't have Hex gates to try to get closer. We have one above all teleporting in to try and get to this play quickly. Haven't really seen them use it that much in this game. Dragon has been started up. McTie not here, so you're not going to have the spell shield, and you're not going to have this pick potential. Malphite ultimate lands on the 2, but Silas has 1 too, and might look for some key targets, trying to get in. No!
Whoa!
Multiple members, and that's the fight that ACP were looking for, but it's a triple kill coming out of the Akali. It's a quadra kill, and you know
Penta?
he's hunting for the Penta. Zhao wants revenge. Penta kill for the Amphi mid laner as they get an ace.
Perfect execution through multiple members, a ton of damage. 15-3, carrying the weight of Amphitheater in his pockets right now. Beautifully executed fight, dancing around the stolen Malphite ultimate. That's going to result in a dragon. 5 more minutes, and we're looking at a Dragon Soul heading into the pockets of Amphitheater. A Mountain Soul is that, which will be detrimental for ACP, as the shielding and the armor, the magic resist, is going to be absolutely destructive on this Malphite. Good luck taking him down. They all ended him, by the way, in that bottom side. They chunked him. They threw every spell 2 times at him, and he still didn't go down. He doesn't have a lick of magic resist, really.
Now has that ego book, the Death Note, looking to write some names in it. 10 pages right now. Make it a little bit more. You're going to revive, but you're not going to survive, Mega Taco. It is kill number 16 to Zhao.
Does Zhao get 20 before the game ends? That's going to signal the Baron from
This is
Amphi.
tough. This is
there's
tough,
nothing
but
they can do.
2C's not
ACP
here.
can't do. Yeah, I mean, they can't.
Listen, if you can 5v4 Barons in this season, I'm really surprised that ACP are afraid to do this. Baron does so much damage to you and shreds all of your resistances. I'm a little sad that they did not go for that play, but Amphi will claim the Baron. They will lose 1 turret for it over to 2C.
Lucy's picking up a turret, like you said. Some minion gold in the back pockets. The gun's not looking too good right now. If a fight breaks out in the mid lane, he's got to swap over to something a little bit more combative. And look at the itemization from Zhao. I mean, chef's kiss, right? Picks up the Zhonya's, says, hey, I'm going to need a Banshees. Let me get the shield. Let me get the component here. So even if I do get hit by a Malphite ultimate, they've got to take my Banshee shield off. And even if they do that, I have the ability to Zhonya it. Like, I mean, this Akali, kind of virtually unkillable as long as Zhao presses the right buttons.
It's going to be tough for ACP to find their way back in. Zhao is well protected now. There are other threats. Remember, there is a Morgana spell shield that can go on him too.
Yep.
There is too much. They have a good enough for front line. There is not a tanky member on the back line of ACP. Everybody will die to this Akali. All 5 members will not be able to stand tall. Mega Taco about to get caught on the rotation here. Zhao will not move forward, playing this out wisely. Trying to split the map right now and keep ACP down to the bottom side, and is going to immediately target out Tusi and get the kill. Poor Lina never stood a chance. The siege is still on here in the mid lane. You have 1 empowered candy minion. You have no ultimate on this Akali. The threat has been lessened, but is still ever present.
I need Mega Taco to hold Aphelios's hand while he's clearing waves. You cannot allow that, especially with how strong your revive is. Like you said, mid lane inhibitor popped.
You gotta go, Silas. You gotta do something here. It's a 4v3. Akali doesn't have ultimate. Akali doesn't have any protections other than Zhonya's. And that Malphite ultimate's gonna wear off. There's nothing that David can do. He's afraid at this point in the game. Kimmy getting tagged. There'll be no further engage from Amphi here. They are playing this one close to the vest, Shibby. Very careful.
Tusi back on the map as well. 3 items coming online soon, ideally prior to this dragon. You've got a minute to scrounge up as much farm as you can. Hoard it in your pockets, hoard it in your bank, throw it under your mattress, do what you need to do, but find a way to get to that 3rd item, Tusi, because that might be the difference maker if you happen to go untouched by this Akali, by the Malphite, by the Jarvan Witch. Yanni, with the way Zhao has been playing, I don't think that's going to happen.
30 seconds until this dragon is up. It would be a mountain soul for Amphi. It would be a mountain to climb for Arizona College Prep. And I don't believe they brought the proper tools with them to do so.
No hiking equipment. They're freehanding it right now, hoping that they could just figure out what they need to do. Drag it up in 10 seconds. Maybe ACP's like, hey, we can't fight this. We walk in, we lose the game here. I feel like if you give this over, you lose the game regardless, but maybe you hold out for a little bit longer.
Tusi! Tusi, no! Tusi!
Where's your Zillion?
Plenty of damage coming through. There's 1 kill. There's about to be a 2nd kill. Flashes away from the Fate Seal. Now Malphite's your frontliner. We might not even need a soul. Ezreal coming through, doing a little bit of damage. We've got an Akali ultimate on the Silas, but you don't have the execution prowess. Mountain Soul secured for Amphi High.
19-3. I suspect he's going to get towards that 20 kill mark. Zhao just doing a fantastic job. I mean, just look. He's got more kills than the rest of the game combined. Like, both teams.
This is the Kobe Bryant 81-point game of Arizona High School League of Legends, Shibby. 19-3-1. Against all odds, after that first game, we wrote them off. A scrappy underdog team against a team built to win this championship. And right now, the scrappy underdogs have a lot of bark and a hell of a lot of bite.
Zhao looking for more. Mega Taco has to burn the ultimate for himself.
21! How many more bodies can you stack up. Malphite Ultimate is there. Mega Taco's dead. You're going golden with your mid laner. The snap back and the cruel reality is Amphi are going to shove into the base and they're going to force game 3, Shibby.
Bad draft, no problem. If you play better, draft doesn't matter. Comfort is king, and Amphitheater High is gonna, like you said, force a game 3, taking us down the wire to the distance. ACP in a position that they've never been in before, Yanni. They went undefeated in the regular season. They didn't drop a game the whole time. This is the first for many of ACP. Now the question is, Yanni, how do they bounce back after a monstrous performance from the mid laner, Zhao himself?
Well, first of all, you gotta ban that Akali. You cannot let this guy get it one more time. You will not be able to deal with it. The draft adaptations are going to be so crazy. And a huge shout out to Amphi. Their draft, we crapped on it. We really thought it wasn't going to be good. This does not happen. You do not see Malphite teams win against Silas teams, yet somehow, some way, in the finals, when you need a hero the most, your mid laner puts up 22, 3, and 2. A heroic performance that will go down in the history of their school. Zhao comes up huge. But can you do it again on a rainy night in Arizona? Can you do it again?
We'll find out very, very soon, as we are going to throw to a very short break as we get both teams into lobbies, into draft. Both of these guys got to go back to the drawing boards. ACP looking to keep their undefeated series record, right? The game record gone out the window. Both teams 0-0 now. Next game decides it. Amphitheater High probably going back and saying, we're not getting that Akali again. We'll figure it out. But in the meantime, go grab some food. Go to the bathroom, do what you need to do, but come back for this ever so exciting Game 3 at the Play vs. High School Championship Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Play versus High School Championship for League of Legends. Shibby, I cannot believe that after that draft, after everything, Amphi forced a Game 3 against Arizona College Prep. The undefeated team in games has been drawn blood on. And now, all of a sudden, they might be the team that gets to the finish line and stumbles.
Undefeated team has been defeated once now. Unfamiliar territory for them, unfortunately, here. And like you said, this is where you really start to understand, like, would it have been better if we lost beforehand? Does something like that happen again? Surely the Akali doesn't go through, but that means you're going to open up one of these bans that you've been putting. Is it the Mundo that's going to go through now, right? Is it going to be something else that comes away here? That's the question.
The Darius,
right? That's been, oh, so talked about. Is that coming in? Is Zhao going to have another? I mean, Zhao on the Darius could have another snowballing performance. I mean, you give Darius 4 or 5 kills. That could be the difference maker as we look over. You can look at them. I mean, they're happy, right? We saw during the loss. They were down. They were looking at their phones. They were like, what do we do? And Zhao comes in with a monster performance. On the other side, quite the opposite. Game 1, they were smiles. They were happy. They were looking into draft.
Not as many anymore.
No. Smiles have been wiped away. ACP, arms crossed. They've lost. They're like, we've never done that before.
They might be locked in, though.
They might be locked in here as Yasuo. And the sides have been swapped as well. Arizona College Prep taking the blue side. Amphitheater High on red side. Might not work for ACP. I kind of like the idea of how even counterpick. Is there a world where giving counterpick to Zhao just like tilts the game in their favor?
That might be the difference. It really could. We'll see. Aurelia, Alistar getting taken away. You do not need to ban Akali here if you're ACP, because David does play Akali.
Can take
so
it.
You could get the hidden 4th ban by picking this Akali, and Zhao is going to have to answer with something else. Orianna's always a good option because you can get that tankier build and not die in a side lane, but then you're kind of taking this carry potential out of your hands, relying a bit more on your team, and they're going to ban that Akali themselves. They do not want to give it over to David.
Both of these mid laners going to be playing something new today. Kaisa removed. Taken away by
That's
ACP.
a flex.
That's a
Or
flex?
no, I'm sorry. No. That could be a Kaisa mid. David played Kaisa mid earlier today against Gilbert High. Went 7-1-9. I don't know if they can flex an AD carry, but there is potential that it could go in the mid lane. Ezreal going to be locked in on the other side. It worked well in the last game. Go back to the well. Morgana's going to be locked in too.
Don't hate it. They looked good, like you said. Put a lot of lane pressure in. What are you picking this more? What is your answer? It's not a melee.
My answer is always Thresh. You know it. I'll play Thresh into anything. I don't care. I'll beat the Morgana players. But
ACP though, taking the Malphite.
I mean, the Sylas is available. I mean,
they have to pick Sylas here. If you're ACP, you have to pick Sylas on 3.
Well,
unless Zhao doesn't play it, and hey, maybe we're wrong. No, they're gonna take the Thomas Kench. Love that for them.
It's
if
not
they
locked
do
in
end
yet,
up
should be.
taking, like I said, if
Don't
they
get
end up
baited by
taking
hovers.
that, don't get baited by hovers. Age-old conundrum here. Is there anything else? I mean, it's not the best matchup in lane. Kaisa Tom Kench into Ezreal Morgana, but you're not playing it for the lane. The Mundo is open.
Good call out there, Shibby.
Mundo goes where he pleases. Is he
Yep,
gonna go?
It's Man Bear Pig's OTP. Man Bear Pig has played 128 games of Mundo to a 63% win rate. Woo! Going into a Malphite, you deal magic damage, bro. This Malphite's going to have some trouble dealing with you in the early lane. There is going to be potential for some solo kills, perhaps. Amphi looking very nice in this first half of the draft. Getting rid of that Viego as well. Really starting to focus down Kimmy out of the jungle.
No Yone available for Amphi here. Interesting ban. I think they're just going to try to limit the options for Zhao here. Oriana still available. Arizona could also go for the Oriana Malphite combo, the unstoppable delivery.
Silas went
coming
unbanned.
at your door. Silas did go unbanned here. I feel like ACP is trying to bait Amphi to take the Silas, though.
Well, if Amphi don't take it here, you can counter the Silas. If ACP go and pick it, and if they don't, then Amphi with their last pick will have perfect information to know if this Silas is a green light or not.
Whew, I do love the Xin Zhao here.
Especially
pairing
with the
up that,
Morg.
yeah, pairing up that fighter jungler, having the front line with the Mundo. I mean, just chasing down whoever, as well as Crescent's Guard, really, really good, right? Allows you to block out a lot of that damage potentially coming out from the Kai'Sa. Maybe even more here, depending on what we see coming out of ACP. Is it going to be a full melee comp? Are they going to go for more range? Is it going to be dive? Is a Nocturne in the winds? The Volley Bear picked up for Kimmy. Back to the well, like you said. Looks like they're going to go towards that tried and true Volley Bear. Had a big impact, right? Picking up all the objectives. Went top lane. Got a lot of ganks off. Did what they needed to do. But now, what is the mid lane pick? Maybe your call was right, the shot in the dark?
I like an Ori here. We're going to go with
Ooh, it is
Caitlyn. If they lock that
Kai'Sa
in,
mid
we'll
then.
see. It might be, and it will be that Kai'Sa mid. So now, Amphi have that perfect information. Looks like it was honestly pretty well scouted. They were aware that this could have been an option. So there's 280 carries. What are you going to do? You do need to bring damage to this composition. It could be an Ori. You will be safe. And you will give yourself a little bit of extra oomph to start these fights by putting the ball in Xin Zhao. 5 seconds left. You could always just slam the Silas into a ranged champion. It will be that Oriana. So, a little bit more reliant on the rest of Amphi. We did say that this was going to be a big question. Could these Amphi players around these laners make a big enough impact? The level 24 jungler and the level 21 support are going to have real big roles in this game, Shibby.
1000%. This Xin Zhao needs to get fed, needs to get active, needs to be a nuisance, needs to jump onto the Caitlyn, jump onto the Kai'Sa, whoever it is. Something we don't talk about, though. ACP's comp, a little wonky, a little funky, right? I mean, Tootsie on a Caitlyn, kind of
with a
alone. Yeah, with a Kench. I mean, realistically, your dive is Malphite, Kai'Sa, and maybe Volley Bear if Kimmy gets in range, but realistically, one Crescent Guard and one of the Kai'Sa or the Malphite is getting swept out of that fight, and then the re-engage looks mighty juicy for Amphi. I mean, what happens if ACP throws everything in the kitchen sink? Boom, Xin Zhao ults. You reset the fight. Now Man Bear Pig in position with that Dr. Mundo can just walk you down. Yeah, you've got 280 carries, and sure, you'll be able to take him down eventually. Grievous Wounds is going to come in, but you don't have that burst. You don't have any ability to actually force somebody out of a fight early unless you're landing these plasma charges and these blasts, these Kai'Sa W's specifically. I don't know. Yanni, you looked at the match. Was it a AP, like, Dusk and Dawn kind of build, or was it just, hey, I'm going to play Kai'Sa in the mid lane and it's going to be 80 carry Kai'Sa?
I got to be honest. I really can't remember. Kai'Sa always ends up going a little hybrid anyway.
Yeah.
But they did have that Caitlyn down in the bottom lane as well in that game. And generally the team just had a really good game though, right? The entire team won that game. It was a total team effort. So, you know, I don't know how much heavy lifting this Kai'Sa actually did. I was working during the time. I was trying to watch on my
So
other
was
monitor,
I.
but this is going to be a really tough game. The builds are going to be so important, Shibby. We're going to go to our final break for League of Legends for the evening. ACP high, Amphi high. We'll do the dance one more time right after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back on Summoner's Rift for the final League of Legends game of the evening. Arizona College Prep, who had never tasted defeat before Game 2, will look to survive the scrappy might of Amphi High here in Game 3.
For everyone just tuning in, Arizona College Prep has not dropped a single game. Not just series. They had not dropped a single game coming into this match. Their whole season flawless. But Amphi handing them their first loss of the year, or of the semester, in this grand finals match. And now we're down to Game 3. Amphitheater with a heroic performance from Zhao. Might have to do it again. Although this time around, Man Bear Pig getting their OTP, right? The Mundo that was banned out in Game 1 and Game 2. Push.
He's got the
push
skin too.
Running through his head.
Push. You know it. And one thing that I find very interesting about this game, Shibby, is we have a vastly different mid lane now, where we had aggressive melees butting heads with each other. Now we have two ranged damage dealers. A Kaisa who wants to wait until you get that empowered Q. And an Orianna who wants to wait until you hit level 6 before you can start making shockwave plays. And right now, David getting a slight edge, but for how long that lasts, we'll never know.
Yeah, I mean, the tough thing is when you play these 80 carries into mage mid lanes, you have one less resource to work with, right? I like to think of these potions, these pots, as how many mistakes can I make? Cookies allow you to make more than one, right? Like this trade.
Oh,
oh,
it was not far enough. David gets first blood on Zhao.
Never mind. Doesn't matter how many mistakes you make if you flash into the guys. Unfortunately, that's already a kill going on in the pockets of David here. I mean, just mid lane play from these two teams, right? These two players. They like to fight. They like to scrap. No matter who they're on. Orianna, Irelia, Akali, Silas, doesn't matter. One of us is going to die in this mid lane one way or another. And I love the fact that they're willing to duke it out. I love the fact that they're willing to hands check each other.
This is the kind of gameplay you get when you're on the NA super server playing in Diamond. You know? You just have two Diamond mid laners duking it out. It's always a treat to watch. And right now, Zhao is on the back foot, commanding his troops in the last game, being the carry that they needed. Coming up short in Game 1. Already, Game 2 not with the greatest start. Skull down on the bottom side here, misses the Wind Becomes Lightning. They had no way to stop Mega Taco, so the junglers being spotted out early and making no hay on their early play.
This is a very real world where both of these mid laners have faced off against each other in solo queue. One's D2, one's D3.
I was checking to see if I played against them.
Yeah, exactly. There's a very real world where these two have faced off, maybe knowingly or unknowingly. Skull taking a visit into the mid lane here on the Xin Zhao.
Tag
we
is there.
win, though?
Kimmy is not close enough yet. The barrier is going to get used. Now here's the turnaround. Skull's in trouble. Bursted out, flashes away, but will not survive. ACP are up 2 kills early.
As our good friend Slayer likes to say, barrier bait acquired. As that was the difference maker, right? They thought they had the kill. They thought they had something there. I was like, I don't know if they win this 2v2.
South feels like he was under pressure. Okay. Be able to walk out. But yeah, you're right. That barrier bait. Shibby, if Skull is not level 24, do you think he goes for that play? Do you think he gets suckered in by the barrier? The inexperience is huge.
Maybe. I mean, it's just, there's so much, right? The mental stack as well. Maybe not understanding that, hey, this barrier is available, it's online. Maybe not believing that Kimmy could be there. The timer thought was there, but I think Skull was actually spotted. And the fact that he was spotted and the way that David was playing, you kind of have to think like, is a jungler here? Is Kimmy in my back pocket? Like, what's the issue? Got baited a little bit, I say. Not just by the barrier, but by the way that Kimmy was, or sorry, not Kimmy, but David was positioning.
Dragon going to be started up by Arizona College Prep. You got a shove in the bot lane. One above all is forced to take a recall here. So this one is fairly free for them early on into the game. We do have Skull paying a visit to this top side. Winter does not have any mana, which means your unstoppable force won't even get started. Skull picks up his first of the game.
That's nice. The Xin Zhao looking to make amends after that mid lane play. I mean, a fed Xin Zhao can take a game over, especially into what is a double 80 carry composition. The scaling, though, on the side of ACP. Kaisa Caitlyn can do wonders come 25, 30 minutes in. Especially because you essentially have to fight on two fronts. Caitlyn's going to be hitting you from the front. And obviously, this Kaisa diving in with the Malphite, you're going to get pinched. And if you're Ezreal, if you're Orianna, if you're not paying attention, as of right now, let's see if Zhao is paying attention. Gonna back off the mid wave. Says, hey, I got my plate, I'm out.
Uh-oh. This means Kaisa's able to get all up close and personal. Good damage gonna be coming out, a solid chunk. Had an opportunity to maybe fire back a shockwave if he wanted for that damage, but we'll like to keep it in the back pocket for now. We're waiting for that first big shockwave play to happen. You talked about how these carries can output so much damage. But one thing you have to worry about is if you get caught in a shockwave, you are not tanky at all. You will die to it.
Oh, yeah. Especially because I believe Zhao is not going for the Roa tanky Orianna build. I mean, he's going for burst. He's going for, I'm going to kill you if I hit you with this every single time.
I think as the ace of the team, when you know that you're a little bit limited in support and jungle, you just have to try and carry the games and output as much damage as possible. I think this is the right move for Zhao. It's just a matter of how pristine can he play? How clean will his movement be?
Skull backing in vision. Gonna allow Kimmy to blink these Raptors for free. Chicken wings on the menu for this volley bear.
Oh,
as well as this whole topside jungle, right?
Well, Kimmy is going to walk into Skull very soon. We're going to have first move for Zhao here, but the question is, when are we going to spot out Kimmy?
And Skull just giving up so much of his jungle to try to do things. Guys, your camps!
Okay, we're going to go do grubs here. Skull will start this up. Kimmy is going to show up in mid lane because Zhao thinks he's safe. They have no idea where Kimmy's at right now, and Zhao has been rudely interrupted here. Now gonna have to try to cut his way out. Shockwave only lands on one, forced to flash on the other side of the map. Gets flashed after, and the Kaisa will close out on the kill. Kimmy's ultimate is there. Malphite ultimate too.
Doing grubs.
Will pop Man Bear Pig. Man Bear Pig is gonna get run down. Grubs will be completed by Skull. Man Bear Pig desperately trying to get away, and will be able to do so. A 1-for-0 for ACP, but they do lose out on the grubs. Push, push, push will be in play.
Yeah, and I don't love this. Right? Skull was like, hey, I just gotta finish these grubs. I gotta do them. Dropping both the mid laner and the top laner. Man Bear Pig does get out. Double Giant's Belt. So this is relatively tanky, will be harder to deal with as the game goes on. But that's a 2-0 Kaisa on the side of ACP. Amphitheater High. Gonna need to find a way to deal with David before he gets too out of hand.
Not doing that well in the CS department, but when you're 2-0 on an AD carry, less than 10 minutes into the game, you're feeling pretty foxy. Gold is fairly even for the moment. This bot lane has not been able to get any discernible advantage on Amphi, which I think will generally favor Amphi. As Tusi is trying to do what they can to get as many plays as possible, deal as much damage as possible. These headshot procs starting to come down.
Ooh.
On to McTie, who is now very low. Kimmy heading on this bottom side. It just has Skull downloaded, and these are the pitfalls that you kind of fall into when you are not experienced. Kimmy has been living in Skull's jungle.
I mean, he's been taking so much gold away, right? The camp lead is disgusting. I know normally, in a laner's perspective, 77 to 59 not a massive CS lead. That's a camp lead. That's 3-4 camps up right now,
David
which
up
is
a little too
massive.
far. Couple
Skull.
members here dodges, the wind becomes lightning, but Skull's going to go in anyway. You have the Ori ball. It's going to be time to use the Ezreal. Didn't do all that much, but look on the backside. Caitlyn is low, and Caitlyn is dead. Here comes David. David drops the barrier, but a great dodge by One Above All. David's going to fall. One Above All gets it done. Shockwave did not complete, but it does not matter. Kimmy goes down. Double kill coming out for One Above All, and Amphi turned the play on its head. A 4-for-0, and the Dragon is theirs.
4-for-0, 2,000 gold now in the lead. 2 kills going over to the Ezreal, another one in the back pocket of Skull. What a crazy engage, by the way. Saying, hey, I landed the wind becomes lightning. My team's here. They're just twiddling their thumbs in river. Let's see what I can do. Like you said, pops the Crescent Guard, and I'm interested to see what happened to Tusi. Because 1 minute he was full HP, and the next he's dead.
Yeah, she was alive, and then she just died. There was so much damage that came out very quickly. I think that One Above All did so much in that fight, and then David gets onto the back line and found himself in a 2v1 against One Above All and McTie, and you're not going to win that this early in the game. You didn't have an item completed. Now you do. Ezreal finishing that bot lane quest. 2 components of this Trinity Force. You're going to start hitting hard and heavy. 2,500 gold lead. Amphi, they need to keep the pressure up and leverage the strength out of Skull right now.
And ACP doesn't have the best way to get onto this Ezreal. There's no point-and-click CC. Right? It's not press button, you go down. It's, hey, I've got to make sure Arcane Shift is not available. I got to make sure Morgue Shield is not available. And on top of that, if this guy has Flash, like if you overcommit with the Malphite ultimate or a Volibear ult, and this guy has any one of those tools available, the dive becomes obsolete, and he's allowed to free hit you again and again and again. This Ezreal pick, very, very good, looking nice into ACP's composition, as long as he doesn't get overzealous and overconfident.
Headshot procs again, starting to put in some serious work here, but Tusi is not able to get too much more. We have Xin showing up in the mid lane here. It'll force David down to the bottom side. Tusi is about half HP herself. Always in danger of one Ezreal Q plus an ultimate. Could spell the end of your life for the moment and send you back to the base.
Now Tusi's down here by herself. No dive available.
On a bit of a run
Taco?
here. Knockup is not going to land because of the spell shield, so Megataco not getting much out of that play except for burning some Ezreal mana. Kimmy looking to make a play onto this Ori. Flashes away. Shockwave down. Interrupted that ultimate, but the slam jam coming down from Kimmy results in a 3rd death for the mid laner of Amphi.
Vince Carter has entered mid lane.
True. Kimmy Carter.
You know what's crazy? I don't think any of these players were around when Vince Carter was playing basketball.
Vince Carter played until he was like 42.
True. I wonder if they know. Pop quiz, guys. Who's Vince Carter? Anyways, good
Vince
kill.
Carter's last season was in 2020, bro.
All right. Maybe they weren't watching him then. Maybe they were.
They probably weren't watching, but these players certainly aren't 5. They have some spatial awareness and deductive reasoning.
Essential tools for League of Legends here is now Kimmy farming that topside Skull. First time I've seen him down here, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
And
Hasn't
burns a
had to
flash.
be. Yeah. Doesn't land that wind becomes lightning. Could have got a heck of a lot more out of that. As more pressure being put down by Zhao. But again, with all this pressure, that means that Zhao, can you handle it? You have no flash. You are dead again. Another kill going over to David.
Zhao is just playing so far up. No wards as well. But like, there's no vision, right? So when you're playing that way, you've got to understand, like, hey, where's my jungler? How can I get bursted? What are we doing here? Are we looking for another kill, or Are we looking for potentially Skull to walk in? Like this aggressive positioning from David. Hey, I like it. You're a human ward, right? You're scouting for your team, but at the same time, I'm not sure if you win that 1v1 into Skull if he just face checks you.
The two-person game of this Volibear and Kaisa. Very strong for the moment with the Dusk and Dawn completed. With the Kraken Slayer Hex Optics for 2C. 20 seconds until this dragon is up. Have a couple of items completed on the side of Amphi. Now the question is, will we see an impact made out of our top laners? Winter has no teleport. Man Bear Pig does, and a very large lead at that. Look at this turret getting lower and lower. Push, push, push. This turret is going to go down very, very soon, and there is no help coming for Winter.
Winter stuck on an island by himself. Blizzard coming in. Man Bear Pig.
Man Bear Pig Island.
Man Bear Pig Island.
Dragon down to about 2,000 HP. Kimmy going over the wall, but gets
Nice
rooted up immediately.
root.
Knockups there. So is the Shockwave just to keep them away. Kimmy's got to ult back over the wall, but Tom Kench will not live.
Oh.
One above all is on a killing spree, and Amphi gets Dragon 3 of the game, their second overall.
Listen, McTie has thrown out a ton of Qs here. A lot of Dark Bindings has missed, but has landed the ones that count, right? During these team fights, stopping Kimmy from getting towards that dragon, locking him up, and wait a minute.
That one too. Cleanse was forced out there. Ezreal on about half its cooldown, so not sure if you're going to get a kill out of that here.
Arcane Barrage not available. Turret going down. First plate, first tower, first brick into this favor of this bottom lane here. And look at McTie's itemization, by the way. That's a full AP Morg. That's not support Morg.
McTie,
that's a dead
too
Morg.
far. And Kimmy picks up her third kill of the game, 3-1-2, just like her mid laner. But look what's happening up top. Rift Herald is going to get claimed by Amphi. They have a turret they want to knock down on top as well. It's more potential gold and realized gold that'll be going into their pockets.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the side of Amphitheater. You talked about like they need to bring some in. Didn't even discuss the possibility of this Morgana foregoing support itemization and saying, no, I'm a damage threat too.
One above all, getting dove. Teleport coming in. It's the Orianna trying to save the day. Let's see if we have a turnaround here. David could be in a little bit of trouble. We talked about how these 80 carries will take a lot of damage from this Ori, but the Shockwave does not land. David is far too strong. McTie gets tied up and rifled down. Ace in the hole gets the kill.
Barrier.
Oh, it did too much damage.
Too much damage. Clips him, unfortunately. Recall's going to get stopped, and that's a good play from ACP to turn that around. I mean, Amphi just feeling like they needed to do something with the TP, or specifically Zhao. And it's like, well, I mean, the TP stops the dive. You could have just gone, I think, forcing that fight in a 3v2 situation. Maybe not respecting the damage that David can bring out here, who's now 7,500 gold and counting, 1,000 gold lead individually in the mid lane. And even in the jungle, it's about a 600 gold lead. But a lot of that sequestered for Amphi on that Mundo, on that Ezreal. And we have yet to see Mundo participate in a big team fight. He was in that skirmish during the grubs, just kind of just walked out and left. Hasn't really participated in League of Legends, has only played the DLC that is top lane.
Does have that hard steal and starting to stack up. Skull wants to make a play here onto David. David just a little bit out of range, so no play to be had. The gold lead has tightened up, Shibby. As ACP got a couple of turrets on their carries. You need Zhao to step up and start playing better in this game. Zhao already walking a very aggressive way. Mega Taco is looking to cut him off. And I don't know if Zhao will be able to escape. Flashes away. Kimmy in hot pursuit. The slow is there. So is the Shockwave. The barrier. But you cannot escape the clutches of Kimmy and company. Another Vince Carter slam out of Amy. And it's 2C picking it up.
And what people don't realize is if you interrupt Volibear's Q, he gets the reset. He just gets the Q again.
We got the turret for Man Bear Pig. Now Winter's taking a lot of damage, but David is here looking for the turnaround. How strong is your Kaisa? Knocked away. Ult's back in. Man Bear Pig trying to put out the damage. The barrier is there, but the Mundo is not big enough to save the Xin Zhao, and Man Bear Pig is being turned around on. Pops that ultimate. There is no heal cut, but the numbers game is too much to handle. It's a double kill going over to David.
David, 9,100 gold acquired. Sokar has the Rage Blade available, fully stacked as well. Maybe gonna turn that into a Magi's, potentially taking a page out of Zhao's book here. Darksteel stacked. I mean, David's feeling strong. Even was able to pick up a blasting wand after that. And people are wondering, how did this Mundo die so quickly? He's got no armor. He's full health. He's shish kebab. He's Swiss cheese.
That's Baron.
To this double 80 carry.
They're
that is
not
Baron.
aware of this, Shibby. The Baron is just being ripped apart. You don't even need 280 carries to do it. They're pinging the dragon, and ACP is like, all right, man, we will take the big purple worm. Gold going over to everybody. The exchange will be this dragon. ACP will start pushing top. Now, this is critical because Amphi are on soul point with this one.
And it's one of the best souls League of Legends has to offer. Infernal in 5 minutes. Will these teams make it to that 5-minute marker? That's the question. One big team fight breaks out. Someone goes down, a wipe, and we could be seeing inhibitors going down. Potentially, if Arizona wins this team fight here, we could be seeing the game go away. Tusi has to flash.
A lot of tags going on. You know how strong David is right now. McTie's looking to walk up, but Winter was out of vision. Winter falls free! Here comes the damage! Shockwave lands on everybody, but it doesn't matter! Too little, too late! ACP have taken full control!
Beautiful look from Winter, weathering the storm, weathering Mundo Island, saying, hey, I just gotta click my button onto the enemy team. The rest will fall into place here. David following up, as well as Tusi. 4-1, big ace in the hole. Yanni, this might be an inhibitor cracked.
Ezreal coming down.
Tusi?
Tusi able to escape. The inhibitor turret will still stand. It is crumbling, but it is still there. 23 minutes into this game. And I mean, Shibby, 7 minutes ago, you never would have imagined that ACP were up 5,000 gold. Amphi had this game in such a good spot, but ACP have found their grittiness and have scratched and clawed their way back in and have a lead and are in the driver's seat.
And Zhao, I mean, just...
I hate this build. I hate this build. You have the burn build when I don't think you need it. You don't have the tankiness. You don't have the damage. What are you actually doing?
Maybe feels that Volibear and Malphite are too big of a threat. Maybe looking to whittle them down here.
You hit
a lot
4
rests.
people with that shockwave and it didn't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, one above all is going to have to put on the carry pants here. Man Bear Big does have a lot of itemization, has a ton of health, but needs to get some armor quickly. Because right now, I mean, the Kaisa plasma stacks plus the Kraken plus the Rage Blade, that guy is just going down so quickly. Like, I've never seen a Mundo die faster.
Well, looking to make the side lane play, uses the stealth to try to get close. Man Bear Pig will walk it out for the moment. 4 members strong for ACP while their Baron is still up. Is going to time out shortly. Ori getting tagged, the ball's out there, but again, just not doing a whole lot of damage right now. These Void Seekers are just going to whittle you down and start marking Plasma. You can see how much damage it does to McTie. Built over Peacemakers too. It's too much for Amphi to handle at this point, Shibby.
And the siege is disgusting. W's going out from Kaisa every 3-4 seconds. Caitlyn's insane amount of range. Especially with the Hex Optics coming through, it's going to be even worse. Potentially RFC in the back pocket, that third item. Like, what do you do? Amphitheater are just getting whittled down, whittled away like their towers. Mid lane tier 2 gonna go to the wayside of ACP. Gold lead increases to about 6,000. Big ultimate from Ezreal, but you got no engage tools. Skull is far, far behind.
M5 in a minute and 10 seconds, their salvation will spawn. The question is, can they actually get to it? Can they take it? Can they have a relevant fight? Will they have to give it up? And if you do, it's not the end of the world. But from there, you're in a very precarious position, because if you cannot get this dragon, Baron will loom about 30 seconds after any fight breaks out.
And I love these Kaisa W's, just scouting out vision. Man bear big, though. It's fine. But you got to give that away. They might go on Skull here.
I'm
It's
shocked
a real
they
world.
didn't.
Yeah. Maybe they feel that there's the rest of the team is behind them. Amphi, though, is going to concede this dragon. Smart choice. It's the not losing choice, right? Because if they don't get the dragon, they get wiped. There's a real world where they just march down mid on ACP side and end the game.
One Baval has no mana for this fight right now, Shibby.
Orianna needs two items.
They're hunting around. Look at Winter. Winter's coming around the backside, ready to go. One above all had to shift away already. Winter is bearing down, looking for these targets. Finds the knockup. David to the back line. There is no Orianna to save you now. A double kill for the ACP mid laner. 2C with the ace in the hole. And ACP are going to push 5 strong. Push to the brink against M5 with a new jungler and a new support. They may have had a chance, but the inexperience will come in too much for them to overcome. The first Nexus turret will fall. The shockwave is there. There is no damage. There is no hope. The last turret will fall, and Arizona College Prep High School are your champions here in Arizona.
Beautiful, beautiful game 3 coming out from ACP there. And normally you'd see celebrations. Normally you'd see this, but I think more than anything, it's relief.
Yeah.
Right? Game was looking interesting. Game was looking tough for a little bit. But I think it's relief. I think it's just smiles and relief. Like, hey, we're able to do it. Yeah, now they realize they're us too. You guys should be celebrating. Where's the hugs? Where's the cheers?
Come
I don't know
on,
if you can hear
start
us.
jumping up and down. I don't know. Surely they can hear us, right? I mean, they're looking right at us. I saw you look right at us. Congratulations to them. It did not come easy. Arizona College Prep High School's victory did not come easy here, Shibby. Amphi High tried so hard in this series and really made this a competitive game. Going into it, after looking at everything that happened, I was like, this Amphi team, it's a really cool story, but I just don't think they have it in them. And they made ACP bleed. And at the beginning of this game, listen, made them panic.
Oh. Very, very well played. Exciting series nonetheless. Back and forth, game 1, game 2, blow for blow, bar for bar. I loved it. And game 3 looked like it could have gone Amphi's way. It looked like they had something there. I mean, that Mundo was massive at one point. Had about 2,000 gold up on his counterpart. The Ezreal, 3-0 and 2, 2 items coming in. There were ways potentially for Amphi to win, but unfortunately, a couple fights going the wrong way, a little bit of over-aggression. You mentioned that inexperience, Yanni. I think that reared its ugly head today. Maybe also a bit of desperation from Zhao as he wasn't dominating like he was in game 2. Maybe felt like he needed to do more. But this was one of those games where he just needed to play the steady, stable Orianna, get the farm, get the CS, come into these fights really strong. I mean, this itemization wasn't there, didn't have the damage when it was needed. And unfortunately, those are very costly mistakes, especially into someone like David, who Zhao knows can take the game over. You give a mouse a cookie, you give a David a kill, he's going to go far.
Sometimes you just need to not panic, play a nice controlled game. And, you know, we saw all this fighting early, and I think both of these mid laners knew. They said to themselves, I can kill my lane opponent. And once you got that first death out, it just started going downhill from there. A very tough game. You know that Zhao is going to want that back as the best player on this team, is really going to wear that on his sleeve. Man Bear Pig is the captain, but you know that Zhao is going to feel that one, and it is going to be a long time before he can make peace with this game. Shibby, that is it for you and I. We are going to go ahead and toss it to the venue. We want to thank everybody so much for being here with us for these games. We're going to kick it over to the awards.
First off, I want to say that was a great game between both teams. ACP came out with the win, and sadly, Amphitheater were not able to get the win, but they were runner-ups for today's final, and I like to thank you guys for coming out and doing your best, and I want you guys to know that you did a great job. So I'd like you guys to come up here and get your awards. All right. And the medal. And do you want them to? But yeah, you guys, great job all the way around. You guys had some very solid plays, good energy, and we like to give this to the coach, your runner-up trophy. All right, and if you guys want pictures, now is your time to take your pictures. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you so much. All right, and for our winners, ACP, you guys may come up and receive your awards. Thank you guys for playing hard, doing good plays. I'm not gonna lie, you guys deserve a little bit of glaze. You guys did your thing. That was really good. So come and receive your medals. Yes, very hard-fought victory. All righty, and may I have you, Coach, come up here, please? Here is your trophy. And I have a couple of questions for you. So for these games, what do you think was the best thing your team did?
Just facing adversity. This is the first time we've lost all season. Shout out to Amphitheater. They played an amazing game this year against us. This is the third time we've played them. They've gotten better and better every time, and just being able to, lose a game and then come back and bounce back and really win after that, yeah.
And if there is anything that you guys have all taken from this experience, what would that be?
Just learning how to play together, communicate. This is a chance for these kids to be in a team sport. Esports is new, so it's a chance for them to learn, communication skills, working with other people, and I think we've really kind of bonded as a team throughout the season.
All right, that's very good. Thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate your guys' hard effort. And any other words for your guys? Any shout out to family members, anything? All right, forever hold your peace. Thank you guys for coming out. We will be right back after these messages. Rocket League is up next.
To be recognized for Team of the Year, we look beyond just skills and competitive edge to showcase those teams that showed commitment, compassion, leadership, and of course, teamwork, both while competing and within their communities. Our 2025 finalists for Team of the Year: First, the Crimson Tide Splatoon 3 team from DuPont Manual High School in Kentucky. Then the Sand Lizards Rocket League squad from Dardanelle High School in Arkansas. Tidal Surge Splatoon 3 team, their Play vs. Cup team from Devon Prep in Pennsylvania. KFC Squids Varsity, they're a Splatoon 3 team from Klein Forest High School in Texas. And our lone Mario Kart 8 team, Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi.
The voting was really close, but at the end, only one team stood out. Your 2025 Team of the Year is Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi. Check out our video as we share the news with the coach and the team.
Coach Chatfield and the Van Cleve Unified Mario Kart team, you all have made and are officially our winners of the 2025 Play vs. Awards Team of the Year.
Yes, thank you. Super exciting. They'll be glad to hear it once they wake up from their slumber this summer.
This year's recipients are a shining example of what makes esports so powerful. As a unified Special Olympics team, they show us how inclusion and collaboration and shared passion can create something truly extraordinary. They build a culture that goes beyond the game, and that's what makes them so special. They don't just race to win, they race together. Congratulations, team, and you inspire us all.
Just listening to Aaron describe what y'all are doing as a unified team and the success and dedication you've had to esports in Mississippi, it's why we do what we do, and it inspires us to get up every day and support coaches and teams like yours. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Just a special thanks to you, just a great member of our Discord community. Really, the product and engineering teams get so much great feedback from you, and helping out with your teams, getting feedback from them or other coaches, and then specifically in coach office hours.
Coach Chatfield, Brian Cooley, Chief Marketing Officer. I know we met in New Orleans at the
Yes,
Super
sir.
Bowl. It was great to connect with you and your wife and hear all about your passion and how you're really helping to shape lives in a really, really meaningful way. And so we kudos to your team for their great achievement.
Thank you very much. They definitely pushed me to be better. Well, the great thing about it was that I did not nominate the team. I don't know who nominated the team. So somebody thought enough of our team that's been around us and all that all that to nominate us. And so it was a surprise to be when I got the email saying we were a finalist. It was a true community affair to support this great team.
Next, we have Esports Coach of the Year, the most important award when it comes to amateur esports. It's such a high honor, and for this award, we looked for nominees who showed the most commitment and most passion for their program, who left it all on the line for their students. So our 2025 finalists are Jonathan Ferranta from Omaha Central High School, Nebraska. We have Rachel Espinosa from STEM School Highlands Ranch in Colorado. We have Stefan Yuncha from Detroit Catholic Central High School in Michigan. We have Amanda Dillard from Pop High School in Georgia, and Marta Anderson from Del Norte High School in Mexico.
Yeah, and our 2025 Coach of the Year is... Can we get like a drum roll or anything? There we go. The winner is Rachel Espinosa from STEM Schools in Highlands Ranch. And we spoke to Rachel recently and shared the good news with her. Check it out.
Wanted to share and announce that you are officially our Play vs. 2025 Coach of the Year.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
This year's recipient, Rachel Espinosa, stepped up into her coaching role after challenging circumstances, taking over the program mid-season when they were suddenly without a coach. And in just 1 year, she's been able to more than double the size of her program, including launching a brand new middle school program.
I want to say thank you to you guys. This has just been such an amazing experience for me taking this program over. I don't know anything about video games much, but my son was passionate and they needed a coach. And you guys have made this extremely easy for me to learn and to work with.
Hey, Coach Espinosa, this is John Chapman. I'm the CEO of Play vs. I just want to personally congratulate you on an outstanding piece of recognition. Listening to those remarks and the impact you're having on your students is why we get up every day and do what we do. So thank you so much, and congratulations again.
And Rachel, this is Brian Cooley, Chief Marketing Officer of Play Versus, and I am a fellow Colorado person, so congrats. I've seen these programs in action here in Colorado, and it's bringing so much joy and inclusivity to students, so thank you for being such a leader in this regard. Really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think the only other thing I have to say is thank you for giving this to my team. This gives my kids a great way for them to experience teamwork and playing on a team and being part of something that's amazing. And those extra 28 kids have become part of our family in ways we did not know. Still is like, wow, they're the coolest kids in the whole entire world, and I would never have met them had it not been for Play VS and esports. So I'm very thankful.
On here, the Community Trailblazer Recipient of the Year. We're awarding 2 of these over these couple of days. The Play Versus Community Trailblazer Award is a recognition we give to individuals who have gone above and beyond to grow Scholastic esports in their communities and across their state. And our first recognition of this award for 2025 is Mario Villalobos from Lancaster High School in California. Watch as we share the news with him and his administration.
It is my honor to present the Play Versus Community Trailblazer Award, a recognition we give to individuals who've gone above and beyond to grow Scholastic esports in their communities and across their state, to Mr. Mario Villalobos.
Well, hey, thanks you guys. I'm an emotional fellow, so I was not expecting this, and it's nice fuel for next year, you know.
I want to thank Neil for recognizing Mario, and watching what he did with what he had was just so amazing. He had this little closet, but somehow he put computers in there. And then watching Mario put together the first district tournament we had in the theater, and it was just awesome. But my favorite part was Mario's inviting of the families and watching parents enjoy food trucks and sit outside and watch the game on a screen that we attempted to put up, and watch parents understand that this isn't video games anymore, that it's the largest industry when we're talking about visual and performing arts.
Mario, it's been an honor to work with you, watch your program grow, and honestly, man, there aren't enough awards or trophies that we could give you for the work that you've done. This is so well deserved, and it's been a long time coming, my friend.
I'm always trying to think with my wife's blessing, of course, and try and broaden what we do, and you know, still continue to change kind of the stigmas that exist at our campus about esports, which it happens. It's a slow process, but I ask the kids, I'm like, hey, what are people saying about our program? And it's just funny to have, you know, some of my players be like, yeah, I had friends that were, you know, they would talk smack about esports, and then, you know, spring semester comes around and who's joining the Fortnite team, and then they get in and they're like, oh, this was not what I thought it was. So
right.
It's good to have stories like that just naturally occur, because as the kids go back into their environment on campus, and you know, they're like, oh, esports is actually pretty rad and we have a good time. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm completely floored.
The second and final Community Trailblazer Award. So, Play Versus wanted to take this opportunity to recognize another Community Trailblazer recipient of this year, and for this award we would like to honor a duo in Michigan who has been leading the charge when it comes to Scholastic esports in the state. Maggie Helmer and Ryan Pace, leaders of the Michigan High School Esports League. And for years, Maggie and Ryan have been at the forefront of legitimizing esports in Michigan schools, whether it's organizing events like the one they had at Michigan State University, which had like 400 players, coaches, parents, sponsors. They also advocate for everyone behind the scenes, and their impact is undeniable. So the Play Versus team recently surprised them with the award and shared their thoughts on working with this duo. So check out the video.
Happy to announce that both you, Maggie and Ryan, and Michigan High School Esports League is our Community Trailblazer 2025 recipients.
Oh,
Cool. Thank you.
that is awesome. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, that's very cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have had the pleasure of working with Maggie and Ryan. They have been leading the charge in Michigan for the last few years of our partnership. And I just want to say they set the bar for what a state association partnership should look like. We are trying to replicate this amongst all of our other states because they just set the bar so high. We had our biggest season yet in Michigan with over 200 schools, over 3,700 students participating. This is just Michigan. And 14 Michigan schools made it into the Play Versus Cup. All of this to say thank you so much, Ryan and Maggie, and your whole team for all the hard work you do. Can't wait to see where we go this fall.
Thank you very much, everybody. Maggie's a great teammate to have. We have some other people behind the scenes that help do a lot of the work for the MHSEL staff. And we love seeing kids be passionate and find their tribe of people that they get to do something they love. And so that's been fulfilling for us to try and find a new avenue through esports to be able to do that. So thank you.
I will reiterate the thank you from Ryan. And honestly, it's always been about the kids for us. Our goal is to impact as many kids and just provide those opportunities for students that, aren't involved. This means a lot. Definitely a shock. It's very humbling. So thank you guys so much. And thanks for everybody for being on here. It's a lot of faces during the day.
I just want to say, Maggie and Ryan, y'all, the passion and advocacy that you're doing for your kids and your coaches, it comes through, and we appreciate it so much. And just really thank you for what you're doing to help move esports, not just in your state, but nationally.
Ditto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo what Josh said. It's been amazing to watch everything that y'all have done in the last 4 years so aggressively. I've caught myself saying I wish I could clone Ryan and Maggie, and it's just a joy to see all the progress you all have made. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Maggie and Ryan, this is John Chapman. I've had the chance to meet you. I'm the CEO of Play Versus. I wanted to personally thank you for your leadership. You truly are community trailblazers, and that's why we all joined the call, because we just wanted to make sure we expressed our gratitude and appreciation and look forward to working for many years ahead as well. So congrats.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
Our next Play Versus award for our Level Up recipient. The Level Up Award seeks to lift up an individual from the Play Versus community who has achieved a truly game-changing and leveling up moment, being a leader not only within their own esports program, but within the community at large. To be considered for the Level Up Award, a nominee must show remarkable growth, not just in gameplay, but in character, leadership, and their impact on those around them. Our finalists for the 2025 Level Up Award were Carter Casebeer, student from Muhlenberg County High School in Kentucky. Damian Duarte, student from Floyd High School in New Mexico. Aiden Willis, student from Greater Atlanta Christian School in Georgia. Victor The Wiz Palacios Jr., coach from Mayfair High School in California. And Isabella Nolan, Rushville Consolidated High School in Indiana. And the winner is Lemon.
Ooh, I got my drum roll. I don't have a drum, but with all the votes counted, only... Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We are excited to announce that our winner of the Level Up Award is Damian Duarte. Congratulations. And we have a video from Damian and his coach. So let's take a look.
You are our 2025 Level Up Award recipient. Congrats.
It's crazy.
Awesome. So I wanted to say a few things. To be considered for the Level Up Award, a nominee must show remarkable growth, not just in gameplay, but in character, leadership, and their impact on those around them. This year's recipient, Damian Duarte, has been the heart of his Super Smash Bros. Ultimate team for the last 2 years. His improvement has been incredible, climbing the win percentage charts, expanding beyond his main character to master a wide roster of characters, and mentoring teammates to do the same. But Damian's journey didn't stop there. When his school needed a strong addition to their Mario Kart 8 lineup, Damian stepped in, and quickly became one of the top team's top racers. And when the Street Fighter 6 roster was at risk as well too, Damian picked up the game from scratch just to make sure the team could just stay in and actually fight for the season. All this while juggling baseball, basketball, and track. Damien is a competitor in every sense of the word, resilient, coachable, and completely committed to helping others rise within. For his growth, his versatility, and his leadership across every arena he steps into, we are proud to present the 2025 Play versus Level Up Award to Damien Duarte. Congratulations, Damien.
Thank you.
Hey, Damien, this is John Chapman. I'm the CEO of Play Versus, and I just wanted to personally congratulate you. That's a remarkable accomplishment to
Well, it turns out league games can eventually come to a conclusion, and we have the Rocket League portion of the Arizona Interscholastic Association's finals here at Grand Canyon University. I'm still Dana Taco. Joining me, though, is my boy Avaudible. How you doing to be able to close out the night here?
I'm doing good. I had to wrangle my caller for a second to correct that, but we're good here. I've just been ready and waiting for this Rocket League final. We saw the semifinals earlier on. We saw some insane League of Legends action, and now it all comes down to this. I can't wait.
Yes, and of course, for all these players watching and also playing, a lot of people are saying, well, what comes next? Well, we want to shout out Play versus Recruit, a tool that actually I'm a big fan of and also something that everyone, I think, should be very much aware of. Because specifically, if you are still figuring out what is next after high school and what if gaming could actually take you there, Play versus Recruit is a free platform that connects you directly with college esports programs across the U.S. and Canada. You can get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your passion path. You can sign up at playversus.com/recruit. Huge fan of this initiative, mainly because it is in the ecosystem now that plenty of universities have either an esports club, but progressively more and more they have actual varsity programs that need to be aware of. And Faudible, I know both you and I, we get plenty of DMs and players coming to us and being like, hey, I'm interested in playing in college. Like, can I find a program? I'm like, buddy, you just Google it, and they probably do have something.
I mean, for all levels of players as well, right? You don't necessarily have to be like at the top of the game. Of course, that helps a lot. But if you have good academics and you're looking for some other colleges that are out there that prioritize that maybe a little bit more and still have more of like a club program or something else. I mean, the world is your oyster in terms of college esports, which is a great thing. There's so many different like divisions out there that people can play into in different leagues. So it's kind of great. There's something for everyone.
Yes, there is something for everyone. And of course, we want to shout out really the partners that kind of make this championship possible before we get right into it, most notably. And first off, Zenny, as we do say, it is some gaming eyewear, which many people need, because also we need partners because it's the road to the Play versus Cup. It has begun. The best high school teams across the U.S. and Canada are going to again gather to determine who is the best of the best. And we get to crown an ultimate champion. Isn't that a fun tag to have? Thank you to our Play versus Cup sponsor, Zenny. You can use code PLAYVERSUS at checkout for 10% off your order site-wide at zenny.com. I actually own a pair of Zennies. Huge fan of them. Wear them out and about. Nice blue light. No prescription lenses. I don't need any magnification. Unlike you, VOD, dork. 4 eyes. Anyway, but no, stuff like that, I mean, is always kind of nice to see. So, of course, we thank them so much for being able to make all this possible.
Yeah, big shout out to Zenny. Big shout out to Play Versus for putting this on and having this be available. I mean, there's some insane competitions that are going on across all different states throughout the U.S. and even people in Canada can participate in some of these competitions as well, which is great just to have it like internationally involved. Who knows, maybe across the pond in the future. That'd be great to see. But yeah, I mean, great for, college level, high school level. I've seen some like middle school level involved in some spots. It's just great that you can get involved from all levels of education.
And then, of course, just one more time. Sorry, we got one more partner to shout out before we get right into it. But ultimately, it is Respawn because they are another one of our Play versus Cup sponsors. Because, as you mentioned, we're trying to separate. It's the best of the best VOD. We're not assembling the medium, the okay, the average. No, these are the best high school teams across the U.S. and Canada. We're trying to figure out who is actually going to come away with that championship. So, of course, we got to shout out and thank our Play versus Cup sponsor, Respawn. And, of course, just like all of our partners, they want to help you get some stuff, level up your peripherals and level up your system. Use code PlayVersusTeam to get an extra 10% off the sale price at respawnproducts.com. It's a store. And of course, that also means VOD. I mean, it doesn't matter how good you are, how much practice you have. It's about your gaming chair. It's about your peripherals. It's about your monitor. It's like about all that stuff. That's actually what determines who's a champion.
It also determines who is a champion. These players and these teams themselves, the best of 7 between the best high schools that are out there here for the Arizona Interscholastic Association State Championship 2026. Say that 10 times fast. It's going to be great, but we do have a venue available that these teams are competing in at GCU, so let's take a look at it.
Hey guys, welcome back to GCU Arena Esports. We're finally here with the finale of Rocket League. Can't wait. We have our teams, Valley Christian over here. We have our team, Liberty over here. Who is going to win? And a big shout out to the family and friends that really came to support these kids. This means a lot to us and them. Good luck, guys.
What we'd like to see. I was wondering, actually, beyond that, I was like, yeah, where are the family and friends? And I look behind them. I thought those were just like other students that set up. No, those are like an entire couches, layers on layers of people trying to get into this game. So, of course, I don't want to delay too much further. We're trying to get these players going because, yes, this has been a journey, Va. We got our number 1 and number 7th seed facing off here between Valley Christian and Liberty High School, respectively.
Yeah, I mean, Liberty High School, going through the gauntlet to make it here after being the number 7 seed, upsetting a lot of schools to get all the way to the final, facing off against the defending Play versus Cup national champions in Valley Christian. And, pretty high-ranked players, right? 2K MMR and 2s for Chris, so that's something to look forward to here as well. And then a couple of them have competed in other sports ahead of just playing in esports themselves for Valley Christian High School. So definitely keep an eye on these defending champions, and Liberty High will see what they can do to try and take them to task.
And so we'll see really just how this one goes out. Valley Christian High School had a really back-and-forth semifinal against the 4th seed in Campo Verde, but then Liberty High School, they had a sweep, but it was also really narrow margins as well. A lot of one-goal games, some overtimes mixed in there. So ultimately, when we do look at games like this, we're expecting it to be a little neck and neck. These teams have fought such a long spring season, and so you don't want to make any mistakes, inadvertent as they might be. That's a weird back pass, and I don't think it's able to be chased down by Liberty quite yet, but you never really know when the boost is running dry. How about an open double tap potentially? A little too high, in swinger, and yet the counter after all of that. It's going to go right in the goal for Valley Christian.
Great look for Surreal Dog. This is, the captain, the star player for this squad, as we were talking about. They're an RLCS 2026 challenger in high school. Crazy to talk about that, and they're trying to compete on the highest level here as well for the AIA State Championship. And first goal of many potential in this best of 7, Taco. This could go the distance, but Valley Christian High School, as the defending champs, they don't want to make it too easy for Liberty High to tie things up.
Yeah, and being able to get a quick punishment like that is also setting the tone of saying, yeah, you have to be pretty precise. If you're going to get that many chances and looks at the goal, you got to put one away. And that is exactly the punishment I expect from the number 1 seed in the bracket. And as you mentioned, the accolades of this team, definitely something to point out as well. So Liberty has their hands full, but the one thing I have been looking forward to is Lutera. I mean, he started off our semifinal that we had them in. Game 1, very first touches of the series. He's able to take that one to the ceiling and into a double tap. So definitely a high-skill player, but of course you got to play defense too as well. Nice save, but the putback a little weak, and it's going to be another one out to the side.
Well, Surreal Dog on the defensive end, at least trying to keep this high and away from Liberty High School as best as possible. And I'm really curious on what kind of highlight plays we could expect from them. You said they had a really close, best of 5 in those semifinals, but right now against Liberty High School, it seems to be easy breezy, beautiful, as they're just looking to take another attack here.
And especially with some of these tap downs, I think they're playing that ball high. It goes a little bit lower and does facilitate a nice touch. I will say the follow-throughs from Valley Christian are pretty solid. They are susceptible occasionally to bunching up a little bit, but that's kind of the penalty of playing fast. You might just not be able to calm in time, but at least for right now, it seems like that's a strategy, and that is going to be the way forward as Surreal could be putting another one to the sidewall. Excellent read on the first one, and does produce an eventual giveaway down the far side. I was looking to see if anyone's lurking, but no, Liberty High School trying to maintain that rotation.
Oh, what a weird bounce that almost went in. What? I've never seen it bounce like that off the sidewall in such a crazy way, but it worked out in the favor of Liberty High School, a boon that almost was a curse.
Luchar coming in at this one. I was thinking this is probably not going to be a shot, and I think that's probably exactly what Airfryer thought. That shot came in. You could see him jump forward. He was like, wait, hold on. I thought I was going to be playing a rebound or maybe a pass, but instead it's right down the middle. Sometimes the expected is going to be unexpected. We'll have a tying goal. Let's see how long actually we'll be able to maintain this piece in the scoreline, as getting another attack from Liberty. A great little double touch to advance it right down into the near side. Maybe Bad Gold can take their effort, if only for just a brief moment.
Well, decent effort across the board from both teams. Liberty High maybe a bit of a boon that they had, kind of gifted the opportunity. Airfryer, as you mentioned, wasn't quite expecting that initial challenge, so I don't think it's going to be as easy for Liberty High School to score again, especially with Airfryer ready that time to bat it away, but the pressure is mounting against them. Could have been a good centering chance, but unfortunately they didn't have the rotation on lock for Liberty High. At least for now, though, Bad Gold will take it forward. That's a great passing play over to Shock.
Man, I really, really like this one from Bad Gold because they do everything right. They go into the ceiling. It forces the challenge, but then the quick little touches gets past 2 players. I mean, that goal is just as much Bad Gold's as it is Shock, but you still did need a finish. That's a teamwork you need to be able to take on, again, the bracket's number 1 seed. And with 70 seconds to go, maybe it's a lead that they can hold on to be able to start off this series right. Another shot over the top, and that's why you rotate all the way back to the goal.
Airfryer now on the offensive side of things, just trying to keep the ball in play for the rest of their team. Has a chance, but a little bit wide, not exactly where they want to place the ball on that challenge. And so far, so good for our number 7 seed to keep this at bay, at least for now. But Surreal Dog almost able to get that in. The follow through so close, but no.
Oh my goodness, that's so brutal. It's a brilliant first touch, but the thing is, I think the lights were a bit too bright there. You have to rush that shot, and in doing so, I don't think they positioned themselves correctly. But of course, job's not done as the clear is still trying to get on through. Liberty trying to take that one across. Bad Gold going to use what remains of their boost tank to do so, but then here comes the rebound. Another opening, potentially something that can be taken on by Special, but instead going to pass off to the next player on the near side. A little deflection, high lob, Air Fryer thinking about it. Instead, he's going to leave it for a teammate. Shut down at the door. Liberty trying to mount the defense. Another save on the near side. Surreal pass, but can't get it up and over.
So close, yet so far. Time ticking it down. Surreal Dog, last ditch effort. The demo couldn't get the second one. It was perfectly centered. There's the ball thrown the crossbar, but it's too high. And Liberty High, speaking of, will soar above and get the first game.
Oh, no, Valley Christian. I mean, that is all about finishing. Look at that shot differential, but it doesn't really matter. 50% shooting from Liberty to be able to be the efficient Kings and get home that goal, or those goals, rather, to propel them to victory. And I got to say, that's a brutal one on the far end, though, because they had the shots there from Valley Christian. But the thing is, you got to bury them, and I think that's something that they will not forget. A tough Game 1 loss, but very well deserved from our red-jerseyed side.
Yeah, I like it. You know, we got the red jersey side on the orange half, and then the blue jersey side on the blue half. They're color coordinated, which is great to see here. But also a great facility. Shout out to GCU for providing it for this event. It's awesome to have, you know, a LAN environment and a professional spot like this at a college, and it gives people kind of a preview to what they can expect depending on like what colleges that they sign up for in the future as well. And I mean, based on the skill alone, Taco, I wouldn't be too surprised to see some of these players, you know, move on to that level of competition in the future. But that was only Game 1. And the biggest thing here as well is, can Liberty High keep that defense going, right? We saw so many saves from their end. 9 saves on so many shots from the Valley Christian side. I mean, Special had 6. Surreal Dog had 5. If this pressure continues, I worry a little bit of Liberty High letting a couple goals in and not being able to keep that ironclad defense like they had in Game 1.
Yeah, and that is the big thing, is being able to play effective defense, but also if you are having that many shots on target, you need to be rock solid. You need to make sure you are not making any mistakes, and for the most part, they weren't. They had that one counterattack goal, but since then, it's pretty good. And personally, I'm of the mindset that I don't really mind absorbing pressure, but the thing is, you're not always going to bury every single shot. If you're shooting 50% in Game 1, great, but the average for most teams, if you're doing okay, is about 33. You're shooting about 1/3. So in that case, I would like to see how this adaptation comes in, because Valley Christian is definitely a team that likes to play fast. It's going to test the defense a lot, and consistency, as we know, is great. Usually in Game 1, you're all warmed up, but then as the mental starts to fray, starting getting a little tired, maybe Games 3 and 4, that's when we start to see everybody maybe falter just a little bit. But so far, so good. A pretty close game with a lot of close calls, exactly what we want out of our grand final.
Yeah, it's been a long day of competition, right? They had to wait for a League of Legends series that went the distance, which was a great one at that. And now that they are in the driver's seat, all warmed up after Game 1, this could be enough for a change in pace for Valley Christian. But Liberty High, I mean, again, maybe more proactive defense, so there's not as much pressure and shots coming towards them, right? Having to rely on those counterattacks could be a good thing for them. But going into game number 2, we'll see what the adaptations are between both of these schools and who'll come out on top, especially with an initial shot from Surreal Dog.
Yeah, a little deflection. I was thinking, oh, it's going to be the exact same. It's going to be like a little counterattack just kind of going straight in, and they're not quite ready. But no, that is not going to be the tale that we're going to tell to start off game 2. Maybe it's going to be another air dribble facilitation over into the middle. Nice little dunk over. It's only going to go so far. Surreal also only has so much boost, but he gets a beefy 50 to carry that one to the side. No redirect, though, and here's a second bite, though. Special up and above the goal, but well dealt with by Liberty.
Potential chance here again. Didn't go all the way to the midfield, but that's a huge bump on the attacker. Air Fryer still trying to go for something. I like the initiative to go for at least the double touch. The problem is Special didn't have any boost to work with when going for the follow-up. Surreal Dog trying their best, and they're giving it their all, but this is the problem. If they leave everything up to this one opportunity, they don't have anything to get back to their own side once the ball does change hands.
Yeah, it's right here, as you can tell, Special has 0 in the tank, and he's trying to get a challenge, but sometimes you just got to leave it, let them kind of falter with it in the midfield. Maybe throw it right across the middle for you. Cyril was, I think, trying to maybe chase the bump across, but did not realize it was in his path. Now this one, very much so shootable. That's 2 players out of the mix. Air Fryer with a bounce shot. Not going to get on through. Special in the mix. Soft touch, followed by Surreal. Nice little lob up and over. Can he cut it back in? He's trying his best. It's getting past one defender. But that's why it's 3v3. Everybody slowly recovering for Liberty, trying to get in the way.
It's a more dangerous position for Liberty High School to be in. Yes, they're controlling their own boost pretty well, not having to use too much to go for a lot of these challenges. But the problem is they've been stuck in their half for 2 minutes almost. And right off the gate, we saw that initial shot from Surreal Dog, so the pressure has not stopped for a moment. And as soon as it goes to Valley Christian High School's end, it's back in the orange side. So they got to get something going in fast, especially with this counterattack coming in.
Nice little aerial from Liberty, also going to get that one out, at least temporarily. Going to actually fake Chow and let Surreal throw that one away. Problem is, he gets his revenge with a bump. How about a dunk as well? Roll it to the sidewall. Going to kind of meekly put that one back in the middle. Going to be no problem for that back post defender as well, with a lot of boost to facilitate. Tap past one, not past the second.
Great defensive presence of mind from Liberty High School, right? They send one person away, the other gets boost in the meantime, and then their third man still in position afterwards. And I know, the popular saying is defense wins championships, but if they continue with this and just get a single goal, that might just be the case for Liberty High School.
Ultimately, a lot of defenses, you like to be played in the midfield if you're cutting off plays, getting annoying little touches. And Liberty's not really doing that. They're absorbing more pressure, but the thing is, they're coordinated. I have not really seen any double commits throughout a lot of this play, and that's going to have to be value tested here as we have another shot coming in. That's a laser, but not quite fast enough to beat out that goalie. Back post play sent right back, and that's a bang and a half all the way down for Bad Gold to get. And then Cabo and send it right back. It's going to be a little wide, but you wouldn't know it off the first contact.
Oh,
the back post!
Plays. What is going on? Somehow able to change this into a windfall for Liberty High School. The demo on their own side. Nobody's really in the best position here to save it from Valley Christian High School. And this is what I was talking about, Taco.
Honestly, I don't even blame Surreal's decision-making there. I think he was going a little bit more to the right of that hit because he was thinking they're probably just going to go near post or maybe float that up and above for the follow-up. But no, they go back post across the body of the defender. That's exactly how they got scored on in game number 1. And yet, no, it works out. Sometimes, again, you just take a risk and it will pay off because the other team is trying to predict something that you're just simply not doing.
The crazy thing here is Valley Christian High School, based on the way that their offensive pressure has been going, they've relatively has the 1v3 whenever an individual player goes for the ball, and maybe some infield passing plays could be enough for them to at least get some power behind it and shake things up, a changeup of some sorts. But instead, it's changing hands again into Liberty High School as they put a shot at their own.
Oh, and actually a nice little chance here. Bad Gold's going to leave it off the post. Going to be a glorious chance, but sometimes you have to rush it and you're not entirely paying attention to just how open that chance is. Surreal certainly knows his chances. He needs to be able to take that one high. Kind of rare double commit. Maybe something could be taken advantage of, but again, long clears forcing the side of Valley Christian to have to chase it down. And the 1-goal deficit, I wouldn't have to say they have to panic too much, but not a lot of time to mount up an attack.
I don't know how familiar Liberty High School are with the term Lanimals, but that's exactly what they are right now. The way that they've been able to be the 7th seed, make it this far into the grand finals, and against such a tough squad, the defending champions still going toe-to-toe, still having the odds stacked against them and coming out, at least for now, on top. 20 seconds. They just need to hold on.
That thing is, holding on is one thing, but it's going to be a little tough, especially with the clutch factor having to lock in. How about one more touch past their teammate? Unfortunately, it will be a giveaway of possession, but that's about it. 5 seconds. Lutara trying to throw that one middle. Shock up just in case, and they're going to dunk it down. A little bit of a defensive-based passing play for Liberty High to lock in another game win.
Lutara, goalkeeper, 3 saves, 6 saves from Shock. My goodness, 13 that we saw from Liberty High this time, where it was 9 the last go around. Even with the pressure mounting so much in favor of Valley Christian, I think it was 2 minutes at least plus that we saw them on the orange half. They could not get past the iron wall that was erected in front of the net, and nothing could get by. So it's just such a rough spot to be in when you're used to, having 1v2s or 1v1s to try and contest the ball. And as you talked about, Taco, typically when you're absorbing that offense, there's at least some mistakes coming in, right? A double commit in some way, even a triple commit or boost management, not the greatest. But I'm thinking about this, I'm like, they had all of those things working out well for them and didn't have to worry about anything.
I would say the clears coming in from their opponents are not massive all the time. So in my mind, I'm surprised Valley Christian is focused so much on just trying to get their boost and rotate. Just go through the middle. If they're sitting in the goal line, you got to get them out of that. You got to start making them panic. Once you start instituting a couple bumps and demos, then in the back of every defender's mind, when they're posted up, looking straight up in the sky on their ball cam, they're wondering, wait, am I about to get bumped? It makes them twitchy. It makes them doubt themselves a little bit. And right now, I just feel like there's a lot of shots. There's a lot of rotations near the goal, but there's not really anything that forces Liberty to change what they're doing. I used to kind of refer to teams like this that kind of turtling up, but they're not. They're just playing effective rotation, trusting that everyone's going to get their reads and getting in the way. But you can't get in the way of that one from Surreal right off the rip.
The flip reset comes in, indicator activated, and it's a full team passing play. This is what's been missing from Valley Christian High School, and off the kickoff, they finally activate.
And that's, I think, going to be a massive weight off their shoulders, just being able to actually exhale and say, okay, there we go. We got a lead. Now it's just about actually playing like it and maintaining it because, of course, one goal is so lonely without a second one. Bad goal to actually try to tap one right down is in a danger area, but nobody in the vicinity.
I think the waterfall potential that we could have seen from that, but nobody in position to really take it to the next level and get that goal. To fake, though, is amazing. That's not enough on the follow-up, though, off the crossbar and out. They got to be careful, though, on this comeback.
Special, thinks a little too much about it. I think they had a hit forward and then tried to change that into kind of a diagonal save, put that in the middle for a pass. Either way, attack is not completely over unless you dunk your teammate. Unfortunately, that one will call an end to that one as Bad Gold will set it off the side wall. A lot of ping-pong action in the midfield as both teams just trying to fight, playing as fast as possible, and it's working somewhat, but because you can tell precision start to decrease as they're just trying to rush and get these contacts.
Liberty High and Valley Christian High School, minimum time has been spent in that midfield. They're not as experienced with it, as you can tell, the awkwardness that we've been seeing from both ends of the pitch. But now Valley Christian High School, they have the lead, they're keeping the pressure going, and if they can have that sustained throughout the next 3 minutes and a half, a long time, it could be enough. But the problem is we've seen them get overzealous before, right? Especially game one, they got the first goal, they just wanted to keep going for a goal-scoring palooza, but they had shot after shot after shot. It was getting stopped by Liberty High School, nothing to show for it. So maybe playing a bit more passive could be the way to go here for Valley Christian High School, especially with the games being so low scoring.
Yeah, they have been relatively low scoring. We had 3 in the last game, and that felt like a goal-scoring bonanza going on. So relatively low for Rocket League, especially with such a small field, but both teams are playing lights-out defense for the most part, really only letting the truly special goals go through, or the feints. That should be an open shot for Air Fryer, and he will bury.
Massive from Air Fryer. They've been looking for one since the beginning of the series, right? We saw, Valley Christian with Surreal Dog get activated at the start in game 1, and at the beginning here as well, but nice to see them get on the board to raise the spirits for their team, right? They were feeling confident. The defending champions, as we talk about, and they can't feel too confident, though, especially with that off the kickoff.
Yeah, the thing is, you can almost tell by the body language after the game for Liberty. They were kind of hooting and hollering. They were getting hype, and now it's Valley Christian's turn to get hype and dial themselves up. It's also nice when you know that's the last defender. Flip reset past, and you can see them getting a little bit more comfortable. I'm seeing some smiles creep. You also see, some management all the way at the back end of the bench kind of nodding along and being enthusiastic, saying, see, this is what we're waiting for. It took you 2 games, but you've truly now arrived, playing up to their seed, as maybe even getting a 4th here off the kickoff.
More for the expectations from the players of Valley Christian High School. I think that's why most of them are remaining composed until they actually get the game win. They don't want to celebrate early because, again, they're down by 2 into this grand final best of 7. So a lot of momentum to move in their favor and potentially move the mountain that they have to overcome in games to get the win at the end of it. But still, guaranteed at least 6, Taco, based on how things are going, but Special does get another, and 4-0, I feel like the tally is just going to continue this way.
Yeah, and this is just more efficient finishing, but also you're noticing a little bit more bump play and also just trying to play to their strengths. Valley Christian is a very quick team in the air, trying to make sure the plays are out of Liberty's reach. Notice how many passes are in the midfield, trying to facilitate some air dribbles. I mean, see, if Surreal wants to be fed the read and he's got a chance to air dribble, then you just have to play off of that. And that's really what Valley Christian has been doing, as maybe Liberty's trying to take a page out of that playbook. Air dribble, unfortunately, only going to be met with a 50.
I think right now we really just need to see Liberty High School get possession in some capacity, right? We've seen a lot of high-flying plays away from them by Valley Christian High School. The midfield presence of mind has also been a lot stronger from them too, and I feel like Liberty High School likes to play a bit more grounded. That's their comfort zone, especially, you know, based off the MMR, the skill level of these players. They are playing out of their minds so far, but you can tell that the mechanics are holding them back at least a little bit, going for those aerial battles.
Well, they're at least getting in the way, and that's really what the angles I'm more concerned about, because if you're not taking a good 50 or a good deflection, then it could be a little rough. Also rough when Airfryer doesn't get the touch he's looking for, and both players go flying. Deflection to the side, chance to throw it back middle. Unfortunately, no boost again for that recovery, and you can see Liberty High just trying to get one more for morale, because at this point, I just don't know if they have it in them to be able to get this comeback. I mean, the way that Valley Christian's playing, I mean, you can see it conservative, but ultimately just trying to waste down this clock.
I mean, even at the top level, Surreal Dog has that RLCS experience, right? Has actually played in some of the qualifiers before, but when you have this monumental of a lead against you, a lot of it's just positioning for the next game, right? Seeing, you know, what you could do to improve and shore up your mistakes that you had this time. And I feel like a lot of it had to go with just Valley Christian getting that initial goal, right? Set the tempo for them. They were able to play a little bit more passive and not go all out on offense individually, work together as a team and go for the more aggressive bump and demo style, as you mentioned. And Liberty High School haven't necessarily found an answer yet. And even a goal could be a difference here, but unfortunately the accuracy's not there.
Well, sometimes everything just goes against you in a game. You're getting scored on. You just can't really get in the way of some of these chances. And then when you do get a chance to score, you rush it a little bit. It goes off the post. Happens to the best of them. And right now for the state of Arizona, these are two of the best of them. Amazing angle from Surreal. Not going to be able to lock at number 5, but I suppose 4, good enough, especially for your first game win in this grand finals.
Yeah, great win here. You know, 4 goals for Valley Christian. Less shots, I think, is the big thing as well, right? They took their time. They got the first goal and didn't rush things. And I think that's the biggest difference that we've witnessed here from Valley Christian. And they knew, hey, we got things locked down. We can, you know, out-mech them if we need to and make it so that they're not as comfortable going for those counterattacks, because we're not just feeding the ball to them as often as we were before. And also playing a little bit more defense on their side. I mean, more saves than we saw in game 1 for Valley Christian. So overall, they made the correct adjustments. They just got to continue that into the next game.
Yeah, saves is a statistic that, honestly, when players don't have a lot, it's not a big deal. Because ideally, you shouldn't have to be making any saves. Unless you're giving up a lot of goals, then it's like, okay, lads, you got to put a hand up. But for the most part, if you are taking some pressure, you can turn that into counterattacks. We even saw that on Surreal Dog's air dribble into that reset. It was on the counter. It's catching players as they're rotating back because they're not quite ready for what's coming next, because they do take the shots, catch them, draw in that next challenge, and go from there. So I think that's what Valley Christian's very good at. I feel like, not necessarily that they forgot that, but it's almost like they were kind of sitting back and saying, okay, see, that's what Liberty High School is all about. And then when they tried to attack, they were just punished over and over. So I think going into this next one, it's now on Liberty to be like, okay, that wasn't just a loss. That was one that we kind of get out of hand. So can't let that happen. Let's start strong and maybe just go right for the jugular right off the rip. That was an immediate hit right down the middle.
That's the first time we've seen them get the pressure off the kickoff, at least at the beginning of a game. Usually it's been Valley Christian High School, sometimes to middling results, right? Last game, exactly what they wanted, but I love the setup, Shock. It's just a bit of an awkward spot, a good chip-up potential play from Liberty High School, and this is the change in pace that they needed. The problem is they got to be careful and at least have something going for them on defense. Thankfully, it was a 1v3 scenario that did fizzle out for at least a moment.
Nice little dunk by Shock. He's going to flip off the wall, just try to get forward, but ultimately he'll be taken right back to that wall and then served into the middle. Nice 50 neutralizing play, as Liberty can try to take a double tap, maybe even a skim off the sidewall. I love the confidence as well as the follow-through. All 3 players can get involved. No one's challenging, and now it's a sitter in front of net with only 1 player to get it. It's Surreal, one-on-one, 45-degree flick and saved. How about the putback? It's not going to be touched, and Air Fryer is going to get another.
great save, but no boost is not going to help you anyway when the follow-through is immediate from Air Fryer. We almost saw the second man coming in time, but even then, not enough delay from the last defender to stop that. And the aggressive style that hasn't quite suited Liberty High School so far, tried to change their fate, get the opening goal, but did give up too much pressure to Valley Christian High School.
Another tap from Valley Christian to potentially get on forward, but doesn't really do much. However, there is a little bit of a double up, but that's fine because there goes a demo to be able to give that space right back. Shock. Can't get it. That's an expectant flip in, not necessarily a miss from Valley Christian. So I guess I'll just try again out of the corner. Liberty, I think, really struggling with the speed here. This is something we saw from Valley Christian in the semifinal. A really quick team. They don't hesitate, and sometimes when you try to creep up, it'll leave you stranded. There's number 2.
Such a rough spot to be in for the defense, right? You center it, you're waiting for your teammate to get in position, but I think the wrong member went for the ball, unfortunately. The one who had no boost had to go for the challenge. The one who did got called off towards their own box. So rough spot to be in for Liberty High School, especially after changing their game plan from the last one. They were hoping to find some sort of momentum shift in their favor, but there's just going to be stuck in quicksand as they're slowly sinking it to the bottom, and a tie game is looming over top of them.
Yeah, being able to focus in on a lot of these reads, kind of like this one. I thought that was going to be a changeup. How about the next guy? Yes, sir, Air Fryer. 2 for 2. That's the efficiency I'm looking for.
The proficient finisher that we can call them, Air Fryer, here serving up a dish steaming hot from the air fryer itself, ready for that follow through. And unfortunately for Liberty High School, they are not as prepared as they would like to be for these challenges, especially off the kickoff. Again, Air Fryer with a hat trick, 3 for 3.
Well, every kitchen needs an air fryer nowadays, and apparently every high school Rocket League team is going to need an air fryer as well, as that's a hat trick for him. Efficient, as he said, and also off the kickoff. I mean, it seems really easy, but you still need to be in position. You still need to cheat up and trust that your team is going to be able to win that straight through. And now off the restart, I mean, a couple bits of offense that they've been able to generate. And again, Valley Christian putting up 4 for another game, a record that they would very much like to maintain as they're looking to tie up this series.
Air Fryer putting up multiple records here in the grand final in terms of goals. They've done it in other sports titles before, so maybe that's where the excellence started earlier on in their high school career, and now they're looking to finish it in these Rocket League finals. But again, this is only partway through, right? This is to tie up the series. So Liberty High School, while they are feeling the pressure a little bit and starting to sweat, especially because they have not gotten a single goal in the last 2 games, and 9 have been conceded, they still have a chance, right? They got the first 2 games. They only need 2 more. That's the big thing to focus on here.
Yeah, this is exactly the moment where if you are the Liberty side, I think you just need to kind of take inventory and calm down a little bit. You're starting to see a little more errant touches than they had in the previous game because Valley Christian's playing very quick, so it incentivizes you to play very quick. The thing is, a counter to this is still playing fast, but playing more predictive. You have to be able to be where the ball is. I'm noticing a lot of players are kind of gravitating left and right across. I was just going to keep on talking because I'm thinking that should be in, but apparently no, the speed just a bit too much to handle.
Great one from Lautaro. Little too much, as you mentioned, from Surreal Dog. They almost got it. I feel like if they didn't touch it, it would have hit the wall, but they weren't expecting as much power came off of it. 55 miles per hour. Pretty speedy of a touch, and a hard one to read for the defense that Valley Christian High School feels a little less experienced defensively compared to Liberty High, especially based on the numbers alone that we saw in games 1 and 2. And as I say that, maybe curse them a little bit. Surreal Dog makes up for it.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you kind of have to take your best guess at it. Bad Gold is in a situation where that could be a shot by Surreal Dog that also is a pass straight down that maybe can go through. So I'm going to trust Surreal to touch it. Oh, he didn't touch it. Well, then there you go. It just goes right on through. It looks like a miss, but ultimately there's just some calculus you got to make, and sometimes you're not able to choose that right option. 6-1 from Valley Christian, really just putting the hammer down.
Looking for the Brazil. Can we take a trip in this grand final from one of these teams? Valley Christian High School, the most likely to send us there, especially with the time that is remaining. So Liberty High School do not want to have another goal scored against them, but it's not going to be so easy to stop it. Air Fryer, not as accurate before, but they only need to hit it in the center of the net, and that'll be it.
Yes, more stat padding from both of these players. Airfryer getting a goal for number 4, but Surreal Dog getting an assist. I mean, facilitation is so key. I think Valley Christian is a team that does a lot of solo play, so to be able to use all their pressure to force Liberty High School into that back line and then opening up the middle for the pass shows a lot of awareness. That's that maturation you'd expect out of a squad that has a Play versus Cup national championship.
You can see that their coach was on the side too, talking to them in between at the game, Jonathan as well, and they know exactly what they need to adjust between each of the matches throughout this game itself. And now with 8 goals on the board, I think the big thing is, okay, we don't want to overextend ourselves, right? Use all of our brain power and manpower and getting goals in the first 2 game comeback and then not save the rest for the end. But I think a big thing too is like also keeping that pressure going enough, right? Liberty High School, they could be finding some ways to bounce back if you do give them a chance to breathe and think a little bit. Keeping them flustered seems to be the strategy for Valley Christian High School here.
Yeah, usually games like this, they start with a little bit of a snowball and then it turns into an avalanche over time, because the more you're behind, the more risks you have to take. The more risks you have to take, the more uncomfortable and kind of like non-instinctual plays you have to make. And then when eventually that ball does go into your net a bit, then you just have to amplify that even further, and it just keeps going and going. So not necessarily Valley Christian absolutely dominating Liberty. It's more so just the plays that have to be made speedily and not with the best prep. So I think, again, you just take inventory, mentally prepare for the next game, because as devastating as this is a best of 7, which we've just effectively turned into a best of 3 after this
Exactly.
one, as we really have to think about that. So Liberty High School did their good job earlier on, but now they really have to fight for their life, because that is going to be a 13-1 run in goals in the last 2 games.
And I think that's a big confidence boost for Valley Christian High School, right? We saw them not as comfortable as they could have been passing plays before, and as you mentioned earlier, just mainly known for their solo play style, and realized, hey, that's not working, because Liberty High School are very strong in coordinating, at least defensively, against individual attacks. But then we saw the midfield presence, we saw the passing plays come through, multiple members going for the follow-ups, and that was the difference maker for Valley Christian High School from last game into this one. But the question is, can it continue? Will Liberty High School put a hand up, or is this just the Valley Christian High School show part 2 for this Play versus Championship?
I mean, putting up those shots, you can see, I mean, they're really controlling the midfield. They have the play style that they want to see. And also, you don't get first seed by accident. You're starting to see the smiles creep back in as everyone's starting to nod. Everything's going a bit more according to plan, and that's a really understating thing. So Valley Christian, as they continue on, I think the main thing from them is honestly not really changing much. I think they're doing the amount of demos that I want. They're being able to facilitate on the passing by kind of varying things. I think the worst thing you can do as a team is have the same approach. Keep going for air dribbles. Keep going for the backboard. You have to always mix it up, because then the defense is always kind of second guessing whether or not you're going to play aggressive, play a bit more passive. And at least you're seeing definitely a lot of comms here as Liberty's trying to hype themselves up. So apparently the Spirit's still doing well.
Yeah, I think you have to keep the spirits high, especially in like a best of 7. It's a lot different than typical best of 5, where you know, okay, we only need 1 more and then we're good after getting those first 2 games. It's the problem here, though, is the length, the strength of, you know, schedule going into this, and then also having to play throughout a prolonged series. And there's so many different side changes in terms of, you know, momentum, and that's what we've seen so far, right? The first half, technically, for the first 2 games, looked so good for Liberty High School, and then the adaptation came in from Valley Christian. So Liberty High, I like the initiative we saw from them at the start of the last game. You know, they were trying to play a little bit more aggressive, go for something else, but right now, Airfryer seems to be the one you need to shut down.
And Airfryer's getting another one, and you see how hyped they are. They're starting to yell a bit as they're saying, yep, yeah, it's not like anything. This is not a restart. We are unpausing from last game, continuing this offense going forward. And this is the thing. I'm starting to see Liberty High School. They're not making contact with these aerials. I think they're honestly trying to play more passive and get the rebound, get the block. But I just need them to go as if they're going to beat them to these reads, because if you keep kind of waiting to see and playing off of the touches, you're never going to be able to win any of your own.
Well, that's what I was talking about in the last couple of games, right? Is that more grounded play style from Liberty High School. It seems to be their comfort zone, and they're just giving too much space and cadence to Valley Christian. And respect You know, they've seen what they can do when they have the ball in the air and are not as comfortable as they could be going forward. But this is a grand final. You can't afford to hope for comfortability because they're not going to give you a pillow to sit on and get ready for a ball to be sent your way and do what you can with it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to force you into uncomfortable positions and then see if you can get yourself out of that pretzel knot, as that touch is not the cleanest, but they can still have a chance to get that one away. But Air Fryer says, absolutely not. I'm going to grab another.
Such an awkward spot to find yourselves into off the wall. Not the greatest of touches that we could have seen. They tried to go for the 50-50 and it just deflected oddly. And then unfortunately for the defender there, they weren't quite prepared for it. Bad Gold in at the net. So an awkward spot to be in. And that just seems to be where Valley Christian High School are forcing Liberty High to be in. It's just an awkward position time and time again.
And we'll be able to see actually a decent amount of progression upfield, as that was a flip reset, didn't quite work out, but the fake was almost as effective. Bad Gold, dish middle, rare chance there in the past couple of games, and yet it's going to be shut down right on the line. So how about Shock from the ceiling? Pass that one off, almost finding a team pinch if nothing else, but I will say you got to be careful though of the 1v1. Lutara's not worried at all. Nice little clear out.
Yeah, Lutara, speaking of, has been leveling up throughout their high school career, right? Started in Diamond as a freshman, now in GC2 and rising. So, you know, looking for the competition as things progress to get better and better. And, hey, maybe once they go to college, they'll be SSL as well with some, you know, good guidance on that end. So, definitely recommend them checking out playversus.com/recruit to see if they can also get involved in collegiate action in the future, as they are a senior. And there's many seniors watching this and participating across different titles that you can get involved with in college as well. But halfway point of this game, Valley Christian High School still holding all of the cards and keeping it close to their chest. They don't want to go all out like they did in the last ones. They know, hey, 2 goals, that's all it takes.
Tara cross, and really going to work out that time, but how about the follow through? A little bit low on the hit, as the recovery is going to have to be necessary because they're right back on defense as the other two go up onto offense. Kind of a self-dish there by Valley Christian, but can't circumvent that first challenge. It's more inspired from Liberty. I think they're going to be a bit more comfortable in the midfield. Thing is, it's not like Valley Christian is losing any confidence on these reads. They're still zooming around, taking everything away.
Lutara, great aerial control here as well. I like the handoff to Bad Gold. The problem was it wasn't exactly the angle that they wanted to go for the ball, and not as great of a carry as well. So it's an awkward spot to find themselves in, but they made the most of it when they were given possession of the ball on their half. And that's a lot more room than they've been given in previous chances. So Valley Christian High School playing a lot more passive than we've seen in the previous games. And I feel like Liberty High School just don't know necessarily what to do with the ball once they get it.
I mean, it's a little tough. They're also really starved for boost. A couple times now I've seen them go upfield, and they have about 10 in the tank because, honestly, they're just not padding as much. I'm just noticing a lot of corner reads, but you need to be able to grab those tiny orange circles just so that you can grab another 12 every single time. If you do it in the right pattern, you can be fully boosted up, and you can contest reads like that. As another one is going to go down the line from Bad Goal, but then immediately set right back. Lutara getting contested on no boost. Has to get another touch of special lobs at high, and he will deliver.
It's a really good clear out towards the midfield. Allows Bad Gold to activate it towards the backboard. Great defensive stop by Air Fryer in the air. Perfect read, sends it away. And then we have Surreal Dog also just going into the midfield, challenging. The defense of, or I guess the offense of Liberty High School didn't quite expect that masterclass of aerial play from them. But you got to expect the unexpected against the Valley Christian High School team, especially shots like that. Fortunately for Valley Christian, it's not enough to sneak it under.
Ooh, special, no double, but Surreal knows what he's got to do. Put it in the back post and try to bury this game as well. Another multi-goal lead for Valley Christian. It's coming off the back of what got him here. Just nice follow-up play.
Yeah, they're just, you know, giving the fist bumps pretty casually and saying, yeah, you know, we've scored so many goals at this point. Only let one in the last 3 games. And I think that's 16-1 would be the stat line there based on what we've seen so far. So a comeback and then some from Valley Christian High School. If things keep up in these next 20 seconds, they'll be 1 step away from another championship in their belt.
And of course, some more goals will never hurt, as Surreal Dog is going to hit one downfield. Just not enough boost in the tanks for Liberty to get back on that one, and that's just another feather in the cap, another statistic for Surreal Dog is, I mean, you can tell they're feeling comfortable, and why
All
wouldn't
smiles.
they? Honestly, all the strategy is working out for them.
Yeah, that was just the minute adjustments that they needed, right? It's like they said, hey, we're champions. We've been here before. We, had a tough best of 5 to get here, but as long as we lock in, we're out shooting them so far, and that pressure just seems to be too much for Liberty High School once they separate and aren't as comfortable is the big thing here, right? The dunk came through. The save almost was enough, but a perfect 50 from Airfryer.
Yep, getting a lot of goals here. That's his 8th goal through 5 games so far from my count. So being able to continue to mount up goals and be able to contribute to the offense, which is exactly what you need out of your star players, because that is all what Valley Christian is. All 3 of them have had their time in the spotlight. And right now, they are so close to really the brightest spotlight of them all, the one hosting that trophy. So Liberty High, this is where the things really get dire, because you always have that mental barrier, that little buffer where you could say, you got a little bit more time. It's okay, series not over, but now we have officially moved on to match point.
Yeah, locked in and loaded for potentially the final game here for Valley Christian High School to go back-to-back for Play versus Cup National Championship, or State Champion, I guess here, not National Championship yet, for them as well. But even then, I mean, massive if they can pull it out. And I do like this, strategizing, talking things out with their team and their coach, seeing what they need to do to change things up for Liberty High School, because whatever they've been throwing at the wall has not been sticking so far in these last 3 games. And I love the, camaraderie that we see between these players. And that's what you want to see for a grand final team.
Yeah, and honestly, I do like that. Really involved from the coaching staff. Again, I would like to see that from these school administrators that are kind of taking the time to be able to mentor these students, because sometimes, you do need just to pull things together. The value of a coach or administrator or really anyone in the esports program is to be able to have these students and say, hey, guys, let's pull it together. It's okay. Keep everyone calm on the same wavelength, because yes, these games have been a little bit one-sided, but you see those glimpses of Liberty that shows them why they got here. In order to get to this, they had to beat the number 2 seed in this one. So they're playing the number 1. Obviously going to be such a challenge, but I see the skill level required, but it's just maybe shifting up the mental, changing the perspective. It's also really what happened in the prior series, that they were under a decent amount of pressure, and yet they were still able in their semifinal to really just power through, get the challenge they needed. So they definitely have the capacity. It's just that Valley Christian, I mean, they're very much the final boss of Arizona High School Rocket League, it seems like at this point. So definitely one more mountain to go, and very much one more hurdle to go for Valley Christian. Match point for them, Liberty High School. Got to win 2 straight to steal away the crown.
Definitely feels like the second health bar was activated after the first 2 games were taken, or maybe even the final one. And this is the last stage for Liberty High School to activate all of their special moves to try and take them down. And that's what they have to do. Take anything out of their toolbox and see if that'll be enough for it. Great read, but the follow through not quite there. Still keeping possession of it in their side is a big difference, though, compared to what we saw before. Just a little bit of a mix-up on the challenge.
We got to get back, especially if they're going for dishes like that. Surreal, filled with confidence to the brim. Going for clips at this point, as now another lurk downfield. Nice aerial to be able to cut that one out. A bit more immediate of response, as that one will be a little bit harder, but into open space means that possession still very much something Liberty can't possess down the line. Another deflection for Surreal Dog. Taken off. Not a lot of boost, but at least he's got a reset. It's in his back pocket, but he can't get the lift.
A simple enough save to make from the defense. They had the read on the play and kind of knew that they used a lot of boost to get there, but no, a mistake at the block. Special will put it through, and there's the first and potential final nail from Valley Christian High School. They just need to hold on to this lead, and they'll be champions.
I think Bad Gold, he was in a position where he's turning around. He doesn't have momentum, but he has boost. I think he tried to jump and time his flip, but as he was doing that, I think he overthought it and he doubted his read, so it didn't work out. It happens to the best of us, and now they got to shake that off, as that's another lead going to Valley Christian. Been not really much in the capacity for comebacks from Liberty in this series, but now they really got to lock in, especially on defense here. Double tap, not going to be able to get that one out. Air Fryer says thank you very much.
Respectable save, but nothing left in the tank afterwards to go for the follow-up. Tried desperately to get out of the net and go for the challenge, but too much power behind Air Fryer's touch to stop it. So Second verse, same as the first from Valley Christian High School. Again, we still need to see the emergency break pulled by Liberty High against this team. A goal could be that momentum shift for them, and they just need the double tap there.
Yeah, double tap is always hard to get, especially if you run out of boost. You can't quite angle it to get upwards to spike that one down, but maybe on this try they can get a little something off the corner. Should be a power clear right back, and it is. Thing is, the only open there is Surreal Dog. Cuts that one off. Lutara will be able to do the same. Maybe going to this corner, can't get that boost steal, not quite spawned yet. Instead, it's going to be Surreal coming back and helping out his teammate, which had to get that one off the near side. Nobody from Liberty available to go forward. They got to go back and refuel.
It's a tough spot to be in for Liberty High because I felt like they could have kept some pressure on the awkwardness that we saw defensively from Valley Christian High School on that play, but they are just too hesitant on a couple of these challenges. You can't afford to do it, right? You're already down by 2. You need to give it your all. This is do or die for the Arizona Interscholastic Association State Championship 2026. And, well, time ticking down and just half a game remaining for them to get at least 3 goals to get the win.
Honestly, it's not the most impossible task. The thing is, as you can see, it's so hard to be able to feel like you have time because so many efforts where they have maybe 1 pad of boost, maybe 2 if they're lucky, and otherwise they're just trying to expend it to be able to keep up this pace and stay with Special and the crew. Speaking of Surreal Dog, he doesn't need a crew in this one. He's got a reset. He's got another one as he serves it up near side. Air Fryer just going to poke it and then leave out to be able to lock him in their half.
That would have been magical if we saw it from Valley Christian High School. Put it on the highlight reel if it went through. But there's been plenty of highlight goals from them so far, and you could pull from any of them that have happened to lead it to this potential championship point game. Still holding on to this advantage that they got themselves in the first minute of play, and they are comfortable, playing a little bit more passive than we saw in the first and second games that they got wins for, and they know that, hey, Liberty High School have to play up to us. We don't have to play up to them at this point.
Yeah, right now Liberty just has to make sure they are decisive, maybe incisive with some of their thoughts on how to get through because at least in this one, they're trying to play catch up. Not a lot of boost on the backboard. Thinking about going, but not quite getting there. Special trying to put a bow on it. No, can't get that up and over. A dunk pass, though. And who else but Air Fryer to add some insurance.
Air Fryer, the old reliable for this team. Lutara desperately looked for the dish out, but could not get full control of the ball as they would have liked for the flick. So will be Valley Christian High School going up by another goal. Time ticking it down, and so is the hour towards the potential victory for Valley Christian, especially with this goal from Surreal.
And again, just being able to really bring it home here. Valley Christian, the back half of this series, really just all them, and that is part of the reason why. Surreal is the one that we've been gassing up. He's a high-ranked player. He's got a fancy tag, and he's definitely one of the more mechanical players in our bracket. But the thing is, it is a team that plays this well. Special locking it down on the back end, and Air Fryer and Surreal just really pounding home stats. There's another one, and really just no mercy in the Valley Christian Dojo.
Yeah, what we saw, 5 goals in the last one, 9 in the previous, and 4 before that, and now 5 here yet again. We have seen a goal-scoring palooza in this 4-game, not necessarily a reverse sweep, but you can basically call it that, right? When we saw the 2-game wins from Liberty High School and then the rest from Valley Christian, it seems like it was just a warm-up period for them, and they have now been fully unlocked and loaded in for their pain trip that they're sending Liberty High School on.
Yeah, it can be a tough one, but Liberty, I mean, let's not forget, really good run all the way through.
Yeah.
The thing is, Valley Christian, this is a squad that we have seen and have presented many an accolade to within the play versus ecosystem. So I think a lot to improve on from Liberty High School, but at the same time, also a lot of good to take. A lot of teams have tried and fallen against our orange side. It's just that in a grand final such as this, sometimes you really just are met with a team that knows exactly how to play, exactly how to throw the hammer down, and how also to play like champions. Valley Christian High School, take a bow here at the GCU Esports Arena. They are your AIA 2026 Spring Champions.
Congrats to them on the victory. Well-deserved with all the goals and highlight plays that we saw throughout this best of 7. 2 games were taken by Liberty High School, which were very closely contested, but the rest were no contest from Valley Christian, as they will be your champions, as you mentioned, celebrating and finally popping off. They locked in and we're all serious business, but now it's time for the fun.
Yeah, and crazily enough, they're all related. Their last names are all Rocket League, according to the jersey. So, wow. John P. Rocket League, the inventor of Rocket League, must be all their fathers. That's really cool to see. But regardless, yeah, we, of course, get some photos of a happy memory, because even if you're accustomed to winning and accustomed to really taking home the accolades as a program, you're also someone that always likes the taste of that one. Good sportsmanship being shown by Liberty. Great start. But again, I don't think there should be any shame for this program for falling to Valley Christian, because, join the club. This team has been taking names all semester long. I would love to see what Liberty looks like in the future, develop this roster a little bit more, and then in the future come back for some revenge.
Yeah, I mean, they were the number 7 seed, right, going into this, and then came out on top towards the second place here. So that's a big change from where we saw them start out into the playoffs. So a great run from them. Does end, a little bittersweet, but they got the first 2 games. They look so good during those, and I feel like if they could just build from that in the future, they'll be looking even more solid in the fall semester.
Absolutely. Being second in the entire state for Rocket League is not something to look down on. I think we're so used to looking up and comparing ourselves to that, but of course, you got to see how far you came. Again, excellent job from Liberty High School, but they will be second on the day. Valley Christian, congrats yet again. And that's going to do it for us here, at least on the broadcast. I mean, Vod, wonderful to be able to join you in the booth yet again.
It's been a great time to be here with you, Taco. I mean, we have our own Collegiate Rocket League Spring Championship going on this weekend, but we definitely have to congratulate the winners. So take it away at GCU. We'll see you on the floor.
Thank you, everybody, for this wonderful game. I would like to invite up our runner-ups for this great Rocket League game. Can y'all come up, Liberty? Congratulations for this great game. Y'all made it a long way. I know it might suck, but y'all did great. Here's your reward.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And now for our state champions, come up, Valley Christians! Yeah! Congratulations, guys. Oh my gosh, y'all did great. Y'all did great. This is for the coach.
Let's go!
Yeah! Let's go. Okay, now I have a couple of questions for you. First, y'all just had a massive comeback. Where did y'all get that morale from?
First of all, I just want to say all glory to God. It's all His. Everything we can do is just from Him. So thank you, God. That all the momentum, all the win. We just had a team conversation after game 2. We just decided, hey, we're going to switch up our play style. We decided to go for more solo plays and look for each other in passing, and that really paid off. Really gave us the momentum we needed, and it ended up in a victory.
That is awesome. Next question. I heard you say you do a lot of shooting practice. Do you think that made a major difference in your play style?
Yeah, I mean, it's turned into a meme on the team, but basically at the beginning of the season, so 3 of these guys are football players, so I only got half a year with them. And so at the beginning of the season, I said, hey, guys, there's 2 things that are going to win us the state championship. I said, we need to do shooting practice, and we need to pass to each other. And then right before the playoffs started, they came up to me and said, hey, we were playing at home last night, and we found out we were playing really, really well when we passed to each other. And I'm like, guys, what do you think I was telling you this whole time? So, shooting practice, it really comes down to the fundamentals of Rocket League, right? All the flip resets are great, all the double touches, all of that's awesome, but the fundamentals of Rocket League are what win games, and that's passing to each other, and that's putting shots on net when it's open.
And last question, what are y'all going to go home and do? Are y'all going to party or what?
We may or may not be doing a steak dinner, and I think I heard that some of them had some homework, so they might need to work on some homework, because I can see y'all's grades. So we got Play versus Cup to prepare for. I can't have you ineligible.
Okay, now it's time for your picture. Let's go.
Chris, get in the middle.
Thank y'all for this great game. Now, to finally close everything out, we will be back here tomorrow for two more games. Marvel and, what is it? Smash Brothers. Is it going to be great? I think so. I hope so. I'm super tired. But thank you all for being here, and hope you have a wonderful night.